and that's what the Pakistanis have been taking advantage of. However, till now, tourist sites had nominal security deployment, particularly at the locations themselves, though sometimes the sites, the roads leading up to them and the passes leading up to them were dominated by security forces. But this will be intensified from here on. The lesser known sites, they will see massive restrictions. So it will not be possible for each and every individual to get up and decide to go anywhere in the J&K, particularly at the lesser known tourist sites. On the well-known tourist sites and the well-known tourist maps, sites that are there, they will be extensively guarded. They will be guarded, their approaches would be guarded, their rear would be guarded, the sites themselves would be guarded to provide a massive blanket of security to the tourists in Jammu and Kashmir and instill a sense of security in the minds of not only the visitors but also the local population. Because remember, local population always is the worst sufferer of any kind of atrocity that these terrorists and their nefarious designs bring. So the Home Minister has instructed the state administration that this exercise should be undertaken on a war footing as soon as possible, and it should be completed in this tourist season itself. Once the sites are identified, the additional requirement of the security forces or the redeployment of the security forces, remember, this would need some additional deployment, and those forces will have to be brought in from outside the valley. Not every reserve of security forces is available itself in the valley or Jammu and Kashmir itself. So those forces would have to be either flown in or moved in by other means. So this exercise will take some time, but government is hopeful that by the time winter sets in, and remember, J&K also sees a lot of winter tourism. So by the time winter sets in a few months from now, the full-fledged new security architecture can be in place for the tourism sites in Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, tourism sites are the places which are the bread and butter of the state of Jammu and Kashmir, and also, mind you, are the bedrock of rest of India's connection with that state. So, they definitely need to be guarded and guarded properly. And in the past also, governments have undertaken exercises to secure them, but this time a mammoth exercise has been decided on a proper identification on the basis of the popularity of these sites that the government wishes to ensure will have a foolproof, fail-proof security architecture going forward.
Right, Nikunj, also, the terrorists came from this very forested area. Of course, that has shaken the conscience of the nation. But take us through the challenges that the security forces do face in this particular area, given the fact that this was a very popular area, it was a touristy area. And of course, this is highlighting, intelligence failure, security lapses, and perhaps the lessons that we can learn from this.
Well, of course, look, the challenges would remain humongous because as I said that not only the terrain is massive, the terrain is very treacherous. The terrain is not like Lodi Road in Delhi, which can be guarded in a single file movement. The terrain is mountains. Some of the highest mountain passes are there in the state of J&K in the world. Some of the most forested areas are in the state of J&K. Some of the most snow-clad mountains, heavily snow-clad mountains are in the state of J&K. So you can imagine the challenges. I have seen from helicopter above, how 10 houses, a hamlet of 10 houses is located in one particular area, and around it for miles there is nothing, no habitation. It's impossible to guard every inch of land, even in a place like Delhi, which is a flat, cosmopolitan city. So in a treacherous terrain, task becomes near impossible. Governments in the past, governments today have tried to do their best. It is not as if any government wants to be found wanting in providing security to its own citizens. That's probably the biggest slap on their faces. And as you talk about intelligence failure or the security lapse, look, when an incident of this magnitude happens, surely there is a security lapse. Surely nobody can turn their face away from that. But intelligence failure, I probably would not agree, because it's almost impossible virtually to detect every movement of every module of terrorists in a large geographical terrain, backed by an enemy state right next to your border, and then ensure that that movement is also caught in your security dragnet. Remember, in the dragnet, you will stop 9 out of 10 modules, but one will always slip. Terrorists or criminals have that advantage over the security establishment or the intelligence agencies. There just one slip, and that will cause mayhem. And then questions would be asked. I am not saying for a moment that questions should not be asked. In a democracy, questions must be asked. and questions must be answered at all points in time. And my sense is that the government is doing that exercise by calling an all-party meeting today. That exercise forms the bedrock of government's attempt to answer questions, and answers would also be sought by the press and the people. And that's a must in a democracy. However, I would say over-criticism can probably dampen the enthusiasm of security forces and the intelligence establishment, which is doing its task in some of the most challenging, under the set of some of the most challenging circumstances. And so would it cast aspersions on the Kashmiri people who have fought this Pakistan-sponsored terrorist menace for now over 3 decades. So I think this is a moment of solidarity. But as I said, questions must be asked.
Thank you so much, Nikunj, for getting us details of how they are going to go about, beefing up security when it comes to these touristy popular sites that will now be divided into 2, like Nikunj Garg was pointing out. We also have our colleagues joining us, including Nazir joining us from Pahalgam. We also have Umar joining us from Hyderabad and Deepak joining us from Bengaluru. Nazir, over to you first. All eyes are on how India is going to respond while emotions are running high. Of course, when we talk about the challenges that Nikunj was talking about, the challenges that the security teams are now going to face, given the fact that, this is a very forested area. We are now going to be looking at even touristy areas. We hadn't seen attacks taking place in Jammu up until 2024. And the amount of attacks that took place in 2024 in areas that were unknown, such as Jammu, now in touristy areas. Take us through the measures that are now going to be put into place.
Well, Nikunj has mentioned the measures which the government or the security structure is planning to take, which includes having a regulated tourist inflow in those areas which are lesser known or which are not manned by the security force the way they should be. But there have been some pressing questions, which is, when these tourists were there and there was an intelligence input for almost 1 week that there's going to be a major attack. And I know it for almost, however, 1 week, Director General of Police, Nalin Prabhat was himself moving from one place to other place, particularly in South Kashmir, here, and reviewing the security situation and to deal with any such up. And they had an input that there could be some attack on some hotel or something. But nobody had an idea that it can happen in Pahalgam, that too in an isolated meadow, Bison Valley. So which is surrounded by the forest. There was no security presence there. So why there was not an advisory asking tourists not to venture into those areas where there's not enough security? There was not per se in the main Pahalgam town, there was no problem, and which is always got it. So one thing is why there was not an advisory, while DGP himself was trying to do his best, or the top officer, but somewhere down the line there was failure, and that perhaps would that be fixed or not. But the fact is now in Jammu and Kashmir, all political parties are together. They are in one voice condemning it and demanding end to this terrorism and violence in Jammu and Kashmir. People for the first time have shown exemplary courage and resolve to condemn terrorism, to condemn violence. For the first time, we saw a complete shutdown across Jammu and Kashmir against militancy and militants. For the first time, we saw simultaneous hundreds of protests across Jammu and Kashmir against terrorism and terrorists. People even coming forward, even these poniwalas, they're saying they know the area, they know the terrain, they are willing to help security force, army and the police to track down the attackers. We have never seen such a resolve against terrorism. People of Kashmir have shown it, whether it is religious groups, whether it is social groups, civil society groups, traders, hoteliers, common people, or the political parties. And today Chief Minister Umar Abdullah has called an all-party meeting in Srinagar at 3 p.m. at Sher Kashmir International Convention Center. So all parties are expected to meet to have a united, stand against terrorism and violence. And also, J&K cabinet has yesterday, headed by Umar Abdullah, advised Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor to summon a session, special one-day session of J&K Assembly, which will condemn this violence and ask for the end to violence. And at the larger level, Government of India has already taken a major decision, which is suspending Indus Water Treaty. And I must tell you, this is the most harshest measure India could have taken in such circumstance without being seen as a warmonger. I don't think there would be bigger punishment to Pakistan than this. Pakistan's whole survival rests on the waters of three rivers, which is Chenab, which is Indus, and which is Jhelum. As per Indus Water Treaty of 1960, which even survived 3 wars and 35 years of militancy, even attack on the parliament, or 2611. But this time, India has decided that enough is enough, and this treaty has been, suspended till the time Pakistan irrevocably ends abating, helping terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. So that is something condition with Pakistan ever be able to fulfill that. So fact is that Pakistan has already called a meeting today, their prime minister, and they are already feeling heat, and it is going to have huge implications, this decision, besides downgrading this diplomatic, staff here in India and Pakistan, and ask Pakistani nationals to leave India within 48 hours, not even giving this SARC-specific visa to Pakistani nationals, shutting Atari border, all these decisions. But bigger things on the ground, we see a collective resolve of people of Kashmir against terrorism. But some bad news is coming,
Right,
that the
Nazir, hold that
students
thought.
or the other people from
Let's go
Kashmiris
across.
who are in different parts of the...
Nazir, we
Yeah,
also
so
have Deepak joining us from Bengaluru.
Just one point.
Right, we'll just come back to you, Nazir. We are joined by Deepak from Bengaluru. We also have Uma from Hyderabad, Sunil from New Delhi, and Ratnadeep also joining us from the northeast. Deepak, over to you. We believe that there will be last rite ceremonies that are going to be performed, and it is the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah who's also taking stock of the situation.
Yes, we're here at the residence of Bharat Bhushan, who was shot dead in Kashmir by the terrorists. Now the Karnataka Chief Minister is here paying his respects. I'm just going to ask my video journalist if he can just go a little ahead and try to bring you these pictures. These are heart-wrenching pictures, of course. When the mortal remains were brought in here early this morning, the family was completely distraught. And right now we're looking at several leaders who've come here, including the Chief Minister himself, the Transport Minister also here. We have also former leaders of the Congress Party, the BJP leaders as well here. A lot of locals have gathered. Neighbors, family, friends, relatives, all of them paying their respects. For the next couple of hours, the people here would be allowed to pay their respects before the cremation will get underway. And as we speak here, you can see the Chief Minister speaking to some of the family members, paying his respects to the mortal remains of Bharat Bhushan. Now, Bharat Bhushan, along with his wife and a 3-year-old child, had gone to Kashmir, where they were having a good time together as a family, wanted to spend some quality time. He's a techie who was managing a family business in Bengaluru. And while they were in Pahalgam, they're being shot dead with 25 others, and it has come as a rude shock to all the family members. The brother of Bharat immediately flew to Kashmir, tried to do his best in helping his sister-in-law as well. We spoke to the mother-in-law of Bharat Bhushan yesterday, who was completely shattered by the news that came in. And right now you can see the Chief Minister, of course, greeting the family members, paying his respects and offering his condolences as well. And as we look at these scenes, it is, of course, something that we've seen across the country, haven't we, over the last 24 hours. It hasn't been, really good news that has come in at all from Kashmir. There have been several people, apart from those who are dead, who are still stranded. At least about 60 tourists from Karnataka were stranded. Arrangements are being made for them. It's not just the people from Karnataka, is it? It's people from across the country who've suffered, who are in mourning at this point in time. Even as at the government level, several decisions are being taken as a reciprocal action to what has happened in Kashmir. But right now, for the families, especially of those who've lost their loved ones, it is really hard to deal with the situation. You can see the emotions really high right now. You can see the wife of Bharat Bhushan completely shattered, still in tears. It has been a difficult journey for her after witnessing that shootout which killed her husband, and then having to deal with that entire trauma, after which it has been painstaking hours before she could actually reach Bengaluru. It was a long wait. There had to be some formalities that had to be concluded in Kashmir. Then a long flight from Srinagar to Delhi, from Delhi again to Bengaluru. The mortal remains reaching Bengaluru just in the wee hours at about 4 this morning, after which are now here at their residence. There have been some rituals, and finally now you're looking at the Chief Minister himself being here. We're expecting even the Governor of Karnataka to make his way here in a short while from now. As we look at these heart-wrenching pictures, it's of course very, very unfortunate, very sad to see what has transpired and led to this sort of a situation where families are in mourning, not just in Bengaluru or in Karnataka, but different parts of the country. As the Chief Minister now offers his condolences to the family, I'm sure there are assurances as well that will come in. The Karnataka government has also announced a compensation of 10 lakh rupees to the kin of the deceased. But of course, at this point in time, it's just not about the money. It is about the life that has been lost for the families. Yesterday, while I spoke to several friends of Bharat Bhushan, all that they had to say is his life has been lost and it cannot come back. Even the wife of Manjunath, the other deceased from Karnataka, when I did speak to her and ask her about what she seeks from the government at this point in time, she says security. And that is something that families across the country will hope that when they travel to integral parts of the country, they will just hope that security is provided and they feel safe in tourist locations. They don't have to worry about their lives like what has happened in Pahalgam. And while we look at these scenes here, in a short while from now, I'm told in about an hour, the mortal remains of Manjunath. He was a realtor who traveled with his wife Pallavi and his son after their second PU examinations, decided that they'll celebrate together. He was also shot dead, and we saw those images of Pallavi in tears as a contrast to the image of her smiling while she was on the Shikara boat. And his mortal remains is expected to reach Shimoga at about 9:30 this morning. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi and a few other leaders expected to be in Shimoga to support the family there, pay their respects as well. And we're expecting a lot of developments there. As far as the final rites of Bharat Bhushan and Manjunath is concerned, it's expected to take place at about 1 this afternoon. And while we continue to bring you these pictures, they're pictures that really highlight the plight of how much sadness this entire episode has brought, not just to the family of Bharat Bhushan, not just to the family of Manjunath, but the families of 26 Indians who lost their lives tragically in that terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir.
Right, Deepak, 25 Indian nationals and one Nepali national, they lost their lives during that tragedy that unfolded. You did mention that the last rites, the cremation is going to be taking place at 1 o'clock this afternoon as per Vocaliga customs. But you know what must have been extremely heartbreaking and difficult would be to break the news to the parents, as reportedly they are heart patients and the mother apparently wasn't, informed about the demise of her son. Because they were trying to protect her for the longest time. Take us through the grief that the family is going through, and this has sent shockwaves across. This feels like a personal loss to perhaps every citizen of the nation.
And you are referring to the family of Manjunath. He hails from Shimoga. Yes, the family didn't want to tell the mother because she was emotionally quite weak already. They had just informed her that he had sustained injuries. Now, when his mortal remains reaches his residence, of course, it is going to be a very, very rude shock to the family members. They have, of course, slowly told them about the situation, and it is very difficult, of course, to inform the family, especially aged parents, about that their son has been shot dead. How would you really inform anybody about news like this? It is tragic to say the least. And as we continue to bring you these pictures live from Bengaluru, this is the residence of Bharat Bhushan. A lot of people, friends, family members that I've been speaking to recall him as a loving man who has cared for his family, who's cared for his loved ones, who's been a good neighbor, who's been a good friend. For no fault of his, all that they were longing to do is, as a family together along with his wife and kid, just wanted to have a good time. And tragedy really striking and it was no fault of theirs. Everyone who travels hopes to just come back with good memories. We've seen social media posts. We've seen
Right.
people speak about going to Kashmir and really that being a fond memory of theirs. But now the memories that they bring back are memories of agony, something that not everyone could have fathomed. And as we continue to bring you these pictures from across the country, one would hope that the government of Karnataka, government of India, of course, does enough to ensure the protection of people, the safety of people wherever they're traveling.
Right, Deepak, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. Deepak joining us from right outside the residence of Bharat Bhushan. Of course, it is Siddaramaiah who is paying his last respect to Bharat Bhushan, one of the victims amongst the 26 who were killed. In fact, most of them killed in front of their families, including, let's go across to Uma, who's joining us from Hyderabad. In Hyderabad, a native from Hyderabad. We're talking about Manish Ranjan, who lost his life during the attack. Uma, take us through what really happened there. Apparently, he did ask his wife and his children to move to safety when the terrorists surrounded them and asked them, to move away from the area, trying to protect his family during his last moments.
So Manish Ranjan was along with his wife and 2 children in Pahalgam on an LTC, taking a break away from work because the children also had their summer holidays, and this was a very attractive destination for them to travel to, and that is where, of course, terror struck, and this man was shot dead in front of his children and his wife as well, and 2 other people from the Telugu states. One is Chandramouli, a 70-year-old travel enthusiast who had gone along with his wife and 2 other couples to Pahalgam. They had in fact stayed in Srinagar and were traveling each day, one day to Gulmarg and another day to Pahalgam. And that's when this tragedy struck. And what we do understand is that the wife and husband had got separated, and the wife had in fact called up her brother and said that there seems to be a terror attack. I'm not able to find Chandramouli, and then they realized that he had also been shot dead by the terrorists. His mortal remains were brought late last night to Visakhapatnam at the airport, where Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu was there to express condolences to the family members, and also to reiterate that India stands together in this hour of grief in order to make a resolve that we are united. There is solidarity among the Indian people, not just members of the NDA, but he is saying all political parties, of course, need to come together. Intellectuals need to come together. All the citizens of the country need to come together at this time of grief and shock in order to resolve that we are going to stand united in order to fight this. And 3-4 points that he has made, that he believes that the timing was obviously very delicate at a time when the US Vice President was here and the Prime Minister was away from the country. That's when this terror strike has happened. Second, that he believes that there are some forces that are trying to destabilize the country, and he spoke about the economic power that India is emerging as, and therefore they were using terror as a weapon to try and attack India and to demoralize India. And he said that not just the political parties, but citizens also need to behave almost like intelligence agents, be alert about what is happening around them, because this time they've chosen to target Indian citizens who are not part of the police force or the security forces or the political establishment, but ordinary Indians who were just out there as tourists, and something that was helping the people of Jammu and Kashmir because tourism is back, and everyone was more than 2 crore 34 lakh people had visited the area just in the last year. And Chandrababu Naidu spoke about the fact that it's an attack on that peace that has been established there and economic activity that has been revived in that area. So I must say that political parties across, political leaders across political parties have expressed solidarity. Chief Minister of Telangana, Mr. Revanth Reddy, in fact said that this is an attempt to demoralize the citizens of India, and that we are not going to allow this to break us in any manner, and we are standing united against the terror. There are, of course, peace rallies by the Janasena as well in Mangalgiri. There is a YSRCP also that had a peace rally, candlelight rally in Tadepalli. So all these are the party headquarters of these respective parties, and all of them saying that in this hour of grief, we are standing together and standing with the union government in whatever the steps that they take in order to fight this, and many of them echoing the sentiments of the rest of the citizens of India as well. Chandrababu Naidu has also announced 10 lakh rupees as compensation to the families of the bereaved. Madhusudan Rao and Chandramouli, whose mortal remains were brought back to their homes, their last rites are expected to be conducted today.
Right, Uma, we also have Ratnadeep joining us from Arunachal Pradesh. In fact, Ratnadeep, one of the residents of Arunachal Pradesh, an Indian Air Force official, has been a victim. He was there with his wife on a holiday in Kashmir when he was shot dead in front of his wife. The Chief Minister has condemned this attack while meeting with the family members, asking for this time where it is a time to grieve. He is, of course, providing some sort of, support for the family in this very, very trying time. Ratnadeep, get us details of the Indian Air Force official who lost his life while he was with his wife on a holiday. He was in Pahalgam when that incident took place. Of course, it is the Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh who has gone on to remember the official, talking about his untimely death. It has been a great loss not only to his family but to the entire country. And while meeting with his wife and also trying to provide some sort of strength and solace in this very unimaginable time of grief.
That's right. In fact, the mortal remains of Indian Air Force Corporal Tage Haliang was brought late last night from Srinagar via Delhi to Guwahati, where there were tributes paid to the mortal remains on behalf of the Assam government by Assam Cabinet Minister Jayanta Malla Barua, where he also met his wife. Remember, Tage Haliang, who hails from Lower Subansiri district, Tajang village of Lower Subansiri district, which is very close to the district headquarters of Zero, a very beautiful but remote place in Arunachal Pradesh. And he was serving the Indian Army for the last couple of years and was posted for over 2 years at Srinagar. And only last week, he got his transfer orders from Srinagar to Dibrugarh. We did speak to his elder brother, his maternal uncle, and they both said that he was very happy that he was posted to Dibrugarh, which is closer to home, and therefore actually to celebrate this transfer closer home, he had gone out with his wife on a short visit to Pahalgam when this terror attack happened, and he also lost his life. And in fact, his mortal remains are being taken to Zero in Arunachal Pradesh via Tejpur in Assam. It has been flown to Tejpur, and depending on the weather conditions, either it will be airlifted from Tejpur to Zero, or if the rain continues there, then it will be taken by road. However, across Arunachal Pradesh, there is a sense of shock, there is a sense of grief. Chief Minister Pema Khandu and many of the senior ministers of his Council of Ministers would be present at Zero to pay their last tributes to this brave heart who was serving the nation with the Indian Air Force. And in fact, his elder brother is also with the army posted in Srinagar. He was the first person who got the information. In fact, when we spoke to his maternal uncle, the entire family is in shock. The entire family is in trauma. In fact, his elderly parents have not been informed as of now. In fact, it was only last year when he got married. So for his wife, who is still in trauma, those visuals that we have, I'm sure we have played out those visuals with his wife breaking into tears when the last tributes were offered to him in last night in Guwahati. So therefore, this is not only a loss for the family back in Zero or for the people of Arunachal Pradesh, but perhaps for the people of the country, particularly in Northeast. Yesterday, in different places, there have been several protest rallies, several condolence meetings taking place to not only mourn the death of the tourists, but also to urge the government for a decisive and a very strong action against this kind of terrorism.
Right, Ratnadeep, thank you so much for getting us those, details. And it's very heartbreaking, of course, the Chief Minister there saying that he had served the country with his courage and he had served the country with honor. and his untimely death is a great loss to the entire country. Let's just also go across to Satish Dua, the Lieutenant General joining us, and a global strategic and defense expert. Sir, the world stands united with India. The message is loud and clear that Pakistan will have to pay for this heinous crime against humanity. What kind of messaging that India needs to put out? We do know that there are 5 measures that India has announced that they have taken against Pakistan. But what kind of messaging is required in this particular case? Because they are targeting now innocent people. They're not targeting just Kashmir. They're targeting all of India.
Good morning, Divya. Allow me to begin by expressing my grief and sorrow at the carnage, and now, especially now, over the yesterday and today, when we start seeing these mortal remains reaching their hometowns or the states, it saddens me. It is heartbreaking because as a corps commander in Kashmir, I have done this so often, received the bodies, paid homage to them and send them. As a commanding officer earlier on the LOC, the colonel, I've done that. So it is heartbreaking, and I can understand now these mortal remains are going across to all different parts of the country, and every time you hear their stories, it is heartbreaking. And I'm sure this is going to strengthen our resolve as a nation. We have already seen the resolve of the government, because they have, in that one meeting yesterday, decided some and have announced some very bold responses, harsh, but I think required. Indus Water Treaty has held on despite 5 wars. But this is absolutely the pits, the lowest ebb, where terrorists target tourists, not army people, not CRPF jawans that happened in Uri and Pulwama, but innocent tourists who have come there, Anyway, so different stories about everyone. Now, the point is, this is a very strong step, never taken before, but I think such responses are required. The other steps you mentioned about diplomatic offensive, a diplomatic strike, you said about visas, citizens not being allowed, the border being closed, I think are all very good responses. But we have to also have a military response. Like we did in Uri, when I was the corps commander, we did those surgical strikes. Like we did after Pulwama, the precision airstrike deep inside Pakistan territory was launched on a terrorist camp at Jabba Top near Balakot. And the defense minister has left nothing to imagination when he says, "Hum un tak bhi pahunchenge jinhone isko anjam diya hai." That means we will kill these terrorists who have actually committed this heinous crime. But hum un tak bhi pahunchenge jo in parde ke piche isko inko mastermind kar rahe ho, words to that effect. So the message is very clear. And I think it has been many years. Pakistan just cannot stomach the kind of peace and development that has been ushered into Jammu and Kashmir in the last 5 years or so. The development initiatives, I think the political success of having Lok Sabha elections and the state elections, the J&K elections, UT elections, was the last straw perhaps. Pakistan is so frustrated that people of Kashmir are now moving towards normalcy, and everyone is reaping the fruits of development, peace, quiet. Tourists of unprecedented magnitude have been descending on the valley. So
this really comes about at a time where when we've seen normalcy return, we've seen an influx of tourism. But as you mentioned, the remarks of Rajnath Singh, who said that they will, go after not just the executors, but the mastermind behind this attack. Does this really indicate that India is considering a military option?
I have no doubt in my mind. It has, and this has been spoken. The CCS says we will take other responses. Now, what is the other responses? The diplomatic response is over in the strongest term. Not over in the sense has been put into place, announced to the world. And the economic, we in any case already are in that kind of a situation that as far as economic ties are concerned, but closing off all the borders, cutting off all the visas will have its own impact in economic terms. And now what else is left? The next response is military. And military response, like was alluded to in the press conference also, and in the defense minister's statement, the military response cannot be announced as a result of a meeting overnight. The military response requires a little time for preparation, requires mobilization, it requires preparation for the escalatory ladder should things spiral, escalate into something bigger. Then we need to be prepared. So all that takes time. Plus, there is also the factor that a military response is not an announcement, is an execution. And whatever form it takes, the military response has to be orchestrated as per certain timing, be it meteorological, be it other events that are happening, be so many things, so many factors play a part, and I'm sure we will have a very bold response.
Right, sir, of course, are we expecting any military move that would come perhaps with firm diplomatic steps? And are there any lessons that perhaps India can learn from, say, other areas of conflict elsewhere in the world?
I beg your pardon?
Sir, are there any lessons that India can learn perhaps from other areas of conflict in other parts of the world?
Yeah, Devi, I heard you. Look, I know what you're alluding to, because when the Hamas attacked Gaza on 7th of October, I have been to that spot 2 months ago, and I've seen the carnage that was meted out there in Israel. Their response is different. No two responses can be similar. No two responses, because the situation is different, the terrain is different, the interstate dynamics between the countries is different. So responses, you cannot sort of try and mimic a response. It has to suit your time and condition. But I think the lesson there is, if you're talking of similarity, what can be learned, or what can be, what the other story inspires, is the fact that the world is fast losing its appetite and tolerance for terrorism. And other countries, all other countries are coming together to support those who are victims of such terror. And especially this, the world's condemnation has already been heaped on Pakistan, because these are innocent tourists. I recall when Uri happened, the General Assembly was in session. 18 September 2016, the Uri base was attacked and we lost 18 soldiers. Since I was the corps commander there, I recall very well that on 21st September was Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif's speech in the General Assembly. And during those 3 days, our diplomatic element also showed up, but it was not required. The world opinion had turned so against Pakistan in those 3 days that it was seen in the body language of Nawaz Sharif's speech.
Right.
And I'm talking about that aspect. That aspect today, the world is fast getting tired of such terrorism, and US has expressed support. So many people have expressed support. They're literally saying, we are with you, whatever you do.
Right, sir.
I'm putting it very
sir,
blunt.
as a nation, at this point in time, what is it that is needed? What is it that one can do in order to ease the pain of the families that have been literally in the face of terrorism, literally had their loved ones snatched away, killed right in front of their lives, in front of their eyes? Thank you so much, sir, for speaking with us here on NDTV. So, of course, a lot of questions that need to be answered, a lot of concerns that are being raised. But in order to answer that, a cabinet meeting on security that had, in fact, has taken some very strict and punishing measures against Pakistan over the cross-border linkages that have surfaced in the investigation over the dastardly terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam, which claimed 26 lives. The union government has convened an all-party meeting now today in the aftermath of the terror attack, which has resulted in several others being injured as well. The Defence Minister, in his very strong remarks, has gone on to say he's assured the citizens that authorities would pursue not only those who carried out the incident, but also those sitting behind the scenes who conspired to commit such nefarious acts on Indian soil. He's also gone on to reiterate there's absolute zero tolerance policy against terrorism, and every citizen of India is united against this cowardly act. Sunil joining us. Sunil, take us through the 5 steps that India has now announced against Pakistan. How is Pakistan reacting to that? And also this all-party meeting that has been called for later in the day today.
Well, in a sense, basically what, Nazir was saying a short while back, something that India hasn't done during the last 3 wars that it has had with Pakistan, it's put on hold the Indus Water Treaty. So that's the first step. Of course, the rest are, measures that have already been, or to some extent, been followed earlier or not. One, of course, closing the Wagah border. The second, reducing the number of people to 30, closing all the visas, stopping all visas for SAARC nationals, and giving them time till the 1st of May. So those are some of the steps that have been taken. There are 5 steps that have been taken after the Cabinet Committee on Security reviewed the situation. They've also sent and summoned the highest ranking official of Pakistan Embassy to issue that demarche to say that they're person non grata. More importantly, I think the focus now will be on not only ensuring that within who are the perpetrators of this heinous crime are brought to justice, but those conspirators, those who are responsible for it, how do you go forward? I think the response from the Indian government, because there's no immediate election or any political gain at this present juncture, will be measured and extremely calculative, and because of the sensitivity, but they will definitely try to ensure that those who are responsible for it are brought to justice at the earliest. And we have seen the government responding on these issues against the Pakistan army and Pakistan establishment on that count. Pakistan, of course, as you rightly pointed out, have denied, said that they condemn terror activities. They have nothing to do with it. But it is definitely, as the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri pointed out, there are definitely a huge amount of evidence of cross-border terrorism, and that's the reason for the Cabinet Committee on Security taking these measures. Today, of course, the Home Minister, the Defense Minister, as well as External Affairs Minister will be meeting all parties who have given unanimous support so far to take in, and not and would like everybody to avoid a partisan behavior at this present juncture, to allow the government to act in a befitting manner. That is, whatever in terms of evidence, they are the people, the executive in power, and they have to take a decision on this important aspect. More importantly, of course, there will be questions on the security infrastructure, the security lapses, the intelligence agencies, the fact that it took nearly 1.5 hours for people to come right up to Pahalgam. All those points will definitely be brought up during the all-party meeting, but I think unanimously all parties will support the government in whatever step it takes.
Right, Sunil, we also have breaking news coming in at the moment. And the breaking news is after the announcement that has been made by the Indian government in regard to the action it's taking against Pakistan. Well, it is the Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil that will now be chairing a series of meetings today after the centre announces suspension of the Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan. Do remember this is a treaty that's been in place since 1960. Patil is committed to implementing that decision that's been taken by the Prime Minister on an urgent basis. We have my colleague Vasudha joining us on the phone line. Vasudha, of course, this comes about right on the heels of that announcement that has been made in regard to the Indus Water Treaty that now it has been put on hold.
Absolutely. Divya, what I understand is that C.R. Patil, who is the Jal Shakti Minister and very important in the current realm of things, he is in Gujarat now, and of course he'll be coming back to Delhi later today, and he will be holding meetings on the suspension of this IWT, and this is important because the implementation of the suspension is going to be challenging for India, and there has to be a blueprint that has to be devised because this treaty has been, under implementation since 1960. It was seen as one of those successful diplomatic achievements. But then there have been several speculations, even in the past, whenever there have been fissures and tensions between India and Pakistan, that this treaty could be revoked, because remember that this treaty also looks for amicable sharing of waters. But remember that these are rivers that originate in India, three of them, the western ones especially, that actually form in some ways the most important integral part of Pakistan's agricultural and irrigation system, and very important for Pakistan's economy. India has a lot of say in the flow of these rivers, but how is it going to be implemented, and what is India going to do next, in terms of increasing its storage capacity, and how will the suspension be implemented is something that is going to be devised upon. Of course, the MEA will be involved, top office of the government will be involved, and of course, the Jal Shakti Minister, who is also handling something like this. A series of meetings expected today to get a fine print, to define this approach of the Indian government, specifically after it launched this diplomatic offensive against Pakistan following the Pahalgam terror attack.
Right. What does it really mean when we talk about the Indus Water Treaty that has now been suspended? This is a move that wasn't even taken in 2019 after the Pulwama terror attacks.
Well, Divya, what I understand is that India is using a very calibrated, calm approach to what has happened in Pahalgam. It does not. It wants to basically use diplomatic options, and it wants to hit Pakistan where it hurts the most. It wants to also penalize, use punitive measures against Pakistan to also ensure that the international community stands solidly behind India, like we have seen in the last 2 days. And the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty also shows that India has the upper hand when it comes to survival and very important, aspects for Pakistan's irrigation and agricultural avenues. And more importantly, this is a diplomatic move, and this treaty has been in place since 1960. It was devised by heads of state, then Ayub Khan and Jawaharlal Nehru, and it was brokered by World Bank, and this has been in place for several years now, and it has survived several hostile diplomacies and, fissures and tensions. But clearly now the situation has gone very worse, and this is a strong message by India that enough is enough, and that it will not hesitate to take any more steps that will penalize and punish Pakistan for what it does to India by sponsoring, by supporting this kind of terrorist acts.
Right, and of course, C.R. Patil has said in the past too, this ultimatum was given to Pakistan by Prime Minister Modi and by Home Minister Amit Shah. Action was taken in the past, but this time too, the perpetrators shall not be spared. As for the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty, it has been a decision that is very, very good and was required and therefore taken by the cabinet, is what C.R. Patil had to say. And of course, therefore, he is now going to be holding a series of meetings that are going to be taking place today in order to ensure that this decision is implemented on an urgent basis. With that, we're slipping in a short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side. To stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by
Government's new security plan when it comes to the Jammu and Kashmir tourist sites, the two-pronged security architecture to be in place. NDTV accesses exclusive details of this plan that's going to be put into place. India's strong response to Pakistan. The decades-old Indus Water Treaty has been suspended. That's been in place since 1960. The Jal Shakti Minister to chair key meetings in the course of the day in order to implement it at the soonest. The famous Atari Wagah border will now be shut with immediate effect. No travel for Pakistani nationals under the SARC visa exemption scheme, and the Pakistani nationals in India have 48 hours to leave India. And it is India that has summoned the top Pakistani diplomat in order to make the announcements in the 5 steps that India is taking against Pakistan. The government will be holding an all-party meeting that's going to be taking place on the Pahalgam attack, calling on the opposition parties to come on board in order to discuss the issue. This is a meeting that's going to be chaired by Rajnath Singh. Chair Shankar is also going to be there at that meeting along with the opposition parties. Families are in grief after the Pahalgam terror attack. The last rites ceremonies will be taking place today. The nation pays tribute to the 25 Indian nationals and 1 Nepali national who died in the terror attacks. Let's get to our top story, and this is in regard to the new security plan that the government has planned for tourist sites in Jammu and Kashmir. Two-pronged security architecture will be in place, and NDTV has access exclusive details of this plan. The state is to identify the popular spots and the less popular spots, and there's going to be massive security blanket when it comes to these touristy areas in Jammu and Kashmir in order to bring back a sense of normalcy, safety and security to the area. Now, the Home Ministry has directed these new security measures that are going to be put in place after. This is the aftermath of the terror attacks that took place in Pahalgam that claimed the life of 25 Indian nationals and 1 Nepali national. We have my colleague Nikujkar, the managing editor of NDTV, joining us on the phone line. Nikuj, thank you so much for speaking with us. And this is in regard to these new measures that are being put into place in order to bring back a sense of calm, to bring back a sense of assurity by the government that such an incident is not going to happen ever again.
State administration yesterday clearly instructed, as you know, he spent the day there in J&K yesterday, and he clearly instructed the state to identify the tourist sites. And those tourist sites have to be identified on the basis of their popularity, which means that one side would be extremely popular tourist sites like Gulmarg and Pahalgam, and on the other side there would be smaller sites where few frequent, which means the sites like Kokernag or sites like in Kargil, where in Chenab and Byas actually move into Pakistan, flow into Pakistan. So these sites would be completely divided into two. Remember, the task is humongous. It's a huge territory. To guard every inch of it, even if they are tourist sites, is an extremely difficult task. And that's what the Pakistanis have been taking advantage of. However, till now, tourist sites had nominal security deployment, particularly at the locations themselves, though sometimes the sites, the roads leading up to them and the passes leading up to them were dominated by security forces. But this will be intensified from here on. The lesser-known sites, they will see massive restrictions. So it will not be possible for each and every individual to get up and decide to go anywhere in the J&K, particularly at the lesser-known tourist sites. On the well-known tourist sites and the well-known tourist maps, sites that are there, they will be extensively guarded. They will be guarded. Their approaches would be guarded. Their rear would be guarded. The sites themselves would be guarded to provide a massive blanket of security to the tourists in Jammu and Kashmir and instill a sense of security in the minds of not only the visitors but also the local population. Because remember, local population always is the worst sufferer of any kind of atrocity that these terrorists and their nefarious designs bring. So the Home Minister has instructed the state administration that this exercise should be undertaken on a war footing as soon as possible, and it should be completed in this tourist season itself. Once the sites are identified, the additional requirement of the security forces or the redeployment of the security forces, remember, this would need some additional deployment, and those forces will have to be brought in from outside the valley. Not every reserve of security forces is available itself in the valley or Jammu and Kashmir itself. So those forces would have to be either flown in or moved in by other means. So this exercise will take some time, but government is hopeful that by the time winter sets in, and remember, J&K also sees a lot of winter tourism. So by the time winter sets in a few months from now, the full-fledged new security architecture can be in place for the tourism sites in Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, tourism sites are the places which are the bread and butter of the state of Jammu and Kashmir, and also, mind you, are the bedrock of rest of India's connection with that state. So, they definitely need to be guarded and guarded properly. And in the past also, governments have undertaken exercises to secure them, but this time a mammoth exercise has been decided on a proper identification on the basis of the popularity of these sites that the government wishes to ensure will have a foolproof, fail-proof security architecture going forward.
Nikujkar, thank you so much for joining us with all those details. We also have Gurpreet joining us from Haryana. We have Deepak joining us from Bengaluru. We also have Nazir joining us from Ground Zero, from Pahalgam. Nazir, over to you. Nikunj is talking about these new measures that are going to be put in place in order to bring back a sense of calm, bring back a sense of security, and bring back a sense of, bringing back normalcy to the area, and which is why safety and security measures that are now going to be put in place, particularly in touristy areas, depending on how popular they are. But take us through, this was an area which is highly forested. The terrorists came from a very highly forested area. That has shaken, of course, the conscience of the entire nation, but also take us through, the challenges that the officials and the authorities face in regard to how porous the border is, how difficult it is to man the area.
Well, it has always been a challenge when it comes to militancy, and now it is much bigger challenge when you have the militants who are well trained in jungle warfare, and most of them are being actually pushed from Pakistan by handlers across the border to carry out attacks here, being part of encounters. So it has always been a challenge. For example, I'll show this Pahalgam area. Forests from everywhere. So now imagine if somebody is hiding in these forests, how can you? It is like finding a needle in the whole this forest. So it is, and then launching operations in such forests is just not easy. It may seem, oh, why is what security force have done all these days? It's not easy to go inside these forests. It has to be well calibrated. It has to be properly, planned. It cannot be a knee-jerk reaction. It has to be done to see the long-term security arrangements in any particular area. So, what Nikunj was saying, there is a security is being recalibrated, and a reset. They are pressing the reset button. As Home Minister was here for 2 days, he was in Srinagar, reviewed the security situation. He met injured, he met the relatives of the victims. He visited the attack site also, and see how that is actually covered from forest, dense forest from all the sides, this bison meadow. So how militants may have come and then carried out that horrible terror attack, killing 26 people. Among them is a local, Said Adil, and he is hailed as a hero, braveheart here from Chief Minister to everybody, because he had resisted terrorists when they attacked him, and he took 3 bullets, one in his head, another neck, another in shoulder. Yesterday, thousands of people actually attended his last rites. Among them was Chief Minister Umar Abdullah and his cabinet members. But unfortunately, there was no senior official from the police or the administration who could we go to see at the last rites of this Pahalgam hero, Sayyid Adil. Having said that, we have seen over the last 2 days there is massive outpouring of anger, people coming out on the streets. Everything was shut yesterday against this horrible terror attack, and people have made their voice heard that terrorism is unacceptable, because it is the people of Kashmir who have been the worst victim of violence and terrorism. More than 20,000-30,000 people, innocent people, have been killed by military over the last 30 years. Unfortunately, what is happening in the many parts, people are being blamed for as if they are part of the violence, and there are distress calls from the students, others who are in different parts of the country, in Himachal, in Chhattisgarh. They have been, their families are getting calls, and their students organized who are saying that the Kashmiri businessmen and students working in different parts of the country need safety and security. That is now a concern. But here on the ground, there have been multiple developments since last 2-3 days. Today, Chief Minister Umar Abdullah has called for an all-party meeting to have collective and a one voice against terrorism and violence, and condemn this incident. Chief Minister and his cabinet has also advised J&K's Lieutenant Governor to summon a special one-day session of Assembly, J&K Assembly, on 28th of this month, so that the House condemned this incident and calls for an end to violence. And there are multiple things, like the Government of India has suspended Indus Water Treaty, which is going to be far-reaching implications, because it is a lifeline for Pakistan. And importantly, here in Jammu and Kashmir, political leadership has been always demanding that Indus Water Treaty is to the disadvantage to the interests of people of Jammu and Kashmir, because we are not able to use the water and generate electricity because of this Indus Water Treaty. And they have been demanding compensation from the Government of India, because as per Indus Water Treaty, waters of the 3 rivers It is Satluj, Vyas, and Ravi goes to India, and as per the Indus Water Treaty, the waters of Jahlim, Chenab, and Indus goes to Pakistan. And now India says that it cannot be business as usual, even as this treaty survived 3 wars and 35 years of militancy and even an attack on parliament. But this time Indian government has said enough is enough. Red line has been crossed, and they have suspended this Indus Water Treaty, besides taking several other harsh measures, including shutting Atari border as well. So here in the valley and Pahalgam, as we know, there's an ongoing operation to track down the attackers. But as I have shown you the topography, these forests, let me pan our camera again and show you the area, how this area is and how dense these forests are. Whenever security forces launch operations, it is not easy. Every step has to be taken with caution, absolute caution, with proper intelligence. It cannot be just as you just rush into the forest. We have seen in Poonch and Rajouri when security force rushed into that area and eventually they suffered casualties. And there is something people have been saying, there should be end to terrorism. We have seen there's massive exodus of tourists. For example, yesterday there were 100 flights from Srinagar airport. There were, over 5,000 people have landed in Srinagar, but over 11,000 people left Srinagar airport, which means the number of people who have left Srinagar is double than those who have arrived at Srinagar airport. That clearly shows the exodus of tourists, and here hotels are completely deserted today after this attack.
Absolutely. The famous Atari border has now also been closed, Nazir, and of course concerns are being raised in connection with local support, because such an attack must have had local support, which is very crucial in connecting the dots, and it's been 48 hours and the terrorists have yet not been detected. Let's go across to my colleague Gurpreet, who is joining us from Haryana. Gurpreet, all state honours were bestowed upon the army officer. We're talking about a victim from Haryana who lost his life, who had just been married barely a few days ago. Very tragic story of the 26-year-old who was shot down in the area of Pahalgam. He had gone there just after he got married. He'd only been married about 5 to 6 days. We're talking about last respects that were paid to the lieutenant, including a formal procession and a rifle salute as well. The chief minister was there as well. Take us through what the family is going through and what is it that the family is demanding.
Well, we are reporting in front of their house in Karnal, and first of all, I'll request my viewer to show these pictures from the ground. We have seen a lot of BJP ministers. They had already come here to meet the family, to just share their grief. And what we have learned, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, ML Khattar, who is also Union Minister at this point of time, he can come anytime to meet the family members. If we can talk the family members, yes, they are still in mental trauma. And yesterday we have seen when all the top Navy officers, they had come here to give a guard of honor while holding that cremation ceremony. We have seen the sister of Vinay Narwal, she got emotional. She appealed to the Chief Minister of Haryana, saying, "Mujhe unka sir chahiye, jinhone mere bhai ko mara hai." She was also saying, she was also asking that there is a need to provide a medical aid at these tourist places. What she had learned from her Babi, she learned that her brother was surviving for more than 1.5 hours, more than 1 hour, and but she was not able to get any medical aid. But now the family members, they are having high emotions at this point of time, and they are saying this is the time to take revenge from these people who were involved in this terror attack, because we have seen this time they had targeted the tourists who had just reached to Pahalgam. And specifically, if we can talk about Vinay Narwal, he just got married on April 16, and on April 19 he had a reception party, and after that they have decided to go to Pahalgam Pahalgam on honeymoon trip. But when they were having food, suddenly there was a terror attack, and in which we have seen Vinay Narwal, a Navy officer, he has lost his life and he was killed by terrorists. His wife was trying to even confront these terrorists, but she couldn't save her husband at that time. But now the family members, they have been demanding, they have already appealed to the central government. There is need to take a strict action against those people who are involved in this terror attack, and this is the time to teach them a lesson. So we have to wait and watch, because we have seen the state leadership, whether it's the Chief Minister of Haryana as well as the former Deputy Chief Minister Dushyant Chautala. We have seen even Manol Khattar, the former Chief Minister of Haryana and who is also Union Minister. They are coming to share their grief at this point of time, and our family is quite hopeful from the central government. They are saying they are hopeful a revenge will be taken from these people who are involved in terror attack, and they have already appealed to the central government multiple times so that action should be taken in this case. Back to studio.
Right, we also have Deepak joining us from Bengaluru. We have Uma joining us from Hyderabad. We have Sunil joining us from Delhi. Uma, over to you first, and take us through. Of course, it's very heartbreaking to be able to speak to the family. The family is grieving at this point in time. Manish Ranjan, a resident of Hyderabad, was shot dead in front of his wife and his children when terrorists had surrounded the place. In fact, he was trying to ensure that his family got away somehow while he was standing, he was trying to guard his family, asking them to run away, asking them to get away from the area. Of course, his family is safe, but take us through, this is a time where the nation really needs to come together to be able to ease the pain of the family members of the victims. What is it that one can do at this time, these very trying times for these families?
So Manish Ranjan was living along with his wife and two children here in Hyderabad for the last 2 years, and he had gone on an LTC to Pahalgam to have the holidays, because his children were also having their summer holidays in school, and he is a native of Bihar, and his mortal remains have been taken to his home, his native town in Bihar state. Two things here. The Telugu states have also suffered the loss in the form of Chandramouli, a 70-year-old travel enthusiast who had gone along with his wife Nagamani and two other couples on a holiday to the valley, and that is where he was also shot dead. And last night his mortal remains were brought back to Visakhapatnam, where Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu was there to stand along with the family. There was also a peace rally which was led by Mr. Chandrababu Naidu and several other people, not just a political rally, but people from all walks of life, carrying the photograph of both Chandramouli as well as Madhusudan, who is also belonging to Andhra Pradesh, from Kavali in Nellore district of Andhra Pradesh, and was working as a senior architect with IBM in Bengaluru. And his parents had in fact not even been told till yesterday about the huge loss that they had suffered in the form of the life of their son. Chandrababu Naidu, of course, very, very angry, and saying that while people need to resolve to stand together, he sees this as a challenge thrown to India, and saying that this is an attempt, in fact, to break the kind of a march that India is making in terms of economic progress, and that they want to put a stop to that, or put a break to India's kind of a profile that it has in the world stage. And that's the reason why he believes that not just the people who are part of the NDA, but all political parties, intellectuals and also citizens need to come together, stand together, not just in the grief of what has happened, shock and anguish, but also the resolve that we are going to stand together, united in whatever the actions that we have to take in order to tell them that no Indian can be harmed by anyone else. And that's something that he sees as a challenge that has been thrown to the country itself. Of course, across political lines, whether it is Revanth Reddy, Chief Minister of Telangana, who has said that this is an attempt to break the morale of the Indian citizens, and that they would not allow it to happen, and they are standing together. There is also candlelight rallies by Janasena in Mangalgiri, and another candlelight rally by YSRCP in Tadepalli. Both of that is the party headquarters, and around that to the flag is where for instance, the Janasena rally had happened, and all of them speaking in the same voice, saying that while we stand in solidarity and we are shocked at what has happened, we want to know what are the lapses that happened, but much more importantly, that we are all going to be standing together, not create unnecessary other distractions, and show the world that India stands united and that we are not going to tolerate any such act of, terror against Indian citizens. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us all those details. We also, let's just, get you a sense of the loss. It feels deeply personal. This is an attack that has shaken the nation. The world, in fact, unites with India, condemning these attacks, including leaders from China, as well as the neighboring countries of India, as well as the United Kingdom, Europe as a whole as well. We have my colleague Deepak joining us. Deepak, it was Siddaramaiah who paid his last respects to Bharat Bhushan. His cremation ceremony is expected to take place at 1 o'clock as per Vocaliga customs. But, what's really heart-wrenching is that the mother of Manjunath, who actually had, stopped the family from traveling to Kashmir, had asked the family not to go there, but somehow was convinced by Manjunath. And now, it is a day when his last rites will be performed by the family. So it is a very heartbreaking story there, where the family tried to sort of, ask him not to go. And here we have a situation where now the last rites will be taking place today.
Yes, that's happening in Shimoga. Right now, we are here in Bengaluru, where, of course, the last rites of Bharat Bhushan will get underway in a short while from now. The Chief Minister was here to pay his respects to Bharat Bhushan, a resident of the city. I'm just going to show you these pictures. Even now, there are a lot of residents, locals, neighbors who are coming here, paying their respects. And like you mentioned, as far as Manjunath is concerned, he hails from Shimoga. He survived by his wife and his son. His son had just finished his PUC examinations. They wanted to celebrate together as a family. There were certain apprehensions, of course, like every family would have when they do visit Kashmir because of what's happened in the past. But in the recent last couple of years, there has been a lot of people who've been wanting to visit Kashmir. They want to really go there, enjoy the scenic beauty of the place. It is an integral part of the country, and they had put aside their fears, but this terror strike is probably just aimed at bringing back that fear. But Indians have, of course, time and again said, and we've seen situations like this come to the fore in the past, but it hasn't really destroyed the resilience of the people. They've only come out stronger, and I'm sure even after a cowardly attack like this, people are not going to be cowed down. They are going to bounce back from this tragedy. They are, of course, emotionally down right now in different parts of the country, but there is anger in the minds of the people. The government has already acted at a diplomatic level. We've seen the 5 decisions that were taken yesterday. This is something that has been welcomed by the families, but they want more. They want more in terms of security. When they go out there, visit any part of the country, they don't want a terrorist attack. They want safety in the country. This is what the hope and the prayer to the governments are. We've seen some of the family members urge politicians who pay a visit that they want the death of their kin to be avenged as well. The terrorists who are behind this should be brought to book. The people who are behind the terrorists, supporting them, they should be brought to book. So these are the primary demands that have been coming to the fore, even as we witness heart-wrenching scenes as from the family side who are right now immersed in sadness. More importantly, a pall of gloom really has descended upon the entire city of Bengaluru, the state of Karnataka, and overall in the country as well in the last 48 hours after this incident has come to the fore.
Right, Deepak, of course, the last rites that are going to be taking place today, very, very difficult moment for the family members, for the friends, for the co-workers, for, the neighbors and for the nation as a whole. We also have Ranveer joining us from Kanpur. Shubham Dwivedi, 30-year-old resident of a village in Kanpur, who had been married only a few months ago. He got married in the month of February. He was amongst those who were shot dead by terrorists in Pahalgam. Ranveer joining us from Kanpur. Ranveer, nearby villages have also come together in order to pay their last respects. Take us through the kind of support that the family has received so far from the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh and the authorities there, and of course also take us through the demand that's being made by the family in this very, very trying time.
I'm here in Kanpur and Shubham Trivedi hails from this place, and you can see a huge gathering outside his residence. And Shubham Trivedi, who was married in Feb this year only, he planned a family trip to Kashmir, and 11 members of the family visited Kashmir on 18th of this month. But now Shubham is no more, and you can see the people who resides here, the relatives, the family members, they all are sad, and obviously they are angry. CM Yogi Adityanath is arriving in a couple of minutes to pay tribute to Shubham Trivedi, and few minutes back we talked to Eshanya, who is wife of Shubham Trivedi. She told the entire story, what happened on the massacre day, because she said that a man came to them. They were sitting at a shop, and he asked, who are you? And he asked obviously about religion, and then shot at Shubham Trivedi. So this is the house. You can see a huge security arrangements is also here because CM Yogi Adityanath is arriving here, and the family is obviously sad and angry, and they are demanding some firm action from governments against those who are involved in this massacre. So anger as well as sadness, both can be seen here at Shubham Trivedi's residence in Kanpur. So the family members, they are not in a position to talk to media now, and after a few minutes the last rites will be done, but the people, the crowd is here, and they are raising slogans against Pakistan. They are raising slogans against the incidents what had happened on that day. So the crowd here is angry, and they are demanding action from central government.
Let's also listen into what the wife of Shubham Trivedi had to say. She was there at the time when her husband was shot down, a husband that she had married just 2 months ago on the 12th of February. She was there with her sister when this heinous crime took place right in front of her eyes. Let's listen in.
बंदा पीछे से आया और उसने गोली साइड में रख के उससे पूछा हिंदू है कि मुसलमान है। मुसलमान है तो पहले कलमा पढ़ के दिखा। जैसे हमें पता ही नहीं, हम पीछे पलट के देखे हो क्या रहा है, हम उसकी तरफ स्माइल करके पूछे भैया क्या हुआ, यार हिंदू है मुसलमान। मैंने कहा हिंदू, मार दिया, मार दिया। पहली गन उसी पे चलाई, उसके बाद 70 लोगों को मार दिया। क्यों मार दिया? हिंदू मुसलमान क्यों हुआ है बंदी को मार?
Well, also it is India's diplomatic strike on Pakistan. India has shut down the famous Atari-Wagah border, and we are getting you visuals from that border coming into immediate effect. This is an announcement that has been made. This is one of the 5 steps that the Indian government is taking against Pakistan. Do remember that also the Indus Valley Treaty has now been put on hold, and it, of course, that is a move that is going to be coming into immediate effect as well. All kind of, moves are being made in order to implement that at the earliest. But this is a move now that we are seeing, the famous Atari-Wagah border, somewhat of a must-do when people visit Amritsar. While they want to go visit the Golden Temple, they also want to participate in the ceremony that takes place at the border. Now, this particular very famous border, the Wagah border, the Wagah-Atari border has been closed down. Of course, Pakistani officials are now, in fact, there are a lot of steps that are being taken by the Indian government. There are 5 particular steps that have been announced by the Indian government. More such steps perhaps could be coming about after that meeting. There are multiple meetings that are lined up today in order to address the issue, but it is India's loud and clear message when it comes to Pakistan. Visuals from the Atari-Wagah border, a border that is extremely famous, is one of the tourist attractions when it comes to people visiting Amritsar. But now this border is going to be shutting down. Those are visuals of the border shutting down. And of course, this also comes at a time when the Indus Water Treaty that's been in effect since 1960, that has also been put on hold. This is the announcement that was made by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, detailing the government's response on the attack. We have Ratnadeep joining us from the northeast. Ratnadeep, take us through, the details of the life that has been lost. We're talking about an Indian Air Force officer who had gone on a holiday to Pahalgam, but now, only his mortal remains have been brought back.
That's right. In fact, a short while back, what we have got to know from our sources in Indian Air Force, that the mortal remains of Corporal Tage Haliang has reached his native village Tajang in Lower Subansiri district of Arunachal Pradesh. In fact, it has reached Zero, which is the district headquarters, and being taken to his residence there. Remember, he was posted in Srinagar for over 2 years, and only last week he got his transfer orders from Srinagar to the Dibrugarh Air Force Base, and Dibrugarh in Assam, remember, is closer to home, so he was very happy. We did speak to his elder brother, his maternal uncle, and both of them were saying that he was very happy that he was posted closer to home, and therefore to actually celebrate this posting before they leave Srinagar, he along with his wife, and he's also got married only last year, so he along with his wife had gone for a short trip to Pahalgam, where he along with the other tourists were shot dead by the terrorist. Now Mr. Haliang's mortal remains were flown in late last night to Guwahati, where tributes were paid by the Assam government, and then taken by a chopper, IAF chopper, to Tejpur Air Force Base, and onwards from Tejpur taken to Zero, the district headquarters of Lower Subansiri. And now finally, what we can break to our viewers, that the mortal remains have reached his residence. There is a complete sense of shock, grief, not only in the family but across Arunachal Pradesh, across Northeast, and perhaps across the country over this kind of brutal attack on tourists. And what is important to note here is that his last rites will be performed today. In fact, the Arunachal government, led by the Chief Minister, Mr. Pema Khandu, they all would be there in his native village to pay their last tributes, even as the country remembers these tourists who have lost their lives in this brutal attack. Across Northeast, there have been also several protests, several condemnation meeting, homage being paid to people who have lost their lives. And in Arunachal Pradesh, in Zero, far away from Srinagar, far away from Pahalgam, where it has happened, tragedy has unfolded in the family of Corporal Tage Haliang. His parents were actually not aware. For the last 2 days, the family had kept this, this news of his death in the attack. They had not broken this news to his elderly parents. But this morning, finally, when the body arrived at his residence, the entire family is now under trauma. And this only not that family which is in grief, but entire Arunachal Pradesh, entire country is showing their solidarity with the families.
Right, Ratnadeep, the nation united as the families are paying their last respects. Last rites are going to be held in various parts of the country today. Very, very trying, very, very difficult moment for the nation to grapple with. We will keep getting you the latest. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality, accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narrative.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest as far as the attacks in Pahalgam that claimed 25 Indian lives and one national of Nepal lost his life as well. To know more on this, we have with us, let's just get you our guest who's joining us on the broadcast this morning. Sir, Major General G.G. Dwivedi with us. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking with us during these very times that, one has no words for, one fails to describe such a time because this goes beyond pain. It feels so personal as a loss. What kind of message does India need to give out? Because emotions are very high. People are, perhaps demanding a very befitting reply that needs to be given from our side. There are 5 steps that the Indian government has now announced. Are those steps enough? What more needs to be done?
Well, definitely it's a very difficult moment for our country because we have lost 25 fellow brethren and they fell victims to the bullets of the terrorist of the heinous crime. And I think this needs to be condemned in the strongest words. Well, you ask me now, what should be India's response? Well, I think first and foremost, India's response this time needs to be overwhelming. It has to be a very hard-hitting because so far our responses have been rather calibrated and at times restrained. But time has come now to show to Pakistan that it's going to be no more, and Pahalgam is going to be the turning point where we will take a resolve to defeat the proxy war which Pakistan has orchestrated for last about 3.5 decades. These steps have to be on multiple fronts, because when nation decides, it has multiple options. The first was the diplomatic option. I think certain steps have already been announced, which means suspension of the Indus Water Treaty, which was signed in 1960, which gives about 80% of water resources to Pakistan. Then they also the stopping of the integrated checkpost at Atari, which has transit and trade facility that have been actually closed, and also they have been scaling down of the diplomatic, embassies in the both sides. And India has declared the defense attaches or defense advisors as persona non grata. So these are the opening shots, I would say, but lot has to be done more. I think our response has to be both kinetic and in military terms, and I'm sure the policy planners and our military leaders are planning on this, and this could be on multiple domains. It could be in form of attrition, it could be form of these strikes, and it could also take limited offensive actions, which are all on the cards. But all I can say is that this time, the response has to be overwhelming. It has to be hard-hitting. And a clear message must go to Pakistan military leadership and political leadership that they will have to pay a price for the kind of terrorism they are perpetrating, and especially to the Pakistan military, because in their doctrine, proxy war is the key of fighting India, because they cannot come up front, so they are resorted to this. And secondly, as far as Pakistan army is concerned, their relevance is only painting India as an existential crisis, and where Kashmir is the key, which Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir had orchestrated only last week, that Kashmir is a jugular vein. So the way I think our response has to be holistic, hard-hitting, and it has to be a very befitting response, which must make Pakistan mend its ways, and it has to be a deterrence. Divya.
Right, so thank you so much for speaking with us. Of course, the remarks of Rajnath Singh, which have been very, very strong, indicate that India perhaps is considering a military option. We have Gurpreet joining us from Haryana. Gurpreet, of course, the last riots have been conducted when it comes to the army officer. The chief minister was there. It is very heartbreaking because the 26-year-old, all of 26, and his life has been snubbed. All of 26, he was only married for 6 days, and his life was snatched away, that too in front of his wife. Something very, very difficult to grapple with, something very difficult to understand as to how does one ever come to terms with such a loss? How does one come to terms with these nightmares that are going to continue to haunt the nation as a whole, particularly the wife who was married only for the last 5 to 6 days, and her husband was shot dead right in front of her eyes. The 26-year-old's last rites were conducted in Karnal. The family, of course, is asking for justice to be served, for the perpetrators to be brought to book. That is what the family has been demanding. The family has, in fact, gone on to say that, they're very proud of their son, their grandson. It is a very trying time when it comes to the family. And, of course, the last rites that were conducted in Karnal yesterday. We also have our colleague Gurpreet, who is going to be joining us from Karnal to get us the very latest when it comes to, this loss that we're talking about that feels extremely personal. It has evoked emotions. Emotions are running high. We all are feeling a sense of pain that is unbearable. Of course, let's also get you the latest when it comes to a survivor that has now reached the New Delhi railway station, a survivor of the attack that took place in Pahalgam. So we have a survivor who is who was at that attack site, that very popular touristy site of Pahalgam, an area which is known for being rather secure, rather safe, that came under attack, in which 25 Indian nationals and 1 Nepali national lost their lives. We have Anushka joining us from the New Delhi railway station. Anushka, we now have people who are making their way back. We have a survivor who has now reached New Delhi. Get us details of this survivor and what really happened and what did the survivor really see?
That's right. A special train was arranged that was about to bring all the people who were stuck at Jammu and Kashmir, back to their respective places. This one special train has just arrived at the New Delhi railway station. Several of the people who are stuck are right now arriving here. We are showing you the visuals. We'll also, talk to few people who have just, reached here at the railway station. Let's just get to them. आपका नाम क्या है?
प्रियंका.
आप जम्मू कश्मीर घूमने के लिए गई थी?
हाँ, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर घूमने के लिए गए.
आपको अपनी ट्रिप कट शॉर्ट करनी पड़ी?
हाँ, नहीं, हमारी ट्रेन थी 20th की, बट ड्यू टू दैट लैंडस्लाइड हम लोग वापस नहीं जा पाए. हमें फिर वापस कश्मीर में स्टे करना पड़ा 3 दिन तक.
आप लोग को पता चला था कि वहाँ पर अटैक्स हुए हैं, टेररिस्ट अटैक्स?
हाँ, वहाँ पे पता चला, इसीलिए तो हम लोग जल्दी निकल गए, नहीं तो हम लोग और 1-2 दिन स्टे करके ट्रेन से जाते हैं.
क्या कुछ अरेंजमेंट्स किए गए थे वहाँ पर?
अरेंजमेंट्स तो ऐसे कुछ नहीं किए गए थे, हमें खुद से होटल में स्टे करना पड़ा था. इवन वी वे कॉलिंग द पुलिस कि रोड्स ओपन हो रहे कि नहीं, बट कोई अपडेट नहीं था. हाँ, वो तो है, बट वो भी मिलने में, जैसे हम लोग कोलकाता से आए हैं, बट हमें दिल्ली यहाँ पे और 1 दिन स्टे करके वापस कोलकाता जाना पड़ेगा. और क्योंकि कोई ऑप्शन ही, ट्रेन सारे बुकड है, कोई ट्रेन्स नहीं मिल रहा है यहाँ से, या जम्मू से भी कोई ट्रेन्स नहीं है कोलकाता का, ऑल आर बुक्ड.
We are seeing people who have just tried, just deboarded the train that was run, especially for the people who are stuck in Jammu and Kashmir. Several of the people have just deboarded the, train and are right now, at the NDLS railway station. We'll talk to a few more of them. आपका नाम क्या है मैम?
प्रतिमा।
आप जम्मू कश्मीर? अच्छा।
हाँ?
आप कश्मीर से आए?
हाँ।
क्या कुछ सिचुएशन आप बताएंगे अभी वहाँ की कैसी है?
अभी तो थोड़ा स्ट्रिकी है, कोई घूम नहीं रहा, वैसे कोई थोड़ा प्लेस बंद ही हो रहा है ना अभी। कोई
Relieved now that you are back?
क्या?
Are you relieved now that you are back?
हाँ।
क्या कुछ आप बताओगे arrangements वहाँ पर कैसे आप कट शॉट करके आए?
क्या?
आपने अपना ट्रिप कट शॉट किया?
नहीं।
आप आज ही आने वाले?
हाँ। नहीं, हमारी आज की ट्रेन थी, पर ये स्पेशल ट्रेन स्टार्ट हो गई तो हम वापस आ गए। चलो ठीक।
We'll talk to some more people also. आपका नाम क्या है सर?
स्वप्निल।
आप कश्मीर घूमने गए थे?
कश्मीर घूमने गए थे 19 अप्रैल को। पहलगांव का प्लान था कल का, बट हमने सब कुछ कैंसिल करके रिटर्न आ गए।
ये स्पेशल ट्रेन के बारे में कैसे पता चला? क्या कुछ अरेंजमेंट की गई थी?
बेसिकली फ्लाइट बुक हुई थी श्रीनगर टू जम्मू। मैं IRCTC पे चेक कर रहा था कि कोई टिकट मिल जाए, तत्काल हो, कुछ भी हो। तो मुझे अचानक से स्पेशल ट्रेन दिख गई और उस पर टिकट अवेलेबल 3 टायर के।
प्राइसेस सही थे?
प्राइसेस सही थे, 1100-1200 समथिंग थे 3 टायर के। तो सब कुछ ठीक हुआ।
कि आपने कट शॉट किया अपना ट्रिप, पूरी ट्रिप नहीं कर पाया?
नहीं, एक दिन का नुकसान हुआ और मेन बात पहलगांव ही था उस टाइम।
अभी आप क्या बताएंगे, किस तरीके का माहौल देखने को मिल रहा था?
माहौल तो ठीक है, श्रीनगर में तो ठीक है, आजू बाजू का मुझे पता नहीं। वहाँ के लोकल लोग सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, बट यही है कि कब क्या हो सकता है कहीं पता नहीं। अभी तो सुरक्षा बढ़ा दी गई है, आर्मी वाले हर जगह पे मिलेंगे 200 मीटर पे। श्रीनगर में तो है सपोर्ट, बाकी इधर उधर का पता नहीं।
क्योंकि हमने देखा टेररिस्ट अटैक हुए हैं, आपको भी पता चला होगा उस पूरे अटैक के बारे में, तो क्या डर था आपके मन में?
डर तो बना ही था। होटल में मतलब रात में नींद नहीं लग रही थी, डर तो बना था। हम लोग सेफ थे होटल में, होटल वाले सपोर्टिव थे, सब कुछ था, बट डर बना हुआ था।
We are seeing people, the tourists who were in fact in Jammu and Kashmir, several of the people who have just come back, who cut their trip short because they were fearful about the situation that was seen there. What's your name, ma'am?
Shivani.
You are also back from Kashmir?
No, I am coming from Katra.
अच्छा, okay. Thank you. So we'll talk to few more people. आपका क्या नाम है सर?
आदित्य।
आप भी जम्मू कश्मीर गए थे?
मैं पहलगाम में नीचे में ही था। हाँ।
क्या कुछ बताएंगे आप पूरे इंसिडेंट के बारे में?
एक्चुअली जब फायरिंग ऊपर हुई, हम लोग नीचे जब पहुँचे ही थे, हॉर्स राइडिंग के लिए बुकिंग कर रहे थे, तब तक में पता चलता है कि सबने बोलता है फायरिंग हो रही है ऊपर में। हम लोग कैजुअली लेते हैं, पर देखते हैं कि सबका हाथ लगा रहता है, हाथ से खून निकल रहा है, पाँव से खून निकल रहा है। हम लोग पूछते हैं तो बोलते हैं वो लोग ऊपर से फायरिंग हो रही है। तो जितना जल्दी हो सकता उधर पे कम से कम 100 ट्रैवलर गाड़ी थी, इतना 5 मिनट के अंदर में पूरी गाड़ी गायब हुई है। गायब हुई, हम लोग निकले, उसके बाद वाया मूडल रोड हम लोग सबसे पहले श्रीनगर आने, हम लोग जम्मू आने के लिए ट्राई किए। वाया मूडल रोड हम लोग आ रहे थे, मूडल रोड में लास्ट चेक पोस्ट में अटक गए हम लोग। अब उधर पे पूरा रात हम लोग गाड़ी में ही रुके, उठते नेट दे, फिर जल्दी निकलती, कल 8 बजे जम्मू पहुँचे, तब जाके ये ट्रेन मिली।
कितना डर का माहौल, क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा रहा होगा।
बहुत डर का माहौल था। उसके बाद रात में CRPF VRPF सब आया, सब जाती था, पूरा ये था क्या बोलते कर्फ्यू था। हाँ।
कैसे पता चला आपको कि स्पेशल ट्रेन रन कराई जा रही है और आप लोग?
एक्चुअली मेरा ट्रेन था अमृतसर से, मेरा अमृतसर वाला ट्रेन डिले हो जाता 150 वाला, तो मैं देख रहा था जम्मू से अवेलेबल है कि नहीं कोई ट्रेन, तो देखता हूँ ये ट्रेन अवेलेबल थी, तुरंत इसको मारता हूँ, वो वाला कैंसिल करके इतने आता हूँ।
आपका क्या नाम है मैम?
हाँ?
आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम सुनीता जायसवाल है।
आप भी घूमने गई थी जम्मू कश्मीर?
हम लोग का फैमिली है, सब कुछ साथ में।
आप भी उस वक्त वही थी जब पहलगाम में टेररिस्ट अटैक?
हम लोग गाड़ी में बैठे थे, मेरे जेंट्स लोग उतर के सब अपना ठीक कर रहा था, गाड़ी घोड़ा कर रहे थे ऊपर जाने के लिए, तभी खबर आया कि इस तरह से ऊपर में हो गया है, चलना निकलना है, बस निकलना है यहाँ से। बस हम लोग वहाँ से निकल गए, लेडीज लोग गाड़ी में बैठे थे, जेंट्स लोग बाहर थे।
किस तरीके का माहौल था? आपने किसी को?
खतरनाक माहौल था, बहुत खराब माहौल था, कि जितना जल्दी हो सके वहाँ से निकलो, बस यही हम लोग के में अंदर में यही बात चल रहा था, जितना जल्दी हो सके यहाँ से निकलो बस।
खुद से जो विक्टिम्स थे या जो गोली चला रहे थे उन लोगों को देखा?
हाँ,
जिन लोगों ने गोली चलाया वहाँ पर जो कुछ भी माहौल था, कि आपने खुद से देखा है?
नहीं, हम लोग उसको नहीं देखा, ऊपर में थे, हम लोग नीचे में थे, हम लोग नीचे थे इसीलिए बच गए। शायद हम लोग के साथ भी हो सकता था घटना।
और पीपल, क्या नाम है आपका मैम?
नेहा साहब।
आपने घूमने गई थी पहलगाम?
हम लोग सबको ही गए थे।
इस वक्त वहाँ पर है?
बहुत बहुत खतरनाक माहौल है।
कितने दिन की ट्रिप पे गई थी आप?
हम लोग तो 10 दिन की ट्रिप पे गए, 10-12 दिन की ट्रिप पे गए थे।
यानी कि आपको ट्रिप बीच में छोड़ के आना पड़ा?
हाँ, बीच में ही छोड़ के तो हम लोग वापस आ रहे हैं। हम लोग तो मतलब पूरा सोमवार गए और उसके बाद हम लोग गुलमार्ग कैंसिल हो गया, दुपत्री गए।
We are seeing the people who are in fact recounting all what happened at Pahalgam the day the terrorist attack took place. These are the visuals of the tourists who have just came back from Jammu and Kashmir. They are saying that they were quite fearful. They had to cut short their trip from Jammu and Kashmir and they boarded the special train that was made available for them. And this is the train that has just come back, just arrived at the New Delhi railway station. And several of the people who were in fact stuck there boarded the train and just came back here today. Over to you.
Right, Anushka, thank you so much for getting us a sense of, how people are being brought back. This is a special train that has been organized in order to bring back people. Do remember, the highway also continues to be partially shut. We're talking about the Jammu-Srinagar highway that only opened partially, that to one way as of yesterday. And that also has resulted in a lot of backlog of people trying to make their way back to other parts of the country, including the national capital. Thank you, Anushka, for getting us those details. We have Gurpreet joining us from Karnal. Gurpreet, take us through the sense of, what the family is really demanding during these very difficult times. There have been last rites that were performed as far as the Indian Army official is concerned. We also now know that the steps that the Indian government is taking, this is in regard to the famous Wagah-Attari border, that has been shut down. This has, of course, endured many such skirmishes and fights that we've seen in the past. This is something that has continued to be open. This is the daily border ritual which began back in 1959. This is something that, draws a lot of crowd every evening to cheer on as the nation's soldiers, they have that chest-thumping theatrical ritual symbolizing the country's rivalry, and all that is now going to be put to a stop.
Well, yes, this Attari-Wagah border is one of the connections between both the countries, India and Pakistan. We have seen after this Pahalgam terror attack, multiple decisions has been taken by the government, and this is one of the decisions which they have already taken, saying that this border will be closed because they don't want to pursue any relations with Pakistan at this point of time. We have seen from yesterday onward, multiple level the expectation of the victims' family. They are saying this is the time to teach them a lesson, and in regard of that, we have seen high-level committee has taken this decision where they had decided to shut down Attari-Wagah border also, and today we have seen the multiple people, they had already reached there because those who wanted to go back, the government has already given them time. At the same time, if we can talk about the importance of this Attari-Wagah border, we have seen the trade was going between both the countries, and a lot of trade was happening there. So that will also be impacted with this decision which has already been taken by the government. And what we have learned from the local areas also, that it was also very important that this Attari-Wagah border for the trade and other things also. So as of now, what we can understand, the government has already taken the decision in wake of a security concern, and the way this terror attack has been carried out at a tourist place in Pahalgam. After that, this is the first jolt which has been given to Pakistan by taking such type of a decision, and this is the first step which has already been taken at Attari-Wagah border. So we have to wait and watch what more security measures are going to be taken by the government. But as of now, we have seen this decision has been taken, and Attari-Wagah border has already been shut down. Back to studio.
Right, thank you so much. Gurpreet, of course, when we talk about how famous is this border, everyone who's been to Amritsar, it's a must to first go to the Golden Temple, then go to the Wagah-Attari border, take pictures there, participate in the ceremony that takes place every evening. Highlight for our viewers the ceremony that happens every evening, what really happens, and how symbolic it is, and how it would, sort of somehow give a sense of security, calm and normalcy to the area?
Well, if we can talk about Wagah-Atari border, it has a lot of importance, and specifically it's also one of the tourist places where we have seen, whether it's the youngsters or whether it's the old age people, they come to Amritsar, they must travel to Atari Wagah border, and every evening we have seen the ceremony is being held at this Wagah-Atari border, and where we have seen both the forces, whether it's Pakistan or India forces, they are showing the spirit of nationalism, and specifically a lot of people, they wanted to know about this spirit of nationalism from there, and a huge number of the people daily they are visiting to see that ceremony. But this is also one of the important tourist place, if we can talk about that in the sense of Amritsar city. So if somebody comes to Amritsar, he visits Golden Temple, and after that we have seen multiple people, they are visiting the ceremony to see that ceremony also what is happening there. So that was very attractive point if we can talk about the as a tourist place. So as of now, it has already been shut down. The decision has already been taken by government in wake of the security concerns, and specifically this decision has been taken.
Gurpreet, just hold that thought. We have visuals coming of Yogi Adityanath meeting the family of a victim from a village in Kanpur. There you have Yogi Adityanath meeting with the family members, including his wife. He had just recently been married. We're talking about a 30-year-old who was shot dead right in front of his wife. So, of course, that is the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh taking stock of the situation, also providing support to the family in this very, very trying time. He had been married only a few months ago. It was on the 12th of February when Mr. Dwivedi had gotten married there. Yogi Adityanath talking with the family. This includes the wife who witnessed her husband being shot dead right in front of her eyes while they had gone on this very short holiday to Pahalgam. These are live visuals of Yogi Adityanath meeting with the family of the victim, 30-year-old who died in the tragedy that unfolded in Pahalgam. Yogi Adityanath providing all kind of support and assistance to the family, assuring all kind of help to the family in these very, very trying times. We're talking about a 30-year-old Shubham Dwivedi, who is a resident of a village in Kanpur. In fact, the residents of several nearby villages also who have gathered outside to pay their last respects. So Yogi Adityanath paying his last respects to the 30-year-old resident of Kanpur who died tragically in those heinous acts against humanity in Pahalgam. He only got married 2 months ago on the 12th of February. And that is Yogi Adityanath meeting with his wife who was there at the time of the attack. We will keep tracking the very latest in regard to the development in the attacks that have taken place and the measures that the country is now taking against Pakistan. The meetings that are coming up, we do know an all-party meeting has been called by the government. We'll get you all the details. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Government's new security plan when it comes to tourist sites in these are tourist sites in Jammu and Kashmir. They will now depend as far as their popularity is concerned, and based on that, the security measures are now going to be implemented. The famous Atari-Wagah border has been shut down with immediate effect. No travel for Pakistani nationals under the SARC visa exemption scheme. Those Pakistani nationals in India have 48 hours to leave. A meeting to take place on the Indus Water Treaty. Do remember that this comes on the heels of the announcement that has been made in regard to the measures that India is taking against Pakistan, a treaty that has now been put on hold. This is a meeting that's going to now be taking place in order to implement the Prime Minister's order on an urgent basis. And India has summoned Pakistan High Commission's, this is in charge, and handed over a note regarding the military diplomats being declared persona non grata. New Delhi expels Pakistan's defense advisory.
तो ठीक है, आजू बाजू का मुझे पता नहीं, वहाँ के लोकल लोग सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, बट यही है कि कब क्या हो सकता है कहीं पता नहीं. अभी तो सुरक्षा बढ़ा दी गई है, आर्मी वाले हर जगह पे मिलेंगे.
A special train with the tourists who were stuck in Jammu and Kashmir returned to New Delhi, recounting their horrific ordeal. With a very heavy heart, we continue our coverage of the attack that took place in Pahalgam. Now, as a part of India's strong response to those attacks, India has now shut down the Atari-Wagah border with immediate effect. Visas under the SARC scheme have also been suspended for nationals of Pakistan. The Indian government has issued an ultimatum to Pakistanis in India to leave the country within 48 hours, providing yet again India's zero-tolerance policy against terrorism. That is what Rajnath Singh has put out in a loud and clear message to Pakistan, saying that they won't come after just the ones who executed this barbaric crime against humanity, but also, bring to justice and bring to book even the masterminds behind this attack. Now, the border has been closed off. We have Gurpreet joining us from, in fact, Gurpreet is joining us. We also have reporters on the ground who are joining us at this particular point in time. We have Nazir joining us from Pahalgam. We also have Anushka joining us from the New Delhi railway station. We have all our reporters on the ground getting us a ground report in regard to the situation that it continues to unfold. Nazir, over to you first. There are measures that the government has taken. These are 5 steps. We're talking about the Indus Water Treaty that has been in place since 1960, that has now been put on hold. How is this going to impact Pakistan? What the steps that India is now finally taking in regard to this? Of course, there is a very crucial meeting that's coming up, an all-party meeting. Further steps perhaps are going to be discussed. Take us through one by one the 5 steps that the country has now taken against Pakistan and the impact that it's going to be having.
Well, suspending Indus Water Treaty is the biggest decision India has taken, and the treaty which was negotiated by World Bank in 1960, survived wars 1965, 71, 99 and 35 years of militancy, even attack on parliament. But India yesterday decided that enough is enough. This treaty stands in abeyance, suspended, till the time Pakistan irrevocably stops terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir and India. So it is something which is going to hurt Pakistan beyond anybody's comprehension, because Pakistan's survival is on this water. 3 waters are from the 3 rivers, Chenab, Indus and Jhelum. These 3 rivers flow into Pakistan, while as per Indus Water Treaty, Satluj, Beas and Ravi waters goes to India northern states. So this is a decision which will have huge implications on Pakistan. How they are going to respond to this would be anybody's guess. But India has made it very clear, where there would have been some step. For example, India would have said, no, we are terminating ceasefire with Pakistan, which was agreed on in February 2021. But that was not perhaps seen enough response to the magnitude of this terror attack here in Pahalgam, in which 26 innocent people from different parts of the country were killed and 17 others were injured. So India took the harshest decision without going to war. It is something which can hurt Pakistan for a long time unless it mends its ways. And there are other issues. There is other issues like shutting Atari border, not having the privilege of giving the SARC-specific visa to Pakistani nationals who have them. They have been asked to go back, and also downgrading the diplomatic staff in both in India and Pakistan embassies. So all these measures, but Indus Water Treaty is the biggest decision. It is the treaty which I said is the important for the survival of Pakistan. Why Indus Water Treaty? It's important. For example, we have so many dams here, power projects, hydroelectric power projects, and there was Pakistan had to actually inspect those dams if we are maintaining the height of those dams. For example, there's Kishan Ganga project in here. There's Salal project. There's Bagliar project. All these projects, they do it with the approval of Pakistan. Now, once this treaty is suspended, India is not bound to take the Pakistani Water Commission here. For example, just a few months back, Pakistani Water Commission visited Bagliar and Salal also. And even I remember in this Wulur Beraj, which is in North Kashmir, Sopore, once we tried to raise the level of the barrage, there was a protest from Pakistan. Even when there was attempt by militants that time, they stopped the work of workers at Wulur Beraj. So all these things are important for Pakistan's agriculture, drinking water, survival, everything. So this decision is going to have a huge implications. And here, always every government and political party in Jammu and Kashmir has been asking central government to compensate to the people of Jammu and Kashmir the losses they have suffered due to this treaty, because water is going to Pakistan and they are not able to use it. And here at Pahalgam, I can show you, this is the second day of shutdown here in Pahalgam against the killing of innocent people. Our guests and tourists here, the security is on high alert as usual. and it is a shutdown. Yesterday there was a complete shutdown across Jammu and Kashmir. First time ever when there was a shutdown against terrorism, against militancy in Jammu and Kashmir, and there were spontaneous mass protests in all the parts of Jammu and Kashmir. So this issue has actually, whether it is a security response, it is a social response, or it is diplomatic response, it has reset the button, and it is going to have long-term implications on the security situation and the political situation here in Jammu and Kashmir.
Nasir, of course, India's Water and Power Minister C.R. Patil will also be holding a series of meetings later in the day in order to discuss the next course of action after the announcement of the Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan that now stands suspended. Senior officials are expected to be part of that meeting, which is likely to be taking place this evening. This is a very bold move that India is making. It has suspended a treaty that's been in place since 1960 following the attack that took place in Pahalgam on Tuesday. The suspension move has been approved by the Cabinet Committee on Security late last night, and that is when Vikram Misri went ahead and made that announcement. Let's listen in to C.R. Patil.
पूर्व में भी उन्होंने जिस तरह से कड़ी कार्रवाई की है, इस बार भी उनको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब ने और श्री अमित भाई शाह साहब ने दोनों ने इसके ऊपर पूरा अल्टीमेटम दिया है और वो काम हो भी रहा है। अभी उनके साथ कोई भी संधि आज तक हुई होगी उस सभी संधि को रद्द कर देना चाहिए। ऐसा मुझे लगता है सरकार ने जो अभी जल संधि को रद्द कर दी है, एक अच्छा डिसीजन लिया है।
Let's just cut across to the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, who's speaking with the family. He just met with the family and paid his last tribute. Listening.
मित्रों, मित्रों 22 अप्रैल को पहलगांव कश्मीर के अंदर पर्यटकों के साथ जो आतंकी हमला हुआ है, कानपुर का एक परिवार भी उस आतंकी हमला का शिकार यहां का एक नौजवान हुआ। शुभम द्विवेदी 2 महीने पहले ही जिसकी शादी संपन्न हुई थी, यह पहलगांव का आतंकी हमला यह एक क्रूर, बीभत्स, कायराना कृत्य है। न केवल देश ने बल्कि दुनिया के हर सभ्य समाज ने इस घटना की निंदा की है। ये घटना बताती है कि आतंकवाद अब अपनी अंतिम श्वास ले रहा है। निर्दोष पर्यटकों पर हमला जाति और धर्म पूछ करके बहन बेटियों के सामने उनके सिंदूर को उजाड़ा जाए, यह कोई सभ्य समाज स्वीकार नहीं कर सकता। और खास तौर पर भारत के अंदर यह कतई स्वीकार्य नहीं है। भारत सरकार की आतंकवाद और उग्रवाद के प्रति जीरो टॉलरेंस की जो नीति रही है, वह प्रभावी ढंग से आतंकवाद का नेस्तनाबूद करेगी। और आपने देखा होगा कल इसकी शुरुआत, इसके ताबूत पर अंतिम कील ठोकने की शुरुआत हो चुकी है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की अध्यक्षता में सीसीएस की बैठक में जो निर्णय लिए गए हैं, आदरणीय गृह मंत्री जी ने स्वयं उन क्षेत्रों का दौरा किया और आगे की रणनीति के साथ ही आतंकवाद और उग्रवाद के खात्मे की एक नई पहल के लिए अब पूरा भारत आगे बढ़ा है। आतंकवाद और उग्रवाद के प्रति जो जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति है, पूरे भारत को इस दुखद घड़ी में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व पर विश्वास करना चाहिए। मैंने अभी शुभम द्विवेदी के परिवार के सभी सदस्यों से मुलाकात की है। उनके पूज्य पिता से मेरी कल भी बात हुई थी और रात्रि में ही उनकी बॉडी यहां पर आई है। पार्थिव शरीर अंतिम संस्कार की प्रक्रिया के लिए आगे प्रस्थान कर रहा है। परिवार दुखित है। शुभम द्विवेदी परिवार का एकमात्र पुत्र था। 2 महीने पहले ही उसकी शादी हुई थी। परिवार दुखित है। मैं दिवंगत आत्मा की शांति की कामना करता हूं। परिवार के लोगों के प्रति हमारी पूरी संवेदना है। दुख की इस घड़ी में पूरा देश इस अमानवीय और बर्बर कृत्य की निंदा करता है और इस बात के लिए भी हम आश्वस्त करते हैं कि जिस तरीके से वहां पर जो कृत्य उन आतंकवादियों ने किए हैं, हिंदू मां बहनों के साथ जिस प्रकार की बर्बरता उनके सामने ही उनके सिंदूर के साथ किया गया है, इसी प्रकार से आतंकवादियों और उनके आकाओं को उसकी सजा जरूर मिलेगी। इसमें कोई संदेह किसी को नहीं होना चाहिए। मैं पूरे परिवार, हम और हमारी पूरी सरकार, डबल इंजन की पूरी सरकार पीड़ित परिवारों के प्रति साथ खड़े हैं। याद रखना, ये डबल इंजन की सरकार है और ये सरकार इस प्रकार की किसी भी बर्बर और अमानवीय आतंकी घटना को लेकर, उग्रवादी घटना को लेकर के जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति के तहत कार्य करना जानती है। यह वह सरकार नहीं जो आतंकवादियों पर दायर मुकदमों को वापस लेती हो या वहां पर भी अपना वोट बैंक देखती हो। पूरी सख्ती से ऐसे तत्वों के विषैले फनों को कुचलने का कार्य होगा। जिन लोगों ने आतंकी घटना को अंजाम दिया है या इस साजिश का हिस्सा बने हैं, यह जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति देखने को मिलेगी और हर व्यक्ति इस घटना के
Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, they're condemning the attack, saying that this is completely unacceptable, not just here in India, but anywhere in the world. There's absolute zero tolerance when it comes to such terrorism, and steps will be taken in order to chalk the way forward to end terrorism in India as India unites against terrorism. That is what he spoke about. In fact, the life that was lost from the state of Uttar Pradesh, he mentioned Shubham Dwivedi, a beloved son, all of 30 years, who got married only 2 months ago, while praying for his soul to rest in peace, but also assuring that the ones behind such a cowardly act will not be spared. We have breaking news coming up. And the government of India has now taken a further action, and this is in regard to Pakistan's official account that has now been withheld in India. So after the 5 steps that India announced yesterday, the announcement that came about late last night, now the government has decided to withhold the social media accounts as well in order to reduce any kind of interaction, whether it's on social media or elsewhere. So now, of course, the government taking action against Pakistani official account. This is the Pakistani government official account that now has been withheld in India. This comes about another measure that is now being taken by the government. So basically, after those 5 steps that were taken, which includes the suspension of the Indus Treaty, and of course, that is the Indus Valley Treaty. Now, all kind of engagement with Pakistan is being reduced, and that is the measure that the government is taking, including on tech as well as social media platforms. This is after that Indus Water Treaty has been suspended, and the Atari Wagah border, what we saw early this morning, we have seen that that has been closed. Vasudha Venugopal joining us on the phone line. Vasudha, of course, now, in order to reduce any kind of engagement whatsoever with Pakistan, sending out a very deep and very loud and clear message after those 5 steps that were announced yesterday. Now, we are also reducing our engagement as far as tech and social media, platforms are concerned.
That's right, Divya. Yesterday we saw the government launch this diplomatic offensive against Pakistan, even as the nation is mourning the deaths of 28 people. This is Pak's sponsored terror, and the government is very sure of cross-border linkages, which was also highlighted by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri in MEA's briefing yesterday. So it is now the latest thing that has happened is that the X account of the official X account of government of Pakistan has been withheld in India, which means that people will not be able to see what that account is putting out. This is also one way of reducing all sorts of engagement with Pakistan, and this is also one way of sending out a message to the international community and to the tech community that Pakistan is in some ways, is not a credible figure, and this is also to in some ways to reduce the kind of credibility that Pakistan has on world stage, on tech platforms. And what I'm told is that India is also slowly working, in fact, very swiftly working towards ensuring that a lot of social media accounts that officials of Pakistan have, which are still available in India, those get blocked. And this is one way of sending out a very strong message that India is saying enough is enough, and it will not take any compromise with respect to the safety and security of its people.
So, of course, social media regulation being put into place in order to reduce any kind of interaction whatsoever when it comes to Pakistan. Vasudha, this really comes on the heels of, India after making those very big moves, those 5 steps. We're talking about the Indus Water Treaty, the famous Wagah-Atari border that's been closed, and, of course, giving an ultimatum when it comes to Pakistani nationals in the country, giving them a timeline of just 48 hours to leave. Now, of course, other measures that are now also being put into place.
That's right, Divya. India is for the first time ensuring that it optimizes the use of all diplomatic options that are available on table. Remember, it has been very aggressive in the past and it still is aggressive. But this time it knows that there is a credibility that India has. It has a certain position on world stage which it wants to optimize on. Remember, the whole international community from Vladimir Putin to Donald Trump have come out in support of India against Pakistan. So India also wants to show that the solidarity that it has vis-a-vis Pakistan also gets used to penalize, states like Pakistan, countries like Pakistan that have sponsored terror. So the move that they've taken today also shows tech crosses all borders. It has no boundaries. To send out a message that the government of Pakistan's official X account will no longer be available to Indians, will no longer be operating in India. This is also one way of India putting its foot down and saying it very clearly that we don't want any engagement with a country that sends terrorists to our backyard and basically tries to harm us. So this is India taking a very strong position, and it is in line with the spate of diplomatic measures that it took. It announced yesterday, including the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty that, as we know, has survived several fissures, wars and hostile diplomatic events. But clearly now India has taken a position because it also wants to send out this extremely strong message, not just to Pakistan, but also to all those countries which have in some ways indirectly supported Pakistan, and also to the international community that India stands committed to the safety of its citizens.
Right, it's a very difficult time, Vasudha. Of course, this at a time when the families are grappling with handling the last journey of their loved ones from a tourist holiday, with families to newlyweds whose lives have been shattered by the dastardly attack on the 22nd. My colleague spoke with the grieving family as India stands united with the families in this time of grief, in a time which is extremely painful. Ratnadeep joining us to get us an account of what the families are going through at this very, very trying time. Ratnadeep, take us through, you've spoken with a victim narrating what really unfolded in front of their eyes. Talk us through, these very painful memories that are going to continue haunting people who were there in Pahalgam. And of course, visuals that one has seen, of course, is equally haunting and, something that is very, very difficult to grapple with.
Absolutely. In fact, before we come to what people have narrated to us, let me tell our viewers that the mortal remains of Indian Air Force Corporal Tage Haliang has finally reached his village Tajang in Zero in Lower Subansiri district of Arunachal Pradesh. The mortal remains were flown to Guwahati via Delhi from Srinagar late last night. And in fact, I'm sure we are playing out the visuals which are first on NDTV of his mortal remains reaching his native village Tajang, where as soon as his mortal remains reached there, the entire village was in grief. Everybody is crying there. Remember, his elderly parents were not informed about the tragedy that had unfolded in Pahalgam. He was posted for over 2 years in Srinagar, and only last week he was informed that he has been transferred from Srinagar to the Dibrugarh Air Base in Assam, which is closer to his home. And when we spoke to his elder brother and his maternal uncle, they both said that he was very happy that he got a posting closer to home so that he can be more frequent to his hometown in Zero. In fact, so therefore, before leaving Srinagar and onwards journey to Dibrugarh for his new posting, the family, the couple decided that they would go to Pahalgam to have a last holiday in Kashmir, a place that they were very otherwise very fond of. They used to tell their family members to come over to Kashmir for vacations when they were posted there. So therefore, they were there, and unfortunately, among other tourists who have lost their lives, Corporal Haliang also lost his lives. His mortal remains have reached his village. Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh, Pema Khandu, is reaching there to pay his last tributes before the final rites are done there. In fact, earlier, late last night in Guwahati, the officers of Indian Air Force, and on behalf of Assam government, Cabinet Minister Jayanta Malla Barua also paid floral tributes. In fact, it's not only Halyang's family, but the entire region, the entire country is in grief, and they want some strong actions. In fact, some very strong actions have been taken by the government. However, we did speak to some of the people who luckily escaped, and one was Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya, a professor with the Department of Bengali in Assam University in Silchar, and they were there, and he actually survived from gunpoint in a miraculous way while he chanted some Islamic verses, and therefore perhaps the terrorist allowed him to didn't shoot him. In fact, he narrated in that exclusive telephonic interview to NDTV how he saw the terrorist shooting and killing at least 3 tourists in front of his eyes before he basically jumped over a fence which was about 7 feet height, and along with his wife and son, and then tracked back, saw the footsteps of the ponies and tracked back towards the Pahalgam town. In fact, he also said that it was the locals, the poniwalas and the local Kashmiris who had helped the tourists at that point of time, and he lamented that the security forces actually reached the place a little late. But however, there are stories of survivors, and there are stories of these families in grief who have lost their dear ones, like Halyang's family, and across the country everybody is behind these families with solidarity.
Absolutely united in grief, Ratnadeep, and that is something that's really also taken place in Karnal, where a Navy officer was killed in Pahalgam's attack. He was cremated with full military honours in Karnal. The last respects were paid to the lieutenant on Wednesday in the presence of the Chief Minister. Gurpreet joining us from Karnal. Gurpreet, take us through what the family is going through. This is extremely heartbreaking because this naval officer who was killed had gotten married only 5 to 6 days before he was killed, right in front of the eyes of his wife. He was on his honeymoon when he was killed.
Well, we are standing in front of the house of a Navy officer who has lost his life in this terror attack which was carried out at Pahalgam. Right now we are showing all these visuals. A few minutes back we have seen the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Amit Shah, along with the other people, BJP leaders. They had just come here. They have also reached, and even the family members, they had already registered their sentiments to the Union Minister, saying that this is the right time to take a revenge from Pakistan. We have seen very clearly the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Amit Shah. He has already explained the way they had already taken a lot of decisions, like they have already scrapped this Indus treaty along with the Wagah Atari border has already been shut down. He says a very clear-cut message has already been given to Pakistan, and at this point of time we have seen the emotions are very, very high, and the Navy officers, family members, they are expecting the government will take very, very strict action against those who are involved in this terrorist attack, in which we have seen the Navy officer has already lost his life. So as of now, we have seen the sentiments are very high, and yesterday we have seen with the full military guard and military honor has been given while holding that cremation, and we have seen the Chief Minister of Haryana, the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, as well as the former Deputy Chief Minister Dushyant Chautala, they had also come here to just share their grief at this point of time. So if we can talk about the family side, the family has been demanding justice in this case, and they say the way their son was being killed by these terrorists, there is a need to teach them a lesson, and we are expecting, and they have already appealed to the central government, immediately action should be taken against them, those who are involved in this terrorist attack. Back to studio.
The officer who was killed was given full state honours, full military honours in Karnal. Last respects were paid to the Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, including a formal procession and a rifle salute, following which a cremation ceremony took place with full military honours at the late soldier's native hometown. Let's just also get you what the governor really had to say of Karnataka. Let's listen in.
भारत सरकार कठोर कदम उठाई।
इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर कहा जा रहा है, इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर भी कहा जा रहा है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट सिद्धरामैया जी ने भी कहा था, अपोजिशन यही आरोप लगा रहे हैं सर। कल सिद्धरामैया जी ने भी यही कहा था सर।
कहीं न कहीं कोई न कोई चूक हुई है। जब पर्यटक फ्रीली वहां घूम रहे हैं तो सुरक्षा व्यवस्था होना चाहिए, ऐसा मैं भी महसूस करता हूं। अब कहां चूक हुई है उस पर अध्ययन करके आगे इस पर भी निर्णय लेंगे, और मैं फिर कहता हूं कि इस घटना का बदला भारत सरकार लेगी।
Mr. Gehlot, Karnataka's governor, raising concerns about the security lapses perhaps and intelligence failure, questions being raised in regard to a very secure, very safe area that has come under attack. Do remember it was a very forested area from which these terrorists came. They started shooting at large while people were holidaying, some on their honeymoon, some on a short brief vacation with their family members, some with children as young as 3 years old, some with, just their newlywed wife, some with a huge amount of family members. They were being asked what religion they belonged to, and they particularly targeted people based on their gender and their religion. Let's also listen in to the wife of Shubham Dwivedi, the 30-year-old who has died. Do remember he had just gotten married 2 months ago on the 12th of February. Let's listen in to what his wife had to say while she recounts the horror that she went through just watching her husband being shot down right in front of her eyes.
बंदा पीछे से आया और उसने गोली साइड में रख के उससे पूछा हिंदू है कि मुसलमान है। मुसलमान है तो पहले कलमा पढ़ के दिखा। जैसे हमें पता ही नहीं, हम पीछे पलट के देखे हो क्या रहा है, हम उसकी तरफ स्माइल करके पूछे भैया क्या हुआ, यार हिंदू है मुसलमान। मैंने कहा हिंदू, मार दिया, मार दिया। पहली गन उसी पे चलाई, उसके बाद 70 लोगों को मार दिया। क्यों मार दिया? हिंदू मुसलमान फिर हुआ है
Such a tragedy evoking pain, grief and a deep sense of personal loss for everyone in the country today. Deepak joining us from Bengaluru. Deepak, last rites of Bharat Bhushan will take place at about 1 o'clock this afternoon. He will be cremated as per Vokaliga customs. But also, what's really heartbreaking is the other victim belonging to the state who had traveled with his family as part of a package tour. He was amongst the 26 who were killed. But it was his family, it was his mother who had warned Manjunath not to go to Kashmir, not to go on that holiday. And now, his last rites will be taking place later today.
Yes, we are here in Bengaluru. This is the residence of Bharat Bhushan. You can see right now, of course, a lot of neighbors, family, friends, all of them paying their respects. It is a very difficult time. It's an emotional time for the family members. They're all heartbroken. And, right now, the emotions are soaring because the family right now has lost a loved one. They've wanted to spend some time together. They wanted to just ensure that, it is as a family that they can be together in a place which is an integral part of India safely. But unfortunately, the situation, of course, that unfolded there has left them in deep shock. And the family members, of course, right now, as you can see, are praying for better days. We just had the Chief Minister, the Governor of Karnataka, who was here. I'll just request if the family would want to comment at this point in time. Ma'am, it's an hour of grief. My condolences to you and your family members. It must have been a very hard situation for you being in Kashmir when the situation unfolded. If you could just take us through those moments, only if it is okay with you, because I understand what you're going through now.
We went there for vacation on the 18th, and Pahalgam was the last spot that we wanted to see. And we went up to Baisaran through the pony ride.
And on reaching there, we took all photographs. We were playing. We had our child with us. And we were looking at the scenery, trying out the Kashmiri costumes, everything. Suddenly, we heard a lot of shots. And that seemed like crackers initially. I thought they were just driving away maybe the birds or wild animals, but then they kept continuing and becoming louder. Then we realized within few seconds that this is not typical. It's an attack, and we started hiding behind those tents.
Yeah.
Those Kashmiri tents were there in the middle of the field. You know how Baisaran is, right? It's a large field, and we were there, right in the middle of it. Anywhere we tried to run, it's quite a far distance to the perimeter. So we hid behind the tent, and I saw a few terrorists coming from behind us. One of them, there were few tents like how we were hiding behind. One of them went to a tent probably 100 feet away. He kicked a person and shot him in the head. And he kept doing for two more people like that. I couldn't hear what he was saying. But then when he was nearing our tent, I could hear that he was saying, how could you enjoy your vacation like this when our children are suffering, when we are suffering? Haven't you seen the news? How could you just enjoy just like that? He spoke like that to a senior man like that. And then he shot him in the head. He shot like that only to one more person, and then he came to my husband. He did not even speak. He just shot.
Ma'am, I heard that, also Mr. Bharat requested that he has a 3-year-old child to,
He was
spare.
requesting, I have a child, please spare me. He just shot and left.
Well, I'm really sorry for what happened, ma'am. Let's hope that the governments really work towards ensuring security of all the citizens.
I hope they do. This is continuing. I don't know when this is going to stop.
Thank you for speaking to us, and condolences once again to the family. Well, that was the wife of Bharat Bhushan there speaking to NDTV, being very emotional. As we speak now, we can see PC Mohan, the BJP MP, and also BY Vijayendra, the BJP party president, making his way here, paying his respects to Bharat Bhushan, and also will be, of course, offering his condolences to the family as well. So these are live pictures that we are bringing.
Right, Deepak, we also have more breaking news coming in. This is based on specific intelligence, a joint operation which was launched alongside the police in Jammu and Kashmir in Basantgarh, a fierce battle. This was a gun battle that ensued and which has resulted in one of our brave hearts who sustained severe injuries, and finally he's come to those injuries. We have Vishnu joining us. Vishnu, this is very, very concerning. After yesterday's infiltration bid in Uri, now another operation that's taken place, and this time in the area that we are talking about, where this operation has taken place, is Udhampur.
Yeah, so this is south of the Pir Panjal range. What has taken place in terms of Pahalgam is north of the Pir Panjal. What this does indicate is that large parts of Jammu and Kashmir are now active in terms of terrorist, encounters. This is one which is an encounter directly between security forces and terrorists. It is taking place in the Udhampur area. Contact was established. There is a gunfight which is taking place. Unfortunately, one of the jawans of the either of the Indian Army or of the Jammu and Kashmir police who was injured in the initial exchange of fire has passed away, has been killed in action despite receiving the best medical efforts is what a tweet of the White Knight Corps, which is the 16th Corps which maintains the security south of the Pir Panjal range is concerned. So what we are seeing, and this is a matter of huge concern, is terrorist activity both north and south of the Pir Panjal. Remember, in the last couple of years, we've seen many more attacks in the Jammu, Udhampur, Rajouri area, and far fewer attacks in the north. But we've seen that horrific attack in Pahalgam. But that's in the north, in the north of the Pir Panjal range, in the valley region, the greater valley region, as it were. But now we are seeing further terrorist activity elsewhere. So there is a step up, no doubt, of terrorist activity in Jammu and Kashmir.
Right, of course, what's really concerning here is they're penetrating areas that are considered relatively safe. And of course, what is also concerning is perhaps the local support that they are relying on.
So we aren't aware of any local support per se. These are things which have to be very carefully looked at. In fact, I was briefed on this yesterday, and in terms of the number of terrorists operating in Jammu and Kashmir, there is an estimate that approximately 120 terrorists are there, of whom about 110 are Pakistani terrorists. So therefore, in terms of hardcore local terrorists, the number my sources indicate could be quite minimal. That said, what are the links between terrorists and places where they live or they stay, or whether they are forcing local people to provide them food and refuge? These are larger issues which need to be looked at. It's difficult to get an exact fix on any of this. All we can say is that these are terrorists. They are, and as we know for decades now, they are operating on the basis of what the Pakistani military, the ISI, their Pakistani handlers order. And this is to ensure that there's chaos in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. This is what we are fighting against.
Absolutely, Vishnu. Very, very trying times. Thank you so much for joining us with breaking news in regard to this joint operation that ensued, in which one of our brave hearts has died, another life that has been sacrificed. Let's just get you the latest, and this is in regard to a special train carrying tourists from Jammu and Kashmir that reached New Delhi railway station this morning. The train was pressed into action in order to cater to the rush of the outbound travellers. Do remember that the Jammu-Srinagar highway remains to be semi-blocked, partially blocked, only partially. It has been opened as of Wednesday. Let's just get you an account of the ordeal that the people have had to go through. My colleague Anushka joining us from the railway station, speaking to the victims of the tragedy that unfolded on Tuesday.
आपका नाम क्या है?
प्रियंका।
आप जम्मू कश्मीर घूमने के लिए गई थी?
हाँ, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर घूमने के लिए गए।
आपको अपनी ट्रिप कट शॉर्ट करनी पड़ी?
हाँ, नहीं, हमारी ट्रेन थी 20th की, बट ड्यू टू दैट लैंडस्लाइड हम लोग वापस नहीं जा पाए। हमें फिर वापस कश्मीर में स्टे करना पड़ा 3 दिन तक।
आपको पता चला था कि वहाँ पर अटैक्स हुए हैं, टेररिस्ट अटैक्स?
हाँ, वहाँ पे पता चला, इसीलिए तो हम लोग जल्दी निकल गए, नहीं तो हम लोग और 1-2 दिन स्टे करके ट्रेन से जाते हैं।
क्या कुछ अरेंजमेंट्स किए गए थे वहाँ पर?
अरेंजमेंट्स तो ऐसे कुछ नहीं किए गए थे, हमें खुद से होटल में स्टे करना पड़ा था। इवन वी वर कॉलिंग द पुलिस कि रोड्स ओपन हो रहे कि नहीं, बट कोई रोड्स कोई अपडेट नहीं था। हाँ, वो तो है, बट वो भी मिलने में, जैसे हम लोग कोलकाता से आए हैं, बट हमें दिल्ली यहाँ पे और 1 दिन स्टे करके वापस कोलकाता जाना पड़ेगा। और क्योंकि कोई ऑप्शन ही, ट्रेन सारे बुकड है, कोई ट्रेन्स नहीं मिल रहा है यहाँ से, या जम्मू से भी कोई ट्रेन्स नहीं है कोलकाता का, ऑल आर बुक्ड।
आपका नाम क्या है सर?
स्वप्निल।
आप कश्मीर घूमने गए थे?
कश्मीर घूमने गए थे 19 अप्रैल को। पहलगांव का प्लान था कल का, बट हमने सब कुछ कैंसिल करके रिटर्न आ गए।
ये स्पेशल ट्रेन के बारे में कैसे पता चला? क्या कुछ अरेंजमेंट की गई थी?
बेसिकली फ्लाइट बुक हुई थी श्रीनगर टू जम्मू। मैं IRCTC पे चेक कर रहा था कि कोई टिकट मिल जाए, तत्काल हो, कुछ भी हो। तो मुझे अचानक से स्पेशल ट्रेन दिख गई और उस पर टिकट अवेलेबल थी 3 टायर के।
प्राइसेस सही थे?
प्राइसेस सही थे, 1100-1200 समथिंग थे 3 टायर के, तो सब कुछ ठीक हुआ।
आपने कट शॉर्ट किया अपना ट्रिप, पूरी ट्रिप नहीं कर पाया?
नहीं, 1 दिन का नुकसान हुआ, और मेन बात पहलगांव ही था उस टाइम।
अभी आप क्या बताएंगे, किस तरीके का माहौल देखने को मिल रहा था?
माहौल तो ठीक है, श्रीनगर में तो ठीक है, आजू बाजू का मुझे पता नहीं, वहाँ के लोकल लोग सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, बट यही है कि कब क्या हो सकता है कहीं पता नहीं। अभी तो सुरक्षा बढ़ा दी गई है, आर्मी वाले हर जगह पे मिलेंगे, 200 मीटर पे। श्रीनगर में तो है सपोर्ट, बाकी इधर उधर का पता नहीं।
आपका क्या नाम है सर?
आदित्य।
आप भी जम्मू कश्मीर गए हुए थे?
मैं पहलगाम में नीचे में ही था। हाँ,
क्या कुछ बताएंगे आप पूरे इंसिडेंट के बारे में?
एक्चुअली जब फायरिंग ऊपर हुई, हम लोग नीचे जब पहुँचे ही थे, हॉर्स राइडिंग के लिए बुकिंग कर रहे थे, तब तक में पता चलता है कि सबसे बोलता है कि फायरिंग हो रही ऊपर में। हम लोग कैजुअली लेते हैं, पर देखते हैं कि सबका हाथ वाथ लगा रहता है, हाथ से खून निकल रहा है, पाँव से खून निकल रहा है। हम लोग पूछते हैं तो बोलते हैं वो लोग ऊपर से फायरिंग हो रही है। तो जितना जल्दी हो सकता उधर पे कम से कम 100 ट्रैवलर गाड़ी थी, इतना 5 मिनट के अंदर में पूरी गाड़ी गायब हुई है। गायब हुई, हम लोग निकले, उसके बाद वाया मूडर रोड, हम लोग सबसे पहले श्रीनगर आने, हम लोग जम्मू आने के लिए ट्राई किए। वाया मूडर रोड हम लोग आ रहे थे, मूडर रोड में लास्ट चेक पोस्ट में अटक गए हम लोग। अब उधर पे पूरा रात हम लोग गाड़ी में ही रुके, उठते नेट दे, फिर जल्दी निकलती, कल 8 बजे जम्मू पहुँचे, तब जाके ये ट्रेन मिली।
कितना कितना डर का माहौल, क्योंकि बहुत ज्यादा रहा होगा?
बहुत डर का माहौल था। उठते बाद रात में सीआरपीएफ वीआरपीएफ सब आया, सब जाति था, पूरा ये था, क्या बोलते, कर्फ्यू था।
आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम सुनीता जायसवाल है।
आप भी घूमने गई थी जम्मू कश्मीर?
हम लोग का फैमिली है, हम लोग सब कुछ साथ
आप
में।
भी उस वक्त वही थी जब पहलगाम में टेररिस्ट अटैक?
हम लोग गाड़ी में बैठे थे, मेरे जेंट्स लोग उतर के सब अपना ठीक कर रहा था, गाड़ी घोड़ा वोड़ा कर रहे थे ऊपर जाने के लिए, तभी खबर आया कि इस तरह से ऊपर में हो गया है, चलना निकलना है, बस निकलना है यहाँ से। बस हम लोग वहाँ से निकल गए। लेडीज लोग गाड़ी में बैठे थे, जेंट्स लोग बाहर थे।
इस तरीके का माहौल था, आपने किसी को?
खतरनाक माहौल था, बहुत खराब माहौल था। जितना जल्दी हो सके वहाँ से निकलो, बस यही हम लोग के में अंदर में यही बात चल रहा था, जितना जल्दी हो सके यहाँ से निकलो बस।
खुद से जो विक्टिम्स थे या जो गोली चला रहे थे उन लोगों को देखा?
हाँ,
जिन लोगों ने गोली चलाया वहाँ पर जो कुछ भी माहौल था, कि आपने खुद से देखा है?
नहीं, हम लोग उसको नहीं देखा, वो ऊपर में थे, हम लोग नीचे में थे। हम लोग नीचे थे इसीलिए बच गए।
We also have Padam Shri awardee Ghulam Rasool speaking to us here on NDTV. He's a Kashmiri artisan. He shares his views of the most painful moment that has unfolded in front of the eyes of the world. The world unites and stands with India. Let's speak to Ghulam Rasool. Sir, how does this impact tourism going forward? We had seen how normalcy had returned to Jammu and Kashmir, how tourism was flourishing, flights as well as hotels were booked out. How is this going to hit the livelihood of the people dependent on tourism?
जी मैडम, मेरे लिए ये ऐसे अल्फाज आसान कहना नहीं है, क्योंकि ये सानिया जो पहलगाम श्रीनगर में हुआ है, इसकी हालात बदतरीन सूरत के सामने पेश आया। हम इंसानियत सोज वाक़या है, इस पर जितना भी अफसोस किया जाए कम है। ये सारी दुनिया मीडिया के ज़रिए देख रहे हैं, वादी के ज़हीन जन मर्द नौजवान बच्चे बच्चियां आंसू आशिकबार है। क्यों न हो, वादी के सरकार के साथ साथ अवाम भी अलग अलग शोबे के, खुसूसन कश्मीर के आर्टिज़न दुकानदार, टैक्सी वाले, बोट वाले, ये सारे के सारे मुकम्मल इस्तकबाल में रहते हैं कि हमारे वादी में टूरिस्ट तशरीफ़ ला रहे हैं, तो इस तरह अपने अपने शोबे में रोज़गारी का आसान रास्ता बन जाए। इस पर हर तरफ की कोशिशें मेहनतें हो रही हैं, लेकिन अचानक किस बदनसीब और बदबख्त की नज़रें इस पर पड़ी जो चाह रहे हैं यहाँ की सहूलियत, यहाँ का सुकून बाकी ना रह जाए, तो ऐसे बदबख्त हरकतें किया जाता है, जिसके लिए बड़ी बातें सराहने की है। क्या अल्फाज से, किस अल्फाज से इस बात को आपके सामने हम पेश करें। हम बारहा हर हमेशा कोशिश करते हैं कि वादी पर पूरी नज़रें हैं, गवर्नमेंट भी देख रहा है, तो क्या वजह बार बार इस तरह का होना, ये बड़ी दुख की बात है, दुखन की बात है। ये कोई आसान बात नहीं है। मासूम नौजवान यहाँ टूरिज़्म के टूर, हनीमून के टूर पर आ रहे हैं, तो इनकी सारी राहतें होने के बावजूद इतनी बदतरीन हरकत कैसे हुई। तो इस पर बारहा हमारी तरफ से भी यही कोशिश है, हम तवज्जो देते हैं गवर्नमेंट को, वो इस चीज़ को बारहा देखते और पता करे ये कौन बदबख्त बदनसीब लोग थे जिन्होंने ऐसा सानिया यहाँ पर पेश किया। इनको फौरी तौर बेनकाब किया जाए और अवाम के सामने इनको पेश किया जाए, और उससे ये फ़ायदा कि जो ये गमज़दा लोग हैं जिनके ये बड़े सानिया से मुनवस हो गए, उनको भी राहत होगा।
राजनाथ सिंह ने बोला है सर कि जो लोग इस अटैक के पीछे हैं, जो मास्टरमाइंड हैं, जो कर्टन के पीछे जो छुपे लोग हैं, उनको भी ढूंढ निकालेंगे। आप ज़रा ये बताइए, जो हम डेवलपमेंट देख रहे हैं कश्मीर में, जैसे आपने बोला, चाहे हाउस बोट वाले लोग हैं जो जिनका लाइवलीहुड डिपेंडेंट है टूरिज़्म के ऊपर, उन पे सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट होने वाला है इसका। हम अभी सीज़न शुरू ही हुआ था, वी टॉकिंग अबाउट द स्प्रिंग सीजन दैट जस्ट स्टार्टेड। अभी समर सीजन होगा जिसमें बहुत सारे लोग डिपेंड करते हैं टूरिज्म के ऊपर। बहुत सारे लोगों ने अपना विजिट अब कैंसिल कर दिया है इस इंसिडेंट की वजह से। आप बताइए क्या चैलेंजेस हैं इन लोगों के लिए आगे जाके?
आगे जाके इनसे क्या चैलेंज करें, क्योंकि ये दिखता तो नहीं है। अगर दिखता होता तो अब तक ये सिलसिला बाकी ना होता। तो इसके लिए खुसूसी एजेंसियां काम करें कि पता चले कहाँ से आते, कौन है, कितना ज़ाहिर नुमा लोग ऐसे पीछे पड़े हैं जो हमेशा यहाँ पर सूरत हाल को बिगाड़ देते हैं। हालांकि यहाँ के तमाम शोबाकार, जो मैंने पहले भी अर्ज़ किया, इसी बुनियाद पर जी रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर हर तबका टूरिज़म पर ही है। कोई यहाँ पर इंडस्ट्रियल लेवल पर ऐसा काम नहीं है जिस पर सारी वादी का निज़ाम चलेगा। तो हर छोटे बड़े के लिए ये एक आसान रोज़गार रास्ता था, लेकिन इसी रोज़गार रास्ते को बार बार रुकावटें पैदा करना, इसके लिए हम क्या कह सकते हैं? ये बड़ी गमशुदा बात है, बड़ी गौर फिक्र करने की बात है। क्यों ऐसा हो रहा है? जब हम चारों तरफ घेरे हुए निगरानी में हैं, तो इस निगरानी के बावजूद भी ऐसे हालात पेश आए, इसको बड़ी सीरियस तरीके से देखना पड़ेगा। ये मेरी मानना है।
बिल्कुल, जब हम कहते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट अश्योर कर रही है कि वो एक्शन लेंगे, ऑलरेडी एक्शन उन्होंने अनाउंस करे हैं, 5 स्टेप जो वो लेने वाले हैं। इंडस वैली ट्रीटी जो सस्पेंड हो गई है, पाकिस्तानी नेशनल्स नाउ वीज़ा नहीं देने वाले, वो सारी वीज़ा कैंसिल कर रहे हैं। ऑल दी स्टेप्स दैट द इंडियन गवर्नमेंट इज़ टेकिंग, आपकी तरफ से कौन सा एक ऐसा स्टेप है इन ऑर्डर टू इंश्योर दैट सेफ्टी, calm and a sense of normalcy can finally return to J&K after this barbaric act? आपके हिसाब से कौन सा ऐसा एक एक्शन लेना चाहिए जिससे थोड़ा सुकून मिल सके लोगों को, थोड़ा सा सेंस ऑफ काम और नॉर्मलसी आ सके, एक सेंस ऑफ सेफ्टी वापस आ सके इन द एरिया?
अभी तक जैसे हम पर हर तरफ की निगरानी हो रहे हैं, बॉर्डर की भी निगरानी भी हो रहे हैं, वादी के हर चप्पा चप्पा पे निगरानी हो रही हैं, इसके बावजूद भी बार बार ऐसी चीज़ें सामने आना, इसमें ज़रूर कहीं न कहीं कोई कमी नज़र आ रही है। क्योंकि अवाम इसमें कुछ नहीं करेंगे, इसकी जिम्मेदारी ज़िम्मेदारों के ऊपर है जो इस जिम्मेदारी की निगरानी कर रहे हैं। बहरहाल वो खुद इस बात को सराह रहे हैं। वाकई कहीं न कहीं ये वाक़या पेश आया, इस पर हर मुमकिन चाहते हैं, राजनाथ जी भी फरमाया कि हम कोशिश करेंगे हमेशा, लेकिन होता क्यों, ये बहुत अफसोसजनक बात है। तो हम फिर से दरखास्त करेंगे, हर मुमकिन कोशिश करें, सबसे पहले इस बदबख्त तबका को पकड़ा जाए और आवाम के सामने पेश किया जाए, ताकि आइंदा पता चले ये कहाँ से दरपेश आ जाता है। नहीं तो कुछ देर बाद ये सिलसिला खामोश हो जाता है, फिर कुछ पता नहीं चलता है, आई बात गई, यहाँ तक फिर दूसरा कोई वाक़यात पेश आए। बड़ी सीरियस से हम मौजूदा हुकूमत से भी करते हैं, वो बड़ी सीरियत के साथ इस चीज़ को देखा जाए आखिर क्या बात है।
बिल्कुल, थैंक यू सो मच सर हमारे से बात करने के लिए। पद्मश्री अवॉर्डी गुलाम रसूल हमसे बात कर रहे हैं इन रिगार्ड टू सच अटैक्स शुड नेवर टेक प्लेस एवर अगेन एंड दीज टेररिस्ट नीड टू बी स्टॉप्ड इन देयर ट्रैक्स। वेल, दिस इज़ of course something that we will keep covering in regard to the action that the government will take as the world watches and the families look for justice. The nation demands action. We'll get you all the details. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company. powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal.
This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. India continues to mourn the deaths of 26 people in the Pahalgam terror attack, the people who got killed there. Mortal remains of those who got killed are reaching various states today. Remember, there were tourists from different parts of the country, different states. It's a day of pain and, of course, action. India has already launched a diplomatic offensive against Pakistan. There's also an all-party meeting that's all set to happen today evening to build that consensus. And all that is going to happen today. And I have my colleagues spread across the country getting you ball by ball details on what is happening. I have Masudhir joining us from Hyderabad. I have Ratnadeep Chaudhary joining us from Assam. We have Gurpreet Chinna joining us from Karnal. And I have Nazir Masoodi, who is joining us from the ground, from the site there in Jammu and Kashmir. And Deepak Bopanna joining us from Bengaluru. And we will get you all those details, but first let's take you through the headlines. Encounter in Jammu Kashmir, Sudhampur now, one Jawan has been killed in this encounter. Meanwhile, Pakistan government's official X account has been withheld in India. Government's new security plan for J&K tourist sites has been discussed. NDTV has accessed some exclusive details of this new blueprint. In fact, it's a two-pronged security architecture that will be put in place. Exclusive details of this plan only with NDTV. Crucial meetings on Indus Water Treaty today expected. Water Ministry, Jal Shakti Ministry could be holding crucial meetings today on the Indus Water Treaty. Remember, the IWT has been put on hold. It has been suspended as part of the diplomatic offensive that India has against Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack. Jammu and Kashmir tourists return through a special train. Returnees recount the horrifying ordeal that they went through. We also have a ground report on NDTV. Tourism has been hit badly in J&K after the terror attack in Pahalgam. Tourist hotspot Dal Lake is totally deserted today. Kashmir's tourism economy takes a major hit.
in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, an encounter between security forces and a group of militants has now begun near Basantgarh in Jammu Kashmir's Udhampur district. This happened today morning, 2 days after a militant attack on tourists in South Kashmir's Pahalgam. One soldier has been killed is what we understand from reports. This is also what the Indian Army has said. The Udhampur encounter began soon after security forces established contact with militants, and this was during a search operation that has been underway for the last few days. Sources have also said that searches were launched following intelligence and information that was gathered about the presence of militants in this area. Now, the search parties have reached the place and militants have opened fire, and that led to this encounter. Fresh encounter in J&K now. Encounter in Udhampur. One Jawan has been killed. That's what Army has confirmed. Based on specific intelligence, a joint operation with Jammu Kashmir Police was launched today in Basantgarh. Udhampur contact was established and a fierce firefight ensued. One of our brave hearts sustained grievous injuries in the initial exchange and later succumbed despite best medical efforts. This is what the Army has said. Operations remain ongoing. Remember, this comes 2 days after the horrific, most brutal attack on tourists in Pahalgam. 26 people died in that attack. In fact, mortal remains are just on their way to home states today of the tourists, and India has already taken several measures as part of its diplomatic offensive against Pakistan. But today, the news, what we are able to report to you is that an encounter between security forces and a group of militants began in Basantgarh in Udhampur district of J&K. This happened today morning, and this is just 2 days after the Pahalgam terror attack. What we know so far is that one soldier has been killed in this gunfight with terrorists. Indian Army has confirmed this. Udhampur encounter began soon after security forces established contact. My colleague Nazir joins us with more details on this. Nazir, what do we know so far on this Udhampur encounter?
Well, this operation is underway, but Army has suffered one casualty. One soldier has been killed in action in the initial shootout, which is a place called Basantgarh. This place has witnessed multiple encounters in last 1 year. It is in Udhampur. Udhampur is adjacent to Jammu district and the Riyasi district. So that way it makes much more challenging because all this, and Basantgarh is a tri-junction. On one hand, it can connect the Doda areas and Kutwa also. So in that way, this has been always a challenging spot, a challenging area for the security forces. And today, as Army launched the operation, they came under heavy firing, in which one Army soldier has lost his life. Most of the times we have seen in the past, whenever there was such attack, these militants who appear to be, well-trained in jungle warfare have managed to escape, and this time it's not clear if any of the attacker is holed up in the area where Army is there, or they have managed to escape after the attack. This has become the biggest challenge since this, attack has come just days after the massacre in Pahalgam. Now we see this major encounter in Basantgarh, Udhampur, which can explain the spread of militancy in Jammu and Kashmir like never before. J&K has not seen militancy from south of Pir Panjal to the north and from Kutwa to Pahalgam before, like this before. So it has become a huge security challenge. That is why you saw yesterday Government of India took a decision and decided to suspend Indus Water Treaty and ask Pakistan to irrevocably end terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. So we have been seeing there are tough measures taken by the Government of India, but on the ground we see security forces are engaged in this encounter, but one Army soldier has been killed in action in this encounter so far.
Well, Nazir, we also understand that this is the third encounter since third kind of operation that's happening after Pahalgam terror attack. There was also one in Kulgam, and also there was an attempt to stop an infiltration bid in Uri. Tell us, what are the troops doing at a time like this in the valley? Because this is also clearly one of those challenging times, because agencies have to work in close coordination, intelligence gaps have to be identified. At the same time, infiltrators have to be stopped.
Well, both counter-infiltration and counter-militancy grid is in place. So nothing new to be done. Only thing is that Pakistan has tried to push more militants, keep the pot boiling, and also push the militants who are trained in the jungle warfare. For the last few years, security forces are dealing with that kind of, militancy in Jammu and Kashmir. Earlier, it used to be the local militants who were not trained; they were just ragtag militants, just picking up gun, and in few days or a few months they would get killed. But these type of militants who have been trained, and some of them are said to be veterans, so even Afghan veterans also, they have been pushed into Jammu and Kashmir. They are causing the bigger challenge for the security agencies. Right. And that is why you see encounter attack after attack in Jammu and Kashmir. So security force, it will take a time before the security force factor in how to deal with this and curb this new trend of militants.
Thank you so much, Nazir. My colleague Nazir there reporting on the fresh encounter that was witnessed in Udhampur today. One army personnel has died in this, unfortunately. But remember, these are ongoing operations. We'll get you those details as the story evolves. Moving on to some more ground stories from J&K. Kashmir's strikingly beautiful mountains, valleys and gardens had drawn record tourist arrivals stemming from 5 years of relative safety in the last several months. But all of that now faces the danger of being stalled with a recent terror attack in Pahalgam. What we saw in the last 2 days, tourists fleeing Jammu Kashmir. In fact, no tourists are there at Srinagar hotspots today. My colleague Shivarur is in Srinagar. He's in Kashmir today and he will be getting us ground details. What we see is popular Dal Lake has also been deserted and there are these houseboats that are empty now. And it looks like the peak tourism season of J&K that attracts several tourists across the country. In fact, also foreign tourists has been disrupted now. And it looks like hope for tourism is fading in this valley, even as its tourism economy wobbles. Here's a report.
An endless lineup of empty houseboats, no customers, no tourists, because they've all completely left Srinagar. They've left Kashmir, and who can really blame them? Ashwini Mehra and I arrived here in Srinagar, the capital of Jammu and Kashmir, on a virtually empty aircraft, and that's become completely a norm right now. When we arrived here at the Dal Lake a little earlier, scores of tourists who'd come here just to get a last glimpse of the lake, many of them are actually leaving now. But what you see here on the lake itself, perhaps the most iconic symbol of Srinagar itself, is this. All of these houseboats had people in them yesterday and the day before. All of these houseboats had customers who were bringing in money for Kashmir's fragile economy. The Dal Lake itself is a nerve center for what Kashmir has really been all about, as it has opened up after the abrogation of Article 370. And now this becomes that representative image. Not a houseboat, not a shikara with smiling faces from different parts of the country, but completely empty and forlorn and just sitting there on the lake. With Ashwini Mehra in Srinagar, Shivarur for NDTV 24/7.
Well, NDTV has also exclusively accessed details of a security plan for tourist sites in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, the Home Ministry's two-pronged security approach includes regulating entry to lesser-known tourist sites and increasing the security blanket for popular sites. The state authorities have been tasked with identifying sites for appropriate security measures. Remember, a lot of these steps have been taken after Home Minister Amit Shah's meeting with local authorities yesterday, and a plan has now been put in place to ensure that the tourist sites, not just the super popular ones, but also the ones that are less popular, get adequate security. And this is also being done because it's been noted that the Pahalgam meadow, which is where the terror attack happened, did not have security personnel. In fact, that is also being seen as one of the reasons why this gruesome terror attack took place, and the scale of the terror attack also intensified, with 26 people getting killed in one episode. Well, as part of this diplomatic offensive that India has launched against Pakistan, today, Pakistan government's X account has once again been withheld in India. 26 innocent people have been murdered, and remember, Pakistan government's official X account has been withheld in India now, and this is not the first time this happened earlier as well. But of course, these accounts also resume operations, but this is also one of those times where India has taken a stern action and it has withheld Pakistan government's official Twitter account, X account in fact, and this is after Indus Water Treaty was suspended yesterday. Government is looking at taking measures to reduce all engagement with Pakistan, including on tech and social media platforms. My colleague Aishwarya joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, this is also one way of the government sending out this message that it wants to bring down all engagement, be it diplomatic engagement or civilian engagement with Pakistan. It's not just about cricket and movies anymore. All Pakistani nationals have been asked to leave the country within 48 hours. The Indus Water Treaty that has survived several fissures and tensions between the two countries is also suspended now. And now the latest that we see is tech platforms. Official accounts are being withheld. Tell us, how do you see this?
Well, till now it was government's policy that terror and talks can't go together, and that's where we have seen Indian government isolating Pakistan on many fronts, be it the movies or the sports or any other sector. Because of the recent terror activity in Pahalgam, now Indian government have taken firm decisions, including now withholding the official government of Pakistan account on X. Remember, as you rightly mentioned, this is not the first time. In 2022, it was twice when the government of Pakistan Twitter account was withheld. In 2023, it was again government of India had taken a decision and wrote to social media platform X to withhold their social media account in India, and now today as well. And the reasoning earlier was given by the government of India for withholding their social media accounts is that they had published certain stories and they misspread the information as far as Indian government is concerned. The data that they released at that point of time was absolutely fake, and therefore the reason perhaps the government of India had taken firm decision. Another step that government of India has taken today to isolate them, to corner them, and to not engage with them at any front, be it the decisions that have taken by the government of India during the CCS yesterday regarding the Indus Water Treaty withheld, or Atari border being closed, or Pakistani visas be cancelled. Another major decision as far as technology, digitally cornering Pakistan to have no engagements with them is the government of Pakistan social media account being withheld from today onwards in India.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. Important action taken by X platform today. In fact, Pakistan's official Twitter account, X account, has been withheld in India, and this is after India's diplomatic offensive against Pakistan that was announced yesterday after India lost 26 innocent lives in the Pahalgam attack. Now, chief ministers across the country have condemned this brutal attack on tourists that took place in Pahalgam. In fact, today is a day of pain. Mortal remains of many of these tourists have been sent to their home states, to their families, and our reporters are there everywhere bringing you those details. And several countries, several international delegates, several chief ministers of India have also extended support to the grieving families, ensuring that there is proper facilitation of the bodies getting back to their family members, to their loved ones. Chief ministers cutting across party lines have stepped up and urged Prime Minister Modi to deliver a strong response to this attack. In fact, there's an all-party meeting that's all scheduled to happen today evening. But Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has reiterated what he said yesterday. He has in fact said that the attack that he thinks was an intelligence failure of the centre. He has in fact also blamed the centre for this.
न केवल देश ने बल्कि दुनिया के हर सभ्य समाज ने इस घटना की निंदा की है। ये घटना बताती है कि आतंकवाद अब अपनी अंतिम श्वास ले रहा है। निर्दोष पर्यटकों पर हमला जाति और धर्म पूछ करके बहन बेटियों के सामने उनके सिंदूर को उजाड़ा जाए, यह कोई सभ्य समाज स्वीकार नहीं कर सकता और खास तौर पर भारत के अंदर यह कतई स्वीकार्य नहीं है। भारत सरकार की आतंकवाद और उग्रवाद के प्रति जीरो टॉलरेंस की जो नीति रही है, वह प्रभावी ढंग से आतंकवाद का नेस्तनाबूद करेगी। और आपने देखा होगा कल इसकी शुरुआत, इसके ताबूत पर अंतिम कील ठोकने की शुरुआत हो चुकी है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की अध्यक्षता में सीसीएस की बैठक में जो निर्णय लिए गए हैं, आदरणीय गृह मंत्री जी ने स्वयं उन क्षेत्रों का दौरा किया और आगे की रणनीति के साथ ही आतंकवाद और उग्रवाद के खात्मे की एक नई पहल के लिए अब पूरा भारत आगे बढ़ा है।
ये घटना बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। और ये जिस तरह की कायरता की है, निश्चित रूप से ऐसे लोगों को सजा मिलेगी। इन्होंने जिस तरह की एक घिनौनी घटना की है, पूरा देश उसकी निंदा कर रहा है। मैं कह सकता हूं कि इस घटना से जितना क्षोभ है, दुख है, एक एक खून के कतरे का हिसाब लिया जाएगा।
ನೋಡಿ ಅಮಾಯಕ ಜನರು ಪಾಪ ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಆಡೋ ಹಗಲೇ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಮಗು ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ, ಶೂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೇಯ ಕೃತ್ಯ।
एक हत्याकांड हुआ, नरक कांड हुआ। हमारा ओडिशा की बालेश्वर जिला की रेमुणा के अंतर्गत प्रशांत सतपथी उसमें उसी दिन में उसी जगह में थे और उनको भी हमला होने के बाद उनका गोली कांड हुआ और उनका देहांत हुआ। और अत्यंत जो कांड हुआ इसमें से मैं निश्चित रूप से गंभीर शोक व्यक्त करता हूं। उनका पत्नी और एक बेटा भी उसी पास में थे और आज उनके घर आते हुए जैसे परिस्थिति हुआ मैं उसको शांत दिया। सरकार तरफ से निश्चित रूप से परिवार को सहायता देने के लिए सरकार खड़ा है।
पिछले समय भी जब भी पाकिस्तान की तरफ से अटैक हुआ उसका करारा जवाब हमारे देश की तरफ से हुआ, लेकिन फिर भी पाकिस्तान बाज नहीं आया और दुस्साहस किया है। तो निश्चित रूप से उसका खामियाजा पाकिस्तान को भुगतना पड़ेगा। कल जिस तरह से सीसीएस की मीटिंग में निर्णय लिया गया है, ये पाकिस्तान के लिए करारा तमाचा है और इसको सबक सिखा के रहेगा हमारा देश।
Now, as part of India's strong response to the Pahalgam terror attack, India has now shut down the Attari-Wagah border effective immediately, and visas under the SARC scheme have also been suspended for Pakistani nationals. Now, the Indian government has also issued an ultimatum to Pakistanis in India to leave the country within 48 hours, proving yet again that India's zero-tolerance policy is what the government is committed to. And this is against terrorism and also to counter infiltration efforts and also stall cross-border terrorism.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में देश की सरकार ने सीमा पार स्ट्राइक करके इस बात का स्पष्ट संदेश पूरे विश्व को दिया था कि भारत भूमि के विरुद्ध होने वाली कोई भी गतिविधि, चाहे वो भारत में हो रही है या भारत की भूमि से बाहर किसी देश के धरती से हो रही है, उसको अब भारत न स्वीकार करेगा न बर्दाश्त करेगा और उसका ठीक प्रत्युत्तर देगा। और कैबिनेट की सुरक्षा समिति की बैठक में जो निर्णय लिया गया है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की अध्यक्षता में, वो अपने आप में एक अत्यंत कड़ा संदेश है। 1960 के बाद में जो भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच में जो सिंधु घाटी नदी जल समझौता था, जो 2 युद्ध प्रत्यक्ष 65 और 71 का, दोनों युद्ध के बावजूद भी, करगिल के युद्ध के बावजूद भी और लगातार इतनी बड़ी घटनाओं के होने के बावजूद भी हमेशा हमने उसका सम्मान किया था। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा यह संकल्प कि अब रक्त और पानी दोनों साथ नहीं बहेगा। मैं ये मानता हूं कि पाकिस्तान के लिए सबसे कड़ा संदेश है और निश्चित ही इसके चलते हुए पाकिस्तान की आर्थिक रूप से कमर जो है वो टूटने वाली है।
Right now we are showing all these visuals. A few minutes back we have seen the former Chief Minister of Haryana, ML Khattar, along with the other people, BJP leaders. They had just come here. They have also reached, and even the family members, they had already registered their sentiments to the Union Minister, saying that this is the right time to take a revenge from Pakistan. We have seen very clearly the former Chief Minister of Haryana, ML Khattar. He has already explained the way they had already taken a lot of decisions, like they have already scrapped this Indus treaty along with the Wagah Atari border has already been shut down. He says a very clear-cut message has already been given to Pakistan, and at this point of time we have seen the emotions are very, very high, and the Navy officers, family members, they are expecting the government will take very, very strict action against those who are involved in this terrorist attack, in which we have seen the Navy officer has already lost his life. So as of now, we have seen the sentiments are very high, and yesterday we have seen with the full military guard and military honor has been given while holding that cremation, and we have seen the Chief Minister of Haryana, the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, as well as the former Deputy Chief Minister Dushyant Chautala, they had also come here to just share their grief at this point of time. So if we can talk about the family side, the family has been demanding justice in this case, and they say the way their son was being killed by these terrorists, there is a need to teach them a lesson, and we are expecting, and they have already appealed to the central government, immediately action should be taken against them, those who are involved in this terrorist attack. Back to studio.
Well, what we understand is that India's water minister, C.R. Patil, could be holding meetings later in the day to discuss the next course of action after the Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan stands suspended now after the announcement by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri yesterday. Now, senior officials from different ministries, including MEA, could be expected to be part of this meeting, which is likely to take place in the evening. It is a bold move, and India has initiated this. In fact, India has suspended the Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan. This is a treaty that was signed between the heads of state then, Jawaharlal Nehru and Ayub Khan, in 1960, and it is a treaty that looks at sharing of waters between 6 rivers between India and Pakistan, and this action has been taken by India following the Pahalgam terror attack in which 26 innocent lives were lost. Now, the suspension move was approved by the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting that was led by the Prime Minister, and this is a treaty that has survived several fissures, but now this has been suspended because India wants to send out this message of no compromise on terror. In fact, this treaty is extremely crucial for Pakistan as the country relies heavily on it for agricultural purposes. In fact, the Indus River is what supplies water to major hydropower projects in Pakistan and also to major cities including Karachi and Lahore. The suspension of this agreement could potentially cripple Pakistan's economy, which is already struggling, and there's also a civil unrest that's going on in this country. My colleague Aishwarya joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, how is the country, how is India looking at implementing the Indus Water Treaty? Because what I understand from my own sources is that the implementation could be challenging. Yes, of course, it's a very important diplomatic move. It's a very strong decision, but we don't really have the dams and reservoirs, till now. And there's also, a fear of our cities getting inundated. So clearly, things will move at a pace which is more calibrated. What can we expect from officials today? What kind of meetings are they looking at?
Well, it's a good and welcome decision that's being mentioned by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil while departing from Surat, Gujarat to national capital, where he will be holding several rounds of meeting today later at the ministry with the officials of the Jal Shakti Ministry and also some of the officials from MEA who will be part of it. And certainly they will be taking decisions to how to execute the decision that has been taken by the government. As many has said that it will break the backbone of Pakistan, the Pakistani economy, who is already in a dust now. Certainly after this decision taken by India would not be surviving anymore. But it is crucial to see what the provisions of Indus Water Treaty was. Of course, the eastern rivers, India can use it unrestricted, but the western rivers that flows, 3 rivers that goes to Pakistan, now that would be cancelled as well. Important steps to be taken is, of course, the canals that were closed down, that would be now, the ministry work would be to get them functioning so that the water could be diverted from these 3 rivers which are flowing towards the Pakistan, and also how there are more reservoirs that need to be again put in a working condition. It has been stopped since then. It was a long, demand of many of those during the Pulwama attack as well, but that time this decision was not taken. But the government is working towards this, as the decision has been taken by the Prime Minister yesterday in the CCS, and also it would be now implementation that will come onto the grounds. Of course, as I said, C.R. Patil, Jal Shakti Minister, who departed from Surat 2 hours back, would be reaching to the national capital, and in a later half they would be doing several rounds of meeting with the officials to how to execute this entire decision that has been taken by the government of India.
Right. Also, Aishwarya, one more question to you. What is expected with respect to the all-party meeting that is expected today evening? Tell us, what does the government want from opposition parties? Is there also a sense that there needs to be consensus that needs to be built with the country trying to launch this diplomatic offensive against Pakistan?
Well, Vasudha, as we know, it is, of course, Mallikarjun Kharge to Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, who had spoken to Home Minister Amit Shah, and in their statements as well, we can see that how Kharge ji has written to Amit Shah that it should be the entire opposition that should be taken into consideration. They should be briefed about the decisions being made by the government of India. And yesterday after the CCS, the sources have told us that Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh and Kiran Rijiju had been given responsibility to speak to the political parties across the country, and the political parties with 5 or more MPs in the parliament would be invited. Their floor leaders would be invited to come to all-party meeting, which is scheduled at 6 p.m. today inside the parliament. It would be Rajnath Singh who would be chairing this meeting and would be communicating about these decisions being made by the government of India to all the political parties. The suggestions and the discussions would be taken from these political parties as well as to how Indian government should go ahead with to corner Pakistan in the upcoming days. As many of the political parties have already mentioned that they are together and standing by the government of India at this point of time when India and Jammu and Kashmir is under attack, and all sort of possible help will be granted to the government of India. It is something that had been welcomed by several of the key cabinet ministers of the government as well. In the evening at 6 p.m. it would be in Parliament that all-party meeting will be called and Rajnath Singh would be chairing. Of course, JDU is one party who had communicated that because it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who would be in Bihar, all the MPs are there for this particular program, so they will not be available for the all-party meeting, but they had extended their support. Whatever decision government of India will take, they will be with the government. So clearly all eyes would be on that particular meeting as to what comes out from that all-party meeting, but it is basically the communication of the decisions that being made by the CCS to all political parties.
Well, it's a day of several meetings today. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. Moving on, in a swift and unprecedented move, what we saw yesterday, India has calibrated its diplomatic response towards Pakistan in the aftermath of this devastating terrorist attack in Pahalgam that left 26 people dead, tourists dead. In fact, the attack, which is being described as the deadliest on civilians in Jammu and Kashmir since 26/11, had triggered an emergency meeting of the CCS, which was led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri then briefed media, and in fact his briefing underscored the cross-border linkages of the assault, implicitly pointing at Pakistani involvement. Now, that is something that has been reinforced by India's decision to invoke far-reaching consequences. Now, this includes a decision to place Indus Water Treaty in abeyance, is what they've said, which means that it is suspended. This is a major diplomatic lever that India has historically wielded with restraint, but now it has gone ahead with it. India has also expelled Pakistani defense advisors, cancelled all visas, and scaled back diplomatic staff. And this signals a comprehensive downgrade in bilateral engagement. Now, the Pahalgam attack comes at a politically sensitive time following the successful conclusion of local elections in Jammu and Kashmir, and it's an event that India sees as a marker of normalcy in Jammu and Kashmir. Joining me now is Farooq Wani, who is editor and columnist of Brighter Kashmir. Thank you, Mr. Wani, for joining us. Sir, I know that this is a very difficult time for everybody in this country, and the timing of this arrest has even made it far more challenging because elections just got over in J&K and there's a new elected government in place. And then this attack that happened on tourists. How do you see this? Because this clearly also means that locals will have to undergo a lot of suffering. There could be some economic setback as well. And of course, when fear and suspicion enter into society, there are other consequences as well. As somebody who is from Kashmir, how do you see this? Mr. Wani, if you can hear me. Okay, we'll try connecting with Farooq Wani in just a bit. But the important question is, how does the downgrading of diplomatic missions, expulsion of defense advisors, what does all of this signify in the context of bilateral India-Pakistan relations? And how is India going to leverage this international support, solidarity that it is getting from several leaders, global leaders? And how is that going to shape India's broader counter-terrorism and foreign policy goals? That also remains an important question. And remember that Mr. Misri also made a reference to the Howard Rana's extradition yesterday, and it was suggested there is a lot of indication that India is evolving its approach to transnational justice and also ensuring accountability in terrorism cases. But what is going to be India's approach when it comes to the Pahalgam terror attack? It remains to be seen. We saw a trailer yesterday, and India's decision to suspend Indus Water Treaty also reflects in some ways a shift in its strategic position towards Pakistan. We move on to some breaking news now. What we understand and gather right now is that there are protests happening outside the Pakistan High Commission. In fact, these protests are over the attack that took place in Pahalgam, which led to the killings of 26 tourists who had come to Pahalgam just to holiday with their families, and these protests are taking place outside the Pakistan High Commission now. We are just getting you the visuals in just a bit. Protests erupting outside Pakistan High Commission, and remember that the country has been very angry with what happened in Pahalgam. Tourists, innocent men, innocent children, innocent women suffering at the hands of terrorists who are still to be caught while operations are on. In fact, the administration has also sent out a very clear message, launching a diplomatic offensive against Pakistan, holding successive meetings, reviewing the security situation in several parts of the country, specifically in J&K. In fact, a security protocol has also been put in place, and security has been beefed up in several tourist spots across the country. Look at the visuals there, you can see them, and these are the visuals of the protests that are happening outside Pakistan High Commission, and these protests are over the brutal attack on tourists in Pahalgam in South Kashmir that happened just 2 days ago. In fact, today is a somber day because the mortal remains of Those who died are just on their way back homes. My colleague Ishika joins us with more details on this. She is at the site of the protest. Ishika, tell us, who are these protesters? And I know that the country is very upset, it's very angry. What do they want? What are they demanding from the Pakistan High Commissioner?
Well, in fact, Vasudha, as you rightly mentioned, there is a lot of anger among the people here, among the residents here in, in different parts of the country. And that is what we are seeing now on the street. You can see how, in fact, people have climbed on the barricades as well. And in fact, they are asking, the Indian government to take stringent action against Pakistan on the very cowardly attack that it has done. If we talk about in Kashmir. So these are the people who have gathered here. They are certainly from a forum, but they say that in fact they represent the voice of anger from the people across India, and they are demanding that Pakistan should be punished, and should be punished very strictly by the government of India this time. Now remember that today, in fact, the security also, if we talk at the Pakistan High Commission, has in fact been decreased, and now in fact we are seeing that people saying that they will continue to carry out protests till and until Pakistan is taught a lesson. Over to you.
Ishika, also tell us a little bit about how people are looking at the politics of this, because it's very interesting, and in some ways it's quite welcoming that political parties have all come together saying that India is united in its fight against terror. So do you also see that sense amongst protesters that they don't want any politics in India's response, and they want everybody to speak in one voice?
Well, Vasudha, so far, the protesters that we have spoken to, they say, that this is regarding our nation. And especially, when it has become almost clear that, it was Pakistan who was behind this cowardly attack in Kashmir. And this is not the first time that this has happened. So certainly, it's no time for politics, but rather actions, and that to action against Pakistan, stringent action, that it learns its lesson. And certainly, people are viewing it in a positive light that this time, all the political parties have come together on this issue. Over to you.
Right. Thank you, Ishika, for joining us with those details. As political parties unite in grief, speak in one voice, saying that there needs to be accountability for this cross-border terrorism that we have witnessed in the last few days, something that has intensified, something that has become evident with the Pahalgam terror attack, Pakistan's role in it. Now, Congress's working committee has met today. Congress top leaders have huddled. In fact, this is after the Pahalgam attack, and top leaders, the Gandhis, are there, of course, and you can also see in those visuals top leaders of the Congress leadership there meeting today, and the CWC meeting that took place of the Congress party. My colleague Sunil Prabhu, who tracks the Congress for us, joins us now. Sunil, tell us what is the agenda of the Congress CWC today, because there's also an all-party meeting today. Is the Congress also trying to refine its approach towards its view towards terror?
Well, I think there are no two words on the, how they look at terror. I think the Congress party, one of the first statements was no less than the chairperson of the Congress Parliamentary Party, Sonia Gandhi, and the Congress president yesterday also spoke. Very categorical statement saying that this is not the time for partisan behavior. We stand by the government. Whatever the government decides, we will give full support. It's in that context that they've asked the Prime Minister and the government, both the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, as well as the Congress president, spoke to the Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah. Immediately after the Cabinet Committee on Security, it was informed that there will be an all-party meeting, and all political leaders, Rajnath Singh, as well as Mr. Amit Shah, have been working on the phones to call political leaders to be present at this evening's all-party meeting to send a message that India is united. Having said that, there will definitely be questions to be asked about the intelligence failure, the lack of, the time in terms of response system, how you will get after the perpetrators of, this heinous crime, and what are the lessons to be learned. There will definitely be, and as you saw, the emotions are running high in the country. There has already been a response from the Cabinet Committee on Security. The Indian government has already suspended the Indus Treaty, which has been something that has really not been touched even after 3 wars with Pakistan and the terror attacks post 26/11, or for that matter, Parliament attack. But now the Indian government acting in terms of a diplomatic offensive against Pakistan to try to isolate it across the world and to send that message loud and clear. But definitely within the government, since Jammu and Kashmir is a union territory, questions will be asked of what were the measures that were taken by the Home Ministry in ensuring that the tourists who lost their lives, why weren't certain safeguards being taken? Because there were a number of boxes which needed to be ticked. For example, the US Vice President was here. There had been a backdrop in terms of when President Clinton came the last time around, when there was this massacre of people. So it's in this context that there will definitely be questions asked at the all-party meeting. But I think they want to send a message loud and clear that they stand by the government of India at this time and will support it in whatever decision it takes in the best interest to ensure those who are responsible are brought to justice.
Right. Thank you, Sunil Prabhu, for joining us with those details. India's main opposition party, the Congress party, held a CWC meeting today. It was an emergency CWC meeting after Rahul Gandhi, Congress MP, cut short his visit to the United States of America in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack. In fact, Congress leadership met today to refine their approach, their response to the BJP and the government's response to Pakistan. And like Sunil was also reporting, the party wants to project itself as completely united when it comes to the government's response, or when it comes to the country's response to terror. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, right, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop.
only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal.
This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and center, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you.
देव का स्मरण करते हुए उन सबको श्रद्धांजलि देंगे। उसके बाद मैं आज अपनी बात प्रारंभ करूंगा। शांति शांति शांति। बिहार के राज्यपाल आरिफ मोहम्मद खान जी, यहां के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री मेरे मित्र श्रीमान नीतीश कुमार जी, मंच पर उपस्थित अन्य सभी वरिष्ठ महानुभाव और बिहार के मेरे प्यारे भाई और बहनों, आज पंचायती राज दिवस के मौके पर पूरा देश मिथिला से जुड़ा है, बिहार से जुड़ा है। आज यहां देश के, बिहार के विकास से जुड़े हजारों करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट का शिलान्यास और लोकार्पण हुआ है। बिजली, रेल, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के इन विभिन्न कार्यों से बिहार में रोजगार के नए मौके बनेंगे। आज राष्ट्र कवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर जी की पुण्यतिथि भी है। मैं उन्हें विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। साथियों, बिहार वो धरती है जहां से पूज्य बापू ने सत्याग्रह के मंत्र का विस्तार किया था। पूज्य बापू का दृढ़ विश्वास था कि जब तक भारत के गांव मजबूत नहीं होंगे, तब तक भारत का तेज विकास नहीं हो पाएगा। देश में पंचायती राज की परिकल्पना के पीछे यही भावना है। बीते दशक में पंचायतों को सशक्त करने के लिए एक के बाद एक कदम उठाए गए। टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से भी पंचायतों को मजबूत किया गया। बीते दशक में 2 लाख से ज्यादा ग्राम पंचायतों को इंटरनेट से जोड़ा गया है। 5.5 लाख से ज्यादा कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर्स गांवों में बने। पंचायतों के डिजिटल होने से एक और फायदा हुआ है। जीवन मृत्यु प्रमाण पत्र, भूमि धारण प्रमाण पत्र, ऐसे कई दस्तावेज आसानी से प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। आजादी के अनेक दशकों बाद जहां देश को संसद की नई इमारत मिली, वहीं देश में 30,000 नए पंचायत भवन भी बनाए गए। पंचायतों को पर्याप्त फंड मिले, ये भी सरकार की प्राथमिकता रही है। बीते 10 साल में 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा का फंड पंचायतों को मिला है। ये सारा पैसा गांव के विकास में लगा है। साथियों, ग्राम पंचायतों की एक और बड़ी समस्या भूमि विवाद से जुड़ी रही है। कौन सी जमीन आबादी की है, कौन सी खेती की है, पंचायत की जमीन कौन सी है, सरकारी जमीन कौन सी है, और इन सारे विषयों पर अक्सर विवाद रहता था। इसके समाधान के लिए जमीनों का डिजिटलीकरण किया जा रहा है। जमीनों के रिकॉर्ड का डिजिटलीकरण से अनावश्यक विवादों को सुलझाने में मदद मिली है। साथियों, हमने देखा है कि पंचायतों ने कैसे सामाजिक भागीदारी को सशक्त किया। बिहार देश का पहला राज्य था जहां महिलाओं को इनमें 50% आरक्षण की सुविधा दी गई, और इसलिए मैं नीतीश जी का अभिनंदन करता हूं। आज बहुत बड़ी संख्या में गरीब, दलित, महादलित, पिछड़े, अति पिछड़े समाज की बहन बेटियां बिहार में जनप्रतिनिधि बनकर सेवाएं दे रही है, और यही सच्चा सामाजिक न्याय है। यही सच्ची सामाजिक भागीदारी है। लोकतंत्र ज्यादा से ज्यादा भागीदारी से ही समृद्ध होता है, सशक्त होता है। इसी सोच के साथ लोकसभा और विधानसभा में महिलाओं के लिए 33% आरक्षण का कानून भी बनाया गया है। इसका लाभ देश के हर राज्य की महिलाओं को होगा। हमारी बहन बेटियों को ज्यादा प्रतिनिधित्व मिलेगा। साथियों, देश में महिलाओं की आय बढ़ाने के लिए रोजगार, स्वरोजगार के नए अवसर बनाने के लिए सरकार मिशन मोड में काम कर रही है। बिहार में चल रहे जीविका दीदी इस कार्यक्रम से अनेक बहनों का जीवन बदला है। आज ही यहां बिहार की बहनों के स्वयं सहायता समूहों को करीब 1000 करोड़ रुपए की मदद दी गई है। इससे बहनों के आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण को और बल मिलेगा। ये देश में 3 करोड़ लखपति दीदी बनाने के लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति में और सहयोगी बनेगा। साथियों, बीते दशक में ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था को नई गति मिली है। गांवों में गरीबों के घर बने, सड़कें बनी, पक्के रास्ते बने हैं, गांवों में गैस कनेक्शन पहुंचे, पानी के कनेक्शन पहुंचे, शौचालय बने हैं। ऐसे हर काम से गांव में लाखों करोड़ रुपए पहुंचे हैं। रोजगार के नए अवसर भी बने हैं। मजदूर से लेकर किसान और गाड़ी वाले से लेकर दुकानदार तक सबको कमाई के नए मौके मिले। इससे उस समाज को सबसे अधिक फायदा हो रहा है जो पीढ़ियों से वंचित रहे थे। मैं आपको पीएम आवास योजना का उदाहरण दूंगा। इस योजना का लक्ष्य है देश में कोई भी गरीब परिवार बेघर ना हो, सबके सिर पर पक्की छत हो। अभी जब इन माताओं बहनों को मैं घर की चाबी दे रहा था, उनके चेहरे पर जो संतोष नजर आ रहा था, उनमें जो नया आत्मविश्वास दिख रहा था, वो वाकई इन गरीबों के लिए काम करने की प्रेरणा का कारण बन जाता है। और इसी लक्ष्य के साथ बीते दशक में 4 करोड़ से अधिक पक्के घर बनवाए गए हैं। बिहार में भी अब तक 57 लाख गरीब परिवारों को पक्के घर मिल चुके हैं। ये घर गरीब, दलित, पिछड़े, अति पिछड़े, पसमानदा परिवार, ऐसे समाज के वंचित परिवारों को मिले हैं। आने वाले सालों में 3 करोड़ और पक्के घर गरीबों को मिलने जा रहे हैं। आज ही बिहार के करीब 1.5 लाख परिवार अपने नए पक्के घर में गृह प्रवेश कर रहे हैं। देश भर के 15 लाख गरीब परिवारों को नए घरों के निर्माण के स्वीकृति पत्र भी दिए गए हैं। इसमें भी 3.5 लाख लाभार्थी ये हमारे बिहार के ही है। आज ही करीब 10 लाख गरीब परिवारों को उनके पक्के घर के लिए आर्थिक मदद भेजी गई है। इसमें बिहार के 80,000 ग्रामीण परिवार और 1 लाख शहरी परिवार शामिल है। साथियों, बीता दशक भारत के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का दशक रहा है। ये आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर विकसित भारत की बुनियाद को मजबूत कर रहा है। देश के 12 करोड़ से अधिक ग्रामीण परिवारों के घरों में पहली बार नल से जल पहुंचा है। 2.5 करोड़ से अधिक घरों में बिजली का कनेक्शन पहुंचा है। जिन्होंने कभी सोचा नहीं था कि गैस के चूल्हे पर खाना बनाएंगे, उनको गैस सिलेंडर मिले हैं। अभी हाल में आपने खबर पढ़ी होगी, लद्दाख और सियाचिन में जहां सामान्य सुविधाएं तक पहुंचानी मुश्किल होती हैं, वहां अब 4G और 5G मोबाइल कनेक्शन पहुंच गया है। ये दिखाता है कि आज देश की प्राथमिकता क्या है। हमारे सामने आरोग्य जैसे क्षेत्र का भी उदाहरण है। कभी एम्स की तरह अस्पताल दिल्ली जैसे बड़े शहरों में ही होते थे, आज यहां दरभंगा में ही एम्स बन रहा है। बीते 10 सालों में देश में मेडिकल कॉलेज की संख्या करीब करीब 2 गुनी हो चुकी है। यहां झंझारपुर में भी नया मेडिकल कॉलेज बन रहा है। साथियों, गांवों में भी अच्छे अस्पताल बने, इसके लिए देश भर में 1.5 लाख से ज्यादा आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर बनाए गए हैं। बिहार में ऐसे 10,000 से अधिक आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर बने हैं। इसी तरह जन औषधि केंद्र गरीब और मिडिल क्लास के लिए बहुत बड़ी राहत बन चुके हैं। यहां 80% डिस्काउंट पर सस्ती दवाएं मिलती हैं। बिहार में 800 से ज्यादा जन औषधि केंद्र बनवाए गए हैं। इससे बिहार के लोगों का 2000 करोड़ रुपया दवाई पर होने वाला खर्च बचा है। आयुष्मान भारत योजना के तहत भी बिहार में लाखों परिवारों का मुफ्त इलाज हो चुका है। इससे इन परिवारों को हजारों करोड़ रुपयों की बचत हुई है। साथियों, आज भारत रेल, रोड, एयरपोर्ट जैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से भी बहुत तेज गति से जुड़ रहा है। पटना में मेट्रो का काम चल रहा है। देश के 2 दर्जन से अधिक शहर मेट्रो सुविधा से जुड़े हैं। आज पटना से जयनगर के बीच नमो भारत रैपिड रेल की शुरुआत भी हुई है। इससे पटना से जयनगर के बीच का सफर बहुत कम समय में पूरा हो जाएगा। समस्तीपुर, दरभंगा, मधुबनी और बेगूसराय के लाखों लोगों को नमो भारत रैपिड रेल से मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, आज यहां अनेक नई रेलवे लाइनों का उद्घाटन और लोकार्पण हुआ है। सहरा से मुंबई तक आधुनिक अमृत भारत ट्रेन शुरू होने से हमारे श्रमिक परिवारों को बहुत सुविधा होगी। हमारी सरकार मधुबनी और जंजारपुर से ऐसे बिहार के दर्जनों रेलवे स्टेशनों को भी आधुनिक बना रही है। दरभंगा एयरपोर्ट से मिथिला की बिहार की एयर कनेक्टिविटी बेहतर हुई है। पटना एयरपोर्ट का भी विस्तार किया जा रहा है। विकास के इन कार्यों से बिहार में रोजगार के नए अवसर बन रहे हैं। साथियों, हमारे किसान ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था की रीढ़ है। ये रीढ़ जितनी मजबूत होगी, गांव उतने ही मजबूत होंगे, देश उतना ही सशक्त होगा। हम सब जानते हैं, मिथिला का कोशी का एक क्षेत्र बाढ़ से बहुत परेशान रहा है। सरकार बिहार में बाढ़ के प्रकोप को कम करने के लिए 11,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च करने वाली है। इससे बागमती, धार, बूढ़ी गंडक, कोसी पर बांध बनेंगे। इससे नहरों का निर्माण होगा, नदी के पानी से सिंचाई की व्यवस्था होगी और हर किसान के खेत तक पानी पहुंचाने का इंतजाम भी होगा। यानी अब बाढ़ की परेशानी भी कम होगी, खेतों तक पर्याप्त पानी भी पहुंचेगा। साथियों, मखाना आज देश और दुनिया के लिए सुपर फूड है, लेकिन मिथिला की तो ये संस्कृति का हिस्सा है। इसी संस्कृति को हम यहां की समृद्धि का भी सूत्र बना रहे हैं। हमने मखाने को जीआई टैग दिया है, यानी मखाना इसी धरती का उत्पाद है। इस पर अब आधिकारिक मोहर लग गई है। मखाना रिसर्च सेंटर को भी नेशनल स्टेटस दिया गया है। बजट में जिस मखाना बोर्ड की घोषणा की गई है, वो बनने से मखाना किसानों का भाग्य बदलने वाला है। बिहार का मखाना दुनिया भर के बाजारों तक सुपर फूड के रूप में पहुंचेगा। बिहार में नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फूड टेक्नोलॉजी एंड मैनेजमेंट भी बनने वाला है। इससे यहां के नौजवानों को फूड प्रोसेसिंग से जुड़े छोटे उद्यम लगाने में और मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, खेती के साथ साथ मछली उत्पादन में भी बिहार निरंतर आगे बढ़ रहा है। हमारे मछुआरे साथी अब किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की सुविधा का लाभ ले पा रहे हैं। इससे मछली के काम में जुटे अनेक परिवारों को लाभ हुआ है। पीएम मत्स्य संपदा योजना के तहत भी बिहार में सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए के काम हुए हैं। साथियों, साथियों 22 अप्रैल को जम्मू कश्मीर के पहलगाम में आतंकियों ने मासूम देशवासियों को जिस बेरहमी से मारा है, उससे पूरा देश व्यथित है। कोटि कोटि देशवासी दुखी हैं। सभी पीड़ित परिवारों के इस दुख में पूरा देश उनके साथ खड़ा है। जिन परिवारजनों का अभी इलाज चल रहा है, वे जल्द स्वस्थ हो, इसके लिए भी सरकार हर प्रयास कर रही है। साथियों, इस आतंकी हमले में किसी ने अपना बेटा खोया, किसी ने अपना भाई खोया, किसी ने अपना जीवन साथी खोया है। उनमें से कोई बांग्ला बोलता था, कोई कन्नड़ा बोलता था, कोई मराठी था, कोई ओडिया था, कोई गुजराती था, कोई यहां बिहार का लाल था। आज उन सभी की मृत्यु पर करगिल से कन्याकुमारी तक हमारा दुख एक जैसा है, हमारा आक्रोश एक जैसा है। ये हमला सिर्फ निहत्थे पर्यटकों पर नहीं हुआ है, देश के दुश्मनों ने भारत की आत्मा पर हमला करने का दुस्साहस किया है। मैं बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने ये हमला किया है, उन आतंकियों को और इस हमले की साजिश रचने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से भी बड़ी सजा मिलेगी। सजा मिलकर के रहेगी। अब आतंकियों की बची खुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है। 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की इच्छा शक्ति अब आतंकी आकाओं की कमर तोड़ कर रहेगी। फ्रेंड्स, टुडे from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve. Everyone who believes in humanity is with us. I thank the people of various countries and their leaders who have stood with us in these times. साथियों, शांति और सुरक्षा ये तेज विकास की सबसे जरूरी शर्त है। विकसित भारत के लिए विकसित बिहार जरूरी है। बिहार में विकास हो और विकास का लाभ यहां हर वर्ग, हर क्षेत्र तक पहुंचे, ये हम सभी का प्रयास है। पंचायती राज दिवस पर इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़ने के लिए मैं एक बार फिर आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मेरे साथ बोले, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की।
चलिए।
Modi speaking in Bihar. We are live here on NDTV from Pahalgam, just 48 hours after the worst terror attack that has hit one of Kashmir's most popular destinations and indeed all of Jammu and Kashmir. As we report from here, the fallout of what the Prime Minister has said is going to be echoing all across Kashmir and most definitely across the line of control into Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as well, which is where some of the terrorists responsible for what happened in the Baisaran Valley, just 7 kilometers from where I'm standing, had actually emerged from. The Prime Minister, just to quickly recap, and we'll play out that soundbite for you in just a moment. Once again, the Prime Minister making it a point to repeat his words in English so the world can hear what the Indian leader has said. He has said the perpetrators of the Pahalgam massacre will be pursued to the ends of the earth. Maria Shakil is with me live. Maria, I haven't heard the Prime Minister sound this angry. The rage was clear in his voice, making it a point to say what he needed to say in English as well, so there were no doubts about what he really meant. Pursued to the ends of the earth, coming after the interim punitive measures announced yesterday, including the Indus River Treaty, etc. This is the Prime Minister making things very, very clear about what lies ahead.
Absolutely, Shiv. I think the Prime Minister's anger is a reflection of the anger of 140 crore Indians at present. And that's what the Prime Minister said, that India today stands united in grief from Kargil to Kanyakumari. The victims of this terror strike actually come from 14 states of India, and they spoke multiple languages. That's what India is all about, diversity. They were victims of terrorism and they were tourists who were unarmed, and that is the nature of this attack which has happened on them. The Prime Minister in the most unequivocal terms has said that there would be action, that be prepared for action, that each and every terrorist will be tracked down and will be neutralized and killed, is a promise that has come from the Prime Minister himself. And towards the end, when the Prime Minister spoke about it in English on a platform knowing fully well that the entire country was watching him today, the message was for the world, because the entire world community, multiple nations have expressed solidarity with India and have condemned the act of terrorism which has happened in Pahalgam. For the Prime Minister Shiv to say from the soil of Bihar, I'm telling the whole world and India that India will identify and punish every terrorist and those behind them. And hence a message to the perpetrators of the crime, the message to those across the border in Pakistan that India is preparing for not just stopping at the punitive measures which were announced, which were diplomatic offensive, which happened yesterday. The message will be far more tough. The action will be strong. There will be retribution. There will be retaliation.
but by India at the time and place of India's choosing. I think the Prime Minister's anger, as you said rightly, Shiv, is a reflection of the anger of the entire country. The Prime Minister has said that this isn't just an attack on unarmed terrorists, unarmed tourists. Terrorists will be paying an unimaginable cost, and time has come to fight terrorism and end terrorism once and for all.
The anger across the nation, Maria, and I completely agree with you, seeming to flow through the Prime Minister when he made those words. And we know the Prime Minister chooses his words very, very carefully. That anger uniting every Indian. All Indians are looking for clarity, and I think they've got that from what the Prime Minister said. And let me just tell you also, viewer, that the anger that is echoing and resonating all across India is very much manifest also here on Ground Zero in Pahalgam, where I'm reporting from right now for NDTV. These are people who have been immediately impacted by what happened in the Baisaran Valley, just 7 kilometers from where we're bringing you this broadcast right here in Pahalgam. All of these people are small business owners, taxi drivers, shopkeepers who work here and have depended on tourists. And look at the signages that they're holding up, that they want Narendra Modi and the Prime Minister and the government to see, I am Indian. Stop killing in Pahalgam, Kashmir. This is where humanity ended. Barbaric and coward. I strongly condemn the cowardly terror attack on tourists which occurred in Baisaran, Pahalgam. It's an unequivocal message from the people here who played host to these tourists, and they had an appeal to Narendra Modi, and I'm going to speak to them about what they think about the vada that Prime Minister Modi has just put before the people of Bihar, the country and the world. I want to play out for you once again first what the Prime Minister has just said. It's the biggest statement of the day.
22 अप्रैल को जम्मू कश्मीर के पहलगाम में आतंकियों ने मासूम देशवासियों को जिस बेरहमी से मारा है, उससे पूरा देश व्यथित है। कोटि कोटि देशवासी दुखी हैं। सभी पीड़ित परिवारों के इस दुख में पूरा देश उनके साथ खड़ा है। जिन परिवारजनों का अभी इलाज चल रहा है, वे जल्द स्वस्थ हो, इसके लिए भी सरकार हर प्रयास कर रही है। साथियों, इस आतंकी हमले में किसी ने अपना बेटा खोया, किसी ने अपना भाई खोया, किसी ने अपना जीवन साथी खोया है। उनमें से कोई बांग्ला बोलता था, कोई कन्नड़ा बोलता था, कोई मराठी था, कोई ओडिया था, कोई गुजराती था, कोई यहां बिहार का लाल था। आज उन सभी की मृत्यु पर करगिल से कन्याकुमारी तक हमारा दुख एक जैसा है, हमारा आक्रोश एक जैसा है। ये हमला सिर्फ निहत्थे पर्यटकों पर नहीं हुआ है, देश के दुश्मनों ने भारत की आत्मा पर हमला करने का दुस्साहस किया है। मैं बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने ये हमला किया है, उन आतंकियों को और इस हमले की साजिश रचने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से भी बड़ी सजा मिलेगी। सजा मिलकर के रहेगी। अब आतंकियों की बची खुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है। $140 करोड़ भारतीयों की इच्छा शक्ति अब आतंकी आकाओं की कमर तोड़ कर रहेगी। Friends, today from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve. Everyone who believes in humanity is with us. I thank the people of various countries and their leaders who have stood with us in these times.
They will be pursued to the ends of the earth. Those are very specifically chosen words by the Indian Prime Minister. Once again, repeating his words in English so that a global audience gets it without any delay. That is how important clarity is as far as what Narendra Modi has just said. I want to get you first reactions from the people here of Pahalgam, whose lives have been instantly impacted as a result of that horrifying terror attack that killed their guests, 26 of their mehman as they call them. And I want to get their reactions because one of the first things they said when we spoke to them a little earlier was a request to Narendra Modi. They are appealing to Narendra Modi, and I'm just going to share with them what the Prime Minister said. प्रधान मंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अभी बिहार में बात कर रहे थे और उन्होंने एक बहुत ही पावरफुल एक वादा किया है कि जो लोग जिम्मेदार थे इस आतंकवादी हमला के लिए उनको कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी और जो एक्शन इंडिया लेगा अभी वो सबसे बड़ा एक्शन लेगा और दुनिया देखेगा कि वो एक्शन क्या है। तो आपका क्या रिएक्शन, क्या आप?
हम भी यही चाहते हैं सर कि उन दहशतगर्दों को हमारे हवाले कर दो, हम उनको खुद सजा देंगे। उन्होंने निहत्थे लोगों का कत्ल उन्होंने हमारा कत्ल किया है, पूरे कश्मीर का कत्ल किया है, इंसान का कत्ल किया है, उनको
हमारे परिवार का कत्ल किया उन्होंने। इससे अच्छा होता है कि हमारे घरों को आग लगा देते। अगर इससे अच्छा पहलगाम पूरा जल जाता, इतने दुखी नहीं होते हैं।
कोई दुख नहीं होता,
क्योंकि अगर करोड़ों रुपया खर्च करके एक जान हम वापस नहीं ला सकते।
पैसा खर्च करते थे यहाँ पे, हमारी रोजी रोटी चलती थी।
आप भी बोल रहे थे नरेंद्र मोदी साहब को।
हम यही बोलेंगे सर, जो ये पूरा हमको ये मातम छाया हुआ पूरा J&K में छाया हुआ है। पहले हम ये फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आपको यही कहना चाहता है, ये हमारे गर्दन पे छुरी चली है सर, ये उन माओं या बहनों के ऊपर नहीं चली, ये हमारे दिल पे छुरी चली है। पूरा J&K मतलब इस टाइम मातम पे से ठप हो गया सर। 2 दिन से किसी ने खाना भी नहीं खाया, चाय तक भी नहीं पिया सर, कुछ नहीं, पानी भी किसी में मुंह में नहीं डाला 2 दिन से, जब से ये मौका हुआ है सर। अगर चाहेंगे पूरा गवर्नमेंट हमको ये अलाउ करेंगे, हम उन घरों पे तहज़्ज़ुब पे जाएंगे सर। हम यहाँ से एक मंतखब करेंगे, अपने घरों से एक बंदा निकलेंगे, उनके घरों में हम तहज़्ज़ुबदारी के लिए जाएंगे, अगर हमको गवर्नमेंट अलाउ करेंगे वहाँ जाने के लिए। ये हम बर्दाश्त कर सकते हैं, मतलब यहाँ तो जायज़ है सर।
Anger that the business owners and residents of Pahalgam here feel is very real. It cannot be fabricated, it cannot be acted, because the people here, you see here, standing here, literally went from full business, assured business for the next 40 to 50 days, to having absolutely no business and no prospect of income. It is an incredible and shattering prospect to think of what's going to happen to the economy here in J&K and in Pahalgam and the rest of J&K in general. But let's talk also about the first responders, the people who were in the Baisaran Valley where the terror attack took place 2 days ago and who were there to actually help. My colleague Nazir Masoodi spoke to one of them. Remember, he saw this firsthand and acted.
After massacre of tourists by terrorists in Baisaran Meadow, you may have seen one visual, one video where one person was trying to save people, evacuate injured, trying to give some sort of solace to the survivors. Is Abdul Wahid, he is president of Poniwalas Association. He was the first responder who reached there. आप ये बताएं क्या समा था उसमें, मंजर था उस वक्त जब आप पहुंचे और आपने वो देखा, लाशें देखी, जख्मी देखे?
जो ही मुझे कॉल आई तो 2:35 पे मुझे कॉल आई। उसके बाद में मैंने जब कांटेक्ट करने की कोशिश की है तो मुझे किसी से कांटेक्ट रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं मिला है, क्योंकि कोई कॉल नहीं उठा रहा था। तो मुझे ऐसे जो पहलगाम भी कांटेक्ट में था वो लॉन्ग रास्ते से आ रहा था, मैं बैग की तरफ से गया, वो शॉर्टकट रास्ता है, गंजीबल की तरफ से मैं गया हूँ। जो ही मैं वहाँ पहुँचा 3:10 में वहाँ पहुँचा, मेरा भाई पीछे था, सजाद अहमद जिसका नाम है, जिसकी कंधी पे आपने जख्मी को देखा है। जो ही वहाँ मैं पहुँचा तो वहाँ क़यामत जैसा मंज़र था, क्योंकि लाशें गिरी हुई थी, ज़ख्मियों की हालत बुरी थी। तो मैंने सबसे पहले यही कोशिश की है कि पहले पानी पिलाया, उसके बाद मैं अपने ग्रुप में जो ही मैं उधर से इधर से उधर घूम रहा हूँ, मैं सिर्फ अपने ग्रुपों में मैसेज डालता हूँ तो आप बूढ़े वाले यहाँ पे आ जाइए, हमें इसको मदद करना है। ATV वालों को मैंने कॉल की, उनको मैसेज भी डाली है, आप इधर पे आ जाए, क्योंकि एक आदमी न ज़ख्मी को संभाल सकता था, न डेड बॉडी को उधर से इधर ले सकता था। देखें 20 सालों से मैं ये काम कर रहा हूँ, मैं इनका प्रेसिडेंट हूँ, तो मैंने आज तक ना सुना है ना देखा है ऐसा सदमा ना हम देखना चाहते हैं। मैंने कोशिश की है, जिस खतरे में मैं गया हूँ, मेरा जान भी खतरे में था, मगर मैंने एज इंसानियत, एक तो रोजी रोटी का सवाल है, वो मुतासिर हुआ है, वो हिट हुआ है, मगर जो सबसे मेन प्रॉब्लम है, एक इंसानियत का कत्ल हुआ, एक इंसान का कत्ल सब इंसानियत का कत्ल
और
है।
एक आपका गोड़ा वाला वो सईद आदिल हुसैन, उसने भी वो आतंकियों से लड़ने की कोशिश की, किसी को बचाने की कोशिश की, उसने खुद को भी, उसको 3 गोलियां मारी गई।
वही अल्लाह ताला उनकी मग़फ़िरत करे, उनके साथ फिर बात नहीं, उसकी डेड पहले हुई थी, तो
उसके बाद आप पहुँचे?
उसके बाद हम पहुँचे, जो ही ये घटना हुई है उसके बाद हम वहाँ पे पहुँचे हैं। तो हमें उन जो डेड बॉडी थी उनमें से किसी के साथ बात नहीं, और न हमने उसको जो ज़ख्मी की हालत में थे हमने उनको सवाल करने की कोशिश नहीं की थी। हमने बोला कि अभी जान बचाने की कोशिश करना है, हमने भरपूर उनको मदद किया है, हमने अपने आप को भी जोखिम में डाला है, खतरा में डाला। वहाँ पहुँच के हमने बोला ज़ख्मी को बचाइए।
So they were the first responders after the horrific incident, and they appeared to be in a shock. And Pahalgam is closed, shut for second day today, while the valley was observed complete shutdown. Yesterday, this is was the first shutdown against militancy or militant attack in last 35 years in Jammu and Kashmir.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just made a statement that has reverberated and echoed not just across India, but across the world. He's made it from Bihar, but his words are rippling across every part of the world, most definitely in Jammu and Kashmir, and most definitely in Pakistan. The Prime Minister has basically said, in no uncertain terms, directly addressing the doubts of all Indians about what lies ahead. Listen in.
22 अप्रैल को जम्मू कश्मीर के पहलगाम में आतंकियों ने मासूम देशवासियों को जिस बेरहमी से मारा है, उससे पूरा देश व्यथित है। कोटि कोटि देशवासी दुखी हैं। सभी पीड़ित परिवारों के इस दुख में पूरा देश उनके साथ खड़ा है। जिन परिवारजनों का अभी इलाज चल रहा है, वे जल्द स्वस्थ हो, इसके लिए भी सरकार हर प्रयास कर रही है। साथियों, इस आतंकी हमले में किसी ने अपना बेटा खोया, किसी ने अपना भाई खोया, किसी ने अपना जीवन साथी खोया है। उनमें से कोई बांग्ला बोलता था, कोई कन्नड़ा बोलता था, कोई मराठी था, कोई ओडिया था, कोई गुजराती था, कोई यहां बिहार का लाल था। आज उन सभी की मृत्यु पर करगिल से कन्याकुमारी तक हमारा दुख एक जैसा है, हमारा आक्रोश एक जैसा है। ये हमला सिर्फ निहत्थे पर्यटकों पर नहीं हुआ है, देश के दुश्मनों ने भारत की आत्मा पर हमला करने का दुस्साहस किया है। मैं बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने ये हमला किया है, उन आतंकियों को और इस हमले की साजिश रचने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से भी बड़ी सजा मिलेगी। सजा मिलकर के रहेगी। अब आतंकियों की बची खुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है। $140 करोड़ भारतीयों की इच्छा शक्ति अब आतंकी आकाओं की कमर तोड़ कर रहेगी। फ्रेंड्स, टुडे from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve. Everyone who believes in humanity is with us. I thank the people of various countries and their leaders who have stood with us in these times.
Maria Shakil is still with us. Maria, many things to unpack in what the Prime Minister said, but I think he has left very few doubts as to what his intentions and what his government's intentions are, choosing to repeat his words in English as a signal to the entire world, also mincing no words and talking about pursuing terrorists to the end, finishing terrorism forever and to the corners of the earth. This is the Prime Minister using the kind of language that he has perhaps never used before. We've heard him after Uri, we've heard him after Pulwama. There is something very different going on here, Maria.
Absolutely, Shiv. In fact, I had the similar thought that we had heard from the Prime Minister speak after Pulwama and after Uri. But this is Prime Minister Modi extremely angry. And that anger, I would say, is a reflection of how Indians are feeling today. But he also thanked the world community. Multiple, presidents and prime ministers have extended support to India in its fight against terrorism. I think the resolve of the Prime Minister is something that we need to highlight at this point, where he said that he will ensure that each and every terrorist is tracked down and that they are identified and killed. The time has come for end terror forever. What does that mean is something that we'll wait and watch out for. But the fact is, Shiv, that when Donald Trump spoke to Prime Minister Modi, when Vladimir Putin wrote to Prime Minister Modi, both of them have actually said that they stand in complete solidarity with India, and they also said that they will join India in its fight against terrorism. So I think this is a message going to the world as much as it is going to the people of India. And the place chosen is very, very important. It is Bihar. And the day was significant. It was about infrastructure projects. So the Prime Minister sending a message that even as it is about business as usual, for his work, the work must go on. What has happened on 22nd has to be countered as well, that there has to be retaliation, there has to be a response. And the anger that the Prime Minister expressed was something that was coming after the CCS, and soon after the Cabinet Committee on Security met Shiv yesterday. Around 9:15 is when the Foreign Secretary addressed the press and spoke about 5 decisions which have been taken. These were diplomatic offensive, which included closing the Atari border, ending all the SARC visas, and also ending the Indus Water Treaty, which is very, very crucial as far as the two countries are concerned.
That's right. In fact, we do have an update on that Maria is bringing us right now. Sources within the government telling our reporters that the biggest action taken as part of interim punitive measures against Pakistan by the Indian government announced yesterday and reported first on NDTV, holding in abeyance the Indus Water Treaty is a huge move, and it is already being explained. Suspension justified in light of this cross-border attack. It's being called a cross-border attack. Words again that are no coincidence. Sovereign right exercise to protect national interest. Once again, Maria, in the list, the raft of measures that were announced yesterday after the Cabinet Committee on Security, the Indus Water Treaty, obviously and unsurprisingly, has caused perhaps the biggest meltdown across the border in Pakistan. That's what everyone there is talking about. It clearly is something that hurts, perhaps should have been done way earlier, but it has been done now. It looks like the government has finally pushed the button on something that actually harms and affects Pakistan, and they're justifying it, saying it's the reason for cross-border terror.
Yes, absolutely. If you look at the implications of water or Indus water on Pakistan, Pakistan relies heavily on the Indus River. Almost 80% of its irrigation comes from that. There is water security which has been ensured because of Indus water. What the government sources are indicating here, Shiv, is that this is not only morally justifiable but also legally tenable, because they understand that Pakistan will be questioning this and challenging this in the International Court of Justice. But the point which has been made by the government sources is that this is a sovereign right which has been exercised by India, understanding fully well that in the past Pakistan has broken this treaty, broken provisions of this treaty, and hence they are not really in a position to question after the decision which has been taken by the government of India, keeping in mind, it was an act of terror that they faced. It was a cross-border terrorism that India faced, in which it lost 26 of its citizens, and hence this decision is not only morally correct but also legally tenable.
Morally correct, legally tenable, totally justified as an action against cross-border terror, something that's going to affect 80% of agriculture in Pakistan. Pakistan's intelligentsia their chatterati, their social media, their political class in complete meltdown mode over what is just an interim punitive measure. The Prime Minister of India has already announced that something very big is coming up. What that is going to be the prerogative of the government, but we will keep looking at that. Maria, thank you very much for the moment. Just a reminder to all of our viewers as we broadcast live from Pahalgam today that there is an all-party meeting later this evening. I will be getting you an update on that. That's where the senior ministers of the government will be briefing opposition parties and taking them into confidence perhaps over what action the government plans to take against Pakistan. When I arrived here in Pahalgam, ground zero of the worst terror attack against civilians in Jammu and Kashmir's history, this is what I found. This is peak holiday and tourist season. It's a beautiful sunny day in April, but this highway that's usually a mad rush of tourist vehicles and taxis making their way to one of Kashmir's most popular destinations, Pahalgam, wears this completely deserted look. I don't even need to explain it. You can see it for yourself. There's nothing on the road, and it's usually a jam here at this point of time. That's what the locals tell us. The fact is, 2 days after the massacre in Pahalgam, just a few kilometers into the Anantnag hills from where we're standing, there is absolutely nothing. A small smattering of supply trucks, lots of security convoys, visibly elevated security in this area. But the only thing coming from Pahalgam have been tourist vehicles. Many had to delay their departure from Pahalgam simply because of the exodus and the rush. There were a lot of people there at the time when the massacre took place, when the terror attack took place. They've all left. Some of them are going to be camping in Srinagar for a couple of days maybe, and then flying out. That is how bad things are. The people of Pahalgam, the people of the towns leading up to Pahalgam, all fueled by the tourism economy, are now completely bereft. They're terrified of what lies ahead. We're told that the hundreds of cars that passed this way at exactly this time, and there were bumper footfalls and tire trails down this road just last year, a record for Jammu and Kashmir. Now 30% of the annual tourism economy has completely evaporated after gunfire that lasted about 10 minutes 2 days ago. What the future holds for Pahalgam and all the other holiday destinations in Jammu and Kashmir hangs in the balance and is totally uncertain. With Ashwini Mehra, in the lead up to Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir, Shiv Arur, NDTV. Angry business owners, angry residents of Pahalgam and different parts of the Kashmir Valley. As soon as I arrived here this morning on a completely empty flight, the one thing all of them tell me is the most horrific aspect of that terror attack is to lose your very own guests, people you've welcomed into your home, people who are responsible for your very livelihood. They say the terrorists might as well have killed them and their children as well. Why did they leave them alive? I met a group of taxi drivers of an association right here in Pahalgam who went from maximum bookings for over a month to having 0 customers. Listen to them. This is the main taxi cab hub in Pahalgam, and I can tell you that this lot is usually empty at this time of year. There is not a single place that has a car. And now every car, every taxi cab in Pahalgam is currently parked, unmoving, nobody inside, no customers, nobody with anywhere to go because they've all gone. Some of these cars were transporting tourists out of Pahalgam back to the Srinagar Valley yesterday, and now they're gone. And all these taxis are now just stranded here. And here are their drivers. Here are the drivers who've got no customers now. They've got nobody to drive. They've got nowhere to go. And they're wondering where the bulk of their income, which is supposed to happen at this time, is going to come from. Ghulam Nabi Sahab is the president of this taxi association. And he's agreed to speak to us because they're sitting around now with nothing to do when this is actually their busiest time. Ghulam Nabi bhai, आपके मन में अभी क्या है जो हुआ है पहलगाम में? अब जो गाड़ियाँ खड़ी हैं यहाँ पे, यूजुअली अब कस्टमर्स हैं, टूरिस्ट होते हैं, आप उनको पहुँचाते हो जगह जगह. अब क्या है, क्या हालात है?
सर हमारा सब कुछ खत्म कर दिया है कि हमारा टोटल जो हमारा रोजी रोटी है तो सर पूरा टूरिज्म पे है। हमारा पूरा पहलगाम, पूरा कश्मीर ख़त्म किया है। जितने भी लोग हैं सबका रोज़गार ख़त्म किया है। अगर इसने पहले किया होता था कि हर जगह हर टूरिस्ट स्पॉट में सिक्योरिटी होता था तो इतना नहीं होता था, क्योंकि आरू वैली हम यहाँ से टूरिस्ट लेके जाते हैं, चंदनवारी जाते हैं, बेता वैली जाते हैं। चंदनवारी में सिक्योरिटी है, आरू वैली में नहीं है, 22 शरण में नहीं है। अगर यहाँ थोड़ा सा सिक्योरिटी होता था तो वहम थोड़ा रहता था कि यहाँ टूरिस्ट है, कुछ दबा रहता था। तो हम कोशिश करते हैं कि हर जगह में सिक्योरिटी होना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम भी अब जाना नहीं चाहते हैं इन स्पॉटों में जब तक गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी नहीं रखेगा। हमारा पूरा ख़त्म किया है, मतलब हमारे पास कोई बाग शाग नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, खाली हमारा टूरिज्म पे होता है सर। हमारा रोजगार, बाल बच्चे जो भी है टूरिज्म पे है सर।
Ghulam Nabi bhai and all of the people you see here have no brook with what is happening. They want to live their lives, they want to conduct their businesses, they see these few weeks as the best time to actually welcome guests from different parts of different other parts of India and different parts of the world. Look at this signboard, it says I am Indian. People feeling the need to say this in these dangerous times. I strongly condemn the cowardly terror attack on the tourists which occurred in Baisaran, in Pahalgam. As a Pahalgami, we totally condemn this. Kashmir condemn Pahalgam terror attack. They are completely unanimous. Let's talk to a few more of them because they are still waiting here wondering whether customers are going to come back, tourists are going to come back. कितना नुकसान हुआ है 2 दिन के बाद, कितना नुकसान हुआ है और अब जो है अब कितना काम एक्चुअली मिलता है इस टाइम पे?
मोस्ट वेलकम, हम आपको पहले वेलकम करता, आप यहाँ तक आए हैं। अगर हम नुकसान का तशखीश करेंगे तो उसमें शुमार नहीं है। कितना नुकसान का हम तशखीश करेंगे? जहाँ मतलब हमारे जाने हो गए वहाँ पैसे को गिनती क्या करेंगे हम? यहाँ की अमाउंट का क्या गिनती करेंगे? यहाँ ट्रांसपोर्ट का, यहाँ घोड़े का, यहाँ शाल का क्या गिनती करेंगे? पहले तो हमारे जाने जाए गए हैं जिस पर हमने कंडम किया है, अपने जान हम उसके लिए यहाँ पर गंवाने देने के लिए तैयार है। पूरा जो माल मवेशी हमारे पास है वो भी हम उसके लिए कुर्बान करेंगे, खासकर जो टूरिस्ट है हमारा उसके लिए हम यहाँ पर ये अपना जान तक कुर्बान करेंगे। यही हम चाहता है। अगर अभी भी कोई टूरिस्ट स्पॉट जो हमारे पास है आड़ो, चंदनवाड़ी एंड बेताब, वहाँ पर हर जगह पर, और जो बाइसरन वैली है वहाँ पर हर जगह पे सिक्योरिटी तैनात होनी चाहिए। तो मेहरबानी करके हम यही बात गवर्नमेंट से के पास हम पहुँचाना चाहता है, गवर्नर साहब तक, यहाँ की हमारे जो नरेंद्र मोदी साहब है उन तक हम यही बात पहुँचाना चाहता है। अगर इन जगहों पे पहले भी सिक्योरिटी होता है और सीसीटीवी बड़ी इस वक्त आपको पता है हर जगह पर जो सीसीटीवी होती है, हमारे पुलिस स्टेशन वो सामने लगे बड़े सीसीटीवी है, 4 किलोमीटर का रेंज वो कवर करता है। अगर बाइसरन में बड़ा एक कैमरा होता था पहले, वो कम से कम 6 किलोमीटर तक रेंज कवर कर सकता था। अब लोगों को भी पता चलता था वहाँ पर एंटर कौन हो गया, एग्जिट कौन हो गया।
लेकिन पहले there used to be a contract, a social promise, and I was here in 2015 and I remember so many people telling us this, that tourists are off limits. Tourists और मेहमान जो आते हैं उनको नुकसान पहुंचाना कभी नहीं होता, वो लिमिट से बाहर है, वो कभी नहीं हुआ भी है ना? तो ये कैसे हुआ है? आपके मन में क्या चल रहा है? क्योंकि जब मिलिटेंसी चल रही थी, जब टेररिज्म चल भी रही थी, गुलमर्ग, पहलगाम, सोनमर्ग ऐसे जगहों पे मेहमान जो आते थे उनको किसी ने छुआ भी नहीं। तो ये क्यों हुआ? अभी आपके मन में आपका रीडिंग क्या है?
हमारा यही इल्तिजा है सर, हमको पता नहीं ये क्या हुआ हमारे साथ, किसने क्या ये मालूम नहीं। बोल रहा है वहाँ तो गोली चल रहा है, सब लोग ने वहाँ मिलकर उसको हेल्प किया, टूरिस्ट को हेल्प किया। अगर रोड होगा वहाँ उतना कैजुअलिटी नहीं होगा, अगर रोड होगा वहाँ, रोड भी नहीं वहाँ था सर।
Joining us live now as we report live from Pahalgam, not very far from where the terror attack took place 2 days ago. We're joined live now by Abha Hanjura, who's a very well-known folk singer and cultural icon from Kashmir. We obviously aren't going to talk about her location for various reasons. Abha, welcome. A truly terrible time for Kashmir. It is hard to remember a darker week in the recent past, and most certainly in the last decade, where tourists have been massacred in this merciless manner. The Prime Minister has just spoken as well, talking about pursuing the perpetrators to the end of the earth and finishing terror forever. Your thoughts today, 2 days from the Pahalgam massacre. Abha.
Hi Shiv, thank you for having me. I have had the last, since I heard of the attack, it's just been a heavy loom of sadness that refuses to leave me. Of course, as a Kashmiri, I am extremely pained, but more so, I think the effects of this tragedy can be actually felt nationwide. Everyone, is equally affected by the nature of the travesty that has fallen upon us. The fact that this could happen to innocent tourists who were so unsuspecting and went to seek some moments of peace in Kashmir's beautiful valleys, spending their hard earned money. It's unimaginable, it's unthinkable. I mean, I can't think of any other incident that could have, shaken our conscience the way this one has. Visuals of young widows who've just been married and come to Kashmir for their honeymoon, seven days, not even 7 days of marriage. I mean, they've haunted me, and I think it is haunting the entire Kashmiri society, as I would like to say, because I am very connected with the valley, and I can see a lot of protests and a lot of people have protested and are also condemning this in large measures, more than what we've seen in the past.
Yeah.
I think that's a slight glimmer of hope in this very dark time.
How long do you think it's going to take, for things to return to even a semblance of normality, Abha? I know it's a difficult question, but, given the huge amount of work that went towards trying to create commerce in Kashmir, cinema halls, restaurants, people coming here for a holiday instead of going abroad, that was very visible in the last few years, especially. Do you think that's completely evaporated now, at least for the foreseeable future?
Unfortunately, I'm inclined to believe that the effects of this will be pretty long lasting. And as you said, Shiv, it took humongous amount of effort on the part of every single, local of Kashmir, Kashmir also to, piece by piece put everything back together for tourism. There are a couple of years, like you said, with entertainment, thriving there. I have performed concert in Pahalgam in the same location just a couple of months ago. That's the reason I was very shaken, because I had just been right there near Baisaran, and we had rode horse, on the horses and enjoyed our peaceful time back home. Commerce was back, and I, in my many frequent visits to Kashmir over the last few years, I have repeatedly said to many people that it's a whole different world right now, and things are definitely better. Everyone was propagating that because we could see that on ground. I saw the difference when I used to go back for my performances. And cinema halls reopening was a huge change that came back. I don't know how. It is unfortunate that Kashmir can be something and it just keeps being dragged back into a darker version of itself. And that's the one part that pains me the most as a Kashmiri. But I would like to believe that the resolve of people should be higher. We shouldn't let this win over us. While it is, of course, extremely tragic, I think we need to have accountability from our government, and everyone needs to
Absolutely.
get to the root of why something like this.
And I
how
think
something
you're right, Abab. The very fact that terrorists would want this kind of paralysis, they would want people to cancel their plans, they would want a rethink as far as the entire strategy is concerned. They want that entire shake-up. And let's make no mistake, that has initially happened. But it remains to be seen whether the cloud will lift after India takes the kind of action that it is supposed to take and the Prime Minister has promised to take. Abha Anjura, appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. We're going to take a very quick break. Here from Pahalgam, our coverage continues right on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola.
India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish
And as we continue our coverage on NDTV from here on Ground Zero in Pahalgam, we wanted to get you a quick update from the incident site where the terror attack took place 2 days ago. The Inspector General of the Kashmir Range and a senior official from the CRPF are on site in the Baisaran Valley for an inspection and to take the investigation forward. My colleague Nazir Masoodi is there and he's been interacting with people and picking up information there. What can you tell us about the investigation and this visit by two top officials, Nazir?
Well, after Home Minister visited this attack site yesterday, several top officials have visited here, and today Director General of Police, Inspector General of Police and top officials, in fact, Additional Director General of CRPF is also in Pahalgam. Investigation, NIA would take it up, but right now one is operation. Will they be able to track down the attackers who appear to be well trained in jungle warfare? Because this Baisaran Valley is surrounded by thick alpine mountains, and it appears they have disappeared in the these forests, and then they may have gone somewhere, because it's not easy. You can't rush into the forest without having a proper planning, proper operational plan. You can't rush that. For example, today there was an operation which was launched by the army in Udhampur. One special paratrooper was killed in that operation. So that's something, they have to be careful whenever they launch the operations. But here in Pahalgam, we know since last 2 days there's shutdown, complete shutdown. That is the expression of people anger and anguish against this horrible terror attack, and they have been always talking about since then, as you have been talking to people from different walks of the life from Pahalgam. And yesterday these people took out a procession in Pahalgam carrying signage, carrying banners and shouting slogans against the attackers and demanding justice for the victims of this terror attack. And as we heard Prime Minister talking about this incident, and he vows to punish those terrorists and their handlers and wherever they are. And this was not a statement out of anger or anguish. This was a statement, expression of after Prime Minister held Cabinet Committee on Security meeting. There was briefing from all the sides. Then this is expression of the decision made by the Government of India following punitive action against Pakistan in terms like suspending Indus Water Treaty. That is the biggest decision India has taken with regard to Pakistan since last so many decades. And even this treaty withstood, it survived 3 wars, 35 years of militancy, and even attack on parliament. But this time India decides that enough is enough. A red line has been crossed. There has to be punitive action, and also the real military.
The red line has been crossed, and Nazir, you heard what the Prime Minister said as well. He's made it very, very clear that, you know, even the vocabulary of red lines seems inadequate to describe what India is feeling right now. And that's why he has chosen his words very carefully in terms of hinting to India and the world what really lies ahead. It's now 48 hours. It's around this time 2 days ago that the massacre happened just 7 kilometers from where I'm standing here in Pahalgam in the Baisaran Valley. We're going to get you up close. We're going to get you all the updates and much more in non-stop coverage. The only story you'll see here on NDTV. On the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else.
An endless lineup of empty houseboats, no customers, no tourists, because they've all completely left Srinagar. They've left Kashmir, and who can really blame them? Ashwini Mehra and I arrived here in Srinagar, the capital of Jammu and Kashmir, on a virtually empty aircraft, and that's become completely a norm right now. When we arrived here at the Dal Lake a little earlier, scores of tourists who'd come here just to get a last glimpse of the lake, many of them are actually leaving now. But what you see here on the lake itself, perhaps the most iconic symbol of Srinagar itself, is this. All of these houseboats had people in them yesterday and the day before. All of these houseboats had customers who were bringing in money for Kashmir's fragile economy. The Dal Lake itself is a nerve center for what Kashmir has really been all about, as it has opened up after the abrogation of Article 370. And now this becomes that representative image. Not a houseboat, not a shikara with smiling faces from different parts of the country, but completely empty and forlorn and just sitting there on the lake. With Ashwini Mehra in Srinagar, Shiv Arur for NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as
You're watching NDTV and I'm Maria Shakil. A stern message has come from Prime Minister Narendra Modi as he addressed the people of India from Bihar, in which he has said that every terrorist will be tracked down and neutralized. Our headlines this hour. Prime Minister Modi's strong message after Pahalgam. Prime Minister says terrorists will pay an unimaginable cost. He says we'll identify, track and punish every terrorist.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist.
Prime Minister Modi says that he will finish terror once and for all. Everyone who believes in humanity with India, he thanked countries which are standing firmly with India and condemning the terror attack in Pahalgam. Prime Minister promises significant and stringent punishment. Two Pakistani nationals identified as probe continues post the Pahalgam attack in which 26 Indians were killed. Encounter on in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur, soldier killed in gunfight with terrorists. And more measures being taken by the government of India. This is certainly blocking the cultural engagement, a possible cultural engagement with Pakistan. The Information and Broadcasting Ministry sources say that the movie Abir Gulal, which stars Pakistani actor Fawad Khan and Indian actor Vani Kapoor, will not be released in India. The decision has been taken in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack. Remember, there was also an appeal which was made by the Indian Film and Television Directors Association as well, that there should be no cultural engagement whatsoever, and now this movie has been blocked. It will not be released in Indian theatres. Remember, this movie was to be released on 9th of May. Let me bring in Aishwarya Jain, who joins us live on this story. Aishwarya, unexpected lines, more such measures likely to be announced by the government in the coming few hours.
Well, the Indian government is in a view that terror and talks can't go together. It is the cultural ties now which had been stopped by the Indian government. It was the ITDAA President Ashok Pandit who had earlier stated that the film should not be released because it has a Pakistani actor Fawad Khan as a real starrer. It was, of course, May 9th when this film, Abir Gulal, was supposed to be released. The message and the demand from the Film Association was that these movies should not be released which had Pakistani actors, and therefore the reason, perhaps the sources in the information broadcasting told to NDTV that this film will not be released. Many movie multiplexes associations had also stated that this film should be boycotted, and firmly the decision has been taken by the information broadcasting that another engagement with Pakistan will be stopped in a step that has been taken as the movie which had starrer Fawad Khan, the Pakistani actor, will be now not released in India.
Right, Aishwarya, thank you so much for joining us. In a big message coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he said that India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers, and that our spirit will never be broken. Prime Minister Modi sends a strong message 2 days after 25 tourists and a Kashmiri were brutally killed in a terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. The Prime Minister was in Bihar's Madhubani for a government event. He started his address with a silent tribute to those killed in the Pahalgam terror attack. Later, during the course of his address, he said the entire country is in despair because of this ruthless manner in which tourists were killed by terrorists. He said, and I quote him, "The whole country is with the bereaved families. The government is trying its best to ensure the well-being of those injured. Someone has lost a son, someone has lost a brother, someone has lost life partner. Someone spoke Bengali, someone spoke Kannada, someone spoke Odia. The entire country today stands united." Prime Minister's speech and his words perhaps reflected the sentiments of 140 crore Indians.
22 अप्रैल को जम्मू कश्मीर के पहलगाम में आतंकियों ने मासूम देशवासियों को जिस बेरहमी से मारा है, उससे पूरा देश व्यथित है। हमारा दुख एक जैसा है, हमारा आक्रोश एक जैसा है। ये हमला सिर्फ निहत्थे पर्यटकों पर नहीं हुआ है, देश के दुश्मनों ने भारत की आत्मा पर हमला करने का दुस्साहस किया है। मैं बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने ये हमला किया है, उन आतंकियों को और इस हमले की साजिश रचने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से भी बड़ी सजा मिलेगी।
BJP leader and senior advocate Nalin is joining us live now. Nalin, these are very testing times. The Prime Minister reflecting the anger of an entire country, but at the same time saying that there will be a stern and stringent warning that will be sent, and perhaps that warning is something that he is aware of and we aren't at the moment. But this was needed to assuage the sentiments of an angry nation.
You know, Maria, somewhere the sense of grief is between anger and fury.
Yes.
Because this one is a horrific attack in which each person was pulled out, their religion checked in a physical manner, in other manners, and then shot down in front of their family members. So the nation does expect, particularly from Prime Minister Modi's government, which has in the past also sent a stern message, that something needs to be done. Pakistan, unfortunately for itself, has not got the message over the last 10 years. There was Uri, followed by the surgical strikes. There was Pulwama, followed by Balkot. Terror and talks will not go together, has been the consistent stand of Prime Minister Modi's government. Now, with the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty, the reduction of staff in the 2 high commissions, the other steps that have been taken in terms of Pakistani nationals being asked to leave, these are the first steps, obviously not the last steps. And what the Prime Minister has said is that the next steps, whatever it takes, will be of a measure that will, in a, well, let me put it in one way, is going to send a clear, stern, unequivocal message that those who perpetrate terror, those who back terror, who support terror, they cannot expect India to take this lying down. There will be action. And with the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty, blood and water cannot flow together.
Absolutely. And Nalin, you know, the choice of words of the Prime Minister was loud and clear. He also spoke in English, understanding fully well that this is his first, in a way, address to the nation only, post the terror attacks. He had taken to Twitter to condemning it. But there are multiple nations which came out in solidarity with India. They have to be told as well that India is preparing for action.
I think they expect it. And this is a message to the global community. That, and the track record of Prime Minister Modi's government in terms of protecting India's interests and responding wherever someone has, in a way, shown a terrorist attack or something towards trying to harm India's interest or to try and break India's spirit, the response has also been furious and has been absolutely clearly of the nature that would send a clear, unequivocal message. A surgical strike, or we've seen Balkot. Now, these are major responses. Now, what are the choices before the government? What is to be the nature of the response? That obviously will fall into the realm of the government its security agencies, the advice that it gets, the Cabinet Committee on Security. But the very fact that the Prime Minister cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia, at the airport itself met with the External Affairs Minister, the NSA, while the Honorable Home Minister had already flown to Pahalgam, was already taking stock of the situation. The CCS has met the next day. It all shows that the government is already looking at its options and calibrating that response. Every permanent member of the UN Security Council has come out against this attack. There are several nations who have additionally come out against this attack. And I think those who know Prime Minister Modi would know that his government will come out with an appropriate response.
All right, Nalin, thank you so much for joining us. Let's bring in Dr. Tara Karta, former Director of National Security Council. We also have Dr. Brahma Chelani, Strategic Affairs expert. Dr. Brahma Chelani, beginning with you, for the Prime Minister of India to say what he did today, particularly with regards to, the words were that end terrorism once and for all. What can be done for doing that? For Prime Minister to say that saving lives, yes, has been the priority of India, but right now it is also about that those words were, and I'm going to quote the Prime Minister here to be specific, that it has to end once and for all. Time to end terror forever.
Well, we have heard that from Prime Minister after Prime Minister, similar words, and yet Pakistan's cross-border terrorism doesn't end because its character will not end. It's a state founded on hatred, hate of India. It's not a normal state. So we've had a series of major attacks, the attack on Parliament in New Delhi in 2001, the horrific Mumbai massacre of 2008. Then we had the series of major attacks in J&K on Indian military bases after Modi landed in Lahore unannounced. We had the 2019 Pulwama bombing and now the horrific Pahalgam massacre. So the pattern is unmistakable. The question that we have to ask ourselves is, the government of India finally willing to treat Pakistan as a terrorist state in policy, not in rhetoric, in policy? Are we willing to treat Pakistan as a terrorist state? Now, for example, the measures that have been announced last night, they all look good on paper, but they do not inflict real pain on Pakistan. Let's say the cutting down of the strength of the Pakistan High Commission to 30. That's about double the size of the Canadian High Commission in New Delhi. So are we treating Pakistan as a terrorist state or not?
What
That's
about
the question that needs to be asked.
What about the decision with regards to Indus Water Treaty?
The Indus Water Treaty, that's a good step, a forward step, but we have stopped short of withdrawal. What more do we need to withdraw from the treaty? We have put the treaty in abeyance. It's not clear what the government of India is seeking to do by putting the treaty in abeyance. But India has the legal, moral, and strategic grounds to withdraw from the treaty. By withdrawing from the treaty, it can actually free itself from the legal obligations of this treaty. Putting it in abeyance, though, is definitely a forward movement, a good step, and hopefully this would put Pakistan on notice that unless it changes its behavior, India will be forced to withdraw from the Indus Waters Treaty under Articles 60 and 62 of the Vienna Convention, because every country has the right, even if the treaty is of indefinite duration, but if one party materially breaches a treaty, the terms of a treaty, then the other party has the right under international law to withdraw from it the way the Americans withdrew from two landmark treaties, the ABM Treaty and the INF Treaty.
Yes, Dr. Tara Karta, India certainly is exercising what is being seen as a sovereign right in taking a decision of this nature. The fact is that it is an exercise to protect our national interests, security and integrity. and it's also a treaty which has been violated by Pakistanis in the past. So there has been several provisions. In fact, dispute resolution has been invoked by Pakistan several times.
Absolutely. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so yeah, you're absolutely right, Maria. The thing is, Pakistan has used it to delay every single project we had. You know, by decades, they've managed to push that back, and it was finally just, I think, in September last year that the government announced we're not taking these meetings anymore because we've had enough. You know, even when the neutral expert has been in your favor, then they go to the court of arbitration. So it's never ending. So at any rate, this treaty is a washout, and I would agree with Brahma that I think we should just, end this stupid treaty. But the fact is, there is an upper riparian state. There is China, who's also part of this. So it's not part of the treaty, but it is part of the river system. There is Afghanistan. There's a lot more. But I think this particular prime minister, when he delivers such a strong message, this message, Maria, if I can just emphasize, this is not just to the country. He spoke in English. It is for the rest of the world. He is addressing the world.
Yes.
And saying that we're not going to take this.
Yes.
And number two, what I've said, I think, on your show as well, which was picked up incidentally in certain other countries, is that it's time we stop saying, this is what Pakistan does. No, this is not what countries do. So you have to get the rest of the world on your side and say, this has to stop. If you have to sanction Pakistan until they drop, we have to do it, because this is not normal state behavior. I mean, for too long, we've gone on with this theory that, this is Pakistan is like that. Pakistani army is this. No, this, I think, is the biggest damage that we've done to ourselves. So there's a lot more we can do. I hope we keep those options open. But as of now, the Prime Minister sounds furious, and he has to cater to the fact that people from 15 states have been killed. You cannot ignore this.
Yes. And they were unarmed tourists who wanted to be part of the Naya Kashmir story.
Yes.
Because they believed that when the government put out that data, that the footfalls of tourists in Kashmir has gone up drastically, and they are now contributing to the economy in the state. They wanted to contribute, perhaps. There is a way of looking at it. And they were in vacationing, and just look at those visuals which are coming in from 14 states of India. That's the impact of this terror attack. That's what we are looking at, Dr. Brahmachelani. We have heard Prime Minister after the Uri attack. We have heard Prime Minister after Pulwama attack. But this was Prime Minister angry, furious, and the messaging is far stern than what we have seen in the past, Brahmachelani.
I'm not sure, because if you recall what he said publicly after the Uri attack, he said, water and blood will not flow together. That was 8 years ago. How many attacks does India need before actually it takes decisive action against Pakistan? Now, the reason why there is such public outpouring of anger in the Kashmir Valley is that these terrorists have undermined the mainstay of the Kashmir economy, which is tourism. So there is public anger in Kashmir that we have not seen in the past. And this is a good development. So we have the public on our side, on the state side. We have legal, moral, and strategic reasons to take action. So we should take action which imposes costs on the puppet masters. For example, when we carried out the Balakot airstrike, we hit terrorist infrastructure. We made it a point to say publicly, we're not hitting the military in Pakistan, we're not hitting the deep state. Why? You have to hit the deep state. They are the puppet masters. The terrorists are only the surrogates of the puppet masters. And if you look at the Indus water treaty, first the analogy to China is absolutely wrong. China does not believe in water sharing. It does not have a single water sharing treaty with any neighboring country. It has 12 downstream neighbors. It does not have a single water sharing treaty with any neighbor. And on top of that, it's building the world's biggest dam, a super dam, just before the Brahmaputra enters India. The thing about the Indus Waters Treaty is that it was built on extraordinary generosity on India's part. Despite being the upper riparian state, India agreed to give Pakistan
Dr. Chilani, just
control.
a word on the visuals that are on our television screens. Remember, we are talking about a tragedy which is mammoth in nature. And another funeral pyre will be lit today, this time in Purulia in Bengal. Another father, brother, son will be laid to rest. This is what we are looking at, Brahmachalani. It's heartbreaking when we look at those mothers and daughters and wives, saying that final goodbye to their family members. I mean, they were vacationing. They deserved better. Dr. Chilani.
What has happened in Pahalgam has affected not only the psyche of the local people in Kashmir Valley, but has affected the national psyche. That's the reason why the political leadership has taken this massacre as a major challenge. It's a challenge because these perpetrators of this massacre have sought to take Kashmir Valley back to the dark days of 1990, when almost the entire Kashmiri Pandit population was expelled from the valley. These Islamists killed hundreds of Kashmiri Pandits in that period, and now they want to take Kashmir Valley back to those dark days. So there is anger both in the Kashmir Valley as well as there is anger nationally. And these pictures that you're showing, these are moving pictures that clearly have an impact on people's thinking wherever they may be, in the country or even overseas.
Yes, it's a heartbroken nation today, Dr. Tarakarta. And another day, yesterday we saw Lieutenant's wife, saying goodbye to her husband in Karnal. Now this is another city, another hometown where coffins are being brought in. This is what India is waking up to for the last 2 days.
See, what I am a little puzzled about, if you can say, that is this particular selection of target. Because Pakistan now knows that with such an incident of such magnitude and such geographical diversity, India has really no option but to do something very strong. So somebody, for whatever reason, whoever it is trying to push you towards a warlike situation. I don't know that I want to be pushed into any direction that is not of my making at a time of my choice and a time of my seeking. That is what the Prime Minister is actually saying. He's saying we will strike at a time of our choosing. And I just want to disagree slightly with Brahma, is that when you do any kind of attack, you have to keep in mind both are nuclear states. And what is it that the outcome, what is the outcome you want? If you want a permanent end to Pakistan's terrorism, which is what I would love to see, you need to take the rest of the world with you. You can't do it alone. I also agree with Brahma.
Any attack on Pakistan, by the way. I have not suggested any attack on Pakistan.
Yes, but
I also, one second, let me finish.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah. But also the fact is that if you declare a terrorist state today, you declare Pakistan a terrorist state. I think that is one way to go. But it really has no great effect on the ground.
No, I didn't say declare Pakistan a terrorist state. That's again different. I only said
this is
Pakistan as a terrorist state in policy. No declaration is required.
What is the point of that? Either you declare it to the world and say we declare Pakistan a terrorist state, or you don't do anything. What's the point in just saying that is policy? No. You can say it's a terrorist state and throw everybody out of the country and things like that. But there is something here which I like, as somebody who studied this for nearly 20 years, there is something here which we are missing. So I would wait till the whole picture comes out.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, Dr. Tara Karta and Dr. Brahma Chelani, really appreciate your time. Shifting focus to an important meeting which will be happening roughly around 4 p.m. at the Jal Shakti Ministry, which will be chaired by C.R. Patil, the Minister, and other officials of the External Affairs Ministry are likely to be in attendance. This is with regards to the decision which has been taken by the Cabinet Committee on Security on suspending the Indus Water Treaty. Now, that treaty, which impacts almost 80% of irrigation water, in fact, comes of Pakistan, comes from that. Pakistan relies heavily on the Indus River system for irrigation. Almost like 80% of its land is cultivated by it. It's an important aspect of it for economic security and also for its water security. We have Aishwarya is joining us live. Aishwarya, the government is clear that this is not just about this suspension is not just morally justifiable. It's also about sending a message that is cross-border terrorism cannot continue. And at the same time, Pakistan has in the past invoked that very important clause, which is the dispute resolution provision. Almost like 3 times it has done so.
Well, certainly, and the decision by the CCS yesterday of suspension of the Indus Water Treaty will break the backbone of Pakistan, both economically and there could be food and water crisis in the states of Punjab in Pakistan. We have gone through the provisions of the treaty, and it categorically stated that the eastern rivers which culminates of 3 rivers can unrestrictedly used by India, but the western rivers flows towards Pakistan. Now, it has all come down to the execution, and therefore the reason perhaps after this decision, the Ministry of Jal Shakti, which is headed by C.R. Patil, will take an important meeting at 4 p.m. to execute the provisions involved in it. This treaty had no exit clause with India and Pakistan. So now how India will stop the waters, it's a long drawn process, and to execute it, how the water would be turned towards the Indian canals, and also how reservoirs which had been shut for many years would be again be ramped up is something that the Indian government will think. Of course, it is not impossible for the country, for the government, and therefore the reason perhaps it would be MHA officials, the Ministry of External Affairs officials, as well as the Jal Shakti Ministry officials who would sit down at 4 p.m. is what we have been told at Shram Shakti Bhavan, and will finally execute the entire plan of action from here on. So it's an important step that India has taken to corner Pakistan as far as this decision is taken.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. So India is demonstrating responsibility and restraint in the past, but not anymore. It is the sovereign right of India which is going to be exercised, which has been exercised by the government of India. How will it be implemented is perhaps clarity will emerge roughly around 4 p.m. when that meeting happens. A day of series of meetings which have been lined up. The government of India will be taking its the heads of various political parties on board in its next decision. That's the reason why an all-party meeting will be chaired at 6 p.m. And before that, the crucial meeting of the Jal Shakti Ministry, which will also have officials of the External Affairs Ministry and the MHA. A quick break, and this remains our top focus here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal.
This is the last word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and center, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Welcome back. Our top focus remains the terror attack in Pahalgam, which happened on 22nd. In fact, NDTV also spoke with first responder Wahid Wani, who was also a pony ride operator. He tried to rescue people, and this is what he described to my colleague Nazir Masoodi about what happened in those horrific hours.
After massacre of tourists by terrorists in Bison Meadow, you may have seen one visual, one video where one person was trying to save people, evacuate injured, trying to give some sort of solace to the survivors. Is Abdul Wahid, he is president of Poniwalas Association. He was the first responder who reached there. आप ये बताएं क्या समा था उसका मंजर था उस वक्त जब आप पहुंचे और आपने वो देखा, लाशें देखी, जख्मी देखे?
जो ही मुझे कॉल आई तो 2:35 पे मुझे कॉल आई। उसके बाद में मैंने जब कांटेक्ट करने की कोशिश की है तो मुझे किसी से कांटेक्ट रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं मिला है, क्योंकि कोई कॉल नहीं उठा रहा था। तो मुझे ऐसे जो पहलगाम भी कांटेक्ट में था वो लॉन्ग रास्ते से आ रहा था, मैं बैग की तरफ से गया, वो शॉर्टकट रास्ता है, गंजीबल की तरफ से मैं गया हूँ। जो ही मैं वहाँ पहुँचा 3:10 में वहाँ पहुँचा, मेरा भाई पीछे था, सजाद अहमद जिसका नाम है, जिसकी कंधी पे आपने जख्मी को देखा है। जो ही वहाँ मैं पहुँचा तो वहाँ क़यामत जैसा मंज़र था, क्योंकि लाशें गिरी हुई थी, ज़ख्मियों की हालत बुरी थी। तो मैंने सबसे पहले यही कोशिश की है कि पहले पानी पिलाया, उसके बाद मैं अपने ग्रुप में जो ही मैं उधर से इधर इधर से उधर घूम रहा हूँ, मैं सिर्फ अपने ग्रुपों में मैसेज डालता हूँ तो आप बूढ़े वाले यहाँ पे आ जाइए, हमें इसको मदद करना है। ATV वालों को मैंने कॉल की, उनको मैसेज भी डाली है, आप इधर पे आ जाए, क्योंकि एक आदमी न ज़ख्मी को संभाल सकता था, न डेड बॉडी को उधर से इधर ले सकता था। देखें 20 सालों से मैं ये काम कर रहा हूँ, मैं इनका प्रेसिडेंट हूँ, तो मैंने आज तक ना सुना है ना देखा है ऐसा सदमा ना हम देखना चाहते हैं। मैंने कोशिश की है, जिस खतरे में मैं गया हूँ, मेरा जान भी खतरे में था, मगर मैंने एज इंसानियत, एक तो रोजी रोटी का सवाल है, वो मुतासिर हुआ है, वो हिट हुआ है, मगर जो सबसे मेन प्रॉब्लम है, एक इंसानियत का कत्ल हुआ, एक इंसान का कत्ल सब इंसानियत का कत्ल
और
है।
एक आपका गोड़ा वाला वो सईद आदिल हुसैन, उसने भी वो आतंकियों से लड़ने की कोशिश की, किसी को बचाने की कोशिश की, उसने खुद को भी, उसको 3 गोलियां मारी गई।
वही अल्लाह ताला उनकी मग़फ़िरत करे, उनके साथ फिर बात नहीं, उसकी डेढ़ पहले हुई थी, तो
उसके बाद आप पहुँचे?
उसके बाद हम पहुँचे, जो ही ये घटना हुई है उसके बाद हम वहाँ पे पहुँचे हैं। तो हमें उन जो डेड बॉडी थी उनमें से किसी के साथ बात नहीं, और ना हमने उसको जो ज़ख्मी की हालत में थे हमने उनको सवाल करने की कोशिश नहीं की थी। हमने बोला कि अभी जान बचाने की कोशिश करना है, हमने भरपूर उनको मदद किया है, हमने अपने आप को भी जोखिम में डाला है, खतरा में डाला। वहाँ पहुँच के हमने बोला ज़ख्मी को बचाइए।
So they were the first responders after the horrific incident, and they appeared to be in a shock. And Pahalgam is closed, shut for second day today, while the valley was observed complete shutdown. Yesterday, was the first shutdown against militancy or militant attack in last 35 years in Jammu and Kashmir.
26 families in 14 states of India are in mourning today. Even as the last journeys of their loved ones begin, we tried to get details from their family members. Remember, these were tourists who were holidaying, families to newlyweds whose lives have been shattered by the dastardly attack on April 22nd. Let's bring in Radhika, who's joining us from Mumbai, tracking the families in Maharashtra. We also have Ratandeep, who is tracking the family of the tourist who lost his life. He came from Arunachal Pradesh. I'm coming to you, Radhika, first. How many families in all in Maharashtra whose lives have been devastated because of this? Because as the Prime Minister said, they spoke multiple languages, but it was India which united them, and today India is united in grief.
Absolutely. 6 people have lost their lives from Maharashtra. In fact, all their last rites have concluded. In fact, it happened yesterday and early this morning. Unfortunately, though, 6 families are grieving at this point. 2 families from from Pune, 3 from Dombivli and 1 from Panvel. We did manage to speak to several of the victims yesterday because the last rites had concluded yesterday itself. That is when we spoke to some of the family members, who couldn't fathom what had in fact happened. They had gone on a peaceful, happy holiday, but what they are witnessing or facing now is unimaginable grief. So yes, as far as the death toll is concerned, it is Maharashtra that has the highest death toll, with 6 people losing their lives. And these are families, as I mentioned, from Panvel as well as Dombivli, which both the places outskirts of Mumbai, and also from Pune. And in Panvel, it is a senior citizen who had in fact travelled with his wife. In front of his wife, he was shot down. In Dombivli, it's 3 friends who were living in the neighbourhood who had planned this trip. Unfortunately, all 3 men died. And in the other place, which is Pune, where 2 members of the same family, 2 men of the same family are once again shot down by those terrorists. So of course, when we did speak to the family members, of course, they are seeking strict action, strong action. They want perpetrators to be punished, and which is something that the state government is also communicating with the centrists at this point. Both the CM and DCM here are providing all the help, state administration providing all kinds of help. Of course, we know that special flights had flown down the mortal remains of these deceased, and all the final rites and also the prayer meetings have concluded. At this point, of course, what they are seeking is strictest action. So it is unimaginable grief that we are talking about. And today, there were some repatriation flights that are expected to land in Mumbai, which will carry several of the stranded tourists from Maharashtra as well. Early this morning at 3:30 a.m., one flight had taken 64 people, 64 stranded tourists. And in the evening, there are going to be 2 flights that will come from Kashmir, which will have at least about 200 people from the state of Maharashtra who will be landing safely in the state. So yes, repatriation flights, aid being given, support being given to the family members of those who lost their loved ones, and also all the stranded tourists being taken from Kashmir to the state of Maharashtra. That's the kind of help and support being provided by the state administration. But as far as the families and people who lost their loved ones are concerned, as I said, it is a very, very distressing and painful period for them.
Absolutely, Radhika. In fact, relief flights from Srinagar have been organized by the government of Maharashtra, which will be landing also in Mumbai Santa Cruz Terminal 1 shortly. Special evacuation flights are taking off from Srinagar to various cities in Maharashtra, particularly Mumbai. And they are carrying 184 to 65 passengers, in all 200 passengers. 200 residents of Maharashtra have been in Jammu and Kashmir for the last few days for holidaying. Appreciate your time there, Radhika. Let's listen in now to similar conversations that we are hearing of family members. Deepak Bopanna spoke to another family member's next of kin. Bharat was his name. He was in Pahalgam, just like other 25 people, holidaying, vacationing with his family.
So if you could tell us, this is a very difficult moment for the family. Firstly, condolences to you. At this point in time, you know, the Chief Minister, the Governor have all been here. They've given you assurances. But from the family, what is your appeal to the, you know, central government because of what has happened?
To the youngster and to the government, I just say, yes, it has happened. Let us be strong. This has happened. Even we have lost a lot of our military people. I'll consider my brother's, my sister's son as a military man who has given their life to the country. Her wife, that is Dr. Sujata, even in her COVID period, she has helped the nation and she has worked a lot. As a doctor, she has worked for more than 14 years in nearby MS Ramaya Hospital for 14 years. In the COVID time, she has worked for 24 hours. 24 hours. And Bangalore has seen everything, but we have not seen terrorism. Karnataka is a peaceful place. Let the peaceful be throughout the nation, and we request all the my brothers and sisters of all the religion to be peaceful, and anything and everything, let us talk it out and solve it out, not this one.
So what did they tell you? What exactly happened, during the time when the shooting was taking place there?
No, as per Dr. Sujata, she just heard it as if a cracker is just blowing down across the valley. But she didn't know that this is happening to her itself.
In fact, more news coming in, this time from Arunachal Pradesh, which the government has announced an ex gratia of 50 lakh for the next of kin of Corporal Tej Haliang, after Chief Minister Prema Khandu reached his home at Tajang village. My colleague spoke to his family. Let's listen in.
वो मेरा भाई जो एयरफोर्स में काम करते थे, नेशन के लिए सर्व किया है, किसी को कुछ हार्म नहीं किया है, लेकिन टेररिस्ट ने जिस हिसाब से उसको बेरहमी से मारा गया है, उसको बहुत ही हम लोग दुख है। सिर्फ मेरा भाई के लिए बोल के भी नहीं है, अन्य जो 30 लोग भी मरा हुआ है उसके लिए दुख है। तो हम भारत सरकार से यही उम्मीद करते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द पाकिस्तान के ऊपर कार्रवाई करें। उन लोग को जिस भाषा में समझते हैं उसी भाषा में जवाब देने से ठीक है बोल के।
डिब्रूगढ़ में ट्रांसफ़र ऑर्डर था, लेकिन इन्होंने सोचा जाने से पहले नया दुल्हन और जो शादी की है उनको भी कश्मीर वादियों को दिखाना चाहिए बोल के उनका यूनिट में बुला लिया। बुलाने के बाद घूमने जाते समय में ये अचानक हो गया।
Strongest word I would like to condemn the barbaric act of killing the innocent people by the Pakistan sponsored militants. This is very unfortunate, and it's giving a challenge to the country, the administration of this great country.
Ratnadeep spoke to the family of Tej Haliang. He joins us live. It's a very tough time as mortal remains are being received by the family members. They, of course, were expecting pictures of fun, and just look at how the tragedy has struck them.
Absolutely. When the mortal remains actually arrived this morning at their native village in Tajang, which is near zero in Lower Subansiri district of Arunachal Pradesh, a rather very beautiful area of Arunachal Pradesh, though remote. Entire family was in a state of shock, was in a state of trauma. In fact, Tage Haliang, who had joined the Indian Air Force in 2017, had been serving the nation, and in fact it was his third year of posting in Srinagar. On only last week he got his transfer orders to Dibrugarh Air Force Base, which is in Assam, and he was very happy because he was posted closer to home. Dibrugarh is far more closer to Zero, his hometown, than Srinagar, which is about more than 3,000 kilometers away, and therefore he asked his wife to come and join him for a short trip before he leaves Srinagar altogether. And he had been asking his other family members also to come over to Srinagar because he's been telling them how beautiful Kashmir is, and he went for a short trip with his wife to Pahalgam when the tragedy unfolded. In fact, he had got married only last year. It has not been even a full year that he got married and that this tragedy unfolded. In fact, his mortal remains were flown in from Srinagar to Guwahati first, and then last night the mortal remains came in Guwahati and then taken to his hometown via Tejpur Air Force Base. In fact, the state government had announced an ex gratia of 50 lakhs for his next of kins, also a government job for his family members, as well as a memorial in his memory in his native village. This is the announcement made by the Chief Minister Pema Khandu, who along with his other members of his ministerial council visited the village, paid tribute, and tomorrow with full state honours, Haliang's funeral would take place in his native village. This is not only a grief of that family itself, but a grief for the entire state, entire region of Northeast and the entire country. And the entire country is actually mourning. The entire country wants a strong response from the government as demanded by the family members of the airman who lost his life.
All right, Ratandeep, thank you so much for joining us. And a special train carrying tourists from Jammu and Kashmir has now reached New Delhi. And the train services, remember, were pressed into action to cater to the rush of outbound travellers from Katra to the national capital. The returnees, in fact, cut short their plans after tourists were targeted in Pahalgam. The tourists are ever so grateful to the locals who held them in Srinagar amidst heavy tensions and security. Here are some excerpts as they recounted the horrors of the trip.
आपका नाम क्या है?
प्रियंका।
आप जम्मू कश्मीर घूमने के लिए गई थी?
हाँ, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर घूमने के लिए गई।
आपको अपनी ट्रिप कट शॉर्ट करनी पड़ी?
हाँ, नहीं, हमारी ट्रेन थी 20th की, बट ड्यू टू दैट लैंडस्लाइड हम लोग वापस नहीं जा पाए। हमें फिर वापस कश्मीर में स्टे करना पड़ा 3 दिन तक।
आपको पता चला था कि वहाँ पर अटैक्स हुए हैं, टेररिस्ट अटैक्स?
हाँ, वहाँ पे पता चला, इसीलिए तो हम लोग जल्दी निकल गए, नहीं तो हम लोग और 1-2 दिन स्टे करके ट्रेन से जाते हैं।
क्या कुछ अरेंजमेंट्स किए गए थे वहाँ पर?
अरेंजमेंट्स तो ऐसे कुछ नहीं किए गए थे, हमें खुद से होटल में स्टे करना पड़ा था। इवन वी वर कॉलिंग द पुलिस कि रोड्स ओपन हो रहे कि नहीं, बट कोई रोड्स कोई अपडेट नहीं था। हाँ, वो तो है, बट वो भी मिलने में, जैसे हम लोग कोलकाता से आए हैं, बट हमें दिल्ली यहाँ पे और 1 दिन स्टे करके वापस कोलकाता जाना पड़ेगा। और क्योंकि कोई ऑप्शन ही, ट्रेन सारे बुकड है, कोई ट्रेन्स नहीं मिल रहा है यहाँ से, या जम्मू से भी कोई ट्रेन्स नहीं है कोलकाता का, ऑल आर बुक्ड।
तो आपका नाम क्या है सर?
स्वप्निल।
आप कश्मीर घूमने गए थे?
कश्मीर घूमने गए थे 19 अप्रैल को। पहलगांव का प्लान था कल का, बट हमने सब कुछ कैंसिल करके रिटर्न आ गए।
ये स्पेशल ट्रेन के बारे में कैसे पता चला? क्या कुछ अरेंजमेंट की गई थी?
बेसिकली फ्लाइट बुक हुई थी श्रीनगर टू जम्मू। मैं IRCTC पे चेक कर रहा था कि कोई टिकट मिल जाए, तत्काल हो, कुछ भी हो, तो मुझे अचानक से स्पेशल ट्रेन दिख गई और उस पर टिकट अवेलेबल थी 3 टायर के।
प्राइसेस सही थे?
प्राइसेस सही थे, 1100-1200 समथिंग थे 3 टायर के, तो सब कुछ ठीक हुआ।
आपने कट शॉर्ट किया अपना ट्रिप, पूरी ट्रिप नहीं कर पाया?
नहीं, 1 दिन का नुकसान हुआ और मेन बात पहलगांव ही था उस टाइम।
अभी आप क्या बताएंगे, किस तरीके का माहौल देखने को मिल रहा था?
माहौल तो ठीक है, श्रीनगर में तो ठीक है, आजू बाजू का मुझे पता नहीं, वहाँ के लोकल लोग सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, बट यही है कि कब क्या हो सकता है कहीं पता नहीं। अभी तो सुरक्षा बढ़ा दी गई है, आर्मी वाले हर जगह पे मिलेंगे, 200 मीटर पे। श्रीनगर में तो है सपोर्ट, बाकी इधर उधर का पता नहीं।
आपका क्या नाम है सर?
आदित्य।
आप भी जम्मू कश्मीर गए हुए थे?
मैं पहलगाम में नीचे में ही था। हाँ,
क्या कुछ बताएंगे आप पूरे इंसिडेंट के बारे में?
एक्चुअली जब फायरिंग ऊपर हुई, हम लोग नीचे जब पहुँचे ही थे, हॉर्स राइडिंग के लिए बुकिंग कर रहे थे, तब तक में पता चलता है कि सबसे बोलता है कि फायरिंग हो रही है ऊपर में। हम लोग कैजुअली लेते हैं, पर देखते हैं कि सबका हाथ वाथ लगा रहता है, हाथ से खून निकल रहा है, पाँव से खून निकल रहा है। हम लोग पूछते हैं तो बोलते हैं वो लोग ऊपर से फायरिंग हो रही है। तो जितना जल्दी हो सकता उधर पे कम से कम 100 ट्रैवलर
दाढ़ी थी, इतना 5 मिनट के अंदर में पूरी दाढ़ी गायब हुई है। गायब हुई, हम लोग निकले, उसके बाद वाया मूडल रोड हम लोग सबसे पहले श्रीनगर आने, हम लोग जम्मू आने के लिए ट्राई किए, वाया मूडल रोड हम लोग आ रहे थे, मूडल रोड में लास्ट चेक पोस्ट में अटक गए हम लोग। अब उधर पे पूरा रात हम लोग गाड़ी में ही रुके, उठते नेट दे, फिर जल्दी निकलती, कल 8 बजे जम्मू पहुँचे, तब जाके ये ट्रेन मिली।
कितना डर का माहौल, क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा रहा होगा।
बहुत डर का माहौल था। उसके बाद रात में CRPF, VRPF सब आया, सब जाती था, पूरा ये था, क्या बोलते, कर्फ्यू था।
आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम सुनीता जायसवाल है।
आप भी घूमने गई थी जम्मू कश्मीर?
हम लोग का फैमिली है, हम लोग सब कुछ साथ में।
आप भी उस वक्त वही थी जब पहलगाम में टेररिस्ट अटैक?
हम लोग गाड़ी में बैठे थे, मेरे जेंट्स लोग उतर के सब अपना ठीक कर रहा था, गाड़ी घोड़ा वोड़ा कर रहे थे ऊपर जाने के लिए, तभी खबर आया कि इस तरह से ऊपर में हो गया है, चलना निकलना है, बस निकलना है यहाँ से। बस हम लोग वहाँ से निकल गए, लेडीज़ लोग गाड़ी में बैठे थे, जेंट्स लोग बाहर थे।
किस तरीके का माहौल था? आपने किसी को?
खतरनाक माहौल था, बहुत खराब माहौल था, जितना जल्दी हो सके वहाँ से निकलो, बस यही हम लोग के में अंदर में यही बात चल रहा था, जितना जल्दी हो सके यहाँ से निकलो बस।
खुद से जो विक्टिम्स थे या जो गोली चला रहे थे उन लोगों को देखा?
हाँ,
जिन लोगों ने गोली चलाया है वहाँ पर जो कुछ भी माहौल था, कि आपने खुद से देखा है?
नहीं, हम लोग उसको नहीं देखा, वो ऊपर में थे, हम लोग नीचे में थे, हम लोग नीचे थे इसीलिए बच गए।
India has lost 26 innocent lives in the Pahalgam attack on 22nd. The chief ministers across the country are condemning the heinous attack and extending support to the grieving families. Chief ministers cutting across party lines have stepped up and urged Prime Minister Modi to deliver a strong response to the attack.
घटना बताती है कि आतंकवाद अब अपनी अंतिम श्वास ले रहा है। भारत के अंदर यह कतई स्वीकार्य नहीं है। आतंकवाद और उग्रवाद के प्रति जीरो टॉलरेंस की जो नीति रही है, वह प्रभावी ढंग से आतंकवाद का नेस्तनाबूद करेगी। इसके ताबूत पर अंतिम कील ठोकने की शुरुआत हो चुकी है।
ನೋಡಿ ಅಮಾಯಕ ಜನರು ಪಾಪ ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಆಡೋ ಹಗಲೇ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಂಡತಿರ ಎದುರುಗಡೆನು ಮಗು ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ, ಶೂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೇಯ ಕೃತ್ಯ।
ये घटना बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। और ये जिस तरह की कायरता की है, निश्चित रूप से ऐसे लोगों को सजा मिलेगी। इन्होंने जिस तरह की एक घिनौनी घटना की है, पूरा देश उसकी निंदा कर रहा है। मैं कह सकता हूं कि इस घटना से जितना क्षोभ है, दुख है, एक एक खून के कतरे का हिसाब लिया जाएगा।
Series of meetings which will happen in the next few hours. At 4 p.m. is when the Jal Shakti Ministry will hold a meeting which will be attended by MHA and MEA officials. And at 6 p.m. is when the all-party meeting will happen, which will be chaired by government ministers and attended by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah and others. The centre will be briefing the all parties on the Pahalgam terror attack and taking them on board and getting their views as well. A possible resolution is what the centre is hoping for, that a joint resolution should be passed by the all-party meet, that the entire country, the entire political class stands united in this condemnation. Aishwarya is joining us on the phone line. Aishwarya, a quick recap of both the meetings which are likely to happen at 4 and 6.
Well, that's right. As far as Ministry of Jal Shakti is concerned, the officials will be meeting alongside with the officials of Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Home Affairs to execute and implement the plan, the decision that was taken by the CCS yesterday to suspend the Indus Water Treaty. Apart from it, as the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge earlier had demanded that the government should brief all the political parties as far as their action against Pakistan is concerned. Therefore, the government has called all the meeting to discuss Pahalgam terrorist attack. Sources have told us that there will be a unanimous resolution of condemnation to be passed, and the Home Minister Amit Shah, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, and External Affairs Minister Jaishankar will brief the political leaders who would be taking part in this meeting at the Parliament. All leaders will be allowed to speak and offer suggestions for counter action against Pakistan as well. We've been told that only parties with at least 5 MPs in Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha has been invited and many excluded due to this criteria, but a unanimous resolution of condemnation of Pahalgam terrorist attack would be passed. Is something that we could indicate to us.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you so much for joining us with that quick update. We are slipping into a short break at this moment. News and updates will continue on NDTV. Stay with us.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring
Prime Minister Modi's stern message after Pahalgam terror attack. Prime Minister says that the terrorists will pay an unimaginable cost. He also adds that the government will identify and punish every single terrorist.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist.
Prime Minister Modi in Bihar says that he will finish terror one for all. Everyone who believes in humanity is with us. India draws water for blood. The key Jal Shakti Ministry meet on Indus Treaty. Government calls an all-party meet at 6 p.m. Two Pakistani nationals have been identified in the Pahalgam attack probe. Encounter takes place in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur. One soldier has been killed in gunfight with terrorists. Fawad Khan starrer Abir Gulal has been blocked in India. Information and Broadcasting's government says no to the movie with Pakistani actor in India. The movie, remember, was set to release on May 9th. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. India will identify, track and punish every single terrorist and their backers, and our spirit will never be broken. This is what Prime Minister Modi said today, sending a strong message 2 days after 25 tourists and a Kashmiri was brutally killed in a terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. The Prime Minister, he was in Bihar's Madhubani for a government event. He started his address with a silent tribute to those killed in the Pahalgam terror attack. Later, in his address, he said that the entire country is in pain because of the ruthless manner in which the terrorists killed the innocent tourists. He said, and I quote, "The whole country is with the bereaved families. The government is trying its best to ensure the well-being of those injured. Someone has lost a son, someone has lost a brother, someone has lost a partner. Someone spoke Bengali, someone spoke Kannada, someone was Marathi, someone was Odia, someone was from Gujarat, and someone was Bihar's son."
22 अप्रैल को जम्मू कश्मीर के पहलगाम में आतंकियों ने मासूम देशवासियों को जिस बेरहमी से मारा है, उससे पूरा देश व्यथित है। हमारा दुख एक जैसा है, हमारा आक्रोश एक जैसा है। ये हमला सिर्फ निहत्थे पर्यटकों पर नहीं हुआ है, देश के दुश्मनों ने भारत की आत्मा पर हमला करने का दुस्साहस किया है। मैं बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने ये हमला किया है, उन आतंकियों को और इस हमले की साजिश रचने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से भी बड़ी सजा मिलेगी। Friends, today from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve. Everyone who believes in humanity is with us. I thank the people of various countries and their leaders who have stood with us in these times.
And my colleague Aishwarya Jain joins us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, very, very stern message there from the Prime Minister. Take us through the latest.
Well, that's right. It is a direct message to those perpetrators who are sitting across the border from the soil of Bihar. It was Prime Minister's message that the country is united together. People of India from Kashmir to Kanyakumari are together and are mourning what has happened to the brothers and sisters of different parts of the state who were there out on vacations, and they were unarmed, and these perpetrators will not be left. Prime Minister Narendra Modi stated that they would identify and then they will punish these terrorists whenever it is it comes down to the Indian citizens. India will give a befitting reply, is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi stated. Prime Minister also went on to say that this message is to the world that India will end terrorism, and it will be an unimaginable action that the Indian government will take to take revenge of these deadly terrorist attacks. The terrorist would will find its right place. So a stern message after CCS that was called by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and under his chairmanship, strong decisions was taken to corner Pakistan, and it is for the first time after that returning from Saudi Arabia, holding such several crucial meetings. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Madhubani addressing a government function, but a louder message and important thing to note was, of course, he gave the first part of his message in Hindi, but to the larger audience across the world, to address the world media, he spoke in English and stated that the entire world leaders who condemned this attack, India welcomed it. But to the world, he wanted to send out a message that India will not leave any terrorist and will find them and punish them accordingly. So clear message from Prime Minister. Of course, India is planning, of course, on different fronts to corner Pakistan, be it on the cultural front, be it on the diplomatic front, and the actions that, the decisions, in fact, which has been taken by the Indian government sends out a clear message. We'll have to wait that how the world responds to Prime Minister's message from Bihar on the deadly terror attack. But Indian government, although has welcomed the world leaders' statements who had condemned this deadly terror attack on the Indian soil.
Absolutely. And Aishwarya, stay with us because the Indian government is also convening a key meeting to discuss the Pahalgam terror attack and the potential responses. Now, here's what is happening. A crucial meeting of the Jal Shakti Ministry on the Indus issue is scheduled for 4 p.m. This is going to be attended by officials from the Ministry of Home Affairs as well as the Ministry of External Affairs. Apart from that, an all-party meeting is set for 6 p.m. where the centre will brief the lawmakers on the Pahalgam attack and the government's response on this. In fact, let's also listen in, to what AIMIM's Asaduddin Owaisi has to say.
जो इस मुल्क से मोहब्बत करने वाले हैं, मैं उनसे उम्मीद करता हूं कि वो हज़ारों नहीं लाखों की तादाद में वहां पर जमा हों और हमारा वहां पर जमा होना ना सिर्फ हम खराज अक़ीदत पेश करेंगे उन मरने वाले ख़ानदानों को, बल्कि हम उन लोगों को भी पैगाम देंगे जो दहशतगर्दी के ज़रिए इस मुल्क में हिंदुओं और मुसलमानों में नफ़रत की दीवारों को और इजाफा करना चाहते हैं.
And my colleague Aishwarya is still there with us. Aishwarya, what specific issues related to the Indus will be discussed in the Jal Shakti Ministry meeting? Give us the details of that.
Well, a series of meetings are planned as far as different ministries are concerned. Yesterday, we've been told that to corner Pakistan, the government of India is planning a combat operation. The ministries involving civil aviation yesterday had taken a decision that there would be these flight operations. The operators, in fact, had been requested not to charge the cancellation fees on the citizens who wanted to come back from Jammu and Kashmir to different parts of the country. We have seen how the tourism ministry was roped in to give directions to the OTT platforms to waive off the cancellation charges or the amendment charges to the citizens. It was also the rail ministry was roped in that had run a special train from Srinagar or Udhampur to the national capital. Apart from it, it is now Jal Shakti Ministry. Yesterday, after the CCS took a decision that Indus Water Treaty would be suspended, to execute it further at 4 p.m., it would be Jal Shakti Ministry officials along with the Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Home Affairs officials will sit down to execute the plan. Now, the Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan, which was signed in 1960, had no exit clause in it, and therefore the reason perhaps the western rivers which are flowing towards the Pakistan, after decision has been taken, that will stop immediately, and to have better execution as to find out the canals, find out the reservoirs, and which were closed for many years, how the Indian government can execute, because this is a step that India has taken which will certainly break the backbone of the Pakistani economy. The water crisis would be there in the specific regions of Punjab, there in Pakistan. So clearly it is an all-out effort that the government is making to completely isolate Pakistan. An all-important all-party meeting is scheduled at 6 p.m. in the Parliament. Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, will be chairing that meeting. Home Minister Amit Shah and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, all the three top ministers, would be briefing all the political parties who had been called in. We have been told by our sources that a unanimous resolution will be passed for condemnation of this deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, with MPs more than 4 to 5 of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. The political parties, political floor leaders have been called in this meeting. First, they will be briefed by these ministers, and later the suggestions will be taken from them for the counter action against Pakistan. Each and every member who will be attending this all-party meeting will be given a chance to speak in this meeting as well. And the sources have also stated that the entire political spectrum of the country, the political parties will be joining, would be with the government in every possible action against Pakistan to stand together. Remember, it was Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, all spoke to Home Minister Amit Shah after this attack and stated that we are together with Government of India in the counter action against Pakistan.
All right, Aishwarya Jan, thank you very much for getting us all the details. In fact, in Jammu and Kashmir, the Chief Minister there, Omar Abdullah, he's chairing an all-party meeting as well in order to discuss the recent terror attack there. The Chief Minister has emphasized the need for collective action. He has stated that everyone must fight this together. Now, given the recent terror attack, this meeting might focus on security measures, relief efforts, as well as strategies to prevent future incidents.
सबसे पहले तो हम दोबारा उन तमाम ख़ानदानों के साथ हमदर्दी का इजहार करते हैं जिनके ऊपर ये वाक़या जो है, जिनके ऊपर ये सदमा हुआ है, जिनके साथ ये हुआ है। अब यहाँ पे मेरी सिर्फ एक मोतबाना गुजारिश मुल्क के बाकी लोगों के साथ, मेहरबानी करके कश्मीरियों को दुश्मन मत समझिए। ये हमारी बदकिस्मती रही है। आगे इस तरह के हादसे ना हो, उसके लिए जो इंतज़ामिया सिक्योरिटी के लिए ज़िम्मेदार हैं, उनको अपनी ज़िम्मेदारी निभानी होगी। उनको अपनी ज़िम्मेदारी निभाने में जहां हमारी मदद की ज़रूरत होगी, हम कंधे से कंधा उनके साथ खड़े होंगे।
And my colleague Nazir Masoodi joins us to get us more on this meeting. Nazir, apart from enhancing the security measures, what all was there on the agenda in this meeting?
Well, security is not the responsibility of the domain of the elected government, so security may not be discussed, but the implications of the security would certainly be discussed. And this meeting is all about to show a collective resolve against terror, against violence, against creating instability, against killing innocent people in this horrible massacre, just creating fear and pushing, tourists to flee from the valley. That's what terrorists wanted. They wanted to create fear, and their fear should drive tourists out. That was their motive, and that they appeared apparently for a moment they are succeeding. They don't want tourists to come here. Now we have to see what would be the resolution, collective statement from all the political parties, be it their national conference, PDP, BJP, local parties, people, everybody has been invited for this all-party meeting, so that the people of Jammu and Kashmir, they have shown their anger, anguish, collective resolve that they should not be, this terrorism and such acts are not acceptable, and there should be complete condemnation of that. We have seen for the first time in the last 35 years, a complete shutdown across Jammu and Kashmir. against a terror incident and killing and a militants. I have seen so many protests, candlelight vigils by people. And there's also one local braveheart, Said Adil, a Pawniwala, who was also killed by resisting those terrorists who were killing innocent people. But what was we could not see any official actually visiting his family, even as Chief Minister attended his last rites, funeral prayers yesterday. But there was no senior officer from the police or the administration who attended that, while as all other victims were senior officers and the government came to pay homage to them, but that was missing here in Pahalgam's Papatnar village when Said Adil, here local, who is hailed as a hero, was laid to rest. Having said that, it is second day of shutdown in Pahalgam, and besides today's all-party meeting, Chief Minister and Cabinet has also advised Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor to summon a special one-day session of the Assembly on 28th, where a resolution will be also passed against terrorism and the violence and killing of the innocent people. There are multiple, there is literally a political movement against violence, against militancy in Kashmir. But what is more distressing, what Chief Minister was trying to say, that the people of the rest of the country should not see, people of Kashmir as enemies. People of Kashmir have been worst victims of terrorism and violence. Thousands of people have been killed in violence and terrorism. And today, and since yesterday or 2 days, they have been showing their resolve against terrorism. Why he was saying that there are distressing calls from the students, traders, and others who are in different states of the country. They are facing threats, and some of them have been allegedly manhandled or threatened to leave those some areas. So that is what is worrying the government here and the political parties. PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti has also spoken to Home Minister Amit Shah this morning, and she has expressed her deep, sorrow over that loss of lives. At the same time, she has flagged this issue of harassment of Kashmiris after this attack in some parts of the country. Having said that, India's decision to suspend Indus Water Treaty will be having long and serious implications. It is the lifeline of Pakistan, which has now India has said it can't go, water cannot flow like this. These are three rivers, Chenab, Jahlim and Indus, and its water is being used by Pakistan, and it's first time India has taken such a very strong punitive action against Pakistan, and why we heard Prime Minister speaking
action taken
in
by
Bihar.
the government of India in the wake of this horrific incident. In the meanwhile, the movie Abir Gulal, starring Pakistani actor Fawad Khan and Indian actress Vani Kapoor, will not be allowed to release in India. This is according to the sources from the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. This movie, it was set to release on the 9th of May, is what we understand at the moment. And my colleague Aishwarya Jain joins us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, from what we understand at this moment, the Information and Broadcasting Ministry has blocked the movie. Take us through the latest details.
Well, the Indian government is in a view that terror and cultural engagements can't go hand in hand, and therefore the reason, perhaps after the request being made by the IFTDA President Ashok Pandit that this movie should not be released on India, which stars Pakistani actor Fawad Khan. The IB sources have indicated to us that now the decision has been taken that the movie will not be released, and no cultural engagements with Pakistan will take place from here on, be it any movie or be it any musical concerts or shows of the Pakistani artist in India. And therefore the reason perhaps this decision was taken, which was supposed to release on May 9th. This movie stars Pakistan actor Fawad Khan, and apart from it, it is also Vani Kapoor, the Indian actor, which was playing a lead role into this. But now, after repeated requests being made by the IFTDA and also many multiplexes writing it down to the ministry that they will not screen this movie, the final decision on the part of the Information Broadcasting had been taken that Abir Gulal, the movie which stars Pakistan actor, will not be released in India.
Right, Aishwarya, stay with us because another big story that we are tracking. India has justified suspending the Indus Water Treaty due to the Pakistan's alleged support for cross-border terrorism, eroding the mutual trust between the two countries. This suspension is framed as a sovereign right to protect national interests, a measured and legally backed response after exhausting all diplomatic options. Remember, India has issued a formal notice to Pakistan on the 25th of January in 2023, following Pakistan's repeated invocation of dispute resolution mechanisms. Now, India has emphasized its restraint and adherence to procedural fairness, asserting it will not be taken for granted. And Aishwarya is there with us. Aishwarya, it is in fact a big diplomatic decision in the wake of this horrific incident.
Well, to suspend the Indus Water Treaty, it will certainly break the backbone of Pakistani economy. There would be a food crisis, there would be water crisis in the regions of Punjab, where our water flows from India. According to the provisions, if we go back to what was signed in 1960, the provision clearly states that the eastern rivers which flows, that will be unrestrictedly used by India, and the western rivers, which consist of 3 rivers, will be going towards Pakistan, and there was no exit clause involved into it. Of course, the Indian government had been trying hard since many years that there should be proper reservoirs, canals, therefore if needed, then India can divert that water towards back to India, and that could be used for agricultural purposes in these states like Punjab, Haryana and Rajasthan as well. But it will be a long-run process, but it is not impossible. The steps that has been taken by the CCS yesterday to suspend the Indus Water Treaty, now it has come down to the execution. We have been told today at 4 p.m. at the Ministry of Jal Shakti under the chairmanship of Union Minister C.R. Patil, along with the officials of the MEA and the MHA, the execution plan and the implementation plan would be further processed. It was also stated to us that the Pakistani officials who used to come to the hydraulic projects which was under construction, now that will also be stopped very soon. So clearly a message from India to corner Pakistan. Of course, this has come into a light. To understand it, that earlier during the Pulwama attack also there were demands that Indus Water Treaty should be suspended, but at that point of time it was the Indian government that was in view that the terror perpetrators should be punished, and therefore to identify them we had earlier conducted airstrikes back in Pakistan, but this time it was innocent civilians who were killed. So why not, when many are saying that it is the Pakistani government's hand, it is those innocent civilians who were killed in revenge, in an action against that, whether there would be if the civilians of Pakistani suffers, then what's the harm of on it? And therefore the reason perhaps today it was in Surat, Jal Shakti Minister Mr. C.R. Patil clearly stated that now the steps will be taken in the right direction. We are going to execute and implement the decision made by the government of India, and there would be water supply that would be stopped from the Indian soil towards Pakistan.
All right, what could be the impact on Pakistan? We'll try and understand that from our guest, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, the former Consul General to Karachi in Pakistan. Sir, welcome to NDTV. Ambassador Dogra, I want to understand from you the regional and economic impact on Pakistan. The Indus Water Treaty, it allocates 80% of Indus Basin water to Pakistan, which is very critical for its agriculture and economy. How severe could the suspension's impact be on Pakistan's water security, and what are the potential consequences here?
Well, firstly, I think your viewers should need to understand that this was one of the most generous treaty in the world, forced on India when it was in financial difficulty by America, because America at that time was heavily invested in Pakistan for whatever strategic reasons it had. There is no reason otherwise why 80%, as you said very rightly, of your own water should go into Pakistan, another country which has always been less than friendly, to put it very politely. Look at China in contrast. Whenever it wants, it puts up a dam, diverts Brahmaputra to wherever it wants. It's putting up one of the biggest dams in the world on Brahmaputra River. Despite warnings, there's an earthquake-prone area, and the downstream country, which means India, could be flooded in a massive fashion and could have massive earthquakes. So please think of what has been happening to India because of this misconceived generosity of water to Pakistan. When the treaty was signed, let me give you another background. The Indian negotiator, a person called Gulati, did not even use his imagination to think that Indian population might increase in Jammu and Kashmir and in Punjab. He did not use his imagination to think that Indian agriculture needs might be massive after 1960, which is exactly what happened. Because when we got East Punjab after partition, it was semi-desert, and it was only the hard work of Indians that it bloomed again. That desert was made to bloom by the hard work and sweat of Indians. So we needed water in a much greater fashion than in 1960, which is not available to us. So it is our right to first take care of our needs and then to think of others. The third point is, why should we think of others when they are bleeding us to death? So
Absolutely.
I think our priorities are wrong and have been very wrong all through, that we thought, no, why should we stop water to Pakistan? Why couldn't we think that we need water to drink? We need water for our industry. We need water for our agriculture. Every which sector of that is growing. So I think this is a misplaced notion that, by cutting off water, Pakistan will become a desert. Jinnah wanted that. Jinnah is on record and saying, I've written it in my book, Where Borders Bleed, that this was before partition when Britishers consulted Jinnah and Nehru on the division of waters. So Pandit Nehru, being generous, he said, whatever is fair, let it go to them. Jinnah said, no. I would rather have desert in Pakistan than take Hindu water. So now the wheel has turned full circle. If the worst comes to worst, let Pakistan become a desert. We need our water, and it should irrigate and take care of needs of people of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab.
Ambassador Dogra, I also want to understand from you the role of third parties like the World Bank. Now, how might this decision affect the broader South Asian stability, including the relations with the third parties like the World Bank, which actually brokered the Indus Water Treaty? How do you see that?
Well, again, let me take you back to history. India had been under pressure from America from 1952 onwards to sign this, to agree to some unequal arrangement. India was not agreeing. So finally, the American ambassador in Islamabad sends back a telegram to Washington saying that India is in grave financial difficulty. This is the time to teach Pandit Nehru the rules of international behavior. And what are the rules of international behavior? Put pressure through World Bank, because that is going to finance, and make India sign on the dotted line. And we signed on the dotted line. Not only did we sign on the dotted line, at a time when we were in acute financial difficulty, that agreement made us give $2 billion in today's terms. It was about 160 billion pounds at that time. 2 billion pounds to Pakistan so that it could further add to its irrigation facilities. So can you imagine anything worse than that? The second thing is, World Bank did not have any mandate at that time, in 1960. That semi-mandate came much later in this millennium. It did not have any mandate to mediate or to arbitrate between two countries and to get them to sign this kind of an agreement. So it was invalid, it was a blackmail to begin with, and India would be within its rights including going by American example of abrogating treaties, including going by Chinese example of not honoring arbitration awards which went in Philippines. So let's not fool ourselves. We should be firm in our decision, and we should be firm in our message to the world that sorry, it's gone on for too long. We cannot suffer anymore.
Absolutely, and enough is enough. You very rightly put it there, Ambassador Dogra. Thank you very much for speaking with NDTV, sir. Meanwhile, massive protests have erupted outside the Pakistan High Commission in Delhi's Chanakyapuri area. Demonstrators, including the members of the BJP, they raised slogans expressing outrage over Pakistan's alleged role. These protests were fueled further by India's diplomatic measures, including suspending the Indus Water Treaty, closing the Atari-Wagah border, and expelling the Pakistani military attachés. The Delhi police, in the meanwhile, they had later dispersed and redirected the protesters to Jantar Mantar, and similar demonstrations have occurred across India, reflecting the widespread anger and the solidarity with the victims.
Today there is a lot of anger among the Indians over the cowardly attack in Kashmir that took place, which in fact targeted the innocent tourists there. And you can see this crowd on the streets of the national capital who are trying to march towards the Pakistan High Commission. You can see that all of these people have gathered under the banner of Anti-Terror Action Forum, but it has been supported by the Delhi BJP as well. We have the Delhi BJP President Virendra Sahdewa ji with us. Sir, आज आप प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या डिमांड्स?
ये प्रोटेस्ट हर भारतीय का प्रोटेस्ट है, पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ, पाकिस्तान समर्थित आतंकवाद के खिलाफ और देश के दुश्मनों को माकूल जवाब दिया जाए। पाकिस्तान ने जो हरकत की है उसका हिसाब लिया जाए। उस मांग को लेकर आज ये दिल्ली वाले इकट्ठे हुए हैं। कल माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने जो प्रतिबंध लगाए हैं वो तो अभी ट्रेलर है, अभी सिर्फ पाकिस्तान का पानी बंद किया है। हमें हर उस आतंकवादी की सांस भी बंद चाहिए जिसने ये कायराना हरकत की है। उन 26 भारतीयों ने जो खून बहाया है, जो वीर गति को प्राप्त हुए हैं, उनके कातिलों को जब तक उनका सत्यानाश नहीं कर देते, उनका नामो निशान नहीं मिटा देते, हर भारतीय का ये गुस्सा सड़क पर दिखाई देता है।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal.
This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakti.
Welcome back. In the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack, the entire city has now turned into a virtual ghost town. The shutters were down at the shops. The streets wore a deserted look. In fact, NDTV is on the ground. NDTV Shiva Roor brings us this report from Pahalgam on how a tourist hotspot has now turned into a virtual ghost town.
The trauma of what happened here in Pahalgam hasn't evaporated yet. Just about 6 kilometers in that direction is where the massacre happened just a couple of days ago. But here in Pahalgam town, which is usually bustling with tourists, crowded, just look at the streets behind me and look at this market strip. This particular Pahalgam city center, as it is, this town center rather, is usually full of shoppers. The restaurants are usually full of people, famously eating the local trout from the Lidder River, enjoying themselves. There are street carts usually in this part of town. This famous market is really the center of this hill station. Every single shutter is down. You've got a small number of locals sitting haplessly outside their shops, wondering what really to do. There was a Bandh call on the first day. There isn't one today, interestingly, but still no shutters are open. I saw a couple of medical stores open, which is understandable. There are lots of elderly people who live and work here. But ultimately, every single shutter, as you can see, is down. Shopkeepers have no reason to keep them open because most people have completely exited Pahalgam. They've gone to Srinagar and gotten out of Jammu and Kashmir. Even when we arrived earlier today, we saw many people from Pahalgam at the airport making their way out of Kashmir. How is this going to be sustainable is the big question. What do these shutters down really portend for the economy of Kashmir? This is one small part of the overall holiday destination economy of Jammu and Kashmir, but it's a very, very important one. There aren't so many. And remember, what's happened here in Pahalgam has had a chilling effect on the rest of Jammu and Kashmir. As someone very rightly said in a shop, and she didn't want to be on camera, she said, everyone in Jammu and Kashmir feels exactly the same way right now. What the future holds for Pahalgam, we don't know. With Ashwini Mehra, Shiva Roor for NDTV.
Well, it is indeed a deserted town, Pahalgam, in the aftermath of the horrific terror attack that struck Pahalgam 2 days ago. It occurred on the 22nd of April. It has significant repercussions in the region, and one of those was what Shiva Roor of NDTV was showing. Meanwhile, the Israeli envoy to India, Reuven Azar, he has spoken on the Pahalgam attack. He has expressed his solidarity and Israel's solidarity with India, saying that we stand with India against terror, and these attacks are absolutely unacceptable.
The recent terror attacks in Pahalgam has shocked the world, to say the least. India has been extended a helping hand from a lot of nations. Israel is one of them. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has already extended a helping hand. We have with us today a special guest, Israel's ambassador to India, Mr. Reuven Azar. Thanks a lot for speaking to us. So, to start with, sir, how are India and Israel collaborating on this major, global terrorism issue that happened just a few hours ago in India?
Well, Vishal, first of all, allow me to send my condolences to the families of the murdered and wish swift recovery to those wounded. This has been a terrible, terrible attack. It's shocking. People have the right to go on vacation. It's completely unacceptable that people will be attacked while they are on vacation, or while they are celebrating their honeymoon, or they are going to a music festival. We cannot accept that. We have to fight that, and I'm happy that the government of India is so resolute and determined to fight it in all the ways possible, both militarily, politically, foreign policy-wise, media-wise. It's very important, and we will continue to cooperate. We've been cooperating in different ways, when it comes to methodologies, with technologies, with intelligence, and these are things that we are learning from each other all the time. We'll continue to do so. We have to join hands, because this is really the biggest challenge of our century. We are seeing this all over the world, and we have to create a situation in which this won't continue. And both steps are required.
And sir, a lot of reports suggest that there were some Hamas people who visited Pakistan in the recent past, in the last 1 month or two. And there was a lot of parallels being drawn between how Hamas executed those October 7 attacks and how these attacks happened. So what does Israel have to say about that? Have you reported on it? Are you taking some action about it?
Yes, of course, we have reported on it. It was also publicly, it was publicly published in different outlets. It's very clear that these terrorists are trying to copycat from each other, are trying to sophisticate the ways in which they terrorize people, in which they breach the basic rules of humanity. And the fact that these so-called leaders of Hamas have been accepted in any country, have been received in any country, let alone celebrated, this is a phenomenon that has to be condemned. Beyond, of course, the condemnation of their atrocious actions, because we cannot accept a situation in which people commit such terrible deeds and then they are celebrated. This is completely unacceptable.
Talking about the Hamas visit itself to Pakistan, was Israel aware of those visits, and was it shared with India? Was it made public in any way?
Well, as I told you, it was published in the media, so there wasn't much to report. If intelligence bodies naturally they work behind the scenes, so I'm sure that they are in touch and they are exchanging information for the best interests.
And sir, has Israel offered any intelligence or counter-terrorism support in light of these ghastly attacks?
As I said, we stand ready to support India in any way, and we've been working to fight terrorism, especially when it comes to the capacity building. We are learning from India. India has been doing a very good job in the area of Jammu and Kashmir in terms of stabilization. This is a process that we have been learning from. And, of course, there is exchange of information all the time. We develop methodologies, like, for example, underground warfare. There are other methodologies that have to do with urban warfare.
How does Israel view this challenge of terrorism in South Asia, particularly when it pertains to Jammu and Kashmir?
We see it like we see the terrorism in West Asia. We have a situation here in which you have extremists that are led by a distorted interpretation of Islam with a cult of death. And unfortunately, they are being sponsored by states that are members in the UN. This is completely absurd. So I think more action has to be done in order to get the world to cooperate with us in this fight, because this is coming to them as well.
When you say more actions, that was supposed to be my next question. Do you think some concrete steps need to be taken that need to go beyond these bilateral talks? Do you think there has to be some strong action on the ground?
Well, first of all, the Indian government is doing, and I'm sure it will do whatever it has to do. We are confident and we support the government of India. We are talking here about the international arena. When it comes to the international arena, we've seen too many countries contextualizing terrorism, too many countries trying to say that we are overreacting, countries that condemn terrorism but are not willing to isolate those who support terrorism, countries that are not even capable of agreeing on a definition of terrorism, countries that are allowing companies to supply satellite services to extreme organizations and to countries that incite for extremism and for killing of others. So there is much to do together. We can work on it bilaterally. I think what we have to do is a concerted effort globally. And there's no doubt that India is interested in that, because we've seen how Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken about it in English today. He was speaking to the world. And we accept this message. We are ready to embrace that message and to work together with India in order to fight terrorism globally.
And do you think such attacks, they could lead to a strengthening of relationship between both the countries? Already India and Israel are big-time allies. Do you think it could, further push us in the past?
News coming in right now. The External Affairs Ministry, the Government of India has had a big decision regarding visas of Pakistani nationals. I am reading this out as I get it. In continuation with the decisions made by the Cabinet Committee on Security in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, the Government of India has decided to suspend visa services to Pakistani nationals with immediate effect. All existing valid visas issued by India to Pakistani nationals stand revoked with effect from the 27th of April 2025, just a couple of days. Medical visas issued to Pakistani nationals will be valid only till the 29th of April, so just a grace period of 2 additional days. All Pakistani nationals currently in India must leave India before the expiry of visas as now amended. Indian nationals are strongly advised to avoid travelling to Pakistan. Those Indian nationals currently in Pakistan are also advised to return to India at the earliest. This is a very big development. Remember, yesterday the government had said that Pakistani nationals in India on a SARC visa would need to return to Pakistan. Any SARC visas which were issued did not stand anymore, but at this stage all Pakistani nationals in India have been told to leave, and all Indian nationals are strongly advised to avoid travelling to Pakistan. Those Indian nationals currently in Pakistan are advised to return to India at the earliest. This is one of the strongest diplomatic steps ever taken by India. It is a follow-up to what was announced yesterday by the Cabinet Committee on Security. All existing valid visas issued by India to Pakistani nationals, which means visas under all categories, stand revoked with effect from the 27th of April 2025. If there are Pakistani nationals watching this broadcast and you are in India, you need to leave this country. There are 2 dates. One, the 27th of April 2025 is the deadline. Those on a medical visa issued to Pakistani nationals those visas will remain till the 29th of April. So just again, a couple of days. Even those who have come over here on a medical visa have been told that they need to exit India. All Pakistani nationals currently in India must leave India before the expiry of visas as now amended. And again, as importantly as all of this, Indian nationals are advised to avoid travelling to Pakistan. Those Indian nationals currently in Pakistan have been advised to return to India at the very earliest. These are very, very ominous signs. India making it clear that those Indian nationals in Pakistan come back now. Pakistani nationals, if you're in India, you need to leave. There are two deadlines, the 27th of this month for people on a normal visa. Those on a medical visa have been given just 2 days extra. But this is in continuation of what the Cabinet Committee on Security had announced yesterday, where they brought down the number of people, of staff members in the missions of both sides, held the Indus Waters Treaty in suspension, in addition to several other moves which were announced yesterday. So this is a further scaling down of the relationship between India and Pakistan, not just the diplomatic relationship, but the basic relationship, the people-to-people relationship, and it clearly sends an extremely hard signal, one that would be heard not just in Pakistan, but across the world as well. So this is a huge step which has now taken place. All Pakistani nationals told to exit this country on the 27th. So just 3 days from now is when all Pakistani nationals, apart from those on a medical visa, need to go. And in 6 days from now, those who are here on a medical visa issued to Pakistani nationals have to go. Those on a SARC visa have already been told that if you've been issued a SARC visa, then that no longer stands, that is invalid. So a further significant step, a diplomatic one taken by India. I'd like to stress that as importantly as all of this is that instruction to Indian nationals, A, do not travel to Pakistan, and B, if you are in Pakistan, please return to India. This is India ramping up our response post the Pahalgam attack, in which 26 Indian and nationals were killed. One of them was a foreign national in one of the worst terror incidents in the history of Jammu and Kashmir. The Prime Minister earlier today made it absolutely clear, and he was speaking in Bihar. He spoke in Hindi and in English, sending a message not just to Pakistan, but to people around the world, that all terrorists who were responsible for the Pahalgam attack will be hunted down mercilessly. They will be hunted down wherever they are. These are statements which echoed what the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh had to say, where he also said that India's response would come at a finite period of time. Following a Cabinet Committee on Security meet, there was the all-important announcement that the Indus Water Treaties, which has survived all previous wars and conflicts between India and Pakistan, stands in suspension. The potential of this is that waters to Pakistan, which millions in Pakistan depend on, whether it's farmers, industry, or others, can ultimately be brought down, which would in a sense be of incredible impact to Pakistan, its people, and its economy. When that would happen, whether that can happen immediately, whether we've got enough barrages already in place, these are questions we don't know. But the fact that India yesterday decided to actually ensure that a World Bank funded treaty, one which has lasted for as long as it has been held in suspension, is a very major step. And today, as I've said just now, all visas to Pakistani nationals are invalid. They've been told to leave our country, and Indian nationals have been told to come back.
So this is a big breaking news that Vishnu is getting us at this moment. The government of India has decided to suspend the visa services to all Pakistani nationals. Vishnu, what are the potential geopolitical ramifications that we are looking at right now?
Well, I've been saying this very cautiously, but I do believe that we are veering towards some sort of overt military strike or action. We do not know the contours of this, and we don't want to get ahead of ourselves in sort of acting out potential military scenarios beyond a point. We have the possibility of airstrikes. We've got the possibility of the line of control being opened up to artillery barrages, as we've seen in the past. Or we've got the possibility of targeted attacks against terrorists. That's something which the government has already alluded to. I think it is important to understand that whatever India does from here onwards, it's not going to be a single move. Whether it's diplomatic or military, this will be a sustained effort, and the ultimate goal is to exterminate terrorists and terror coming out of Pakistan. Now, how the government is going to choose to do that, we do not know. As I said, the possibility of targeted killings, a sustained effort, not just in Pakistan, but wherever in the world terrorists who feed the Pakistani cause exist, there will be an effort to take them out. But this is the last of what is, or the latest, I should say, of what has been a series of extremely harsh diplomatic measures announced by India, where we basically said, all Pakistani nationals, you are not welcome in this country.
Absolutely, and this is a long-term strategy that India is employing here. This visa suspension is not a short-term punitive measure, but a part of a broader strategy, strategic shift in India's policy towards Pakistan. Vishnu, thank you very much for getting us this big breaking news. So the big news that Vishnu has got us is that the government of India, it has decided to suspend the visa services to all Pakistani nationals with immediate effect. All the existing valid visas that are issued by India to the Pakistani nationals, it stands revoked with effect from 27th of April 2025. The medical visas that have been issued to the Pakistani nationals, it will only be valid till the 29th of April this year. Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister has made it absolutely clear that this is going to be the final assault against terror. An open and a clear warning to the rogue state called Pakistan. There are also significant steps that have been announced by the MA as far as the revocation of visas of Pakistanis are concerned. We get you that and much more, and also a live coverage in just a moment. First up, as always, the headlines. All Pakistani visas to expire in the next 72 hours. Medical visas to Pakistanis expire on April the 29th. All Pakistani nationals have been asked to leave the country.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track, and punish every terrorist.
That is the Prime Minister's strong message after the attack at Pahalgam. The Prime Minister says terrorists will have to pay an unimaginable cost. He also says will identify and punish every terror element. The Prime Minister also reiterates will finish terror for once and for all, and he says everyone who believes in humanity is standing with India today. India draws water for blood. The key Jal Shakti Ministry meet on the Indus Treaty. The government calls an all-party meet this evening at 6. The Fawad starrer Abir Gulal has been blocked. The INB Ministry is no to the movie with the Pak actor in the country. The movie, remember, was set to release nationwide on May the 9th. Let's get you more details on what has just been released, the details of the big strike against Pakistan by India. In continuation of the decisions, remember, made by the Cabinet Committee on Security in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, the government of India now has decided to suspend visa services. This, remember, is for all Pakistani nationals with immediate effect. This means that all the existing valid visas issued by the country to Pakistani nationals stand revoked with effect from 27th of April 2025. The medical visas are valid only till the 29th, and all Pakistani nationals currently in the country have to leave India before the expiry of the visas, as is now coming clear. Our colleague Vishnu has been breaking that story and he joins us live. Vishnu, what more are we learning? And clearly this tells us that the steps that we heard yesterday were just the very first steps, and there is a lot more possibly that New Delhi could right now be looking at doing.
Well, I think there's no doubt about that, but this is perhaps the sternest sort of measure taken by India. It follows yesterday's Cabinet Committee on Security announcements where the Indus Water Treaty, which has stood through various wars between India and Pakistan, has been suspended unilaterally by India. But today, it's quite clear Pakistani nationals, all of them, are no longer welcome in this country. And Indian nationals are in Pakistan have been told, please come back. So I'm going to read large parts of this press release, which we broke first here on NDTV. We were given these details in continuation of the decisions made by the Cabinet Committee on Security. In the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, the government of India has decided to suspend visa services to Pakistani nationals with immediate effect. In other words, any Pakistani national looking to come to India for any reason will not be given a visa. All existing valid visas issued by India to Pakistani nationals stand revoked with effect from the 27th of April 2025. So even if you have an Indian visa and are a Pakistani national, you can no longer enter this country. That visa is no longer valid. Very significantly, medical visas issued to Pakistani nationals will be valid only till the 29th of April 2025. So a grace period of only 2 days, irrespective of the condition of the Pakistani national who may be receiving medical assistance by the 29th or on the 29th, latest, they have to leave this country. All Pakistani nationals currently in India must leave India before the expiry of visas as now amended. So that is what the government has now decided. And as significantly, and I'd like to reiterate that this is as important as the bit on Pakistani nationals, is that Indian nationals are strongly advised to avoid traveling to Pakistan. Those Indian nationals currently in Pakistan are also advised to return to India at the very earliest. So, I think this is serious. These are steps which nations usually advise their nationals ahead of something much larger coming. Now, the question on everyone's mind is, will there be military strikes? Particularly given the very sharp remarks made by the Prime Minister, the Cabinet Committee on Security and the Defence Minister. We don't know that as yet. There are multiple military possibilities, but also the possibility of concerted action over a period of time, whether it is targeted assaults or some other military moves against terrorists and terrorist handlers, whether in Pakistan or anywhere in the world. But that's something which the government needs to decide. We aren't going there yet. But I can tell you that this is perhaps the strongest step announced by India. It is since we decided to suspend the Indus Water Treaty, a move which can potentially impact the lives of millions of Pakistanis.
Absolutely. And Vishnu, the bit where the Prime Minister today has all out against this war on terror. Many are saying that this is just an indication of the things to come. You've seen that all-important CCS, at the end of which these are important and stern steps, like you also just underscored, that have been announced. What are you hearing from sources that you are speaking to within the establishment? Because Pakistan has tested our patience for far too long, Vishnu, and clearly kinetic options are not off the table yet.
Well, all options exist on the table, but you cannot ask a military planner if you're going to be attacking Pakistan. They will simply look the other way. Because when an attack has to happen, it'll happen. None of us are going to be told about that. But whether it will happen at all is something that we need to wait and see. The nature of the attack, if it happens, again, there are multiple options. Let's not forget about maritime options, the option of perhaps strikes along the line of control, airstrikes. All of this needs to be factored in. But I think, Deepthi, one key aspect in all of this is that if there are military strikes by India on Pakistan, then Pakistan will retaliate. And that is something that our military planners will be looking at very carefully. Can you calibrate or right-size a military assault against Pakistan? Is it your intention to do so? Do you believe that you will be able to repel, for example, a potential Pakistani counter-air strike or air superiority missions which may be flown if there are Indian air assaults prior to that? You know, it's all something which is at one level a cat and mouse game, but very hard decisions would need to be taken. So I think it's important not to go there yet, but I think based on what we've heard, the very strident, direct remarks by the Prime Minister, Defence Minister, the Cabinet Committee on Security, that there is a certain direction we may be headed to.
Absolutely. Vishnu, I'll just let you go for the moment so that you can get us more updates. But let's push that point that Vishnu has just made. This is also the very first remark, a detailed one, that has come in from the Prime Minister. When you look at these images that have come in from Pahalgam of the grieving families, of the pyres that have been lit, clearly these are images, ladies and gentlemen, that have shocked, that have enraged the entire country. And India now is going to identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. And our spirit will never be broken. Those are the exact words of the Prime Minister, and he sent out that strong message just days after you have 25 tourists and a Kashmiri who were brutally killed in a terror attack in Pahalgam. The Prime Minister was earlier in Bihar's Madhubani for a government event, and he started that address with a silent tribute to those who've lost their lives. Later in that address, he's put out that entire message for the country and for the world today that is watching, because clearly you have seen the world uniting with the country in grief right now, and the Prime Minister has said that the country is in pain because of the ruthless manner in which terrorists have killed innocent tourists in Pahalgam. And allow me to quote what he says. He says the whole country right now is with the bereaved families. The government, he says, is also trying its best to ensure the well-being of those injured. Someone has lost a son, someone has lost a brother, someone has lost their life partner. Someone spoke Bengali, someone spoke Kannada, someone was Marathi, someone was Odia, someone was from Gujarat, and someone was Bihar's son. And the Prime Minister's message there has echoed loud and clear. Let's listen into exactly what we heard from him.
22 अप्रैल को जम्मू कश्मीर के पहलगाम में आतंकियों ने मासूम देशवासियों को जिस बेरहमी से मारा है, उससे पूरा देश व्यथित है। हमारा दुख एक जैसा है, हमारा आक्रोश एक जैसा है। ये हमला सिर्फ निहत्थे पर्यटकों पर नहीं हुआ है, देश के दुश्मनों ने भारत की आत्मा पर हमला करने का दुस्साहस किया है। मैं बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने ये हमला किया है, उन आतंकियों को और इस हमले की साजिश रचने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से भी बड़ी सजा मिलेगी। Friends, today, from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track, and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve. Everyone who believes in humanity is with us. I thank the people of various countries and their leaders who have stood with us in these times.
So India will identify, track and punish. These are three operative words that have been used by the Prime Minister to help us make more sense of the larger messaging. Let's also get in our colleague Maria, who's joining us from our newsrooms. Maria, that is a message that the Prime Minister has, a promise that he is putting out for every citizen, that we are here for your safety, we'll ensure every perpetrator is booked, and he is also putting out a message for the world.
Yes, that's right. So he spoke in English as well while addressing that public meeting in Madhubani in Bihar. The message was loud and clear. He was reflecting the sentiments of 140 crore Indians today. He was reflecting that anger and fury at the same time. But, you know, Deepthi, we have heard the Prime Minister soon after the Uri attacks. We have seen him and heard from him after the Pulwama attack. But this time, the anger was far more palpable. For the Prime Minister to say that that terror must end once and for all is a strong message. For him to say that India will track and then punish each and every terrorist and their backers is a message that is going to across the border as well. Yesterday, after the Cabinet Committee on Security, India did plan 5 measures which have been taken, which is with regards to the visas. One which is perhaps most concerning for Pakistan, and we have seen a lot of Pakistani analysts and otherwise also expressing their concerns, is the Indus Water Treaty, which has been put on hold now. But now the Prime Minister's message has to do with much more than the diplomatic offensive which was launched by India yesterday, details of which also emerged today that all Pakistani nationals who are in India must leave India immediately. So now I think it's very clear that India is preparing for a military offensive. What will be the nature of that, we'll not know until unless India has accomplished it, as we have seen in the past. But the message from the Prime Minister is loud and clear that this time, this entire cycle of terror must end.
And to end that cycle of terror, Maria, you know, if I can just let you push that point a little further, the words that he has used, that we will go to the end of the earth. I mean, this really tells you of the resolve of this government right now that says that Pakistan and its terror factories cannot be the new normal.
Absolutely, Deepthi. You know, the fact is that ever since the terror attack happened, which was on 22nd, we have seen the entire international community, all global players speak to Prime Minister Modi and condemn the terror attack, and at the same time say that they stand firmly with India in this fight against terrorism. So while India launched the diplomatic offensive yesterday, India understands fully well that if it were to take certain military action, then the diplomatic community must be taken on board. That the big global players from the US to Russians must be told about it. So the message that came in when he moved from Hindi to English, it was very, very stark. Hindi was, of course, for the audience in India, And it was about sending that message of solidarity that India stands, that Prime Minister stands firmly, that he understands the sentiments, he understands the concerns, and he understands the anger. But when it is about the military action, it is about what should be done next. He has to tell the world, and that is the reason why that shift from Hindi to English in that speech of his in Bihar.
Absolutely. For the moment, Maria, thank you so much for helping us decode word by word what we've heard from the Prime Minister, the larger message. I thank you just for the moment, but the story, remember, is developing quick and fast, ladies and gentlemen, because this is a story of an India that is making it absolutely clear that we will go to any length to ensure that the perpetrators of terror are brought to book and there is justice. On the other side is not just the denial that has come in from Pakistan, but is Pakistan getting spooked? Because let's put out our next breaking update. This is of how India at the moment is acting and Pakistan is simply reacting to what's going on. On your screen, some more details that we are learning right now of Pakistan saying we are closing the Wagah border post. They've also decided to shut the airspace for Indian Airlines. Pakistan has decided to also cancel visas to Indians. Indians asked to leave Pakistan in 48 hours. You know, Vishnu, one would say that Pakistan is pushing itself more towards being irrelevant, you know, in spite of the fact that there is so much clear proof, in spite of everyone getting together against terroristan Pakistan, this is Pakistan completely spooked.
That extent, but what I will say, and let's just stick to the facts at this stage, and one of the facts announced is that Pakistani airspace will be closed for Indian Airlines. Now this is important. Why? Because lakhs of passengers who travel from India to the West will now have to potentially pay more for air tickets because flights will have to take longer routes. They'll have to fly via the Arabian Sea as opposed to crossing Pakistan and Afghanistan, and therefore they will have to use more fuel. And ultimately, there is a strong possibility that passengers would bear the cost of that additional fuel. So this is a step we've seen in the past as well. After India struck Balakot, Pakistan shut down its airspace for Indian Airlines. I'm not very sure off the top of my head if there are Pakistani airlines which use Indian airspace as they travel from the west to the east, but presumably if that's the case, India would retaliate. But for the moment, air travel will become more difficult. This is something which directly impacts us, but none of the flights per se, or the 99% of the flights will continue to operate, albeit along longer routes.
But you know, Vishnu, would it be fair to say that this is a very, very poor attempt right now by Pakistan to even counter a story that is as dastardly and cowardly as attacking tourists, attacking our civilians?
Well, they have to respond in some way. This is what they're doing. I think rather than characterizing the nature of the Pakistani response, I think it's important to look at where we may potentially be headed. Pakistan carried out one of the worst terror attacks in the history of Jammu and Kashmir. India is responding very significantly, diplomatically, and through other moves. The Prime Minister and Defense Minister made it absolutely clear that we are going to be hunting down every last Pakistani terrorist. Pakistan is now countered by blocking Indian visas and shutting down airspace. That makes it more difficult for Indian nationals as we travel to the west, for example. So this is all headed potentially in one direction. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But this is one among several steps, and I dare say we may see more before anything larger happens.
And I mean, I know, Vishnu, that this is a story just developing and breaking, the first information that you're putting out here on NDTV, but do we have absolutely any reaction from the government yet? I mean, I'm sure these were steps that were anticipated.
Yes, I think they would have anticipated this, but
yes.
I'm just keen to know what came first, the Indian announcement or the Pakistani one. They seem to be coming largely together. It's possible that Pakistan had its draft ready. The moment India did something else, they fired their message, their press release. So irrespective, they came pretty much at the same time, but I think India's steps are absolutely clear, and we've been reflecting on it. Pakistani nationals in India have been told their visas are not valid. They need to leave this country by the 27th. If they are in our country on medical visas, then they have to leave by the 29th. Any visas which have been issued to Pakistani nationals, they are invalid at this stage, and as significantly, Indian nationals who are in Pakistan have been told to come back to our country.
Vishnu, help us understand the big picture. Whatever Pakistan is doing, we know that this is just for optics. You know, though, you know, right now this is a desperate Pakistan squeezed into corner. You're looking at the world community in large condemning what's really happened. Is this the best Pakistani response to that? Will this help better relations? The answer is no.
Well, I wouldn't again characterize Pakistan's response other than analyze it clinically. And I think that's what we've been trying to do. They hit us in a particular place, we have responded, and it appears that we are headed in a certain action. Whether this is the best Pakistan can do or it's not the best that Pakistan can do is frankly fairly irrelevant at this juncture. A certain path has been chosen, terrorists have attacked us, and India is following a particular path.
Okay, Vishnu, only for the moment, I'm thanking you quickly because I'm told we have more breaking updates of more actions, more counter strikes that we are looking at also diplomatically. What we are learning right now in the details, so which are already flashing on your screens, are more steps that the Indian government now is willing to take. In fact, the diplomats are going to be briefed a little later in the evening, and that is a key meeting to also discuss what has happened, what are the steps that will be taken from here on, and why it is also important to remember not just corner Pakistan, but also right now to ensure that you have more support. And there is already enough and more support that is coming in for New Delhi when it comes to the rogue state Pakistan and its terror motives. You've seen the Prime Minister reiterating that much earlier in the afternoon. I'm told Maria is back with us. She's breaking that detail for us. Maria, tell us more.
So India will be taking some diplomats in confidence. In fact, there'll be a select briefing which will be happening with evidence which will be provided by India to these diplomats. Some, selective information will be shared with them. Remember the brief, in that, the speech that the Prime Minister gave in Bihar, when he made that shift from Hindi to English, the message was for the world, that India thanks the world and the global community that they are standing with India in this hour in which the entire country stands united in grief. But at the same time, the messaging is that here onwards, whatever action India will be taking, where Prime Minister said that he will do everything possible, that he will hunt down these terrorists who have destroyed and devastated 26 families. The message is also that in this fight against terrorism, India needs support of the world. And that is the reason why the select briefing of some diplomats will be happening in some time from now at the Ministry of External Affairs. That is the reason why this becomes important and crucial, because India has already taken a diplomatic offensive, series of measures which were announced post the Cabinet Committee on Security, which met yesterday. And now what next is something that India will, of course, be doing at the time and place of its own choosing. But because this could lead to some kind of diplomatic tension, that is the reason why diplomats will be briefed, is what sources are indicating to us.
Okay, and Maria, then obviously this means that there is a clear correlation between the messaging that came in from the Prime Minister earlier today and the fact that we as a country are trying to build a global solidarity against Pakistan. Because, one of the countries conspicuous right now by even a condemnation is China, that many say is the elephant in the room, that has not even reacted to what has happened.
Yes, but you had US President Donald Trump speak to Prime Minister Narendra Modi over telephone. You had Vladimir Putin write to Prime Minister Modi and the President of India that they are joining India in this fight against terrorism and these acts of terror. So I think India is looking at these countries as it tries to brief them and shares details, because Home Minister Amit Shah's presence on ground in Pahalgam and his interactions with those who have been the next of kin of these victims becomes important. And then the long CCS which happened where where Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired that meeting. So I think what will happen in the next few hours becomes crucial, particularly because the two meetings, as we have been saying, are lined up. One is the decision which has been taken of putting the Indus Water Treaty on abeyance, and the second one that that the government will be taking all parties in confidence and trying to share details. They are looking at some kind of resolution, an all-party resolution, that the entire political class in India stands united when it is about fighting terrorism and fighting this cross-border terrorism against Pakistan.
Oh, absolutely. So the story moving very, very fast. I'm thanking Maria also for breaking that detail for us. So you're looking at the Indian government making it absolutely clear that we will identify, we will track, we will punish. But on the other side also is this huge global movement against Pakistan, and that is why a lot of evidence on hand possibly could also be shown to a lot of these envoys. The meeting expected later this evening. Trust NDTV to keep you on top of that story. We head into a quick break on the other side. Back with lots more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Let's get you more details of the Prime Minister's big message after the Pahalgam attacks. The Prime Minister says terrorists will have to pay an unimaginable cost. He says we'll identify and punish every single of them. The Prime Minister also reiterating we'll finish terror once and for all. He also reiterates that everyone who believes in humanity today is standing with the country. India draws water for blood. A key Jal Shakti Ministry meet on the Indus Treaty, where the government has also called an all-party meeting this evening at 6. Let's tell you more about the probe that is underway. On your screen, what you see are in fact sketches that have been released of 2 Pak nationals that have been identified so far. A massive manhunt is already underway.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
Welcome back. So this is a non-stop rolling coverage on not just the big diplomatic strike that you have seen vis-a-vis India on Pakistan, but also a lot more action that is happening. Remember, a lot of hurdles, a lot of breaking developments. What we can tell you right now is that the Indian government is also looking at a key meeting to discuss the Pahalgam terror attack and the potential responses. There's going to be an all-party meeting this evening at 6. Let's tell you of other meetings also that in fact have been underway or are expected in the next few hours. A crucial meeting of the Jal Shakti Ministry on the Indus issue has begun at 4, and it is being attended by officials from the MHA and the MEA. Apart from this, you have an all-party meeting scheduled for 6 this evening, where you have the centre that's going to be briefing the other lawmakers on the attack and the government's response to it so far. And apart from this, you're looking at significant developments where even the foreign diplomats are going to be briefed a little later. They possibly could be shown a lot more evidence vis-a-vis Pakistan post the Pahalgam attack. Let's also listen into reactions we have on that story so far.
जो इस मुल्क से मोहब्बत करने वाले हैं, मैं उनसे उम्मीद करता हूं कि वो हजारों नहीं लाखों की तादाद में वहां पर जमा हों और हमारा वहां पर जमा होना ना सिर्फ हम खराज अकीदत पेश करेंगे उन मरने वाले ख़ानदानों को, बल्कि हम उन लोगों को भी पैगाम देंगे जो दहशतगर्दी के ज़रिए इस मुल्क में हिंदुओं और मुसलमानों में नफरत की दीवारों को और इजाफा करना चाहते हैं.
Our colleague Aishwarya is reporting on that story and he joins us live. Aishwarya, lot of important meetings, one after the other. What are the important takeaways? What possibly are we looking at?
Well, number one, the Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil has arrived at the Shram Shakti Bhavan, where he will be chairing that all-important meeting. Now, it has come down to the implementation of the decisions that have been taken yesterday during the CCS, which Prime Minister chaired, in which it was one of the major decisions that was taken that Indus Water Treaty will be suspended from now on, from immediate effect. And to implement it further, it is the Jal Shakti Ministry which will further take steps regarding it. Of course, it is one of the provisions of the Indus Water Treaty that the western rivers that flows, which are a combine of 3 rivers, that will the water that will be stopped from here on, and therefore the reason perhaps how there are canals that will be built, the reservoirs which had been stopped for years and years now, that needs to be in functioning again, and therefore the reason perhaps it will take time, which is not impossible for this government to do, and therefore the reason perhaps an all-important meeting with MHA officials and the MEA officials will also take part in this particular meeting.
All right, Aishwarya, why don't you please just hold on to that thought, and apologies, I'm jumping in right here. The story moving very fast. Let's tell our viewers of an all-important meeting that possibly is underway right now as we speak. On your screens are going to be more details. We are learning that both the External Affairs Minister and the Home Minister are meeting with the President right now as we speak. So you see a lot of hectic parleys, lot of important decisions that are happening. You're looking at the Prime Minister earlier, who was in Bihar, who's made that very, very clear message about the fact that anyone who's behind the attack is going to be picked up and punished. Aishwarya, what more you can tell us about this meeting? We are learning that the External Affairs Minister and the HM have met with the President.
Well, that's right. And Home Minister Amit Shah and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar both are briefing the President of India regarding the decisions that had been taken by the CCS to corner Pakistan, be it diplomatically or be it on the border front. It is, of course, important decisions being taken by the government of India to corner and isolate Pakistan on every front. To take into consideration, it is most important that the diplomats should be taken into consideration, all political parties should be taken into consideration, and the person sitting on the highest constitutional post of the country, President of India, now being briefed by Home Minister Amit Shah and External Affairs Minister Jaishankar. Remember, these two ministers, including Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, will also be briefing at 6 p.m. all the political parties that had been called for all-party meet in the parliament as well about the recent developments. Of course, the suggestions will be taken by the political parties as well, but this comes at a crucial stage when Prime Minister of India had given a stern message to Pakistan that they will find and punish the terrorists out there on across the borders.
All right, Aishwarya, I'll just let you go for the moment so that you can get us more updates of what's really happening. So a lot of hectic parleys, lot of meetings back to back, and we'll continue to get you a lot of live coverage. But remember, NDTV is not taking its eyes off from ground zero. Pahalgam, what's happening there right now? What is it that residents feel? Now, we are at ground zero. We've spoken to the residents who say that if a town had a proper hospital, at least 7 to 8 lives may have been saved. The town hospital there, ladies and gentlemen, is just a very, very tiny dispensary. Therefore, the gunshot wounded victims had to be transported almost 40 kilometers away to Anantnag. The story is going to be a story that's going to tell you more about what possibly can be done. But yes, at the moment, it's the entire country and the world standing with those who've lost their loved ones and also saying that we will ensure those behind it are brought to book.
26 people dead is something that Pahalgam will possibly never get over. But the injured who had suffered those grievous gunshot wounds were brought here first. They were brought here first in taxis, wrapped in towels and wrapped in sheets to stop the blood loss. This little dispensary is where most of them were brought for initial treatment. Even from the outside, you can tell that it was clearly not equipped enough to deal with grievous gunshot injuries. It is little more than a small little dispensary. Most of the time it's pretty ramshackle with one or two people on duty. But here's the most disturbing part. Person after person, resident after resident that we've been speaking to here in Pahalgam brings up the notion of a hospital. They say, non-instigated, they say that if a hospital, a full-fledged proper hospital befitting a place with such a crowded tourist season was available, then maybe the death toll wouldn't have been 26, maybe 10, 12, maybe even 15 people could have possibly been saved, or maybe the injuries wouldn't have been as grievous. This is that under construction hospital. It is something that represents a promise that's been on for over a decade, we are told. The residents don't blame anyone in particular, but they say promise after promise has been made. Pahalgam has been a bustling tourist destination for so long, and yet, if this hospital perhaps had existed at that time, maybe it wouldn't have been 26 dead. So we just showed you the tiny little dispensary in the under construction hospital where 2 days after the massacre, construction is continuing, painting is happening. We don't know if it's being deliberately done now to show some kind of action. But the people here in Pahalgam believe that if there was a big enough, well-equipped hospital here, maybe the death toll wouldn't have been 26. Maybe some of the injured who had suffered gunshot wounds would have been saved, because they had to be taken far away from here for treatment, by which time they were declared dead. Now, these are the words of the people here. Let's listen to it themselves, because this is something we've been hearing repeatedly since we arrived in Pahalgam. The idea that it didn't have a hospital, and that's why some of their guests perhaps couldn't be saved. आप जो बोल रहे थे हमको हॉस्पिटल के बारे में पहलगाम में,
हम इतना रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा था, अगर यहाँ पर फैसिलिटी होता था तो यहाँ पर ब्लड बैंक होता है, इतना ब्लड लॉस नहीं होता है। जब मतलब ये हमारे मेहमान यहाँ पर डेथ हुआ, अगर ब्लड बैंक होता था, यहाँ अस्पताल की फैसिलिटी अच्छी होती है। मुलाजिम तो ड्यूटी पर थे, लेकिन फैसिलिटी उतनी नहीं है यहाँ पर सर। हम लोग बहुत ही दुखी इस बात पर भी, कम से कम 5-6 लोग तो जान बच सकता था। हम भी अपना खून देने के लिए तैयार रहता था, पूरे पहलगाम के बच्चे खून देने के लिए तैयार होता अगर कुछ फैसिलिटी यहाँ पर होता है।
तो यहाँ पे अलग से ठीक ठाक हॉस्पिटल नहीं था, इसलिए जो जख्मी थे उनको काफ़ी दूर लेना पड़ गया था। कितना दूर?
40 किलोमीटर, लगभग 40-45 किलोमीटर दूर अनंतनाग लेना पड़ा।
और वो 1 घंटा लगा, फिर
1 घंटा लगता, पूरा 1 घंटा लगता सर यहाँ से अनंतनाग के लिए। तो अगर फैसिलिटी होता, हम जवान यहाँ पर लोकल जवान खून देने के लिए तैयार होता है, किसी का जान बच सकता, हमारा फर्ज बनता था किसी का जान बचाना था।
तो क्यों ये हॉस्पिटल नहीं है? ये इतना छोटा हॉस्पिटल क्यों है यहाँ?
ये आज से पहले 15 साल से ये बन रहा है। तो यहाँ पे एक्चुअली बात ये है कि ये टूरिस्ट स्पॉट है। यहाँ पे आज से पहले 1 साल ITBP का बस यहाँ पे चंदनवाड़ी रोड पे एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। उस टाइम भी हमने ड्राइवर एसोसिएशन ने यहाँ पे गाड़ियाँ निकाला और हमने हॉस्पिटल पहुँचाया लोगों को। वहाँ पे एक्चुअली फैसिलिटी नहीं है हमारे पास। यहाँ पे एक्चुअली यहाँ से 50 किलोमीटर दूर जाना पड़ता है, यहाँ श्रीनगर रेफ़र करना पड़ता है। अगर हमारे पास यहाँ फैसिलिटी होते, गवर्नमेंट हमको फैसिलिटी देते, तो यहाँ पे कम से कम आबादी भी 50,000 से ज़्यादा है इस हॉस्पिटल पे। यहाँ पे कोई अफसर ध्यान नहीं देता है। क्या करेंगे? ये जो स्टाफ है यहाँ का, मेडिकल स्टाफ,
किसको दोषी मानते हो? क्यों ये हॉस्पिटल नहीं है? इतना सारा जो बिजनेस चलता है यहाँ पे टूरिज्म के वजह से, इतने लोग आते हैं यहाँ पे, एक्सीडेंट्स भी होते हैं, मरीज़ भी हैं, एल्डर्स भी हैं, तो हॉस्पिटल क्यों नहीं है?
देखो जनाब, क्या
यात्रा भी है।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यहाँ पर जो है ये टूरिस्ट स्पॉट है, पूरा टूरिस्ट से भरे हुए थे, टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन है। उसके बाद यात्री पीरियड लगता है, जो श्रद्धालु लोग दर्शन पे आते हैं, उस टाइम भी हॉस्पिटल की प्रॉब्लम होती है यहाँ पर। अगर यहाँ पर बेड मतलब अस्पताल बना है, अभी भी अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है, अभी भी वो पूरा नहीं हो जाता है, अभी भी उसमें काम आधे अधूरा है। इसीलिए हम अभी जो हमारी जो गवर्नमेंट है, गवर्नमेंट तक, LG गवर्नमेंट तक हम ये बात पहुंचना चाहते हैं, जो इस वक्त मतलब गवर्नमेंट सब उसी के हाथ में, पूरा सिस्टम उसी के हाथ में है, ये बात हम उस तक पहुंचाना चाहते हैं। अभी हमको मतलब 10 दिन या 20 दिन या 25 दिन में हॉस्पिटल पूरा 15 दिन में ये हमको कंप्लीट होना चाहिए। अगर इस वक्त किसी गाड़ी को यहाँ पर टूरिस्ट आता है, कोई एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है रास्ते में, या हो जाता है या आम लोगों को एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है, उनको यहाँ से रेफ़र करना पड़ता है अनंतनाग के लिए। 40 किलोमीटर का मसला है, तब तक उसका खून लॉस हो जाता है, जब तक वो ऑन द स्पॉट डेथ हो जाता है। फिर क्या मसला?
These are the claims of the people of Pahalgam. We have to take them in some ways at face value, but to even think that some lives could be saved is such an agonizing thought. We've just seen that under construction hospital being painted right now. Maybe work will actually get going, but on NDTV through this report, we hope it reaches the right authorities to make sure that Pahalgam gets what it needs and gets what it deserves. With Ashwini Mehra in Pahalgam, J&K, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
So NDTV, remember, will continue to keep you on top of the story. On your screen, some more live images, ladies and gentlemen, that are just coming in from the South Block. Earlier today, we've just told you how a lot of foreign diplomats are going to be briefed right now on the kind of evidence that India has against Pakistan. At a point where Pakistan is literally spooked and you're looking at Pakistan retaliating in whatever little measure it can, but this is enough proof, is what sources tell us, that will put Pakistan to shame. On the other side of this quick story, this is our non-stop rolling coverage that continues. More ground reportage and more live coverage. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shiv Arur, only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal. This is the last word and I'm...
So the Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, has said we will identify and punish every terror element behind the attack on Pahalgam. You're looking at a lot of important meetings, a lot of important developments, just apart from that all-party meeting that's going to be taking place at 6. On your screens there on the right are also live images right now coming in from just outside the South Block, where you have a lot of foreign envoys who are going to be briefed by New Delhi, essentially on all the action and all the evidence against Pakistan. But in the middle of all this, let's also tell you what's been happening in Jammu and Kashmir, where the Chief Minister, Omar Abdullah, has also chaired an all-party meeting to discuss the recent terror attack in Pahalgam. He's emphasized the need for collective action, saying that everyone, quote-unquote, must fight this together. Given the recent terror attack, this meeting is obviously going to be focusing on security measures, relief efforts, strategies to prevent future incidents. Let's listen in also to what we heard from him.
सबसे पहले तो हम दोबारा उन तमाम ख़ानदानों के साथ हमदर्दी का इजहार करते हैं जिनके ऊपर ये वाक़या जो है, जिनके ऊपर ये सदमा हुआ है, जिनके साथ ये हुआ है। अब यहाँ पे मेरी सिर्फ एक मोतबाना गुजारिश मुल्क के बाकी लोगों के साथ, मेहरबानी करके कश्मीरियों को दुश्मन मत समझिए। ये हमारी बदकिस्मती रही है। आगे इस तरह के हादसे ना हो, उसके लिए जो इंतज़ामिया सिक्योरिटी के लिए ज़िम्मेदार हैं, उनको अपनी ज़िम्मेदारी निभानी होगी। उनको अपनी ज़िम्मेदारी निभाने में जहां हमारी मदद की ज़रूरत होगी, हम कंधे से कंधा उनके साथ खड़े होंगे।
So that is Omar Abdullah saying that everything possible will be undertaken right now to ensure that normalcy continues to prevail when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir. And like NDTV, remember, has been reporting from ground zero, our colleague Shiv is getting us more images, and this reportage that comes from Pahalgam, that's almost, ladies and gentlemen, turned into a ghost town. No tourists in this busy season. Let's play out that report to understand what really has transpired in the last few hours.
This is peak holiday and tourist season. It's a beautiful sunny day in April, but this highway that's usually a mad rush of tourist vehicles and taxis making their way to one of Kashmir's most popular destinations, Pahalgam, wears this completely deserted look. I don't even need to explain it. You can see it for yourself. There's nothing on the road, and it's usually a jam here at this point of time. That's what the locals tell us. The fact is, 2 days after the massacre in Pahalgam, just a few kilometers into the Anantnag hills from where we're standing, there is absolutely nothing. A small smattering of supply trucks, lots of security convoys, visibly elevated security in this area. But the only thing coming from Pahalgam have been tourist vehicles. Many had to delay their departure from Pahalgam simply because of the exodus and the rush. There were a lot of people there at the time when the massacre took place, when the terror attack took place. They've all left. Some of them are going to be camping in Srinagar for a couple of days maybe, and then flying out. That is how bad things are. The people of Pahalgam, the people of the towns leading up to Pahalgam, all fueled by the tourism economy, are now completely bereft. They're terrified of what lies ahead. We're told that the hundreds of cars that passed this way at exactly this time, and there were bumper footfalls and tire trails down this road just last year, a record for Jammu and Kashmir. Now 30% of the annual tourism economy has completely evaporated after gunfire that lasted about 10 minutes 2 days ago. What the future holds for Pahalgam and all the other holiday destinations in Jammu and Kashmir hangs in the balance and is totally uncertain. With Ashwini Mehra, in the lead up to Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
Let's get you more breaking updates. The Indian actions have literally rattled Pakistan. Look at what Pakistan is doing. Pakistan has said it's putting all agreements on hold with India. That also means the all-important Simla agreement. This is what many are saying is Pakistan's tit for tat on the India Pact, and clearly when it comes to India's big diplomatic strike against Pakistan, it does not know what to do next. Let's get our colleague Vishnu, who's breaking that story, will help us also make more sense of this. Vishnu, what more do we know about what we've heard?
Well, Pakistan is, and this is tit-for-tat retaliation that is expected at this juncture. Why is it expected? Because India has taken some of the most coercive diplomatic action that we've ever taken against Pakistan. We've decided to hold the Indus Water Treaty in suspension. We've told all Pakistani nationals that they're no longer welcome in this country. We've told all Indian nationals to come back from Pakistan. So, as you would expect, Pakistan has responded as well. And one of the key parts of their response, there are two which strike me as as being significant. One which impacts any number of Indians looking to travel west. Airspace for Indian airlines over Pakistan has been shut down. Now, it's not the first time that's happening. It's happened in the past as well. Whenever there's been a conflict, it happened after Balakot, which basically means that Indians traveling to the west will have to take a slightly longer route. However, as significantly, perhaps even more significantly, Pakistan saying that all bilateral agreements between India and Pakistan have been held in abeyance. One of them, of course, is the Simla Agreement. In many senses, the Simla Agreement is the bedrock of relations between India and Pakistan. It was signed after the 1971 war, in which, following the creation of Bangladesh, the Simla Agreement has various provisions, including the creation of the line of control. Therefore, there are questions which are being asked about the status of the line of control in the eyes of Pakistan, whether that still holds or not. But we're going to actually, try and analyze that a little later. So Pakistan is responding in a tit-for-tat response. The escalation matrix is clearly going up. Where is this all headed? Are we headed for military strikes? There is past precedent, which is why one is using terms like military strikes. We've had surgical strikes. First up, we've had the Balakot attack. Secondly, and after an incident as vicious as this, are we headed in that direction? Again, it's easy for us to speculate. We've watched these developments for several decades, but I think we should limit ourselves at this juncture to saying that all options are open. That's the government line. That includes potentially the military option, and there is a ratcheting up of tensions between the two countries through fairly strident statements by both sides and clear moves diplomatically by India, and now some steps by Pakistan as well.
Yes, Vishnu, just allow me to, quote a little bit more of what we know of the agreement that mandates both nations to put an end to the conflicts and confrontation, to promote friendly and harmonious relationship. Further, the agreement, and we must tell our viewers, it also mandates that security forces from both India and Pakistan shall be withdrawn to their side of the international border. No party shall seek to change the status of the line of control unilaterally. So those are highlights, big operative points of the Simla Agreement. If you just, Vishnu, look at the symbolism of this. What is Pakistan wanting to achieve by doing this?
Well, on the basis of Pakistan's statement, I would suggest it's not symbolism. They've gone ahead and done it. They are holding the Simla Agreement, which was signed in 1972 between Indira Gandhi and Zulfikar Ali Bhutto in Shimla on hold. What was the Simla Agreement? The Simla Agreement outlined principles for bilateral relations and conflict resolution. The Simla Agreement, as a result of that, India agreed to the return of over 90,000 Pakistani prisoners of war who were captured by India when East Bengal was liberated and Bangladesh was formed. But very significantly, and this is the part that we need to look at, the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir was established. It replaced what was then known as the ceasefire line, with a commitment to respect it without unilateral changes. Now, obviously, the line of control between India and Pakistan has been threatened repeatedly. It gets threatened all the time when you have terrorists from Pakistan coming in. It gets threatened whenever there are cross-LOC exchanges, as we've seen any number of times over the last several decades. But if Pakistan turns around and says that we are holding the Simla Agreement in abeyance, it essentially also means that the line of control, which was established replacing the ceasefire line, is no longer recognized by Pakistan. Now, that's one extreme version of that in terms of interpretation. I'm just putting out one possibility over there. We'll have to wait for clarity, and I can tell you that some of that clarity might actually emerge from a press conference of the External Affairs Ministry, which I believe should be starting within the next, possibly in the next 6 minutes at 5 p.m. or in the, shortly thereafter.
All right, Vishnu, I will just let you go again very briefly to pick up on the story on the other side. And clearly, like Vishnu said, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot more happening. You're looking at Pakistan literally boxed into a corner. You're looking at that big diplomatic strike by New Delhi, where foreign envoys have started to arrive at the South Block. They will be briefed. Then all-party meeting a little later. And in the middle of all this, the Prime Minister making that big resolve that every terror element will be flushed out. We quickly head into a break, but this is our non-stop rolling coverage that continues on the other side. News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you.
Let's get you the first picture of that all-important meeting that has just concluded. You're looking at the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, who've earlier briefed the President on what's been going on as far as, remember, post a lot of action after the Pahalgam attack vis-a-vis Pakistan. That meeting now, ladies and gentlemen, has just concluded. We'll continue to keep you on top of that story, but before we go, let's also get you more details of India's naval might that has been on display. This is the INS Surat test fires that has been missile, a successful test after the Jammu and Kashmir attack, where the Navy test fired this missile in the Arabian Sea. And clearly, another clear reflector and a reminder of India's naval might that is on display. With this, it's a wrap on this edition of the news, but don't go anywhere. NDTV is continuously tracking everything you need to know on what is New Delhi doing versus the terror rogue elements in Pakistan on the other side. Vasudha joins you with more.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Jenzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. India has sharpened its diplomatic offensive on Pakistan. There's a deadline now set on the return of Pakistani nationals. Also, Prime Minister Modi today spoke against terror in his first public rally after the Pahalgam terror attack. He was speaking in Madhubani, Bihar today. We'll get you all that and more, but first up, the headlines. All Pakistani visas to expire in 72 hours from now. Medical visas to Pakistanis will expire on the 29th of April. All Pakistani nationals have been asked to leave India. India's actions rattle Pakistan. Pakistan suspends Shimla agreement. Pakistan has shut the airspace for Indian airlines. Indians have been asked to leave Pakistan in 48 hours. India to brief foreign ambassadors, foreign diplomats on Pahalgam, briefing to diplomats today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's stern message after Pahalgam terror attack. Prime Minister Modi speaking in Madhubani says terrorists will pay an unimaginable cost to what they've done. Prime Minister also says that he will identify and punish every terrorist who was involved in this.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist.
Prime Minister Modi's big statement today, will finish terror once and for all. Prime Minister Modi says everybody who believes in humanity stands with us today. Well, in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack and the series of meetings that were held yesterday and today, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has gone to meet President Draupadi Murmu now. In fact, Home Minister Amit Shah and Dr. S. Jaishankar will be briefing the President, is what we understand. The visuals there of the External Affairs Minister's meeting with Draupadi Murmu, the President of India, Home Minister Amit Shah, who was in Pahalgam yesterday. In fact, he has taken an entire review of the on-ground situation of the site where the terror attack took place, claiming the lives of 26 innocent tourists. He is now briefing the President of the country, Draupadi Murmu. Dr. S. Jaishankar also, who plays a pivotal role in strategizing India's counter-terrorism strategy, also briefing the President of India. This is a meeting that he has had with Home Minister Amit Shah, both of them briefing Draupadi Murmu, the President of the country. Those visuals that you can see there, remember this comes at a very sensitive time. There have been a spate of meetings that the Government of India has held. There was also that CCS meeting, Cabinet Committee on Security, that met yesterday in the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in fact, had this meeting yesterday evening. He, in fact, had to cut short his Saudi Arabia trip, and in the aftermath of the terror attack in Pahalgam, where we saw 26 innocent lives getting lost, 26 innocent people losing their lives, 26 people getting killed. My colleague Maria Shakil joins us with more details on this. Maria, tell us the significance of this meeting. Clearly, this is as per protocol where the President is expected to be briefed by those in charge, and those visuals there of the Home Minister and External Affairs Minister, two men who have played a very pivotal role in India's counter-terrorism strategy in the last few months.
Yes, that's right. And Home Minister Amit Shah has been on the ground in Pahalgam, so he has first-hand information. Remember, he's a man of details as well, so he has had that meeting with the security establishment in Srinagar, and he has been constantly in touch with the various agencies, the entire counter-terrorism mechanism which has been put in place. At the same time, the External Affairs Minister explaining to the President the offensive, the diplomatic offensive which has been launched by India already against Pakistan, the series of measures which have been taken which was decided by the Cabinet Committee of Security. It becomes important to Vasudha, particularly that it is coming 1.5 hours ahead of that crucial all-party meeting where the government, the same set of ministers, H.M. Shah and External Affairs Minister, will be also briefing the heads of various political parties to try and build that political consensus that is needed at the moment, that Indian politicians and various parties cannot be speaking in multiple languages. It has to be a voice of complete solidarity and unison. That is the message that is coming from that. But yes, those visuals become, because that briefing has happened at the Rashtrapati Bhavan just a few minutes ago.
Right. Thank you, Maria Shakil, for joining us with those details, those important details of that very important meeting between Amit Shah, the Home Minister, and also Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, both of them briefing President Draupadi Murmu after the spate of meetings. Like my colleague Maria Shakil has also been reporting, this comes just hours, in fact minutes before the all-party meeting that is scheduled to happen around 6 p.m. today. Moving on, in continuation of the decisions that were made by the CCS yesterday, that important meeting of Cabinet Committee on Security led by the Prime Minister yesterday, in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, Indian government has decided to suspend visa services to Pakistani nationals with immediate effect. All existing valid visas issued by India to Pakistani nationals stand revoked with effect from 27th April 2025. What we understand is that medical visas issued to Pakistani nationals will be valid only till the 29th of April. All Pakistani nationals currently in India must leave India before the expiry of visas, as now amended, is what the rules now state. Indian nationals are strongly advised to avoid traveling to Pakistan. This is what the MEA has said, and all of this is part of the diplomatic offensive that India has launched against Pakistan to hold the country responsible for the cross-border terrorism that we have witnessed in its worst form in Pahalgam terror attack. Those Indian nationals currently in Pakistan are also advised to return to India at the earliest. This is what MEA has said. Meanwhile, as India has acted with this strong diplomatic offensive against Pakistan, Pakistan has also reacted as expected. Pakistan has closed the Wagah border post the offensive that India has launched. Pakistan has also shut the airspace for Indian airlines. Pakistan has cancelled visas to Indians. Indians have been asked to leave Pakistan in 48 hours. In fact, Pakistan on Thursday announced the immediate closure of its airspace to all Indian-owned and Indian-operated airlines. It has also suspended all trade with India, including all the goods passing through Pakistan to or from third countries, and objected to India's decision to hold the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. In fact, Pakistan has also cancelled visas to Indians, and Indians have been asked to leave Pakistan in 48 hours. Also, Pakistan closes Wagah border with India. Well, in the wake of Pahalgam terror attack, India has taken several strong measures against Pakistan. And all of this is happening because we saw 26 innocent lives getting lost. In fact, all 26 people were murdered, were killed by terrorists in Pahalgam in South Kashmir on the 22nd of April. Now, New Delhi has suspended the Indus Water Treaty that has been in place since 1960. It governs the sharing of waters between India and Pakistan. India has also closed the integrated check post Atari, and it has downgraded diplomatic ties with Islamabad. Now, India is taking one step forward. It has taken key diplomats into confidence. Government will be briefing diplomats on the Pahalgam issue. The briefing will be to select diplomats, and the entire world has shown support and solidarity to India. And this is India taking diplomats into confidence into what it wants to do with regard to Pakistan. And remember, today was when Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his first public rally after Pahalgam also said that everybody who stands with humanity stands with India today. My colleague Vishal is reporting from the South Block, from outside the South Block on this very important story. Vishal, what do you see around you? We hear that diplomats are going to be briefed, and this is just one step forward in that diplomatic offensive that India has launched against Pakistan. This briefing is going to be very crucial because India wants people on its side. India wants international community on its side, and it's clear with a kind of show of solidarity that we have seen in the last few days, isn't it?
Well, that is correct. So what I'm hearing here on the ground is that the briefing has just concluded. It lasted about 30 minutes is what I've heard. And the meeting had envoys from across the globe, especially from the G20 countries. You name it, US, UK, EU, Italy, Qatar, Japan, China, Russia. The leaders of all these countries were present here, and all of them walked out of that gate, and they were seen being briefed by the Indian authorities, and they were told that in the last 48 hours, whatever India has accomplished, whatever India has been able to do as far as hunting down the terrorists are concerned, and also the fact that India condemns the terrorist attack, and it wants the countries across the globe, especially the G20 countries, to be in its confidence. And we also spoke with two senior ambassadors just a moment ago, and they also told us that they unequivocally disregard, they reject this terrorist attack, and they equally condemn this terrorist attack. We spoke with the Israeli ambassador to India, Reuven Azar, who told us that the cooperation between India and Israel will be on all levels to extend support, and in the help of hunting down terrorists, Israel will be cooperating fully, whether be it technology, whether be it personnel. He did not give out the exact details, but he did say that cooperation will be on all levels. And Swedish ambassador also spoke with us moments earlier, and he also said that there will be cooperation on a lot of fronts. So countries are standing behind India, they are backing India. Most countries across the globe seem to be backing India in this hour of need and its hour of trouble. So all of that has been happening here at the South Bloc. About 20 countries, foreign dignitaries were here, and they were all briefed by the Indian authorities, and they have been briefed on the situation as to what's happened in the last 48 hours. The ghastly attack that happened, whatever the follow-up has happened from both the countries. As you mentioned a moments earlier, that even Pakistan has taken some action and closed the airspace, and some treaties that were there in place for decades have been annulled. So all of that has happened in the last few hours. So that will all come into picture, and the situation seems to be escalating as we speak, but it all boils down to what happens in the next few days, because people seem to be on edge across the globe because of this attack.
Right. Thank you, Vishal, for joining us with those details. Also joining us now is Rabinder Sachdev, who's a foreign affairs expert. Mr. Sachdev, thank you so much for your time on NDTV. My first question to you, sir. India has received a lot of solidarity and support from the international community in the last 2 days, from presidents of developed countries to even smaller countries. Several people have stood with India, showing unconditional support. But tell us, how does India look at using or utilizing the support to hold Pakistan responsible, specifically on the international stage? Is alienation of Pakistan going to be challenging for India, or is it going to be an easier task than said?
Great question. Thank you, Vasudha. Pleasure to be with you. One, you see, I mean, there are multiple dimensions to this whole thing. On the one hand, our stated stance has been that we do not want any third party, any outside, international, meddling in how we look at Pakistan. And by the way, today when Pakistan has, if their committee, National Security has given out some steps, that also includes that they're saying that they will hold the Shimla Accord in abeyance, by the way, right? Now, Shimla Accord being in abeyance means what? Amongst little other things, it also means the LOC. What is the status of the LOC? Pakistan may go to the UN, may go to the OIC and say the present situation on Kashmir border is only a temporary ceasefire, and it may invite other countries to kind of, hold a hearing or something like that. So Pakistan could play up that another angle also. But in the overall context, yes, I mean, all countries, all nations, all leaders are absolutely standing with India in this hour of our grief. But at the same time, going forward, Pakistan could very well, especially you see, we've held the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance, right? Pakistan could take that also and, project itself as a victim and accuse India of waging water wars or using water as a weapon or weaponization of water, right? So those are some things, I think these are two specific things, I think, other than the fact that, Pakistan says that what is happening in in Kashmir is organic, ingrown. It's a result of India's, treatment of its minorities, etc. So it will ratchet up that narrative in world capitals without doubt. It will seek whenever the next, if there are any, immediate multilateral like a OIC meet happening, it will take the issue there and wherever it can. But on the whole, it will not have much of an impact. The world opinion, soft opinion, hard facts are that the world leaders will stand with India.
Okay. Going back to Vishal, Vishal, how do you see this briefing that's being done for select diplomats today? And this is also important because India has a growing stature when it comes to the international community, and India is quite aware of that. It's not what it was in 2014. In some ways, is India also looking at the complete isolation of Pakistan on the international stage? And do you think that is something that is possible for the country?
Well, for that, we'll have to wait for some time, but that does seem to be the case. As you mentioned, India would be looking to isolate Pakistan on the global stage. And there have been a lot of instances in the recent past, in the last 2 decades per se, that when these incidents have happened, and a lot of these things point to the fact that the Pakistan government or ISI or the army could have been directly involved in attacks in the last 2 decades. And in this attack also, although it's too early to say that, but a lot of things point to the fact that there could be direct involvement of Pakistan. So it has been condemned unequivocally on the global stage, and India does want its partners to stand with it, and the partners do seem to be standing with India at the moment, as we have spoken to several foreign envoys, and they have all said that they are standing with India in this hour. And Israeli ambassador spoke to us just a few moments ago and said that it has whatever it has at its disposal will be given to India, and there will be partnerships on all levels to aid India in this operation to catch those culprits involved in the killing of 26 innocent people. So all of that will come into the picture, but those operational details for sure will not be shared with the media or the common public. But whenever there is a response, the people will get to know. The last time there was a big response from India, and the world took notice of it. This time it's a bigger case. It's a huge case when the terrorists have attacked tourists who have nothing to do with the whole conflict, who had come there, who had gone there to celebrate with their families, who had gone there to spend time with their spouses. Right. They were all killed, and as I mentioned, they had nothing to do with the conflict. So all of that will be taken into factor by the world and the global arena in general.
Right. Mr. Sachdeva, like Vishal was also pointing out, I'm sure there is a burden of expectations on the government as well. But like I was also saying that this is the same government, but India has a very different stature in the international community now, and the rule book doesn't need to be the same all the time. There is a lot of calm, restraint, and also calibration that is needed, which is what India has shown. It has issued a series of measures such as closing of its land border, suspension of this vital Indus Water Treaty. How do you look at India's response till now? And also the Prime Minister today in his first public rally after Pahalgam terror attack saying very clearly that every terrorist is going to be tracked down and punished for what he did.
Thank you so much. No, absolutely, yes. You see, the bottom line is that the government, any government, they have to tread a very careful path. They have to play a balanced role, balanced actions, considering multiple aspects, I mean, governments may be formed on the basis of emotions in elections and all, but governments are not run on the basis of emotions, I would say, right? Governments have to take a very calibrated decision. And I think that's what the government of India is doing. But also at the same time, I think as you're, sharing with your viewers, the government is under tremendous pressure. Okay, there's an emotional outburst in the country, and people want some instant, karma being dealt out. However, the steps which yesterday India announced, you can break them into basically 2 categories. One was the diplomatic, right? Cancellation of the visas and such, and also the Atari border. Those are I mean, they will not have any much impact. They are big steps, no doubt, diplomatically, but they will not have any much impact other than, of course, isolating Pakistan, but not much impact on the behavior and actions of the Pakistan army, military, and political leadership. Right. The other step out of those five, so one is the category of diplomatic. The one which is on the Indus Water Treaty. Now that is a very worrisome one which can, tighten the screws on Pakistan. But by the way, realistically speaking, that will take a long time to implement or to be effective. But at the same time, as you're seeing the era today where we are in India, I mean, rule books are changing. I mean, we've kind of walked away from or suspended or held in abeyance the Indus Water Treaty, which we've never done in the last 60 odd years, which has never happened. So that is a very bold move on strategic. Now, the third piece which remains, so diplomatic, something done, economic, something done, even with the long distance view. What then remains is the third, which is some kind of a military security operation, of which the government has not said anything. But as I think all of us can understand, there must be something brewing, their options being sorted out. And once I think they have a handle on, where did these guys originate from, what are their originating camps or some such leads, there will be some action, I think.
So several important points there, but of course fissures are escalating between India and Pakistan, even as India seeks answers and accountability to what happened in Pahalgam just 2 days ago. Thank you, Vishal, and thank you, Mr. Sachdeva, for joining me. Moving on to other stories, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers, and our spirit will never be broken. Those strong words by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Madhubani today. He was addressing his first public rally after the Pahalgam terror attack, and he sent a strong message to all the people of the country, speaking from Bihar, which is also a poll-bound state. He was speaking about the 26 tourists who were brutally killed in a terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. The Prime Minister was in Bihar's Madhubani for a government event today. In fact, it is National Panchayati Raj, and he was addressing Gram Sabhas today. He started his address, in fact, with a silent tribute to all those who were killed in Pahalgam terror attack. Later in his address, he also said that the entire country is in pain today because of the ruthless, brutal manner in which terrorists killed innocent tourists in Pahalgam. He said, and I quote, "The whole country today is with bereaved families. The government is trying its best to ensure the well-being of those who have been injured. Someone has lost a son, someone has lost a brother, someone has lost a life partner." Someone spoke Bengali, someone spoke Kannada, someone spoke Marathi, someone was an Odia, and someone was a Gujarati, and someone else was also Bihar's son. Prime Minister's strong words there in his first public rally after the terror attack in Pahalgam.
22 अप्रैल को जम्मू कश्मीर के पहलगाम में आतंकियों ने मासूम देशवासियों को जिस बेरहमी से मारा है, उससे पूरा देश व्यथित है। हमारा दुख एक जैसा है, हमारा आक्रोश एक जैसा है। ये हमला सिर्फ निहत्थे पर्यटकों पर नहीं हुआ है, देश के दुश्मनों ने भारत की आत्मा पर हमला करने का दुस्साहस किया है। मैं बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने ये हमला किया है, उन आतंकियों को और इस हमले की साजिश रचने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से भी बड़ी सजा मिलेगी। फ्रेंड्स, today from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve. Everyone who believes in humanity is with us. I thank the people of various countries and their leaders who have stood with us in these times.
So he spoke in English as well while addressing that public meeting in Madhubani in Bihar. The message was loud and clear. He was reflecting the sentiments of 140 crore Indians today. He was reflecting that anger and fury at the same time. We have heard the Prime Minister soon after the Uri attacks. We have seen him and heard from him after the Pulwama attack. But this time, the anger was far more palpable. For the Prime Minister to say that that terror must end once and for all is a strong message. For him to say that India will track and then punish each and every terrorist and their backers is a message that is going to across the border as well. Yesterday, after the Cabinet Committee on Security, India did plan 5 measures which have been taken, which is with regards to the visas. One which is perhaps most concerning for Pakistan, and we have seen a lot of Pakistani analysts and otherwise also expressing their concerns, is the Indus Water Treaty, which has been put on hold now. But now the Prime Minister's message has to do with much more than the diplomatic offensive which was launched by India yesterday, details of which also emerged today, that all Pakistani nationals who are in India must leave India immediately. So now I think it's very clear that India is preparing for a military offensive. What will be the nature of that, we'll not know until unless India has accomplished it, as we have seen in the past. But the message from the Prime Minister is loud and clear that this time, this entire cycle of terror must end.
Well, the Indian government is holding a very important meeting to discuss the Pahalgam terror attack and its potential responses. In fact, here's what is happening. A crucial meeting of the Jal Shakti Ministry on the Indus Water Treaty issue is going to happen today evening. It's going to be attended by officials from the Home Ministry, also from the Ministry of External Affairs, and also from the Ministry of Jal Shakti. Then there's an all-party meeting that is set to happen around 6 p.m., which is where different political parties are expected to participate. And this is where the centre is expected to brief lawmakers, MPs on the Pahalgam attack and what the government is doing about this. In fact, this is important. It comes one day after the CCS meeting that was led by the Prime Minister, which also saw India taking some very strong steps against Pakistan, but on a diplomatic realm. Let's first look at some political reactions to this all-party meeting that has been called by the centre before I go across to my colleague for more details.
जो इस मुल्क से मोहब्बत करने वाले हैं, मैं उनसे उम्मीद करता हूं कि वो हजारों नहीं लाखों की तादाद में वहां पर जमा हों और हमारा वहां पर जमा होना ना सिर्फ हम खराज अकीदत पेश करेंगे उन मरने वाले ख़ानदानों को, बल्कि हम उन लोगों को भी पैगाम देंगे जो दहशतगर्दी के ज़रिए इस मुल्क में हिंदुओं और मुसलमानों में नफ़रत की दीवारों को और इजाफा करना चाहते हैं.
My colleague Aishwarya joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, clearly the government wants consensus. The government wants everybody in India to speak in one unified voice against terror, which is why this all-party meeting has been called. Tell us, first of all, as to how many people are expected to take part in this and who is expected to brief the MPs.
Well, yesterday after the hard decisions being taken by the government of India, where the Prime Minister of our country, Narendra Modi, chaired that CCS. Important decisions were taken. And soon after that, we witnessed how the Home Minister and External Affairs Minister both briefed the President about the decisions being taken by the Government of India today. And just before, that it was, of course, the Jal Shakti Minister also conducting its own meeting. He arrived at the Shram Shakti Bhavan, and their separate meeting is underway regarding the cancellation of Indus Water Treaty. It is, of course, Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress President, who had earlier stated that all the political parties of the country should be taken into consideration, and therefore the reason perhaps it was the decision that was taken by government that all the political parties would be called and an all-party meeting would be chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. What we have been told is Home Minister Amit Shah and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar would be also briefing the floor leaders of different political parties who had been called. The sources have indicated to us that unanimously there would be a resolution that would be passed for condemning this deadly terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir. It is, of course, the political parties from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, which has more than 5 MPs had been called to this particular meeting, and the decisions that had been taken by the government would be briefed first. And we have been told by our sources that each and every leader who would be taking part in this meeting would be given a time for speaking, and the suggestions will also be taken to how India can counterattack Pakistan, both on diplomatic front and on the border as well. So clearly it is government who wanted to take all together, as many of the political leaders have already spoken in the past after the terror attack, that India unites as one. All the political parties, be it from the opposition or from the NDA, they are together with the government of India at this point in time.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those crucial details. We'll keep coming back to you as this is an evolving story. The all-party meeting convened by the centre is all set to begin in a short while from now. Meanwhile, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah is chairing an all-party meeting in Srinagar to discuss the recent terror attack in Pahalgam. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has also emphasised on the need for collective action, stating that everybody must fight this together. Given the recent terror attack in Pahalgam, this meeting is of great importance, and it is expected to focus on security measures, relief efforts and also strategies in future to prevent incidents like this.
सबसे पहले तो हम दोबारा उन तमाम ख़ानदानों के साथ हमदर्दी का इजहार करते हैं जिनके ऊपर ये वाक़या जो है, जिनके ऊपर ये सदमा हुआ है, जिनके साथ ये हुआ है। अब यहाँ पे मेरी सिर्फ एक मोतबाना गुजारिश मुल्क के बाकी लोगों के साथ, मेहरबानी करके कश्मीरियों को दुश्मन मत समझिए। ये हमारी बदकिस्मती रही है। आगे इस तरह के हादसे ना हो, उसके लिए जो इंतज़ामिया सिक्योरिटी के लिए ज़िम्मेदार हैं, उनको अपनी ज़िम्मेदारी निभानी होगी। उनको अपनी ज़िम्मेदारी निभाने में जहां हमारी मदद की ज़रूरत होगी, हम कंधे से कंधा उनके साथ खड़े होंगे।
Well, my colleague Nazir joins us with more details on this. Nazir, what happened in this all-party meeting in Srinagar? And also tell us, this is also one of the first times where all parties in Jammu and Kashmir have spoken in one voice against terror. What does this mean, and what really was the sentiment in the all-party meeting?
Well, the sentiment was same as it was for last 3 days on the streets, everywhere, in social groups, in religious groups, in mosques, in temples, everywhere, which is a collective voice against terrorism and violence, which has led to the killing, massacre of tourists in Pahalgam. So this all-party meeting convened by Chief Minister Omar Abdullah had, as you can see in this visual, they have observed a 2-minute silence, and then everyone spoke strongly against terrorism and violence. At the same time, the participants, expressed concern over some harassment of Kashmiri students and other people, businessmen in some parts of the country, and they're saying it is the people of Kashmir who have borne the brunt of terrorism and violence. Thousands of Kashmiris have been killed over the last 3 decades. They cannot be blamed for any terror incident. In fact, we are the victims, not perpetrators, and the origin of terrorism is not in Kashmir. There is Pakistan, and police have already released the sketch and the names of those who they believe could have been behind this attack. 2 of them are Pakistanis, and clearly reward has been put, and it is always to fight against militancy has been possible only with the help of local people, which they have been doing. And whenever there has been a problem, a rift between the local people and the administration, terror has actually ruled the roost in Jammu and Kashmir. And in fact, we have seen over the last 2 days, thousands of people spontaneously coming on streets, showing their resolve against terrorism. In a sense, the people's movement against violence and terrorism, shouting slogans against terrorists and those who are behind this killing, and demanding justice for the victims of Pahalgam. In fact, earlier the Chief Minister and his cabinet has already advised the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor to summon a 1-day special session of Jammu and Kashmir Assembly on 28th of this month, where there would be a resolution passed against this senseless violence. As we see how things are shaping and playing out at the national level and international level, India has taken certain punitive actions and has clearly vowed to take action and revenge of this attack, and not only to those who have committed this horrible crime, but also in Pakistan, where it has originated or who are believed to be the handlers. Pakistan has also issued a statement wherein they have said they are suspending Shimla Agreement, which is clearly the violation of their own agreement. But here it clearly shows things are escalating from the both sides after this horrible massacre in Pahalgam.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nazir, for joining us with those details. All-party meeting in Srinagar as well today, and also an all-party meeting convened by the centre to start any time soon. Meanwhile, in the midst of all this, an MLA from Assam has been arrested for his controversial remarks on Pahalgam. He had in fact called this attack a conspiracy by the Indian government. He has been arrested by the Assam police, is what we understand. The Assam police had taken suo motu cognizance of his remark, which had created a lot of unrest. This is an MLA from AIUDF from Assam who has been arrested now for his controversial, extremely problematic comments, calling the terror attack in Pahalgam, a conspiracy by the Indian government. Aminul Islam, MLA of the All India United Democratic Front, has been arrested by the Assam Police Crime Branch after his highly controversial and also offensive remarks alleging the involvement of the centre in the recent attack on tourists in Pahalgam. In fact, he also called Pulwama a conspiracy by the Indian government. My colleague Ratnadeep joins us with more details on this. Ratnadeep, how did this MLA get arrested? Where did he speak these? Where did he issue these statements? Because AIUDF also had condemned the terror attack. Did he go really against what his party had said, and what did he say exactly, which has led to this arrest?
That's right. In fact, this statement has been made by the MLA during Panchayat election campaign. Remember, there are ensuing Panchayat elections in Assam, and this statement was made by the MLA from Dhing, Aminul Islam. He is, in past also, he is known for making controversial comment, and this controversial comment he has made in a Panchayat election campaign yesterday, and the video went viral in social media, and clearly he has gone against the party line. Remember, AIUDF, a party from Assam led by Maulana Badruddin Ajmal, had also condemned the incident and that has taken place in Pahalgam, and his party has also distanced itself from the statement that he had made. However, his statement in this controversial statement, he apparently tried to give an impression, and exactly at least that is what is been mentioned in the FIR, which has been taken suo motu by Assam police of accusing the government of being behind attacks like Pulwama or Pahalgam, and therefore Assam police has taken suo motu cognizance of this statement. And a short while back, actually, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has also categorically said that any attempts which are in Assam, whether it's direct or indirect in nature, that is seen to be helping Pakistan, will be dealt with. And therefore, he said that he instructed the police to lodge a police investigation in this on this controversial statement. In fact, what the Chief Minister has gone on to say that the MLA has been arrested and he has been charged of sedition. In fact, there are many other charges against the MLAs in the FIR, which has been lodged with the Nagaon police. In fact, he has been booked under charges of endangering the sovereignty of the country, promoting enmity among communities, prejudice to national integration, terrorism, and breach of peace.
Right.
And he has been arrested. So this is the big breaking story that we are breaking on NDTV network at this moment. And the controversial statement, after the controversial statement made yesterday, the AIUDF MLA from Assam Bhing constituency, Aminul Islam, who in past as well during COVID, the COVID times, he was arrested for a similar controversial statement.
Right. So an MLA from the AIUDF from Assam has been arrested for his controversial comments, alleging that the centre was involved in the terror attack in Pahalgam and also in Pulwama, has now been arrested after the Assam police took cognizance of his statement. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive, Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking bigs?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal.
This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southern.
Welcome back. The Indian government is holding a key meeting to discuss the Pahalgam terror attack. In fact, it's holding several meetings today amongst ministry officials. And here's what is happening. In a gist, a crucial meeting of the Jal Shakti Ministry on the Indus issue is also scheduled to happen today. And this could have Ministry of Home Affairs participating in it, and also diplomats. An all-party meeting is all set to happen at 6 p.m. In fact, it has already... it is all set to begin. In fact, MPs have started arriving and they belong to different parties. Those visuals there, Rishi Shiva from the DMK arriving at the meeting venue, which is being held in the Parliament complex. Remember, this meeting is being called by the centre to discuss its options and discuss its response and approach to this resurgence of terror as witnessed in the Pahalgam terror attack. My colleague Aishwarya joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, what is the intent of the government behind holding this all-party meeting? All-party meetings are often held to discuss issues where the government wants to build consensus. What does it want from the opposition parties in this case?
Well, leaders from different political parties have started arriving at the parliament as far as all-party meeting is concerned. Remember, it is Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju who had been given responsibility to call them up for this meeting. The sources have clearly indicated to us that the decisions that were taken yesterday by the CCS that would be informed and briefed by none other than the top three ministers of the country, Home Minister, Defence Minister and External Affairs Minister. And all of these leaders who would be taking participation will be given a chance to speak and also there would be a consultation process to how to engage with Pakistan, how to corner them and how an operation could be launched against Pakistan to sideline them as far as the terror attack is concerned. It is, of course, Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, who had earlier stated that it should be the government of India who should take all the political parties into consideration. We have seen statements coming in from different political parties that it is entire country which is united together with the government in this hour and we have been also told that currently the leaders which had arrived is of course from the DMK, Rishi Shiva can be seen. From the Congress party, it would be Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, both the leader oppositions in the Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. From the TMC, Sudhir Bandyopadhyay. From the Samajwadi Party, Ram Gopal Yadav. It would be from the Aam Aadmi Party, Sanjay Singh. From RJD, it would be Premchand Gupta. And from the TDP, Krishna Devaraju. It was, of course, stated earlier by the JDU that because there is a program of Prime Minister in Bihar and all the top leaders are there engaged in that particular program, they would not be attending. So they have also stated that it would be whatever decision that the government of India will take, they will be on their side. Certainly, and lastly, the sources have also indicated that unanimously there would be a resolution that would be passed in this all-party meeting which will condemn this deadly terror attack.
But also tell us, with the kind of tweets that have come out, with the kind of responses that have come out from opposition parties, all of them have condemned this terror attack. Many of them have also pointed to gaps in intelligence gathering. Do you sense a caution amongst opposition parties in at least the language that they are using to talk about the terror attack, because last time in the case of Pulwama we did see opposition parties finding themselves in a knot, specifically with the kind of language that they use. So this time, do you see that they are far more careful in their criticism of the government, so that they don't seem like they are in some ways questioning the government's response, which also at some point looks like it could be hardline aggressive, and that's what probably people of the country also are looking for?
But although different political parties have stated that they are with the government of India at this point of time, but as far as this all-party meeting is concerned, the government sources had told us that it was decided that only the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha MPs with the political parties which have more than 5 MPs from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha will only be called. We have seen statements from the CPI-ML and the CPI that had criticized the government for not calling the political parties like National Conference of the Jammu and Kashmir, who are the main party in this particular case. Why not the parties from Jammu and Kashmir are being called as well to take their suggestions? The government of India had been stating that they will take suggestions from each and every political party to further make any sort of plan of action. They wanted to brief, they want to take them into consideration, and therefore the reason perhaps this meeting stands very important at this point of time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Aishwarya. We will keep coming back to you even as this meeting goes on. It's an important all-party meeting that the government of India has convened to brief opposition leaders on its response to counter terror that is being sponsored by Pakistan, something that was evidently visible in the Pahalgam terror attack just 2 days ago. Moving on, NDTV has spoken to the first responder in the Pahalgam attack. In fact, NDTV has spoken to somebody who carried injured victims on shoulders. This is a tale of grit and commitment and determination, and this also shows that India is united against terror.
Amidst the horror that happened in the Baisaran Valley of Pahalgam, amidst the agony, amidst the tragedy, there was heroism. And one of those heroes, a man who's gone completely viral because of a short clip of what he did that day, is this man, Sajjad Ahmed Bhatt. Sajjad भाई, एक वायरल वीडियो सामने आया है जिसमें आप अपने कंधे पे एक टूरिस्ट को आपने बचाया. शुरू से बताइए कि क्या हुआ था, कैसे आप मिले उसे?
अब हम घर पे बैठे हुए थे, हमारे चाची का डेथ हुआ था, हम उसी के तहज़्ज़त पे गए. वहाँ पे जो मतलब अपने गांव के लोग आते हैं, जो जैसे किसी का मृत्यु होता है तो लोग आते हैं घरों पे मतलब तहज़्ज़त के लिए, मतलब ऐसा हालचाल पूछने के लिए आते हैं. तो उसमें जो पूनी एसोसिएशन का प्रेसिडेंट था वहीद साहब था, उसको फ़ोन आया कि मतलब बैसरन में ऐसे इंसिडेंट हुए थे. हम घर पे बैठे हुए थे तो इंसिडेंट का जब खबर सुना तो उनको फ़ोन आया कि वहाँ पे हेल्प की ज़रूरत है, आप अपने जो घोड़े वाले हैं उनके साथ उनको लेके जाए. हम 2 गए थे, वो हमको बोला था आप भी हमारे साथ आए, वहाँ लोगों का हेल्प की ज़रूरत. जब से हमने पहुँचा तो वहाँ मतलब बच्चे रो रहे थे, कुछ औरत रो रहे थे. वो बोलते हमको बचाए. हमने
ये जहाँ पे हमला हुआ था
मतलब वहाँ अंदर जो ग्राउंड है, ग्राउंड के जो गेट है, गेट के पास हुआ था, वहाँ बोल रहे थे भैया हमको बचा. हमने बोला उनको आपको टेंशन लेने की ज़रूरत है, हम लोकल है, हम आए मतलब आपके हेल्प के लिए आए हैं, आप पानी वानी पियो. पानी वानी पिलाया. जैसे हमने वो उनको ज़ख्मी को देखा तो कहीं को घोड़े पर बिठा के पहलगाम की तरफ रवाना किया. वहाँ पे बहुत सारे घोड़े, हम ही नहीं थे, बहुत सारे घोड़े वाले थे वहाँ पे. बहुत सारे मतलब जो घोड़े जिनका सवारी वहाँ पे था उन्होंने घोड़े पे बिठा के पहलगाम की तरफ. और जो ज़ख्मियों को हमने जो देखा था मतलब वहाँ पे उनकी मतलब जो ज़ख्मी था, हमने भी जो प्रेसिडेंट है उन्होंने बोला आप इनको लेके जाओ, नीचे कंधे पे लेके जाओ, आप इनको अस्पताल पहुँचाओ. फिर उनको रास्ते में पानी पे दिलासा दिया, आपको डरने की ज़रूरत नहीं, हम साथ में. बाकी फिर मतलब और भी फिर पुलिस आर्मी आया. बस फिर
उनका बुलेट गोली लगी थी उनको?
सर उनका जो जैकेट है मतलब जो जैकेट में उनका खून लगा है, चेहरे पे यहाँ पे खून लगा, तो वो उनको हमने देखा नहीं ब्लड लगा है कि नहीं. वो
आप जानते हो कि वो कौन था जो आपने उठाया था? वो कौन था?
बच्चा था. वो बोल रहा है कि वो जो बच्चे था उनकी माँ था, और मेरे अलावा भी जो घोड़े वाले थे उनके कंधे पे उनकी माँ था. क्योंकि वो मैं उनके आगे जा रहा था, वो हमारे पीछे आ रहा था. मैं ही नहीं, बहुत सारे लोग थे जिन्होंने कंधे पे लोगों के. अब किसी रास्ते में जब लोग देख रहे थे कि लोगों को हम कंधे पे उतार रहे हैं मतलब हॉस्पिटल के लिए, तो किसी ने फिर वीडियो बनाया, तो मेरा वीडियो जो वायरल हुआ था. नहीं तो मेरे अलावा और सारे लोगों ने भी हेल्प किया है सर.
बिल्कुल, आप ये बोल रहे हैं सज्जाद, लेकिन वो वीडियो जो आया है सामने वो वायरल गया है इंटरनेट पे, लेकिन जब ये हो रहा था, जब आपके कंधे में ये बच्चा था और उसको सहारा दे रहे थे आप, तो आपके मन में क्या चल रहा था? क्या आपको डर नहीं लग रहा था?
डर तो लगा था, पर उधर तो मतलब उधर अगर मतलब डर दिमाग में रखते तो हम उनको हेल्प नहीं कर पाते। उधर तो इंसानियत को देख के हमने उनको हेल्प किया है। मतलब ये मतलब इंसान को देख के हेल्प, इंसानियत सबसे बड़ा चीज़ है। धर्म पहले तो इंसानियत है, बाद में धर्म आता है। तो इंसान को देख के हमने मतलब देखा है कि ये भी हमारी तरफ इंसान है। फ़र्ज़ बनता था उस समय, अगर आप भी मतलब मैं क्या, आप अगर हो सकते तो आप भी अपने जान को जोखिम में डाल के उनका जान बचाते। बहुत गलत इंसिडेंट हुआ, इंसानियत का कत्ल हुआ। ये मतलब उन जिनका मतलब लखते जिगर चले गए, जिनके फैमिली मेम्बर चले गए, हम उनके साथ हैं, हम उनके दुख को समझते हैं। उनके फैमिली मेम्बर का वो खून नहीं, वो हमारे फैमिली मेम्बर का, पूरे कश्मीर के अवामों का कत्ल हुआ है। अगर आप भी किसी के भी घर में जाओगे, किसी के भी मतलब घर पे भी जाओगे, देखोगे सबके आंखें नम है। मतलब सब रो रहा है कि ऐसा कभी ज़िंदगी में नहीं देखा है। पहलगाम मतलब ऐसा जगह था, यहाँ पे मतलब लोग आते हैं, मतलब एक मतलब फैमिली जैसा उनको व्यवहार करते हैं। अगर अब कैसे मतलब लोग समझे हमारे अंदर क्या गुजर रहा है, अब कैसे हम अपने सीने को चीर कर दिखा सकते हैं लोगों को कि हमारे अंदर क्या गुजर रहा है, कश्मीरी के अंदर क्या गुजरा। अब लोग जो उनके फैमिली है, उनको मैं हाथ जोड़कर मतलब ये करता हूँ कि आप किसी के गलत फहमी में मत पड़ो। मतलब आप मतलब वही मतलब जो आपको अच्छा लगे आप वही मतलब करिए, किसी के गलत में किसी को मतलब सताए मत आप। मतलब जो आपके लोगों के साथ हुआ है वो हमारे अपने लोग हैं और वो हमारे लोगों के साथ ही हुआ है। हम उनसे मतलब हाथ जोड़े निवेदन करते हैं, आप किसी प्रोपेगेंडा के अंदर मत आए। मतलब जो अभी कोई न्यूज़ देख रहा है तो ऐसा मतलब उसमें दिखा रहा है वो है ये, मतलब ऐसे उसमें एक कश्मीरी भैया का भी, घोड़े वाले भाई का भी जान गया है सर। ये चीज़ मतलब हम बोलना चाहते हैं। एटलीस्ट तो गलत तो गलत ही है सर।
नहीं, हमने भी वो न्यूज़ दिखाया है जिसकी जान चली गई है। आखिरी सवाल सजाद भाई, वो ये है कि आप भी एक छोटे दुकानदार हो पहलगाम में, तो आप
टूरिस्ट गाइडिंग भी करते हैं, उसके साथ शॉल का काम भी करते हैं।
तो इस इंसिडेंट के बाद आपका क्या प्लान है? आपके मन में क्या है कि क्या सोचा है आपने, क्या अपने परिवार को कैसे सुरक्षित रखेंगे आगे जाके?
वही तो है ना, नहीं सुरक्षा की इसमें कोई मतलब बात नहीं। हम मतलब जब हम भी सोचे कि लोग आए वहाँ पे, हमारा भी मतलब हमारा जैसे चल रहा था रोज़ा रोटी वैसे ही चले। हम उनको रिक्वेस्ट, आप डरिए मत, आप आ जाइए आराम से घर, मतलब आराम से कश्मीर घूमने आए बस।
He had a little boy on his shoulders. He didn't fear for his life. He says, don't fall for any propaganda. He says, what would we gain by endangering the people who literally mean our livelihood? Sajjad Ahmed Bhatt of Pahalgam is someone who people will remember because of a tiny viral clip. He doesn't even know who took that video, and he says there were others who carried people on their shoulders. It is this selflessness and humility and the pleading nature of the people here of Pahalgam saying, we don't know how to explain to our guests that they should come back, because we know that it's not going to happen anytime soon. With Ashwini Mehra in Pahalgam, Shiv Arur for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
How
often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Good evening and welcome to this Ground Zero broadcast from Pahalgam. I'm Shiv. This is NDTV's rolling and non-stop coverage of India's biggest story. And on this day, 2 days after the Pahalgam terror massacre by Pakistani terror, it is the biggest day as far as developments are concerned. Over the next 25 minutes, I'm going to take you through all of those big developments, what I've seen here in Pahalgam town, and what the consequences hint at for Pakistan and the world, as indicated by Prime Minister Modi. Here in Pahalgam, where the terrorist strike took place, just about 1.5 kilometers behind me in that direction, things are quiet. It's a complete ghost town, as you will see in my ground reports coming up in just a short while from now. But while things are very, very silent, ghostly here in Pahalgam, Ground Zero, the epicenter of terror, things are just the opposite in India's national capital. Because it is there and in Bihar earlier today where the Prime Minister and his government have been clearing the decks for what is being unanimously interpreted as big decisive action at some point in the future. It could be soon, it could be later, that's anyone's guess. But what seems clear is that the government plans to take big action against Pakistan. One of the biggest hints, in fact, of some kind of big action is political consensus being sought. An all-party meet is underway in the national capital right now. Members and leaders of various parties have been seen already arriving at the Parliament Annex for that convention of all of the parties in the country, all of the opposition parties. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, and other senior leaders from the ruling establishment will be there in order to presumably brief the opposition and bring all parties on board for some kind of political consensus. I want to go across to NDTV's Aishwarya Jain, who's been plugged into all of the political developments in the fallout of what happened here in Pahalgam. Aishwarya, leaders have begun arriving. The all-party meet is set to begin any moment now. Give us a sense of who all are in there and what's likely to happen. It is already being seen as an exercise in political consensus for something big, Aishwarya.
Well, certainly. And remember, Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president and leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha, had earlier stated that the entire opposition should be briefed about the developments being done by the government. And yesterday, after Prime Minister chaired the CCS, important decisions were made. And just before the all-party meeting, it was External Affairs Minister and the Home Minister of our country who briefed the President of India. And now we have been told that the all-party meeting in Parliament has begun. it is, of course, the sources who had indicated to us that unanimously there would be a resolution that would be passed for condemnation of the terror attack in Pahalgam, and also every member who will take participation in this all-party meeting, be it from the opposition or be it from the NDA, will be given a chance and suggestions will be taken from them for the counter-action against Pakistan. Till now, it is from the Congress Party, Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, from the TMC, Sudip Bandyopadhyay, from the Samajwadi Party, Ram Gopal Yadav, from the RJD, Premchand Gupta, from the Aam Aadmi Party, Sanjay Singh, from the TDP, Krishna Devaralu, DMK, from the DMK, Tiruchi Siva, from Shiv Sena, Shrikant Shinde had already reached. Apart from it, Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and BJP President JP Nadda had also reached the Parliament, and it would be Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who, on probability, would be briefing about the developments that the government of India has taken against Pakistan to isolate them.
Aishwarya, you know, we've seen some domestic political frictions which are usually very normal as far as India is concerned in the run-up to this all-party meeting. But I imagine that like during Balakot and during Uri as well, political consensus is a very separate thing. And that's what this all-party meeting is really all about. The government wants to be seen to be taking everyone along in whatever decision it has taken.
Well, the government of India want to take all the political parties on board in their decision that they are going to take to corner Pakistan. And the message was straight from the Prime Minister today in a rally in Bihar that they will first identify and then they will punish the terrorists. And that was a message to the world as well. And it is, of course, smaller parties that are not being invited. The sources have indicated to us that the political parties, which had more than 5 MPs in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, had been called. CPIML or the CPI had given a statement that parties like National Conference from the Jammu and Kashmir, who is the party in this particular case, should also had been invited. Of course, the statements from the political parties from different fronts had been one, that they are together with the government at this hour, and certainly whatever decision the government will take, they will be firm in that particular part. But it is, of course, JDU who had earlier stated that because of the program of Prime Minister in Bihar, they will not be attending it, but they are together with the government, whatever decision that they take. What will be the outcome is something that we will be witnessing in next 1 hour when this meeting will conclude.
And we're going to be plugged into that. Aishwarya and the rest of our political team will obviously be breaking what that resolution is going to be once that all-party meeting is over. Aishwarya, for the moment, thanks very much. Remember, the all-party meeting is only one of a whole host of indicators today that seem to confirm, not just hint, but confirm that decisive and hard action lies ahead. It started with Prime Minister Modi and his speech in Bihar. This was preceded by interim punitive measures by India against Pakistan, most notably the holding in abeyance the Indus Water Sharing Treaty. Then you had the scrapping of all Pakistani visas. You've got the Atari border shut. You've got Pakistan closing its airspace. You've got several other measures that have been put into place and imposed by India. Diplomats have been briefed. And now you've got this all-party meeting that's underway in the national capital right now. Here in Pahalgam, where we're bringing you this live broadcast from, the news from Bihar and Delhi, the announcement by Prime Minister Modi and the measures that have been decided on by the government have actually been welcomed with open arms. The people here are still in shock, but they say the only way to navigate what has happened here and to deal with the shock of what has happened in Pahalgam, a place where tourists have always been safe. There has always been an unwritten promise that nobody will ever touch visitors and guests, and the mehman, who are the very lifeblood and livelihood of hill stations of this kind, that has been broken, a red line has been crossed, and therefore, no matter how hard the decision or the imposition that India makes on Pakistan, it will still be inadequate, is the very candid view that we've been soaking up all day here in Pahalgam. In fact, when I arrived, when Ashwini and I arrived just a few hours ago, it was a ghost town right from the beginning, from the foothills of Anantnag, which are usually full of vehicles at this time of year, with vacation makers, holiday makers rushing to this wonderful spot. It was completely empty. What we found was literally a ghost town. Take a look at what we saw. This is peak holiday and tourist season. It's a beautiful sunny day in April, but this highway that's usually a mad rush of tourist vehicles and taxis making their way to one of Kashmir's most popular destinations, Pahalgam, wears this completely deserted look. I don't even need to explain it. You can see it for yourself. There's nothing on the road, and it's usually a jam here at this point of time. That's what the locals tell us. The fact is, 2 days after the massacre in Pahalgam, just a few kilometers into the Anantnag hills from where we're standing, there is absolutely nothing. A small smattering of supply trucks, lots of security convoys, visibly elevated security in this area. But the only thing coming from Pahalgam have been tourist vehicles. Many had to delay their departure from Pahalgam simply because of the exodus and the rush. There were a lot of people there at the time when the massacre took place, when the terror attack took place. They've all left. Some of them are going to be camping in Srinagar for a couple of days maybe, and then flying out. That is how bad things are. The people of Pahalgam, the people of the towns leading up to Pahalgam, all fueled by the tourism economy, are now completely bereft. They're terrified of what lies ahead. We're told that the hundreds of cars that passed this way at exactly this time, and there were bumper footfalls and tire trails down this road just last year, a record for Jammu and Kashmir. Now 30% of the annual tourism economy has completely evaporated after gunfire that lasted about 10 minutes 2 days ago. What the future holds for Pahalgam and all the other holiday destinations in Jammu and Kashmir hangs in the balance and is totally uncertain. With Ashwini Mehra in the lead up to Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir, Shiv Arur, NDTV. And remember, the sense of disbelief and anger in all parts of the country today over what happened in Kashmir is palpable, it's understandable. These are extreme emotions that everyone is feeling. There are many who believe that the tourists have been betrayed by those who were supposed to protect them. These are fierce, polarizing emotions that many of us feel. Here in Pahalgam, we had a chance to speak directly to those who have literally lost as a result of this massacre. Watching people die in front of them, their own guests, the people who literally mean livelihood for them. For instance, the Taxi Federation here in Pahalgam, people who had bookings for a month in advance and a month forward, and now have empty taxis with no customers and nowhere to go. Take a look. This is the main taxi cab hub in Pahalgam. And I can tell you that this lot is usually empty at this time of year. There is not a single place that has a car. And now every car, every taxi cab in Pahalgam is currently parked, unmoving, nobody inside, no customers, nobody with anywhere to go because they've all gone. Some of these cars were transporting tourists out of Pahalgam back to the Srinagar Valley yesterday, and now they're gone. And all these taxis are now just stranded here. And here are their drivers. Here are the drivers who've got no customers now. They've got nobody to drive. They've got nowhere to go. And they're wondering where the bulk of their income, which is supposed to happen at this time, is going to come from. Ghulam Nabi Sahab is the president of this taxi association. And he's agreed to speak to us because they're sitting around now with nothing to do when this is actually their busiest time. Ghulam Nabi bhai, आपके मन में अभी क्या है जो हुआ है पहलगाम में? अब जो गाड़ियां खड़ी हैं यहाँ पे, यूजुअली अब कस्टमर्स हैं, टूरिस्ट होते हैं, आप उनको पहुँचाते हो जगह जगह. अब क्या है, क्या हालत है?
सर हमारा सब कुछ खत्म कर दिया है कि हमारा टोटल जो हमारा रोजी रोटी है तो सर पूरा टूरिज्म पे है. हमारा पूरा पहलगाम, पूरा कश्मीर खत्म किया है. जितने भी लोग हैं सबका रोज़गार ख़त्म किया है। अगर इसने पहले किया होता था कि हर जगह हर टूरिस्ट स्पॉट में सिक्योरिटी होता था तो इतना नहीं होता था, क्योंकि आरू वैली हम यहाँ से टूरिस्ट लेके जाते हैं, चंदनवारी जाते हैं, बेता वैली जाते हैं। चंदनवारी में सिक्योरिटी है, आरू वैली में नहीं है, 22 सरन में नहीं है। अगर यहाँ थोड़ा सा सिक्योरिटी होता था तो वहम थोड़ा रहता था कि यहाँ टूरिस्ट है, कुछ दबा रहता था। तो हम कोशिश करते हैं कि हर जगह में सिक्योरिटी होना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम भी अब जाना नहीं चाहते हैं इन स्पॉटों में जब तक गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी नहीं रखेगा। हमारा पूरा ख़त्म किया है, मतलब हमारे पास कोई बाग शाग नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है।
A very troubling thing I heard from multiple residents of Pahalgam over the last few hours that I've been here is that if this hill town had a proper hospital, then it is possible that 10 to 12 of the gunshot victims in the Tuesday massacre may have actually been saved. We don't know if that's true, but we had so many people coming to us and saying the same thing. We needed to see for ourselves. See for yourself. 26 people dead is something that Pahalgam will possibly never get over. But the injured who had suffered those grievous gunshot wounds were brought here first. They were brought here first in taxis, wrapped in towels and wrapped in sheets to stop the blood loss. This little dispensary is where most of them were brought for initial treatment. Even from the outside, you can tell that it was clearly not equipped enough to deal with grievous gunshot injuries. It is little more than a small little dispensary. Most of the time it's pretty ramshackle with one or two people on duty. But here's the most disturbing part. Person after person, resident after resident that we've been speaking to here in Pahalgam brings up the notion of a hospital. They say, non-instigated, they say that if a hospital, a full-fledged proper hospital befitting a place with such a crowded tourist season was available, then maybe the death toll wouldn't have been 26, maybe 10, 12, maybe even 15 people could have possibly been saved, or maybe the injuries wouldn't have been as grievous. This is that under construction hospital. It is something that represents a promise that's been on for over a decade, we are told. The residents don't blame anyone in particular, but they say promise after promise has been made. Pahalgam has been a bustling tourist destination for so long, and yet, if this hospital perhaps had existed at that time, maybe it wouldn't have been 26 dead. So we just showed you the tiny little dispensary in the under construction hospital where 2 days after the massacre, construction is continuing, painting is happening. We don't know if it's being deliberately done now to show some kind of action. But the people here in Pahalgam believe that if there was a big enough, well-equipped hospital here, maybe the death toll wouldn't have been 26. Maybe some of the injured who had suffered gunshot wounds would have been saved, because they had to be taken far away from here for treatment, by which time they were declared dead. Now, these are the words of the people here. Let's listen to it themselves, because this is something we've been hearing repeatedly since we arrived in Pahalgam. The idea that it didn't have a hospital, and that's why some of their guests perhaps couldn't be saved. आप जो बोल रहे थे हमको हॉस्पिटल के बारे में पहलगाम में,
हम इतना रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा था, अगर यहाँ पर फैसिलिटी होता था तो यहाँ पर ब्लड बैंक होता है, इतना बड़ा लॉस नहीं होता है। जब मतलब ये हमारे मेहमान यहाँ पर डेथ हुआ, अगर ब्लड बैंक होता था, यहाँ अस्पताल की फैसिलिटी अच्छी होती है। मुलाजिम तो ड्यूटी पर थे, लेकिन फैसिलिटी उतनी नहीं है यहाँ पर। सर, हम लोग बहुत ही दुखी इस बात पर भी, कम से कम 5-6 लोग तो जान बच सकता था। हम भी अपना खून देने के लिए तैयार रहता था, पूरे पहलगाम के बच्चे खून देने के लिए तैयार होता अगर कुछ फैसिलिटी यहाँ पर होता है।
तो यहाँ पे अलग से ठीक ठाक हॉस्पिटल नहीं था, इसलिए जो जख्मी थे उनको काफ़ी दूर लेना पड़ गया था। कितना दूर?
40 किलोमीटर, लगभग 40-45 किलोमीटर दूर अनंतनाग लेना पड़ा।
और वो 1 घंटा लगा, फिर
1 घंटा लगता, पूरा 1 घंटा लगता सर यहाँ से अनंतनाग के लिए। तो अगर फैसिलिटी होता, हम जवान यहाँ पर लोकल जवान खून देने के लिए तैयार होता है, किसी का जान बच सकता, हमारा फ़र्ज़ बनता था किसी का जान बचाना था।
तो क्यों ये हॉस्पिटल नहीं है? ये इतना छोटा हॉस्पिटल क्यों है यहाँ?
ये आज से पहले 15 साल से ये बन रहा है। तो यहाँ पे एक्चुअली बात ये है कि ये टूरिस्ट स्पॉट है। यहाँ पे आज से पहले 1 साल ITBP का बस यहाँ पे चंदनवाड़ी रोड पे एक्सीडेंट हुआ है। उस टाइम भी हमने ड्राइवर एसोसिएशन ने यहाँ पे गाड़ियाँ निकाला और हमने हॉस्पिटल पहुँचाया लोगों को। वहाँ पे एक्चुअली फैसिलिटी नहीं है हमारे पास। यहाँ पे एक्चुअली यहाँ से 50 किलोमीटर दूर जाना पड़ता है, यहाँ श्रीनगर रेफ़र करना पड़ता है। अगर हमारे पास यहाँ फैसिलिटी होते, गवर्नमेंट हमको फैसिलिटी देते, तो यहाँ पे कम से कम आबादी भी 50,000 से ज़्यादा है इस हॉस्पिटल पे। यहाँ पे कोई अफसर ध्यान नहीं देता है। क्या करेंगे? ये जो स्टाफ है यहाँ का मेडिकल
तो
स्टाफ,
आप किसको दोषी मानते हो? क्यों ये हॉस्पिटल नहीं है? इतना सारा जो बिजनेस चलता है यहाँ पे टूरिज्म के वजह से, इतने लोग आते हैं यहाँ पे, एक्सीडेंट्स भी होते हैं, मरीज भी हैं, एल्डर्स भी हैं, तो हॉस्पिटल क्यों नहीं है?
देखो जनाब, क्या
यात्रा भी है।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यहाँ पर जो है ये टूरिस्ट स्पॉट है, पूरा टूरिस्ट से भरे हुए थे, टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन है। उसके बाद यात्री पीरियड लगता है, जो श्रद्धालु लोग दर्शन पे आते हैं, उस टाइम भी हॉस्पिटल की प्रॉब्लम होती है यहाँ पर। अगर यहाँ पर बेड मतलब अस्पताल बना है, अभी भी अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है, अभी भी वो पूरा नहीं हो जाता है, अभी भी उसमें काम आधे अधूरा है। इसीलिए हम अभी जो हमारी जो गवर्नमेंट है, गवर्नमेंट तक, एलजी गवर्नमेंट तक हम ये बात पहुंचना चाहते हैं, जो इस वक्त मतलब गवर्नमेंट सब उसी के हाथ में, पूरा सिस्टम उसी के हाथ में है, ये बात हम उस तक पहुंचाना चाहते हैं। अभी हमको मतलब 10 दिन या 20 दिन या 25 दिन में हॉस्पिटल पूरा 15 दिन में ये हमको कंप्लीट होना चाहिए। अगर इस वक्त किसी गाड़ी को यहाँ पर टूरिस्ट आता है, कोई एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है रास्ते में, या हो जाता है, या आम लोगों को एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है, उनको यहाँ से रेफ़र करना पड़ता है अनंतनाग के लिए। 40 किलोमीटर का मसला है, तब तक उसका खून लॉस हो जाता है, जब तक वो ऑन द स्पॉट डेथ हो जाता है। फिर क्या मसला?
These are the claims of the people of Pahalgam. We have to take them in some ways at face value, but to even think that some lives could be saved is such an agonizing thought. We've just seen that under construction hospital being painted right now. Maybe work will actually get going, but on NDTV through this report, we hope it reaches the right authorities to make sure that Pahalgam gets what it needs and gets what it deserves. With Ashwini Mehra in Pahalgam, J&K, Shiv Arur, NDTV. And amidst the greatest tragedies, amidst the most horrible violence, you also find valor, you also find fearlessness, you also find heroes. One such was Sajjad Ahmed Bhatt. A small clip of him taken by somebody else has gone completely viral. You'll know why when you see this conversation I was privileged enough to have with him. Amidst the horror that happened in the Baisaran Valley of Pahalgam, amidst the agony, amidst the tragedy, there was heroism. And one of those heroes, a man who's gone completely viral because of a short clip of what he did that day, is this man, Sajjad Ahmed Bhatt. Sajjad bhai, एक वायरल वीडियो सामने आया है जिसमें आप अपने कंधे पे एक टूरिस्ट को आपने बचाया। शुरू से बताइए कि क्या हुआ था, कैसे आप मिले उसे?
अब हम घर पे बैठे हुए थे, हमारे चाची का डेथ हुआ था, हम उसी के तहज़्ज़ुद पे गए। वहाँ पे जो मतलब अपने गाँव के लोग आते हैं, जो जैसे किसी का मृत्यु होता है तो लोग आते हैं घरों पे, मतलब तहज़्ज़ुद के लिए, मतलब ऐसा हालचाल पूछने के लिए आते हैं। तो उसमें जो पूनी एसोसिएशन का प्रेसिडेंट था, वहीद साहब था, उसको फ़ोन आया कि मतलब बैसरन में ऐसे इंसिडेंट हुए थे। हम घर पर बैठे हुए थे, तो इंसिडेंट का जब खबर सुना तो उनको फ़ोन आया कि वहाँ पर हेल्प की ज़रूरत है, आप अपने जो घोड़े वाले हैं उनके साथ उनको लेके जाए। हम दो गए थे, वो हमको बोला था आप भी हमारे साथ आए, वहाँ लोगों का हेल्प की ज़रूरत। जब से हमने पहुँचा तो वहाँ मतलब बच्चे रो रहे थे, कुछ औरत रो रहे थे, वो बोलते हमको बचाए। हमने
ये जहाँ पे हमला हुआ था
मतलब वहाँ अंदर जो ग्राउंड है, ग्राउंड के जो गेट है, गेट के पास हुआ था, वहाँ बोल रहे थे भैया हमको बचा। हमने बोला उनको आपको टेंशन लेने की ज़रूरत है, हम लोकल है, हम आए, मतलब आपको इस हेल्प के लिए आए हैं, आप पानी वानी पियो, पानी वानी पिलाया। जैसे हमने वो उनको ज़ख्मी को देखा तो कहीं को घोड़े पर बिठा के पहलगाम की तरफ रवाना किया। वहाँ पे बहुत सारे घोड़े, हम ही नहीं थे, बहुत सारे घोड़े वाले थे वहाँ पे, बहुत सारे मतलब जो घोड़े जिनका सवारी वहाँ पे था, उन्होंने घोड़े पे बिठा के पहलगाम की तरफ। और जो ज़ख्मियों को हमने जो देखा था, मतलब वहाँ पे उनकी मतलब जो ज़ख्मी था, हमने भी जो प्रेसिडेंट है उन्होंने बोला आप इनको लेके जाओ, नीचे कंधे पे लेके जाओ, आप इनको अस्पताल पहुँचाओ। फिर उनको रास्ते में पानी पे दिलासा दिया, आपको डरने की ज़रूरत नहीं, हम साथ में। बाकी फिर मतलब और भी फिर पुलिस आर्मी आया। बस फिर
उनका बुलेट गोली लगी थी उनको?
सर उनका जो जैकेट है, मतलब जो जैकेट में उनका खून लगा है, चेहरे पे यहाँ पे खून लगा, तो वो उनको हमने देखा नहीं। नहीं ब्लड व्लड लगा है कि नहीं। वो
आप जानते हो कि वो कौन था जो आपने उठाया था? वो कौन था?
बच्चा था, वो बोल रहा है कि वो जो बच्चे था उनकी माँ था, और मेरे अलावा भी जो घोड़े वाले थे उनके कंधे पे उनकी माँ था, क्योंकि वो मैं उनके आगे जा रहा था, वो हमारे पीछे पीछे आ रहा था। मैं ही नहीं, बहुत सारे लोग थे जिन्होंने कंधे पे लोगों के, अब किसी रास्ते में जब लोग देख रहे थे कि लोगों को हम कंधे पे उतार रहे हैं मतलब हॉस्पिटल के लिए, तो किसी ने फिर वीडियो बनाया, तो मेरा वीडियो जो वायरल हुआ था, नहीं तो मेरे अलावा और सारे लोगों ने भी हेल्प किया है सर।
बिल्कुल, आप ये बोल रहे हैं सज्जाद, लेकिन वो वीडियो जो आया है सामने वो वायरल गया है इंटरनेट पे। लेकिन जब ये हो रहा था, जब आपके कंधे में ये बच्चा था और उसको सहारा दे रहे थे आप, तो आपके मन में क्या चल रहा था? क्या आपको डर नहीं लग रहा था?
डर तो लगा था, पर उधर तो मतलब उधर अगर मतलब डर दिमाग में रखते तो हम उनको हेल्प नहीं कर पाते। उधर तो इंसानियत को देख के हमने उनको हेल्प किया है, मतलब ये मतलब इंसान को देख के हेल्प। इंसानियत सबसे बड़ा चीज़ है। धर्म पहले तो इंसानियत है, बाद में धर्म आता है। तो इंसान को देख के हमने मतलब देखा है कि ये भी हमारी तरफ इंसान है। फ़र्ज़ बनता था उस समय, अगर आप भी मतलब मैं क्या, आप अगर हो सकते तो आप भी अपने जान को जोखिम में डाल के उनका जान बचाते। बहुत गलत इंसिडेंट हुआ, इंसानियत का कत्ल हुआ ये। मतलब जिनका मतलब लगते जिगर चले गए, जिनके फैमिली मेम्बर चले गए, हम उनके साथ हैं, हम उनके दुख को समझते हैं। उनके फैमिली मेम्बर का वो खून नहीं, वो हमारे फैमिली मेम्बर का, पूरे कश्मीर के अवामों का कत्ल हुआ है। अगर आप भी किसी के भी घर में जाओगे, किसी के भी मतलब घर पे भी जाओगे, देखोगे सबके आंखें नम है। मतलब सब रो रहा है कि ऐसा कभी ज़िंदगी में नहीं देखा है। पहलगाम मतलब ऐसा जगह था, यहाँ पे मतलब लोग आते हैं, मतलब एक मतलब फैमिली जैसा उनको व्यवहार करते हैं। अगर अब कैसे मतलब लोग समझे हमारे अंदर क्या गुजर रहा है, अब कैसे हम अपने सीने को चीर कर दिखा सकते हैं लोगों को कि हमारे अंदर क्या गुजर रहा है, कश्मीरी के अंदर क्या गुजरा। अब लोग जो उनके फैमिली है उनको मैं हाथ जोड़कर मतलब ये करता हूँ कि आप किसी के गलत फहमी में मत पड़ो। मतलब आप मतलब वही मतलब जो आपको अच्छा लगे आप वही मतलब करिए, किसी के गलत में किसी को मतलब सताए मत आप। मतलब जो आपके लोगों के साथ हुआ है वो हमारे अपने लोग हैं, और वो हमारे लोगों के साथ ही हुआ है। हम उनसे मतलब हाथ जोड़े निवेदन करते हैं, आप किसी प्रोपेगेंडा के अंदर मत आए। मतलब जो अभी कोई न्यूज़ देख रहा है तो ऐसा मतलब उसमें दिखा रहा है वो है ये, मतलब ऐसे उसमें एक कश्मीरी भैया का भी, एक घोड़े वाले भाई का भी जान गया है सर। ये चीज़ मतलब हम बोलना चाहते हैं, और एटलीस्ट तो गलत तो गलत ही है सर।
नहीं, हमने भी वो न्यूज़ दिखाया है जिसकी जान चली गई है। आखिरी सवाल सज्जाद भाई, वो ये है कि आप भी एक छोटे दुकानदार हो पहलगाम में, तो आप
टूरिस्ट गाइडिंग भी करते हैं, उसके साथ शॉल का काम भी करते हैं।
तो इस इंसिडेंट के बाद आपका क्या प्लान है? आपके मन में क्या है कि क्या सोचा है आपने, क्या अपने परिवार को कैसे सुरक्षित रखेंगे आगे जाके?
वही तो है ना, नहीं सुरक्षा की इसमें कोई मतलब बात नहीं। हम मतलब जब हम भी सोचे कि लोग आए वहाँ पे, हमारा भी मतलब हमारा जैसे चल रहा था रोज़ा रोटी वैसे ही चले। हम उनको रिक्वेस्ट, आप डरिए मत, आप आ जाइए आराम से घर, मतलब आराम से कश्मीर घूमने आए बस।
He had a little boy on his shoulders. He didn't fear for his life. He says, don't fall for any propaganda. He says, what would we gain by endangering the people who literally mean our livelihood? Sajjad Ahmed Bhatt of Pahalgam is someone who people will remember because of a tiny viral clip. He doesn't even know who took that video, and he says there were others who carried people on their shoulders. It is this selflessness and humility and the pleading nature of the people here of Pahalgam saying, we don't know how to explain to our guests that they should come back, because we know that it's not going to happen anytime soon. With Ashwini Mehra in Pahalgam, Shiv Arur for NDTV. Showing you much more from here in Pahalgam very, very soon, but I did want to end this broadcast from here, just a kilometer and a half from the epicenter of that terror attack, by saying that the security forces who are on high alert, the beefed up security here in Pahalgam, you can see soldiers from different agencies patrolling non-stop. It's obviously heightened after what happened on Tuesday. They've got a terribly difficult job. Many of their colleagues are on the frontiers hunting for the terrorists for what they did on Tuesday. There are others on the line of control. There are Jawans in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir as part of beefed up security measures. And they have the most complicated, the most demanding job. To us, it is for us to pay them tribute, to wish them Godspeed, wish them well, and to tell their families in different parts of the country that we will be telling their stories as well. Thanks for watching this special broadcast. The news continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of there.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal.
This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details.
On a rather challenging day, when positions from both sides, India and Pakistan, seems to be stiffening further, we are joined at NDTV by two international experts who have seen India-Pakistan relationship, particularly India, from a global prism. Ms. Lisa Curtis and Mr. Richard Russo. Lisa, to you first. Where do you see all of this moving? In which direction? This seems to be fraught now. And the question that would be playing on the top of all minds that are vested in this, including some of the Western minds like yours, would be, where is all this headed?
Well, I think this is a very alarming situation, the worst terrorist attack in Kashmir since the 2019 crisis. But this one, very brutal, attacking tourists, mainly, Hindu tourists that were in the area. And so I think this is an alarming situation. India has showed already that it's ready to respond. It's ready to act. It's already expelled Pakistan embassy staff. It's closed the borders, expelling Pakistani nationals from the country. And it has suspended the Indus Water Treaty. So India has reacted very swiftly. But I don't think this will be the end of the Indian response. I think there's a lot of suspicions of a Pakistani hand. I think the timing of it is suspect. The fact that Vice President Vance is in the country, the fact that these tourists were systematically targeted, showing a ruthlessness that we don't see generally from local Kashmiri militants. And the fact that the Chief of Army Staff, Asim Munir, just last week made very provocative statements about Kashmir. So I think the Indian establishment is placing the blame on Pakistan, and this has, alarming implications for the region, given that, we have two nuclear-armed states. We've seen many crises in the past escalate And so, hopefully the U.S. will get involved and try to calm tensions.
Alarming situation, Mr. Russo, and the fact that, this, whenever we talk about India, Pakistan, this binary of the nuclear armed states or nuclear, powers comes into play. But I do not think at this point in time, anybody in India, at least as far as the sense that I get when I speak to the establishment, is willing to respect any kind of nuclear binary here. And I agree partly with Lisa's summation of the situation that this is certainly not going to be the end of the Indian response. What do you think? I mean, in that sense, a threshold has been breached, right?
Yeah, but unfortunately, it is a situation that India has dealt with pretty consistently across the many decades now. And I think, Lisa correctly laid out what we've seen. India, Pakistan have playbooks for the way that non-military steps that they can take on the heels of a crisis like this. But then you move into the area of uncertainty. I think we've seen successive U.S. administrations that have given India more of a free hand, not that it's ours to give, but not condemning India for initiating, modest but successful counterattacks against Pakistan, attacking terror bases across the line of control. And so I think India feels a little bit more freedom, especially wanting to maintain, I think, what has been a pretty good rise in U.S.-India relations, that for India to take steps of its own accord militarily that won't see necessarily the United States withdrawing. And President Trump, and Lisa, of course, knows this better than I do, has no love for Pakistan. So I think for India to take the fight across the border, initiate attacks as they've done the last couple of times, you had significant attacks, I wouldn't be surprised. But then, again, you're moving into the area of uncertainty. We've seen major troop mobilizations in times past, things like that, threats of war, times where war has actually taken place. But so far, I've been around Washington the last couple of days for the World Bank IMF meetings and business community meetings, and you don't yet feel that sense of frenzy. Should we be moving citizens, things like that. So far, I think on this side of the aisle, things are relatively calm, and just, of course, praying for India and hoping that things get resolved in a favorable way sooner rather than later.
And Lisa, you have been actively associated with at least the first Trump administration. The volatility in this US administration, that is Mr. Trump's administration, has always been higher than a regular, if one were to put it like that, regular kind of a US administration. However, quite clearly, Mr. Trump has made his position very, very clear when it comes to terror attacks, particularly state-sponsored cross-border terror attacks. Do you think that India has that additional leeway available and an explicit sort of support from the Trump administration, particularly in keeping in mind that the American vice president was on Indian soil when this brutal, dastardly attack took place?
Well, I think you are going to see strong support for India from the second Trump administration. Already they've signaled how important India is to the United States. We've already seen a visit between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump, the vice president going to India just this week. So you'll see strong support for India. However, I think it's a complicated situation, and nobody wants to see a full-blown military crisis or even conflict, which could happen if they go up the escalation ladder. So I think you'll see publicly very strong support for India, a lot of sympathy for India, and probably some condemnation of Pakistan. It has harbored terrorists in the past, has had a role in other terrorist attacks in India. I don't know the facts of what's happening, but I've laid out why the Indians are likely suspicious of a Pakistan hand. But at the same time, the U.S. has always played a role of reducing tensions, calming down crises in the region. And my hope is that the U.S. plays the same role this time around. But I'm a little bit nervous about that because there are so many distractions across the world right now. There are so many conflicts in Russia, the Middle East, and the U.S. has its hands full right now. And frankly, this second Trump administration has not shown that it's very organized yet. It's still in the first 100 days. We just surpassed the first 100 days. So my concern is that there may not be the same kind of diplomatic organization that we've seen the U.S. play in the past. Even in the 2019 crisis, Secretary of State Pompeo, former Secretary of State Pompeo, played a very important role in working the phones, talking to both sides, ensuring that that crisis was de-escalated. And to mention that previous crisis, the two sides got lucky in that the Indian pilot survived after the dogfight between the Indian and Pakistani fighter jets, and was then used to de-escalate the overall crisis. We don't know if there would be such an opportunity this time around. So I think we're in very dicey territory, very dangerous territory, and the U.S. has to walk this line of showing support for India, condemning Pakistan for its past support to terrorism, but then counseling military restraint. Nobody wants to see conflict break out in this region.
Richard, too many conflicts on the global plate currently, and that is why probably Pakistanis thought that this is an opportune moment for carrying out this kind of strike. Indian establishment obviously has no doubt in their mind that there is an active Pakistani hand behind this, that there is an absolutely direct connection to the Pakistani establishment, to the people who have actually carried out, and this is actually a state-sponsored attack. Indian establishment is absolutely in no doubt on that proposition, and they are mincing no words. They have directly, actively blamed Pakistani establishment, not non-state actors, not terror groups, not terrorists. They have blamed the Pakistani establishment for this kind of blatant, brazen, dastardly terror attack on complete innocents. People who have absolutely nothing to do with any kind of conflict, the bogey that Pakistan continues to raise between India and Pakistan. Therefore, an attack on complete innocents. Will Pakistan get away in the eyes of the International Committee of Nations just because there are too many conflicts, or the world has the stomach for India to take some sort of a military route past this, or military escalation past this?
I don't think many in the world are terribly surprised that, to say the very least, Pakistan turns a blind eye to terror organizations, and plenty of material that shows that they do offer real support as well. So are we going to turn a blind eye? No. I think most of the global community has largely abandoned Pakistan because of consistency in what we see right now. You don't see a lot of investment coming in from countries. You don't see a lot of development aid coming in, barring China and other countries that would cozy up to almost anybody that, is kind of against maybe the Western global system. So, in that sense, maybe the world has less levers, just because we can't talk about withdrawing support from Pakistan, because that had already been done, because we know that Pakistan has at least condoned. Sorry? So I don't think that this is going to change the way the rest of the world looks at Pakistan, the way that we treat Pakistan. Luckily, India, as the larger, more powerful partner, we will put full support behind India. We'll trust India to kind of take the appropriate measures. But as Lisa hinted, we don't want to see an overreach, and India doesn't want to either. This is a moment when India can begin luring a lot of investment that's looking to peel away from China, potential for a trade agreement with the United States. So India's got a lot at stake right now for stability. That'll also help the homeland in terms of creating jobs and revitalizing the economy. So distraction, the word's been used a couple of times. India would like to have a measured, appropriate response, but also make sure that they're kind of back on track for a lot of the important engagements they have on the table.
And Lisa, let me go back to your association with the Trump administration and ask you that China question as well, because whenever it comes to India, Pakistan, and potentially a military conflict, China always becomes a player. Whether or not they get directly involved, but the shadow always looms large on the horizon, so to say. Do you think that at this point in time, when China is under additional pressure from the Trump administration on tariffs and otherwise also globally, do you think they will take a step back and allow this Indian response to play out without getting directly engaged or involved from the Pakistani side, or their all-weather friendship notwithstanding?
I think that's right. I think China is likely to stay out this time. They were involved to a certain degree during the 2019 crisis, but the relationship was at a different stage. I think right now China does have its hands full dealing with the U.S. and with tariffs. And also China and India have recently embarked on a sort of rapprochement or normalization of the relationship. China had agreed to back down on certain positions along the line of actual control. And so you were starting to see a thaw in India-China relations, which really began about a year ago, but kicked in last fall, last October. So I think China will want to stay out and stay neutral at this particular point. So I don't see China really getting very involved in this crisis. Traditionally, China has backed Pakistan and, tried to take a role, pushing India back from retaliating. We certainly saw that in 2019. So I think, we have to wait and see what China's response is, but my sense is that they would hesitate to get too involved this time around. And again, it comes back to that U.S. role. And the U.S. has always been able to play, a role in reducing tensions when they become too high between India and Pakistan. But the question is whether this, second Trump administration can, organize itself and start playing that role. The question is, who's going to be the point person picking up the phone, talking to both sides? Is it going to be Secretary of State Rubio, National Security Advisor Waltz? How does the U.S. Get involved in trying to prevent a full-blown conflict in the South Asia region? There are also diplomatic steps. The U.S. can work with India to designate Pakistan-supported terrorists. It can, work with India on a diplomatic approach to put pressure on Pakistan for its support to terrorism. So there are steps that can be taken that could be seen as Indian retaliation, but short of, a major kinetic response.
But Lisa, my sense is that New Delhi is not going to be satisfied with those, what many would call cosmetic steps, designating terror groups, etc., etc. And the kind of language that we have heard from the apex of the political superstructure today in this country, coming from the Prime Minister himself, who prides himself in being a strong leader, is not the language, is not the kind of communication that he's putting out where he or his government would be satisfied with some kind of cosmetic steps. What do you think on that?
Well, I think you have a good point. I think this is a major terrorist attack. There is, high Indian suspicion that there's a Pakistani hand in it. And so there's going to be a lot of public pressure from the Indian public for Prime Minister Modi to respond in a firm way. We also have seen precedent. India responded to the 2019 terrorist attack that killed 40 Indian soldiers in Kashmir by striking at a terror camp, alleged terror camp, deep in Pakistani territory. So India has already set that precedent for the kind of retaliation it would take. So I think the Indian military and security forces will also be putting that pressure on the Prime Minister to retaliate in some firm way. So, we've yet to see how this plays out. I think in the 2019 situation, India responded about 12 days after the initial attack. So, there may be this period of time where the international community can step in and have a calming impact on the situation and find a way that India can retaliate in a way that doesn't escalate the situation and take us closer to an India-Pakistan all-out war.
Richard, my final question to you before I let both of you go, at least this evening, is this a realistic possibility that India retaliates and post that the situation can de-escalate? Is this a realistic possibility? Because remember, 2019 was first time for Pakistan also when they saw that kind of response that they saw from the Indian side. Prior to that, for a very long time, they were used to carrying out these kind of terror strikes and not get anything paid back in the similar currency. So 2019 was the first time when that Rubicon was crossed, so to say. This is going to be the time number 2 from the Indian side. So is it possible that India reacts and then the situation de-escalates? Or this is currently anybody's guess, as Lisa began by saying this is a very alarming situation?
Well, you did also have the surgical strikes after the 2016 attack. So actually, we've had a couple times now where India's had a more robust response that's less than war. So I wouldn't be surprised at all, if India initiates a counterattack. We've seen it a couple of times now for them to take out terrorist camps on the other side. But India has also a tremendous stake in seeing some level of stability sooner rather than later. So I think, trying to teach Pakistan a lesson, doing so in a measured way. India is the much larger power, kind of choosing when it's time to dial things back. India has the control and ability to do that. So you can see a pathway forward based on the last couple of times, but sometimes there are unknowns. When bullets are flying, when bombs are dropping, you never know where things might lead. So I can imagine a controlled, measured response we've seen in the recent past, a couple of incidents. But you can't control every possible outcome once munitions begin flowing. So we're going to be watching this extremely closely. Again, here in DC, a lot of India-focused business community meetings the last couple of days. Everybody recognizing the attack that happened. The finance minister, of course, leaving DC early because of that. But I would say so far, at least in the business community, people aren't getting whipped up into a frenzy because they know India also has a major stake in the global economy for creating jobs and such. So I suspect that that there will be a response, but also hopefully we'll get back to status quo and back on good things happening before too long.
So on a very somber, very somber background on a very somber day, we were able to end on that hopeful note that India and Pakistan, or the relations or the conflict, can probably end on a rather bittersweet note. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Liza Curtis, always ever so erudite, and Mr. Russo, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah. Thanks.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights. We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
Welcome back. The fast-paced developments post the terrorist attack in Pahalgam continue. India has today told Pakistani nationals on Indian soil that they must leave. The 27th is the deadline which is given to them. Those who've come here on a medical visa have gotten 2 days more. They have to exit this country. These are some of the strictest steps that India has taken, in addition to blocking or holding the Indus Valley water sharing agreement, Indus water sharing agreement in abeyance. That happened yesterday following a cabinet committee on security meet. At this stage, there is an important meeting of all the parties, important parties in Delhi. It's being headed by the government. It's a briefing to all of these leaders. Let's go across now to NDTV's Aishwarya Jain for more on this. Aishwarya, what's happening?
Well, after the stern message from the Prime Minister from the soil of Bihar to identify, track and punish, it is a series of meetings that went on in the national capital as well. First, it was the Jal Shakti Ministry which conducted its own meeting regarding the decision that was taken for suspension of the Indus Water Treaty and how to execute it. After that, we saw how the Home Minister and the External Affairs Minister briefed the President of India about the entire developments that have taken place and what decisions the Government of India has taken in the CCS. And now an all-important all-party meeting is currently underway, which is chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. We have been told till now the Home Minister and External Affairs Minister at the beginning of this meeting had briefed the political leaders who had participated in this particular meeting, and the sources have indicated that each and every political party flow leader who is present in this meeting will be given a chance to speak as well, and there would be a consultative process. Sources indicated that unanimously there would be a resolution that would be passed with, from the all-party meeting to condemn this terror attack.
All right, Aishwarya, we leave it over there. Thanks very much for sharing those details. We'll take a short break. There's more coming up.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veeraragam.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal.
This is the last word and I'm Maria Shakim.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future.
Welcome to the Southern View. Our thoughts and focus remain with the families of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. Several emotional moments as they bid their final goodbye, even as the top of the political leadership put out a message of unity and strength. Let's take you through the headlines we're tracking this hour. The government holds an all-party meeting to brief all political forces on the terror attack. Home Minister Shah briefs opposition and NDA parties of the attack. Strong voices emerge for political unity. Prime Minister Modi sends a stern message to the world, says India will no longer tolerate and will trace, identify and punish terrorists and their backers. Pakistan suspends the Shimla agreement and closes down its airspace to India. After India's visa deadline to Pakistanis, both countries asks their citizens from the other to leave without delay. Difficult and emotional moments amidst a strong message from the top political leadership. An all-party meeting is underway as the government briefs all political parties of the situation. But as I mentioned, emotional moments in Bengaluru, like the rest of India, as many of the victims of that inhuman terror attack in Pahalgam were paid their last respects. In Bengaluru, 41-year-old Bharat Bhushan's friends and family and many people from his area and the rest of the city bid their final goodbye to him, to a young man who had just changed career paths and celebrated his birthday just a few days ago. He was shot right in front of his wife and toddler son. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and the governor amongst those who paid their respects. Those images on your screens from that final goodbye. In Shivamogga, a final goodbye to Manjunath Rao, who was vacationing with his wife Pallavi and was shot right in front of her. Hundreds had gathered along with Manjunath's family and friends. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi amongst those who paid his respects, last respects there. In Andhra Pradesh, Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu paid his last respects to retired SBI employee J.C. Chandramouli, who was on a vacation with a few of his friends. And in Nellore, Deputy Chief Minister Pavan Kalyan paid his last respects to S. Madhusudan, who was also with his family in Pahalgam. My colleague Deepak Bhupanna spoke with Bharat Bhushan's wife in Bengaluru, and my colleague Uma Sudhir had spoken to one of Chandramauli's friends. Both of them were in Pahalgam and were eyewitnesses to that horrific incident.
It's an hour of grief. My condolences to you and your family members. It must have been a very hard situation for you being in Kashmir when the situation unfolded. If you could just take us through those moments, only if it is okay with you, because I understand what you're going through now.
We went there for vacation on the 18th, and Pahalgam was the last spot that we wanted to see. And we went up to Baisaran through the pony ride. And on reaching there, we took all photographs. We were playing. We had our child with us. And we were looking at the scenery, trying out the Kashmiri costumes, everything. Suddenly, we heard a lot of shots. And that seemed like crackers initially. I thought they were just driving away maybe the birds or wild animals, but then they kept continuing and becoming louder. Then we realized within few seconds that this is not typical. It's an attack, and we started hiding behind those tents.
Yeah.
Those Kashmiri tents were there in the middle of the field. You know how Baisaran is, right? It's a large field. And we were there, right in the middle of it. Anywhere we tried to run, it's quite a far distance to the perimeter. So we hid behind the tent, and I saw a few terrorists coming from behind us. One of them, there were few tents like how we were hiding behind. One of them went to a tent probably 100 feet away. He kicked a person and shot him in the head. And he kept doing for two more people like that. I couldn't hear what he was saying. But then when he was nearing our tent, I could hear that he was saying, how could you enjoy your vacation like this when our children are suffering, when we are suffering? Haven't you seen the news? How could you just enjoy just like that? He spoke like that to a senior man like that. And then he shot him in the head. He shot like that only to one more person, and then he came to my husband. He did not even speak. He just shot.
Ma'am, I heard that, also Mr. Bharat requested that he has a 3-year-old child to,
He was requesting, I have a child, please spare me. He just shot and left.
Well, I'm really sorry for what happened, ma'am. Let's hope that the governments really work towards ensuring security of all the citizens.
I hope they do. This is continuing. I don't know when this is going to stop.
Among those who travelled from Andhra Pradesh to Pahalgam and became a victim of the terror attack was 70-year-old Chandramouli, who was a travel enthusiast and went along with his wife Nagamani and 2 other couples to Pahalgam. I am now joined by Mr. Shashidhar, who was along with Mr. Chandramouli on this trip. Mr. Shashidhar, first of all, really sorry for what has happened. I understand the last rites are to happen tomorrow. His 2 daughters are away in the US and you're awaiting their arrival. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. One daughter is just now arrived and another is expected to arrive today night.
What happened on that day? You were very enthusiastically, all 3 of you, 3 couples had gone to Srinagar and were traveling there. You, in fact, shared with us earlier that he had celebrated his 70th birthday just on the 18th, even as you all left for Srinagar.
Yes, ma'am. On 18th only his birthday was there. And actually he promised a big bash after we returned from the tour, actually. And he entirely led the tour. He planned the tour, actually.
What happened on that day? You, all 3 of you were, you were telling me that it was very difficult to actually climb that area to reach to that place which many people popularly call as mini Switzerland. And you actually did a trek, and Mr. Chandramouli was urging the women in the group as well not to lose out on this opportunity. Please share with us those memories.
Actually, that was a very difficult terrain with rocks and all. By horses only we can climb there, ma'am. So we all went by 6 horses. On the way, actually, our ladies, they were fed up with this. That was a tortuous journey, in fact. But he asked us to. He somehow encouraged us to go over there and see, because that's once in a lifetime opportunity. That's what he said. So we went there around 1 or 1:30, ma'am. So after reaching over there, we immediately went to the washrooms. So after two or three people went to washroom and came out. We had these gunshots from far away woods. We thought that some people were hunting, in fact. But again, we had some 3 to 4 shots, and we also had some screaming of the ladies from over the ground, and some persons were lying on the ground. And one person was standing there with a gun, and he's firing because many people are there at that place near the shops and canteens. So then we thought that yes, there is an attack and we should escape, and we just hid behind the toilet block. There are 2 toilets, and we just stood behind the toilets, all 6 and some other couples also. So then immediately one terrorist, he started walking towards us. So we thought that this is not a safe place to stay. We should somehow escape, but we don't know how to escape because the entire place is cordoned off with a fencing. And in the fencing, at some place, there's a gap between the fencing and the ground. So we slid through the fencing one by one and one by one. Lastly, my wife came out, and Mr. Chandramouli, actually, he helped her to come out of that one. Then we just crossed a small stream, and we again climbed up a hill, just few feet. And we all hid behind the trees. But immediately, that terrorist followed us. And he came very near to Mr. Chandramouli and our ladies, my wife and Mrs. Sesikumari. So when he came there, he shot some 3 to 4 bullets, in fact, and went towards our ladies where they were standing, and he saw them and he went away. So we thought that as he did not do anything, but we did not know that he shot at Mr. Chandramouli. And when my wife and the other person saw him very closely, at that time Chandramouli was lying down. So we thought that he was just injured and he was lying down.
The attacker was not masked and he was wearing military overalls kind of a thing, is it?
Yes, ma'am. It's not masked. He was wearing a turban and wearing a military camouflage pant and some overcoat like thing, ma'am. It's a olive color, so ma'am. And he was young, just less than 25 years or so. That's what I could see from 100 to 150 feet away from them. I was hiding behind a tree, actually.
And then you people trekked down for about 2 hours, and it's only later that you came to know that Mr. Chandramouli has been shot dead. But was there no security in that area at all?
No security at all, ma'am. Actually, in the entire Kashmir area, wherever we go, we found security, ma'am. Everywhere we found that it was safest. But at this specific place, not even a single police person is there now. Police or army person is there. So that was the main reason, actually, because most these casualties had happened. Even if some people are there, these people would not have dared so much to come onto the open ground and fire everybody indiscriminately, whoever they wanted to.
Well, as the families bid goodbye, there was a strong message from the political leadership. The Prime Minister sending out a message of stern action, and an all-party meet underway in the national capital. Reactions from across the political spectrum sending a message of unity. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar sent a strong message not to politicize the situation. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah too had condemned the attack, but had also pointed and questioned intelligence failure leading to it.
Friends, today, from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track, and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve. Everyone who believes in humanity is with us. I thank the people of various countries and their leaders who have stood with us in these times.
சமீபத்திய ஆண்டுகளில் பொதுமக்கள் மீது நடத்தப்பட்ட மிகப்பெரிய தாக்குதல் என்று அம்மாநில முதலமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு உமர் அப்துல்லா அவர்கள் குறிப்பிட்டுள்ளார்கள். இந்த தாக்குதலுக்கு பயங்கரவாத அமைப்பு ஒன்று பொறுப்பேற்றுள்ளது. அங்கே எத்தகைய மோசமான, கொடூரமான, பயங்கரமான சூழல் நிலவுகிறது என்பதற்கு இது எடுத்துக்காட்டாக அமைந்திருக்கிறது. பயங்கரவாத தீவிரவாத அமைப்புகள் எத்தகைய எண்ணம் கொண்டவையாக இருந்தாலும் அவற்றை இரும்பு கரம் கொண்டு ஒடுக்க வேண்டும்.
We have been supporting the government for such type of incidents. Whatever may be, we stand by the government because country's integrity is very much important. We should maintain peace. All should maintain. No one should politicalize this issue. This is not an issue to politicize. Now we let us stand united and protect the Indians at large.
Aishwarya Jain joins me from New Delhi. Now he's been tracking that all-party meet that's going on there. Give us a sense of the reactions from across the political spectrum at that meeting, Aishwarya.
Well, all-important all-party meeting is currently underway at the Parliament. It is Home Minister, Defence Minister and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar who has briefed the political parties who have participated in today's meeting. First of all, the developments that have taken place and the steps that have taken by the government so far, and the decisions that have been made yesterday by the CCS under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. At the beginning of the all-party meeting, it was a 2-minute silence that was observed by all the political leaders who were invited for this meeting, including the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi. It was a stern message, and the government want to bring the entire political spectrum, all the political parties into consideration. They wanted to bring them on board as far as the consensus building of what is the suitable decision that India can take as far as the counteraction against Pakistan and the perpetrators who are sitting across the border. It is also the sources within the all-party meeting had indicated to us that there would be a resolution that the government might bring, and it will be passed unanimously to condemn the deadly terror attack in Pahalgam. It will be also every member who is the part of this all-party meeting will be given a chance to speak, and there will be a consultative process as well to how to counter this kind of attack that has taken place on the Indian soil. Of course, Prime Minister's message was firm to track, identify and punish them. It was Home Minister and External Affairs Minister just before the all-party meeting also briefed the President of India. We would be keeping a close eye on this resolution that will be passed in this all-party meeting, and what will transpire. It's still underway in the Parliament.
Right, thanks very much there, Aishwarya Jain. We will keep a close watch on that meeting. Joining me this evening is also Lieutenant General Kamal Dawar, former Chief of India's Defence Intelligence Agency. General Dawar, a strong message from the top of the political leadership. Your thoughts and key focus areas as India calibrates its response.
First of all, my deep condolences to the families who have lost their dear ones in a dastardly attack by Pakistani-based, Pakistani-inspired terrorists yesterday. As far as we are concerned, India is always united against terror, and we will ensure by various options, whether it's kinetic or non-kinetic or a combination of both, that the Pakistani terrorists and all those perpetrators of this crime and all those who have engineered it from behind the scenes are also punished, taken to task. First of all, I would like to say that the all-powerful, formidable for the Pakistanis, General Asim Munir, their Pakistani army chief, made an unnecessary, uncalled for, very provocative statement the other day, and the next day this terrorist attack takes place. He spoke about Hindus and Muslims and the absurd two-nation theory, which in any case we don't accept as far as India is concerned. Now it's a matter. Now the government, when very rightly so, have taken a few measures. Of course, the Pakistanis have also retaliated by taking a couple of similar measures which the government of India takes. And I think Pakistan is going to be in deep trouble in the coming days, coming weeks. Both, I cannot spell out and what the options are going to be, but there are many options on our table. And I'm sure the government, the Cabinet Committee on Security, and in consultation with the opposition, will be taking some appropriate steps to ensure that the perpetrators of crime, which is the Pakistanis, as the world knows that they are the epicenter, the citadel of terrorism all across the world, and they have to be taken to task. So I'm sure what we should do and what we should not do would be being discussed, contemplated, and I'm sure there would be certain contingency plans already in the files. And let's see what happens in the next few days. But the fact remains that India-Pakistan relations are at a low ebb, all thanks to the Pakistanis. The Pakistanis just don't understand that they're very myopic and self-destructive policies towards India are going to cost them more, not us.
Right, General Dawar, as you make that point, some sections have also raised questions about intelligence, whether there was a forewarning. What would be your assessment of those? Right.
First of all, I'm Kamal Dawar, not the way you're pronouncing, but not to worry. As far as there has been an intelligence failure, there is no denying the fact. And I want to tell you that, security is a 24/7 affair. You have to have boots on the ground. You may induct a few, modern technologies and all that, but the fact remains in counter-terrorist operations, in vigilance, you may have some tech-advanced machinery and gadgets and all that, but the fact is that you have to have boots on the ground to do patrolling. And wherever, and it is not only the army units or formation headquarters or some VIP residences which have to be looked after. Anywhere where there is a gathering of people, even if it's, tourists or a huge hotel or some other place of fun and frolic, there must be some police cover. There must be some security cover. And your grassroots intelligence has to be absolutely of a very high order. Otherwise, you'll always get surprised. And why will you get surprised? Because you see, the terrorist has initiative in his own hands. He's just moving around left, right, and center. And wherever he sees there is some gap in your surveillance or a lack of security cover, he can strike. Now, this is the advantage which a terrorist always has. So to ensure that we don't let the terrorists have their say or do what we want them not to do, our boots on the ground, a lot of security cover, vigilance, and of course, also aided by high technology gadgetry. So there has been an intelligence failure, there's no doubt in it, and somebody must answer for it. People who were on the ground there, whichever security force has been assigned that particular area, I'm afraid they have to answer for this lapse of security cover, which has resulted in one of the worst terrorist strikes in the last many years. 26 people dying for no rhyme or reason, I'm afraid is not a healthy sign at all as far as our security apparatus is concerned, and we must answer for it, whoever was responsible.
Right. Thanks very much, General Dawar. I hope I got the name right this time. Thanks very much for those points that you've made. Obviously, we'll keep in mind those important inputs from you. But also with me this evening are two prominent Bengalurians, Priya Chetty Rajagopal and Dr. Mirza Alamdar. Dr. Mirza, first to you, your thoughts as we go through this very difficult moment.
Today we grieve. We grieve for Mr. Bhushan and Mr. Manjunath Rao, who returned to Karnataka not as tourists but as martyrs. And we grieve all the martyrs of the Pahalgam attack. This ideology, this extremist ideology has not been since today. It has been there since the land of Karbala. And even Muslims alike have been martyred all around the world by this same ideology. To the families, we give our deepest condolences. Karnataka mourns with you, India mourns with you, and we want decisive action. The time for talks and everything is over. We want decisive action. Citizens want action on the ground.
Right. Important point that you make there. Priya Chetty, Rajagopal, as you see all this, there is also the question of Kashmir being that vacation dream that seems to have taken a big hit and an emotional hit as well, and that as we mourn and we go through this painful moment. Your thoughts?
My condolences first to the 26 people who died and the many who were injured, and particularly for those from our state of Karnataka, Mr. Manjunath, Mr. Bharat Bhushan, and Mr. Madhusudan, who leave very, I'm sure, sorrowful families. I think in some ways we were lulled into a sense of security. Kashmir has been sort of quietly, I'm not going to get into the politics of it. I'm just saying in terms of a place to visit, a place to go to, once again feeling a sense of connectedness to this wonderful, beautiful, absolutely breathtaking state that is part of India. We have all started connecting again. So I think maybe that sense of comfort that everything is back to usual has been shot into complete and utter despair and shock. And that's something that I'm feeling. I can hear the rhetoric. I can completely understand the Prime Minister's response to this. I can also relate to the fact that he's away in Saudi, he came back for this. You have the Vice President of the US visiting. So there's a context and an ecosystem in which this is happening. But look at the fact that a bunch of tourists who are just having a great time, sitting in sitting to maybe grab a meal. Somebody went to go and get bread for his son. I mean, you're talking about the most banal of happy tourist memories. And suddenly these uniformed people come in and they shoot at such a random manner, including the fact that, you're having fun where we are dying. I don't know what the politics of that is, but I think it's completely, it's just so unnecessary, and it's such a derailment to all the good things that have been happening so far. Deaths are much more than that. I mean, this is what I would not agree about being martyred, because they did not sign up to be martyrs. They had just gone for a holiday, and this is just the most incredibly tragic thing that could have happened. Having said that, look at the
incredible.
Yeah, look at the background right now.
No, absolutely.
Kashmir is moving forward.
No, go on, Priya, go on.
You have a socio-economic sense of progress, right? Things have been moving forward. Tourism has been coming back, and don't forget that's one of the biggest income earners in Kashmir, if I'm not wrong. And the people of Kashmir rallied around the tourists, did everything they could to support them. This derangement from the focus is going to cause a problem. And my worry also is, as a person who would have probably lost a loved one or whatever, and I have a special connection. I come from an army background, and I also understand, some of the mechanics of these things, how it can go wrong.
Right.
We have lulled into insecurity. We've been underrepresented as far as our intelligence and perhaps our feet on the ground is concerned. But the reaction to rush into revenge and to punish is a worry for me, because right now this is
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sure it's a worry for many as well. And, as we mourn those who lost their lives there, we're also keeping a focus on the several other developments that there. But thanks very much, Priya, as well as Dr. Mirza Alamdar, for joining us here on the Southern View this evening. That's all we have time for on the show this evening. News and updates will continue right here on NDTV. Thanks for watching.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal. This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of it.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Finessa windows, beautiful and durable designs, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Fine Finer Finesta.
I've been reporting.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. The centre convened an all-party meeting today in the aftermath of the terror attack in Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir, which left 26 people dead and several others injured. Now, it is clear that the government wants to hit Pakistan hard, which is why it has launched a very strong diplomatic offensive. But it also wants consensus from stakeholders on this, which is why it wants the country's political class to speak in one voice, which is why this all-party meeting was held. Incidentally, just today, addressing a public rally in Bihar's Madhubani district, the Prime Minister's first public speech after the terror attack in Kashmir, the Prime Minister emphatically said that those responsible for the terror attack and their conspirators will be punished beyond their imagination. They will be identified, tracked down and punished. This is what he has. Now, sources in the central government said that Union Minister for Home Affairs Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh reached out to several leaders of various political parties yesterday before the all-party meeting that is underway now. Will the opposition align with the government in its approach or point to gaps or work with the government to ensure what is best for the country? That is what we discuss in the course of the next 20 minutes. We will be joined by a panel of experts. We'll also get to an important voice from J&K. But first, let's listen in to what the Prime Minister said today in Bihar.
Friends, today from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve. Everyone who believes in humanity is with us. I thank the people of various countries and their leaders who have stood with us in these times.
Well, my colleague Aishwarya joins us now. He's been tracking this all-party meeting for us. Aishwarya, tell us the optics of this all-party meeting. This is an extremely sensitive issue. The country matters more than anything else. And I'm sure the opposition parties are also very cautious about the language that they use in this regard. Several statements have come out from opposition leaders on how they have unifiedly condemned this attack. Tell us what is expected in this meeting. What did you gather from there?
Well, look at the series of events and meetings that had taken place today in the national capital after Prime Minister's stern message from the soil of Bihar that we will first identify, then we will track down, and then we will punish the terrorists over there. Soon after that, we saw how the Home Minister and the External Affairs Minister briefed the President of India, and after that, an all-party meeting started in the parliament. It's been more than 1.5 hours that the all-party meeting is underway. But what we have been told till now by sources within the political parties who are inside, that it was in the beginning, a 2-minute silence was observed for those who had been killed in the deadly terror attack in Pahalgam. And after that, it was a briefing that was given by the External Affairs Minister, Defense Minister and Home Minister to the political leaders who were part of the all-party meeting. The sources have indicated that the government will in all likelihood will be bringing a resolution to condemn the Pahalgam terror attack, and there would be each and every member of this all-party meeting would be given a chance to speak and also to suggest the government how to counter attack and isolate Pakistan in different ways. It is, of course, from AIMIM to all major political parties who had been invited. The responsibility was earlier given to Home Minister Amit Shah, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. And remember, the statements made by different political leaders that at this point of time, at the hour of grief, the entire political leadership, the political parties beyond the party lines, be it from the opposition parties or from the NDA, are standing together with the government of India, and whatever decision the government of India will take to provide security to our citizens and to neutralize the terrorists, the perpetrators who are sitting beyond the border line. The political parties are together with the government, and that's the message that they wanted to send out from this all-party meeting, which is still underway in the parliament.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. We will keep coming back to you even as this meeting gets underway. Remember, this is an important all-party meeting that the centre has convened, and the centre hopes to build consensus on its approach to counter-terrorism that has originated from Pakistan, something that was very clear in the Pahalgam terror attack. Earlier today, we also spoke to Srinagar Lok Sabha MP Aga Syed Ruhullah Mehdi, and this is the conversation I had with him. Well, Jammu and Kashmir National Conference leader and Srinagar Lok Sabha MP Aga Syed Ruhullah Mehdi joins us now. Mr. Mehdi, thank you so much for your time on NDTV. My first question to you, sir. You've just had an all-party meeting in Srinagar. How do you see the Pahalgam terror attack? What does this mean for the people of Jammu and Kashmir? Because this kind of brutality on civilians is something the country hasn't witnessed in several years.
Well, it's a dastardly terror attack. I mean, no words are enough to condemn this act of terror. And this reminds of what we, the people of Jammu and Kashmir, in particular, have been going for the last 3 decades, and for the lives that we have sacrificed, both within Jammu and Kashmir and those from outside Jammu and Kashmir. This is a reminder of the fight that we have been fighting and the sacrifices that we have made. No words are enough to condemn this act of terror. These were not the guests, these were the fellow citizens who laid their lives in this attack, who had come here to spend a good time, a few days out of their busy schedule, and would have, come here with hope to create good memories. But this incident left scarring memories for the families and for the population in general. So there are no enough words for us to condemn this. And right. I assure you, people of Jammu and Kashmir stand united against this act of terror and the ideology which feeds these kinds of acts.
Right. Just coming to that in a bit. So there have also been back-to-back review meetings in the last 2 days. Home Minister was in Pahalgam. So was the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. All party meetings are being held both in Srinagar and in Delhi. How do you look at this collective condemnation of terror? There's also a diplomatic offensive that's been pushed against Pakistan. Parties in Kashmir have been organizing bunds, speaking in one unified voice. But Mr. Mehdi, words don't build lasting peace. So clearly there's something more that's required, isn't it?
Well, more than words, more than words. There needs to be an effort to bring a complete end to these acts, and we need to evolve more than, beyond words, and we need to find resolve these issues that feed these kind of acts, or provide this environment for these kind of acts. In terms of Kashmir, no political party had, ever thought that this kind of organic protest against this act of terror would be witnessed. But this organic response from the people of Jammu and Kashmir against this act of terror is not only reassuring, but a reminder that we need to do something more than words. We have been hearing about the diplomatic, posturing that has been happening for the since yesterday. And we hope that something substantial happens, which brings a closer to this issue and the environment which feeds with these incidents.
Right. Mr. Mehdi, also, the resurgence of terror in Kashmir, people who have lived through the 80s and 90s in Kashmir are aware of what radicalism can do to the valley, singling out people, asking people their identities, making it clear that this is about faith and nationality, targeting tourists. What does this say about the kind of terrorism that is clearly surging in this valley? We've seen attacks on army personnel earlier, migrant workers, Kashmiri pundits, and now it's the tourists. Do you see?
More than the people in the rest of the nation, it's very important for us in Jammu and Kashmir to understand what's behind this, because this is an unprecedented and unacceptable. Targeting people on the basis of their religion, on the basis of their faith, identifying them for their faith and then targeting them is unacceptable and at the same time unprecedented. What do they want to achieve out of this? What was the objective for this? We need to know, the people of Jammu and Kashmir, because we do not identify ourselves with that kind of ideology. We have been the victims of this kind of ideology. We have always fought against this kind of ideology. But we need to know. We need to know about the people who were behind this, who organized this, and what was the purpose that they wanted to serve. This nation is already in a fragile state in terms of communal harmony. Who is it? Who are the forces? Those who want to add to the the disturbances in already a fragile social fabric. I would again say that the people of Jammu and Kashmir, do not, support this kind of ideology. We do not identify ourselves with this. Whoever has done this is not the enemy of those who were the victims of this attack, but the enemy of the entire humanity, enemy of the religion of Islam. I fail to understand from which teaching of Islam could they derive the strength to kill others on the basis of religion.
Right. Mr. Mehdi, when you talk about the ideology that often, drives people to do this, how do you fight that ideology? Because often it is steeped in radicalism, extremism, and we did see even in elections, there were a number of independents who, who contested elections. So clearly, would you say that there are people in the valley who need to have this wake-up call that this is not something that they should be supporting because it's at the end of the day causing a lot of bloodbath and divisions in the society?
Whoever it is, wherever it is, he or she is, whether in valley or beyond valley, people need to realize that this is unacceptable. This is beyond any parameters of humanity, and this is unacceptable at all levels. And those who would be at any level sympathetic towards this kind of a cause, need to realize that this is inhumane. It is completely, unacceptable in this society. And I think, as I said, this society, the people of Jammu and Kashmir, they have reflected in their anger, in their response to this incident, and that will turn this kind of organic response from the people of Jammu and Kashmir will turn those fringe elements, into something that are not only unaccepted and they are unwanted as well.
Right. My last question to you, sir. Mr. Mehdi, how do you look at the impact of this incident on the tourism sector of Kashmir? Pahalgam, mini Switzerland, it was a popular tourist spot. All of us have dreamt of going to Kashmir at some point. It's also the bread bowl of southern Kashmir. There are these smaller places like Kulgam, Badgam, where you come from. All these places were also being improved as tourist sites. Clearly, those attempts will face a setback now. A red line has been crossed. How do you see Kashmir recovering from here on?
Though I would not want to make tourism the center point of this incident. This is beyond tourism. This is beyond the economics. It's about humanity. Humans have lost their lives in this incident, and we feel for them, and it's a loss for us. But as you said, in response to your question, the casualty is not the individuals, those who lost their lives, unfortunately. The casualty will be the bread and butter of the people of Jammu and Kashmir as well. As you know, a large section of the population in this valley, derive their, bread and butter from tourism, and it's a sector which contributes to almost 10 to 15% of the GDP of the state, and it was coming back to its great times, and it reflected in many sectors, in many activities around the valley. But after this, as someone rightly said, that those bullets were not only shot at those individuals, that those bullets were, also shot at the families, thousands of the families who earn their bread and butter. So, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to, make it a point around tourism.
Right. Sir, you've also been a critic of your own CM in the past, but in this case, are you completely with the National Conference, and also are you also aligned with some of the policies that the centre has also initiated in its counter-terrorism fight?
This is not a point where you, pull out your criticism and pull out your political points and issues. This is a disaster. This is a tragedy. And we all stand united. We all stand united in response to it, and fight in our fight back. Against whatever happened in Pahalgam a few days ago.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mehdi, for giving us your time and speaking to NDTV. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was Lok Sabha MP from Srinagar, from the National Conference, Aga Syedullah Mehdi joining us. But now we also have Shazia Ilmi from the BJP. We have Mahima Singh from the Congress Party. Shazia, to you first. I remember speaking to you when the Kashmir elections, the assembly campaign was on. How big is this setback for everybody, for the administration specifically? And what does this mean for your vision of Naya Kashmir? What do you think needs to be fixed in the valley? What will it take to really do that?
Well, I think all of us feel devastated. It is terrible to see things that have unraveled in the last 2-3 days. All of us feel the grief, and I don't know what to say. There's so many thoughts in my mind. Clearly, we follow the Supreme Court's orders. So I don't know whether we were ready to have an election there, whether something could have prevented this. But clearly there is something going on in this country. I'm going beyond. I'm not just talking about Uri here. I'm not talking about 2016, Uri and the surgical strikes. I'm not just talking about 2019 and Pulwama and the Balkot strikes, the air strikes. I'm talking about something deeper and that poison that there is, and I think, where is it coming from? And we've been at the receiving end since 1947. And I don't know, how much has Kashmir bled? How much has our country bled because of Kashmir? But clearly something has gone terribly wrong. And my sympathies are, I can't even sympathize, because when I can't console myself, I don't know whether I or you or anybody's in a position to console the aggrieved families, because it is beyond consolation now.
Right.
It's a huge setback for Naya Kashmir. There's a reason why I'm not mentioning 2016 and 2019, because this is far worse than that, and those were such huge tragedies. But I think this poison that there is, and the enemy within, and all the fake narratives that are used, which have led to this poison and this discord, must be cut out totally. There is no scope for, forget terrorism, even terror seekers, terror creators of fake narrative, people who go abroad and trash India and lie about India, and with this fake narrative of how unsafe minorities are. Because this is what you see, result of extremely poisonous discourse, untrue, selfish, completely diabolical discourse. And that must end. And I think after this, there'll be no takers for this rubbish anymore.
Okay. Mahima Singh, you heard Shazia out. We also saw statements from the Congress leadership. is the party far more careful of its criticism of the government now, specifically because this is also about the larger question of national interest and national safety here?
Jai Hind. Vasudha, first of all, deepest condolences to those who have lost their loved ones. There are no words in which we can really grieve this loss because, what has happened is a direct attack, is a cowardly, dastardly direct attack on our unity and integrity of this country. I was hearing the BJP spokesperson carefully, and I hope the BJP has come across and read the resolution we have passed in our CWC today, because a CWC was convened, and there's no denying, Vasudha, that there have been major lapses in our intelligence. It's been an intelligence failure. There have been major lapses in our security protocols. Why did this happen? A comprehensive analysis needs to be conducted into those intelligence failures and security lapses. We also urge the government to look at these questions very critically and promptly because, as I speak, the all-party meet is on because the Amarnath Yatra, is imminent. It's right around the corner. I was listening to the BJP spokesperson and I agree with her that people have gone out and said that, earlier India was like this, but now it is safe. So I think the government needs to come out of its state of denial. This whole narrative of Naya Kashmir is exactly what is hurting the unity, integrity and sanctity of our borders. Because we need to accept that the danger is right there around the corners. We need to understand that the security arrangements in this country will have to be robust, transparent, proactive. They will come from a place of acceptance. Till the point we go on saying that, that we are all safe and secure, we have our army is working so hard at the borders, but the government will need to understand that the threat is real. And we need to keep looking at it directly.
Shazia, there are, adding to what Mahima said, there are also key questions that are being asked not just by opposition parties, but by experts also. And, that if there was any complacency in assuming that terrorists won't be targeted, or have terror groups refocused on the valley due to reduced pressure, or did we fail to take the Pakistani army chief's speech as a warning sign? Clearly, the government also will have to answer these questions at some point, isn't it?
Vasudha, shame on you and shame on this lady. I bring shame to you for questioning our agencies and actually being and supporting terrorists.
We are questioning the government. We are questioning the government. There were intelligence reports, Vasudha. I interject, sorry.
Shame on you. You know why?
The shame is on the government. Why are they politicizing?
Let Shazia answer.
No, Vasudha, no, I will not allow this.
Shazia, I'm just asking you. See, I'm just asking you that,
what is this kind of,
Okay, but let's just have Shazia, please. Let's just have Shazia, please.
Because just now you're talking about my army.
No, Vasudha, she's nobody to bring.
Shazia,
the shame has been brought on the country by the government, by the security lapses,
Shazia, please.
by the intelligence failures. No.
Shame on you, Vasudha.
No,
and listen to me. Do some homework before you come and become an anchor. What are you saying? That we were not ready. That
Shazia, that's not what I said.
You said that.
No, not at all. Not at all. I basically said that
the lady and whose party has led to this situation. The way this whole thing of which religion is this? Who goes all over the world and spreads hatreds and talk about how Muslims are victimized? When you know the
you're questioning Rahul Gandhi.
It was the Supreme Court which mandated the election. We were there. We were abrogated to Article 370. You know how Kashmir has been burning. And yes, it's a setback to Kashmir.
Yes, Shazia, we get your point completely. It's a valid point.
Let me get back to our Prime Minister, to my country and my army will not be tolerated. So I'm sorry, Vasudha, I know you don't
let me get in a response from Mahima here. Mahima, see, a lot about Jammu and Kashmir is not just about,
BJP spokesperson needs to be sorry.
Mahima, this is about radicalism, this is about ideology as well, right? So how are you going to fight that? Because this is about radicalism and ideology. This is about people, thinking that getting into radicalism will also fetch them certain things. How are you going to look at something like that?
Vasudha, BJP spokesperson is rightly sorry. She
she should be sorry, because the BJP has been politicizing this whole issue. You see, Pulwama victims are still waiting for a justice. Please allow me to respond, Vasudha, like you allowed her to respond.
Yeah.
You see, the BJP has a lot to answer. The bodies have just been, families have bade farewell to their loved ones just a day ago, and the Prime Minister is out electioneering in Bihar. What do we assume of that?
See, he was also in Bihar for the National Panchayati Raj Day, so that is not electioneering. It was part of a government program. So I don't think that we can really blame the Prime Minister for that, because he's there for a government program. Let me get in Shazia here for her closing remarks. Shazia, closing remarks from you. Yeah.
Vasudha, this doesn't behave your channel, and you
I'm coming to you. Let me ask Shazia.
You have allowed the BJP spokesperson to have it her way. BJP Chhattisgarh tweets about Hindu-Muslim. You see, they are reducing this whole act against humanity to Hindu-Muslim.
Can we just have Shazia? Yeah.
Do you know when this happened?
Yes, Shazia,
2009. And Naya Kashmir, do you know what's happened to Kashmir? And do you know the lady who was speaking, the family to which she pays allegiance and the party have done this? They go all over, they go abroad and they go all over trashing our government. And now she's blaming our security forces. You are taking her question. It's not you. I'm not talking. Vasudha, I'm very angry. I don't mean to take out my anger on you. But you should know better than question our army and our intelligence agencies.
No, I'm not questioning. I didn't question the army at all. I will never do that.
You should not allow. Asking. I mean, लाखों लानत में भेजती हूँ. लानत.
No, you please make your point here.
Shame on these people who are questioning our Prime Minister and our.
No, I'm just asking your response here. I'm not really. Yeah.
Ask her to ask her party members and the Robert Vadra and the likes and Rahul Gandhis of the world.
Okay, let's ask her that. Okay, Mahima Singh, you heard Shazia. Now it's your turn. Please respond.
Vasudha, you are allowing the politicization of this whole issue. Vasudha, we are questioning the government. If we should not ask questions of the Home Minister and the Prime Minister today, who should we ask? We are reminded of Chitti Singhipura. We are reminded of security lapses during Chitti Singhipura. That was also the BJP government around then. You see, Vasudha, this whole government, they will not own up. They will not be. They want to be accountable. Pulwama happened in the same manner.
Also not the
Victims
time
are
to
still
ask
awaiting
these
justice.
Because there will
what is she talking about?
Review meetings that will be held. To ask those questions. The most important thing is also to stand united against terror.
You have to hold a fair debate.
Plug those gaps
you are doing
and
work
together. Is
the demise martyrs of this act of terrorism.
Okay, so could the all-party meeting become a platform for the government to assert its foreign policy or renew its counter-terrorism measures? Remember that this is also the time for the opposition and the parties and the ruling party, the ruling coalition, to come together and forget its differences and work on only one thing, which is to basically counter the kind of terrorism that we have seen in Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir. We'll keep tracking all of that. With that, it's a wrap on the show. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Narendra Modi, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist, their handlers and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism.
Fenesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में Fenesta नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Finer Fenesta.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
तू ही तो है
जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.